The cold wind howled outside, rattling the poorly sealed window frame with a loud quang-quang sound, accompanied by a mournful whistle. Xu Jianjun lay stiffly on the bed, staring blankly into space, as if his soul had left his body. He never understood why his father had given him such an amiso full of era-specific flavor. But now he realized it was fate playing a cruel joke. This unfortunate young man with the same name and identity was long gone, leaving behind only fragmented memories. He had worked hard for over 30 years, finally owning a house, a car, and having a wife and child. Life was finally settling down, and just when things were looking up, while his wife went back to her parents' home, he got together with some buddies for a wild drinking session. And then he woke up somehow, merged soul to soul with this other Xu Jianjun. Old Xu guessed he must have gotten drunk on fake alcohol. He didn't even know whether his friends had also been sent back in time like him. In this unfamiliar environment, Xu Jianjun dared not speak much, afraid of giving himself away and being treated like a madman. Luckily, there was a little brother around who was easy to manipulate. It took 2 days of careful questioning, but eventually, he pieced everything together. It was winter year college entrance exams resumed after years of suspension. The setting was Beijing. The original Xu Jianjun was a sent-down youth working in the countryside. He was 20 years old. With the news of restored college admissions spreading excitement, he had eagerly taken the exam but failed. For the younger Xu, who had been desperate to return to the city, that was a heavy blow. But what truly led to old Xu taking over his life was an impulsive act of heroism from the younger one. After failing the exam, Xu Jianjun wandered aimlessly through the streets. There, he saw 2 thugs harassing a young girl. Already in a terrible mood, he had nowhere to vent his frustration in. Those 2 clueless drifters walked straight into his crosshairs. He beat them half to death, perhaps overly confident in his own abilities. After the beating, Xu let the men groan on the ground while he rushed over to impress the frightened girl. This classic hero saves beauty moment satisfied his male ego perfectly until someone cracked open his head from behind, and then old Xu stepped into the spotlight. Dead parents, an unfaithful wife, living in poverty on the streets, none of these things belonged to him. So why did such a ridiculous klitsch plot fall on his head? Wife and kids, warm kanto kong bed, healthy parents nearby, good friends to drink while they've been living a comfortable, peaceful life. Second brother, can I open one of the cans? I've never eaten yellow peach canned fruit before, asked his younger brother, Xu Jianmin, eyeing the gift bag beside the bed. It was something the late young Xu had won at the cost of his life. You want to eat it? Then just go ahead. You think I, patient, should open it for you? But if mom and dad come back and ask, you'll have to say it was your idea to open it, or he'll probably get beaten. Looking at how nervous his brother was, Xu Jianjun finally remembered this was a time of scarce resources. Canned goods and those 2 tins of malted milk tablets were real luxuries. Judging from that, the girl named Sui Yuan must have come from a relatively well-off family. Go ahead and open it yourself. He'll cover for you. I won't let you get hit. But in return, don't argue if I ask you to run another errand. Watching his brother devour the peaches, Xu Jianjun temporarily forgot his troubles. Right now, blending into this new life was the most important thing. Second brother, it's really delicious. Want some? Xu Jianmin actually remembered to share after tasting it himself. You eat it. I don't like sweet stuff much. Hey, you're skipping school to stay here with me all day? We just clean the classroom and stare into space anyway. I didn't learn anything before, and now I can't understand the teacher's lessons. It's pointless. Besides, mom and dad approve my leave. Second brother, 10 days you can't send me back early. Looking at his worried expression, Xu Jianjun couldn't help but feel speechless. This kid was likely to drop out before finishing middle school. I rested for 2 days already, and am basically fine. Are you seriously asking me to pretend to be sick longer just so you can skip class? Actually, schools were slowly returning to normal along with universities. But judging by his brother's attitude, it didn't seem to matter much to him. To sum up, there were 5 siblings total, none of whom were particularly academically gifted. His eldest brother had joined the army and later transferred to the Public Security Bureau. He was great at action, but hopeless at studying. Xu Jianjun had followed Big Brother around training quite a bit when he was young. That was why he dared to play the hero that day. It was confidence in his skills that gave him the guts. He just hadn't expected that behind those 2 guys was someone hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush him. Their eldest sister married early. She worked at the second textile factory. In this era, cotton textile factories seemed essential everywhere, like a mark of times. His second sister had already been assigned a job. She hadn't even bothered trying for the college entrance exam. She failed before she started. As for the youngest, Xu Jianmin, well, he was clearly a slacker. So, by default, the dream of becoming the first college graduate in the Xu family now fell onto his shoulders. With old Su's academic foundation good enough to get into a top-tier university, even under the hardest conditions, today's college entrance exam would be nothing more than a piece of cake. There were still several months until the next exam. Xu Jianjun planned to fake his injury for a while. After all, Spring Festival was coming soon. Once that passed, he could use the excuse of preparing for the exam to stay in the city instead of going back to the rural production team. Letting a useless city boy like him work in the fields would only be a burden to the farmers. Truthfully, Xu Jianjun didn't have to go to college again. With the knowledge and decades of experience he carried from the future, he could plant roots anywhere in the world and thrive. But right now, reform was still in theory, and early policies were far from mature. If he tried to apply future knowledge too boldly in society, he might end up getting 404-foot to slang reference to disappearing mysteriously. That's why college was the safest bet he could think of. The Zus lived in a typical courtyard-style compound filled with many families. Their home was part of a 3-courtyard complex shared by over a dozen households. Both of his parents worked for the Public Transportation Bureau. Though his father wasn't a leader, Head worked diligently his whole life and knew how to navigate relationships well with superiors. They had managed to secure 3 small rooms. When his older siblings were still unmarried, the space had been tight. Now, his second sister had her own room, and compared to others in the compound, their situation was enviable. Meanwhile, Xu Jianjun and his younger brother shared the central room. They had to fold up the beds whenever they wanted to eat or receive guests. Although people often talked about how grand life was in a Beijing Sihuan traditional courtyard house, Xu Jianjun certainly didn't feel it. After just a few days in this crowded compound, had already felt the inconveniences. Because of limited space, every inch of the courtyard was used, kitchens built, chicken coops erected. Some families even set up tents and slept outdoors when they ran out of room indoors. Privacy was non-existent. Someone coughing in front meant everyone heard in the back. It made sense why, in the 1990s, when commercial housing began rising, everyone considered moving out of these compounds a sign of success. After lying in bed for 2 days, Xu Jianjun ignored his parents' objections and got up to move around. Truthfully, his head had already been checked, just a mild concussion. Physically, he was fine. It was just that the way he had been knocked unconscious had looked pretty terrifying. The biggest issue was that he had taken over another person's life. After a few days in the hospital and some time at home, he had gradually accepted reality. As for the original Xu Jianjun, whose soul had vanished in a thin air, Xu Jianjun could only promise to take care of his family well in his place. Chapter 2. I have a home in the bustling cafeteria of the local Public Security Bureau. Several police officers gathered for a chat after a long day of work. Among them was a man who maintained an upright posture even while eating. He was Xu Jianguo, the eldest of the Xu family. Old Xu. Your second brother is quite the fierce one, isn't he? Do you know what happened to those 2 men who were arrested a couple of days ago? One officer inquired. A fellow officer from my hometown, stationed at the hospital, mentioned that one of them had a leg broken and the other had 4 ribs fractured. My goodness. They won't be discharged for at least a month. Xu Jianguo, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "This is just the beginning. My second brother has always had a robust constitution. Since I returned from military service, he has frequently trained alongside me. Dealing with a couple of thugs is child's play for him." The officer who had just spoken, Yang Shuai, leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "I have insider information, so keep it to yourselves. Jianguo, do you really think those 2 were mere common thugs? You are gravely mistaken. They are registered with our bureau. That's why I said your younger brother is impressive. It's a pity one of them escaped. I see potential in your brother. He didn't fail his exams, did he? If not, why don't you speak to the higher-ups and see if you can get him into our system?" Upon hearing about his brother's career prospects, Xu Jianguo sighed heavily. "Do you think I don't want that? The truth is, our unit is not so easy to enter. My brother simply doesn't meet the qualifications. Moreover, when I visited him yesterday, he seemed rather disinterested in becoming a police officer. From the look of it, he still clings to the hope of attending university. Getting into university is no simple feat. I've heard that this year, millions are competing for only a handful of spots. It's truly a challenging path. A veritable struggle against the odds. You should advise your brother to temper his ambitions," Liang Shuai remarked with a dismissive expression. In truth, Xu Jianguo didn't harbor much hope for his brother's academic aspirations. The Xu family had never produced any scholars, and he couldn't fathom why his brother was fixated on university. If he would just put in the effort, there would still be a chance. Remember Xiaoliang from our class? He lived in my alley. After being sent to the countryside, he ended up in Inner Mongolia. where I hear he got married and started a family, yet he has now been accepted into university. Liang Haizhu, a classmate of Xu Jianjun, had served in different units during their military service but had both transitioned to the Public Security Bureau. You're referring to Zhu Liang, aren't you? Who would have thought that little guy would amount to something? Xu Jianjun mused, recalling the past with a mix of nostalgia and surprise. Indeed. He had heard that this year's college entrance examination had no age restrictions. However, after years of military service and then dedicating himself to work, he found little time or inclination to revisit the knowledge of his youth. Only those who remained steadfast in supporting the nation's development and could not return home would dare to take such a gamble. After work, Xu Jianjun did not head straight home, but instead took a detour to the old residence. From a distance, he spotted his younger brother Xu Jianjun, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a large bear, standing at the alley's entrance, watching two elderly men play chess. This rascal, his injury has fully healed yet, and he can't contain his restlessness, he thought. Judah playing chess here? You seem to be becoming more leisurely by the day. Ah, Jiangua has returned. Hurry and take your brother away. Just now he was giving Xiaolu advice on how to deal with me, an old man. He shows no respect for the elderly or love for the young. I merely chose not to argue with him out of concern for his injuries. Otherwise, I would have certainly made him taste the sting of my cane, grumbled old Zhu, visibly irked. Hey, Grandpa Zhu. I understand the principle of a true gentleman observing silence while watching a game. I refrained from speaking during your battle. It was only after Uncle Lu was on the verge of defeat that I assisted him in reviewing his moves. One must remain humble and open to learning in order to make progress, Xu Jianjun replied with a chuckle. It's a joke. The videos of Miss Wang Dachui have certainly reached Xu Jianjun. She is quite the expert at delivering blows to the elderly care facility and kicking the chess room. A few crafty tricks to help Comrade Lu deal with old Zhu would be more than sufficient. Enough of the banter. Come back with me. I have secured your certificate. Xu Jianjun urged, noticing his younger brother's reluctance to rise. In truth, upon seeing his elder brother arrive, Xu Jianjun understood that the matter was sealed. With this certificate, at least he could remain at home until the year's end without pressure from the Youth Education Center to return. The two brothers could not avoid discussing the unfortunate duo who were apprehended alongside Xu Jianjun. Since their release from the hospital, they went straight to the detention center. As for the other one who injured you, he won't escape either. Our team has already gathered pertinent clues. I doubt he will see the new year. Your job situation is tricky. This year the police force is only hiring a few individuals, and the competition is fierce. I mentioned it to our captain, and he said there is no chance this year. Xu Jianjun recognized that his elder brother held little hope for his college entrance examination, and even his second sister was fretting over his employment. Such deep familial affection stirred an indescribable feeling within him, a stark contrast to his previous life as an only child. Brother, there's no need to worry about work just yet. It's only a few months. Once the new year rolls around, I can review more. If I fail again, I can still seek work afterward. You must trust in my abilities. Even if I cannot find a job, I can still make a living selling goods, Xu Jianjun declared confidently regarding his future. If he, a time traveler, could not even solve the problem of basic sustenance, it would be better to end it all. Observing his brother's nonchalant demeanor, Xu Jianjun could only shake his head and sigh. You don't understand how tough life can be. You have yet to learn the value of hard work. Just the other day, I spoke with your second sister. She mentioned that her partner's family has some connections and is inquiring on your behalf. Hopefully, they will have good news. As their parents and second sister returned home, the family gathered around the table, enjoying what Xu Jianjun considered a simple dinner. Yet, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. In the future, while material wealth may increase, the spiritual richness of life would not compare to the purity of this era. As Xu Jianjun was a patient and received special care, his mother had even prepared 2 boiled eggs for him. The sight made the youngest brother, Lao Wu, drool with envy. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, Xu Jianjun stealthily stuffed the peeled egg into Lao Wu's mouth and gestured for silence. The sight of Xu Jianjun's flushed face as he chewed carefully made the two brothers share a knowing laugh. After dinner, my second sister, Xu Shuxiang, pulled Xu Jianjun into her room and took out a pile of review materials along with some notes. These are Zhang Yi's study materials. I shamelessly acquired them for you. Since you intend to take the exam again, they might prove beneficial. In this household, only my second sister, who is 3 years my senior, offered me unconditional support for my college entrance examination. My parents and older brother felt my prospects were bleak and advised me against investing too much effort into it. urging me instead to find a stable job. Meanwhile, my eldest sister, after her marriage, devoted her energy to her own household affairs and rarely returned home. Even during my recent injury, she merely made a brief hospital visit before hastily leaving, burdened with her own responsibilities of work and childcare. By the way, where did Zhang Yi get accepted? I was so consumed by sorrow lately that I only heard she got into a school, but don't know which one. Are you still hoping to pursue her? Xu Jianjun warned playfully. I must advise you to refrain from your previous antics. Unless something unexpected occurs, she is likely to be admitted to Beijing Normal University. Why would she take an interest in a failed candidate like you? With that, Xu Jianjun burst into carefree laughter. I truly question whether you are really my sister. How can you be so harsh on your own brother? Beijing Normal University isn't that impressive. In a few months, I will undoubtedly perform better than her. Zhang Yi is a close friend of my second sister. The primary reason I, Xu Jianjun, enjoyed trailing behind Xu Jianjun during our childhood was my infatuation with this neighbor girl. However, she always regarded me as an immature younger brother, which caused me considerable heartache. Chapter 3. Once cherished, although Xu Jianjun was no longer the person he once was, the fondness he held remained intact. Gazing at the elegant script in his notes was indeed a visual delight. It was a mystery how his second sister managed to persuade Zhang Yi to willingly relinquish such crucial materials. At this juncture, it was not like the future, where study materials were plentiful and tutoring classes ubiquitous. After years without a proper education, learning resources were either sold as scrap paper or used to kindle fires. Xu Jianjun's own study materials had been salvaged at a high price from a recycling station. Be careful with these materials while you review. Do not misplace them, as Zhang Liang will need them in the future, Xu Jianjun reminded, observing her brother lost in thought with his notes. Speaking of Zhang Yi's family, her father was quite amusing. As a well-educated intellectual, the names he bestowed upon his three daughters were rather humorous. The eldest, Zhang Yi, the second, Zhang Liang, and the youngest, Zhang Sirui. Xu Jianjun typically referred to them as Zhang Er and Zhang San, much to the chagrin of the two sisters. Rest assured, sister, I will keep them safe. However, Zhang Er does not study as well as Yi Jia. I doubt she will manage to enter university, he replied. You should worry about yourself instead, Xu Jianjun retorted. You see, ever since Zhang Yi got into school, and Zhang has been rather arrogant. Zhang Er has no hope, and our family is counting on you. Xu Jianjun seemed to harbor some resentment from her visit to the Zhang household, expressing her frustrations to her brother. By the way, you and Zhang Yi have been inseparable since childhood. How is it that your academic performances differ so drastically? It's no wonder Aunt Zhang is so proud in front of you. She has every reason to be. Watching Xu Jianjun shake his head in self-reproach, Xu Jianjun's irritation escalated. Xu Jianjun, are you tired of living? How dare you speak to your sister like that? Return my study materials, you ungrateful wretch. Ah, sister, I was merely jesting. Why are you resorting to violence? How could I bear to kick you when you're down, my beloved second sister? Just trying to lighten the mood? Ha. Lighten the mood? You big-headed fool, get out. Despite their frequent childhood squabbles due to their close age, the bond between the two was the strongest. Xu Jianjun could still feel the deep concern his sister held for him. Amidst the family's lack of faith in his academic pursuits, only she consistently offered her unwavering support. In truth, young intellectuals like Xu Jianjun, stationed in the suburban counties, were somewhat privileged, with proximity to home and a family that could occasionally provide assistance. He even had opportunities to return to the city for work. In contrast, those with less favorable backgrounds often found themselves dispatched to remote villages or sent to aid in border construction, enduring conditions that were exceedingly harsh. By the end of this year, a grand movement of young intellectuals returning to the city was expected to unfold, ignited from the southern regions. Xu Jianjun harbored no messianic complex. He felt no capability to alter the immense tides of his era. Instead, he understood that adapting to the circumstances was the only way to live the life he desired securely. Staying at home is indeed quite tiresome. My second sister, taking the initiative, has implored Zhang Yi to assist her with supplementary lessons. With such a fortunate opportunity, Xu Jianjun wouldn't dare refuse. After all, lingering at home in solitude is rather uninspiring. He has gradually acclimatized to his new role. Strolling leisurely to Zhang Yi's residence, he was surprised to find guests already present. Upon seeing Xu Jianjun, Zhang Yi welcomed him without formality, saying, Junzi, please find a place to sit. My classmate has arrived. We'll resume your lessons shortly. Xu Jianjun did not perceive himself as an outsider and promptly entered the adjacent room, where he observed a pair of young ladies diligently studying. Little Zhang Liang, what subjects are you tackling? If there is anything you find challenging, feel free to ask your brother, Xu. I assure you, I will guide you through it clearly. I certainly do not wish for a failed student to tutor me. Did you not come seeking my sister's guidance? As a student, you ought to embody the demeanor of one. Furthermore, I am not a child. You are merely slightly older than I. Spare me your attempts to appear mature," retorted Zhang Liang, exhibiting a feisty spirit, not one to shy away from Xu Jianjun's banter. "Now, make way for your brother Xu. By the way, who are those two outside?" When they speak, their confidence is palpable, discussing matters of national significance, as if this courtyard cannot contain their grandiosity. Zhang Ermiai initially intended to retort, but her attention shifted upon hearing his subsequent remarks. They are all students who have received their acceptance letters from this year's college entrance examination and are destined to become state officials, naturally exuding confidence. Unlike you, a failed candidate. I must say, Zhang Liang, if you were to remain silent, you would indeed be a charming and lovely young lady. However, your tongue betrays you entirely. Saner, you must not emulate your second sister in the future. Be cautious, lest you fail to find a suitor. Zhang Sirui, observing the exchange with keen interest, merely smiled quietly, choosing not to interject. She was the most reserved among the trio of sisters, while Xu Jianjun jested within the room. The conversation outside had shifted from national affairs to him. Zhou Yuan, curious yet cautious about this male who could freely enter Zhang Yi's home, remained somewhat skeptical. Despite Zhang Yi's introduction of him as her brother, which failed to quell certain suspicions, as the results of the college entrance examination were gradually announced, those who had received acceptance letters naturally formed an elusive circle from which Zhang Yi found it difficult to extricate herself. Zhou Yuan, a former classmate from before the queue, had only maintained sporadic correspondence, yet his current demeanor suggested a reunion of long-lost friends, brimming with endless topics to discuss. Similarly, Zhao Sumei was in the same vein. Truth be told, Zhang Yi had little recollection of her, only recalling her as a rather inconspicuous presence. Yet now, she spoke with an air of authority, as if everything she said were self-evident, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Your younger brother may appear quite youthful, and even if he does not succeed in the examination at this moment, there is no cause for concern as opportunities will still present themselves. Those from the old 3 classes have suffered greatly, having missed 2 crucial chances, and their advancing age will no longer permit such endeavors. Nevertheless, the authorities have provided ample support for them. After all, they entered their roles equipped with knowledge, many even serving as teachers at the youth points, thereby gaining a significant advantage in this examination. Unlike us, who rely solely on our own diligence for our studies, the first batch of successful candidates comprises either individuals from the old 3 classes or those hailing from families steeped in a cultural atmosphere, who have never neglected their studies. According to incomplete statistics, the majority of students admitted in the first 2 years following the restoration of the college entrance examination were from intellectual families. It is often said that opportunities favor the prepared, and this holds true. Take, for instance, Zhang Yi's family. Her father, Zhang Guangdong, has been working in the telecommunications administration of the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications since the resumption of operations, a genuine product of a prestigious university, a rare breed indeed. Though he has faced oppression as a stinky old 9 for many years, Zhang's father maintains an optimistic disposition, enduring with quiet resilience. Junzi is quite intelligent. Albeit with a somewhat shaky foundation, his previous failure in the exam was largely due to insufficient review time. I believe that after a few months of diligent study, he should fare well in the next attempt. But let us not dwell on him. Sumei, have you received any notification from your school regarding the commencement of the new term? When do you plan to transfer your organizational relationship? Through these few tutoring sessions, Zhang Yi has begun to discern Xu Jianjun's solid foundation. There are some problems she herself might struggle with, yet he tackles them with ease. Moreover, his English pronunciation during their conversations has garnered praise even from her father. It has become evident to her that Xu Jianjun is merely passing time in her company. Our school schedules are likely to align, with classes set to commence around late February. I am preparing to return to the youth point in the coming days, intending to settle matters there during the new year before reporting in directly. Chapter 4. The son-in-law. After Zhang Yi bid farewell to 2 young companions brimming with aspirations for the future, Xu Jianjun had already perused half a volume of a physics and mathematics collection. Although he was destined to be a top student at a prestigious university, achieving high scores required blending with the current examination structure. The fundamentals of physics and mathematics posed no challenge, yet the subject of politics was another matter altogether. In terms of political acumen, even the most casual young adult could easily surpass him. Xu Jianjun resolved to master physics and mathematics first before concentrating his efforts on the intricacies of politics. Observing his rapid page-turning, Zhang Yi remarked, "With your speed of reading, I seriously doubt your commitment to studying. Xiaojun, I know you have a solid foundation in the sciences, but to avoid losing marks, you must pay closer attention to the details. Rest assured, Yijie, while I can't claim to have completely grasped the sciences, I am quite close. If it hadn't been for the time constraints and my lack of systematic review materials last time, I certainly wouldn't have stumbled. Haha. I promise not to embarrass you next time. I aim to attend your university so we can be together in college. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Stop with the frivolity, focus on your studies and aim for a good university. This is about taking responsibility for your future, not just about sparing me embarrassment. You better take this seriously, or I will inform your second sister, and we'll see how she deals with you." Zhang Yi admonished him without hesitation. "Oh dear. Before we even reach home, I hear you've made my daughter angry, you scoundrel. Here you are, mooching off meals and receiving free tutoring. Where else can you find such a good deal? You better not take it for granted, or I'll make sure you regret it, mister." Zhang's voice boomed before he even arrived. "Uncle Zhang, please don't take offense. How could I dare to provoke Yijie? I would rather win her favor. By the way, you seem quite radiant today. Is there some joyful occasion?" After days of adjustment, Xu Jianjun had fully embraced his role. If this chapter of life were a play, he intended to showcase the skills honed over 30 years of real-life experiences, ensuring a captivating performance without regrets. "Ah, you have a keen eye, my boy. Haha, I just received a promotion at work, which means a raise in salary too. Consider yourself fortunate to be here today, mister," Zhang exclaimed, waving a piece of pork in his hand. To be honest, Xu Jianjun never imagined he would one day drool over a piece of meat. Such an embarrassing thought was something he wished to conceal from the Zhang sisters. Thus, he discreetly diverted his gaze. In the past, even slightly greasy food would prompt concerns about weight, but now, in this era of scarcity, even as a near invalid, the sparse rations had become a distant memory. Mr. Zhang, as an intellectual, though not heavily influenced by traditional gender biases, adored his 3 daughters dearly. On this special day, he and his wife did their utmost to shield them from the storms of life, striving to prevent any grievances from befalling them. Yet, the societal expectation of continuing the family line weighed heavily, an entrenched belief in this era that even someone as open-minded as he could not entirely escape. Since childhood, when Xu Jianjun and Xu Jianmin visited his home, Zhang Guangdong had never felt annoyed by the raucous antics of the 2 boys. Instead, he tended to them with great care, particularly with Xu Jianjun, who had always been a source of jest, often joking about negotiating with the Xu family to adopt him into the Zhang household. Observing Xu Jianjun heartily enjoying his meal, old Zhang playfully teased, "Jianjun, why not discuss with your parents about officially joining our Zhang family? Just look at our meals. They are undoubtedly superior to yours. I assure you, your Uncle Zhang will treat you as his own. What do you say? Consider it, for opportunities like this are fleeting." Xu Jianjun wiped his mouth and replied with ease, "Uncle Zhang, why complicate matters? Just command Yijie to marry me, and I shall come to your home as a son-in-law. This way, we can avoid the hassle of adoption. Wouldn't you agree?" Haha. Before Zhang Guangdong could respond, Zhang Liang interjected with indignation, "Su Lauer, have you looked in the mirror? You are the epitome of a lazy toad aspiring to attain a swan. My sister is a dignified university student. If she were to cast her gaze upon you, it would indeed be a rarity. Do not indulge in such fanciful illusions. You have no hope in this lifetime. Do you know the difference between a toad and a frog?" He continued. "The distinction lies in the toad's grotesque appearance and lack of self-awareness." Incorrect. Listen to the idioms associated with frogs. The frog at the bottom of the well and sitting in the well and gazing at the sky. These are timeless pieces of wisdom from our ancestors. The frog's most notable trait is its short-sightedness and lack of ambition. It can only catch a few pests and is otherwise utterly inept. In contrast, the toad also catches pests but possesses the wisdom to defend itself with its toxic skin, and most importantly, it harbors its own aspirations, dreaming of claiming the beautiful swan. So when you say I, a toad, wish to eat swan meat, I am not offended at all. Without ideals, what distinguishes a person from a frog? Furthermore, he added, as for Yijie, her standards are indeed quite high. How about this? In a few years, when you, Zhang heir, come of age, you can be promised to me. Rest assured, I will not disdain you. Even if your temper is a tad prickly and you do not possess Yijie's grace and charm, I could manage. albeit with some reluctance. Uncle Zhang, what say you? Is this feasible? Seeing Zhang Liang on the verge of explosive indignation, the entire family erupted into laughter. Zhang Guangdong, clearly unwilling to entertain that line of conversation, deftly shifted the subject. Junzi, do you feel confident about your upcoming exams? If it proves too daunting, I would not hesitate to leverage my connections to secure you a position in our postal system. The landscape has changed, and your Uncle Zhang has some influence at work. Uncle, please do not concern yourself with this matter. Last time, it was merely due to the time constraints and my not being as diligent as Jia, which resulted in my inability to grasp everything in time. However, having learned from that experience, coupled with my recent studies, I assure you that I will not falter again. If you doubt me, ask Jia. Given my current level of preparation, I could effortlessly tackle the exam now. In this regard, Zhang Yi has profound insights. And she nodded earnestly. During this period, Junzi has made considerable progress. In fact, he no longer requires extensive guidance from me, as he has already mastered much of the knowledge on his own. As long as he approaches the examination with diligence and performs normally, his results should be quite commendable. After indulging in a sumptuous feast at the Zhang residence, Xu Jianjun leisurely returned to his own home. He has now fully acclimated to the lifestyle of this era and is increasingly enamored with it. It must be said that, although his current living conditions are modest and resources are scarce, and the standard of living cannot be compared to that of the future, the people of this time truly evoke a sense of intimacy. Relatives, friends, and neighbors lack the estrangement that characterizes later periods. While there may be some degree of comparison among individuals and discussions of mundane matters, it is far preferable to the situation in the future, where neighbors who have lived in close proximity for years remain strangers, unaware of each other's occupations. Chapter 5. The sent-down youth. Xu Jianjun's plan to linger at home with a mere certificate in hand did not unfold as he had hoped. The officials at the youth point were not to be trifled with. Upon learning that he was largely recovered, they promptly sought to send him back to report for duty. Reluctantly, he complied, for in these times, one's fate rested in the hands of others, and defiance could lead to dire consequences. Clutching the freshly issued paycheck from his sister and with his mother's freshly baked flatbread in his pocket, along with a few hard-won eggs, Xu Jianjun found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He needed to alter his circumstances swiftly. After all, as someone endowed with the skills of a dragon-slaying hero from another realm, depending on his family for support would be a profound failure. Yet, given the current environment, most of his ideas were impractical. Any hint of speculation might label him a profiteer, jeopardizing his upcoming college entrance exams and forcing him into a life of subservience for years to come. For now, stability was paramount. The early spring chill lingered in the air, and in northern regions, aside from the verdant wheat fields, the landscape was a palette of desolation, heightened by the biting winds. Xu Jianjun was filled with aversion toward the impending life at the youth point. Brother Jun, why have you returned so late? You cannot fathom the torment I endured in your absence. That fool from the neighboring brigade has been a constant source of trouble. If it weren't for Uncle Hu intervening, I would have dealt with him myself. The young disciple Yu Desui, Xu Jianjun's shadow, lamented. From Su's recollection, this lad was nothing more than a braggart, full of empty boasts. What now? Are they still causing a ruckus? Since the altercation last year regarding his sister's employment, when Su had dealt with Zhu Dazhuang, tensions had escalated. In the past month, with Su absent, trouble was rampant. Old Wang had once faced Zhu alone and had been beaten. However, Uncle Hu had spoken to Zhu's father, which temporarily subdued him. Yet, recently, the ruffian had resumed his antics. Brother Jun sees an opportunity to teach that brat a lesson, and let us see if he dares to stir trouble again. Yu Desui, ever eager for chaos, had already begun plotting before Su had even settled in. Though he was not adept at fighting himself, he was enthusiastic about inciting others. Reflecting on this vendetta, Su's memories were vivid, for it marked a pivotal moment in his life as a sent-down youth. Yu Desui's sister Yuan had been granted a chance to return to the city due to family circumstances, a fortunate turn of events marred by Zhu Dazhuang's long-standing infatuation with her. He had schemed to marry this city girl, envisioning her as his bride. Such occurrences were not rare in this era, where the integration of educated youth with the working populace was encouraged, a call to cultivate a sense of purpose in rural areas. However, most unions were between male youths and local girls, while female educated youths marrying down was a rarity. Yuan, with her opportunity to return to the city, had no interest in the clumsy Zhu Dazhuang. Yet, with the Zhu family's considerable local influence, they had held on to her records, a rather unscrupulous maneuver. As the elder sister fretted like an ant on a hot pan, the younger brother naturally sought help from various sources. It was in this perplexing scenario that classmate Xu unwittingly became embroiled. Initially, he tested the efficacy of the fruits of Hu's experimental endeavors. Subsequently, he resorted to intimidation and persuasion, laying bare the advantages and disadvantages. However, Zhu Dazhuang remained impervious, leading to an impasse between the two parties. Meanwhile, Yuan's position was not one she could afford to wait for indefinitely. If she failed to report within the stipulated time, her spot would be immediately claimed by another. During that anxious period, she even contemplated extreme measures, yet upon reflection, she realized such actions would only exacerbate the situation and yield unfavorable outcomes. Ultimately, it was the elder brother Wang Yongjun from the youth station who proposed a solution. The situation had not escalated significantly, as each youth station had its management personnel. Upon understanding the circumstances, the relevant authorities swiftly organized and coordinated efforts to resolve the matter decisively. Although the issue was addressed, conflict still arose between Xu Jianjun, Yu Desui, and the villagers of Jianmin. Xu Jianjun, possessing formidable strength, adeptly maneuvered amidst the fray, leveraging his skills without resorting to violence. As those present understood that any serious confrontation would lead to mutual detriment, I must prepare for the college entrance examination upon my return. I have no time to waste on such trivialities. You should behave yourself. Once your sister secures her position at work, I might be able to arrange a job for you. Otherwise, when I leave for university, you will be left here vulnerable. Brother, it's not that we lack faith in you. Last time, during your exam, the general consensus was not in your favor. I hear there will be even more candidates this time, which makes it all the more precarious. During Xu Jianjun's absence, the youth station's personnel frequently referenced his upcoming examination, with Yu Desui openly disregarding any concern for Xu's dignity. Leave it be, just because you all falter does not signify that I will too. The last time, I was poorly prepared and did not perform to my potential. Next time, I shall seize the opportunity. Do not be envious when that day arrives. Indeed, if you succeed, I would rejoice rather than harbor resentment. Brother, you jest, Yu Shasong replied, now more agreeable. As they bantered their way to the youth station, a small welcoming ceremony unfolded, consisting merely of 2 plates of pickled vegetables and a steamed bun for each. Others may have felt indifferent, but Xu Jianjun found the scene rather amusing, especially given the scarcity of resources in that era. Having endured an entire winter, the spring harvest was still months away, marking a period of scarcity. Not only was white flour a luxury, but even steamed buns were not readily available. As the elder brother, Wang Yongjun was the first to speak. Jianjun, it's only been a few days since we last met, yet you appear more nourished than when you departed. Have you been enjoying life at home? You may think that that's the case, Xu Jianjun replied without much elaboration, acknowledging that his time at home had indeed been relatively relaxed. And he smiled as he deflected the comment. In the youth cadre point, there were 4 men and 3 women, aside from Wang Yongjun. There was also an inconspicuous Lu Feng, who appeared to lack enthusiasm for anything. Unlike those who sought to blend in with the hard-working masses, he seemed more akin to a labor reformer, only occasionally glancing at the 3 female comrades beside him. Xu Jianjun managed to catch a glimmer of light in Lu Feng's eyes during these fleeting moments. To be frank, in this era of scarcity, most girls suffered from malnutrition, rendering it impossible for them to shine brightly. Among the 3 young women, Xu Jianjun was honest and unassuming, her appearance not particularly striking. Placed in a village, she would hardly stand out, belonging to a type that had undergone significant transformation. Wang Hui, on the other hand, was sharp-tongued and quick-witted, unwilling to suffer any indignities, declaring with certainty that Xu Jianjun was overestimating his abilities and would undoubtedly fail. The youngest, the little sister Li Xiao, was a serene and open-minded beauty, arriving here the latest, which earned her extra care from everyone. The meager provisions laid out on the table were truly dismal. Xu Jianjun retrieved the reserve food that his mother had packed for him before he left: scallion pancakes, boiled eggs, and a bag of peanuts, which elicited envious gazes from the gathered individuals. Military boy, you should save that egg for later, Xu Jianjun said, noticing that the others had already abandoned pretense and were eagerly diving in. I heard you were injured not long ago. It was evident that she was considerate, and Xu Jianjun, not one to be ostentatious, placed the egg aside and began to crack open the peanuts while listening to the chatter about the happenings at the youth cadre point during his absence. Chapter 6. Work points. As a young man embodying the ideals of the new century, Xu Jianjun had little prior experience with agricultural labor. His time spent lifting weights at the gym hardly prepared him for the true test of endurance that awaited him, the repetitive, mechanical tasks of farm work. Despite having mentally braced himself for the challenges ahead, he found himself succumbing to fatigue on the very first day of labor. He was too weary to even consume the corn porridge for dinner, opting instead for a close encounter with the hardboard of his bed. With the arrival of spring, the tasks of fertilizing and weeding the wheat fields, alongside the irrigation of spring crops, awaited him. Not to mention, the few oxen in the brigade were already overburdened, leaving the remaining work solely reliant on human effort. The task that Xu Jianjun found most repugnant was hauling manure. If only he had pursued a degree in chemical engineering. He mused, he could have aimed to improve fertilizer production processes and increase yields. Coupled with the rice from Grandpa Yuan, it wouldn't be long before the populace would no longer have to rely on coarse grains for sustenance. They would have ample fine flour and rice. Just imagining this prospect filled him with a sense of accomplishment. In the brigade, the easiest and most rewarding job was undoubtedly that of the elementary school teacher. However, at this moment, enthusiasm for learning was limited, and only the youngest, Li Xiao, received preferential treatment in terms of class hours. The young girl was quite ambitious. Her previous exam had been rushed, and lacking a formal high school education had left her foundation weak. Otherwise, she would have eagerly joined Xu Jianjun in his endeavors. Upon his return, she had already borrowed the study materials he had brought back. Brother Jun, stop pretending to be asleep and help me with this problem. I can't figure it out, and Sister Zhu won't be of any help either. Xiao, I'm not pretending. I'm genuinely exhausted. Please, have mercy and allow me to recuperate. There is no rush in your studies. Seeing the eagerness of his little sister to learn, Xu Jianjun merely lifted his eyelids before returning to his previous state of repose. Brother Jun, have pity on me. I'll bring you some delicious treats next time. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and every moment counts. You're the only one with experience at our youth station. And I've looked over the review materials you brought back. They're far more comprehensive than what I could gather on my own. I believe that if I thoroughly understand these materials, even if I can't get into the best university, a decent one is still within reach. Despite being the youngest, Li Xiao exhibited considerable ambition. News had begun to circulate that attending university could alter one's destiny, a convenient avenue for their nearly forsaken group. It was said that a girl named Lu from the forestry team had achieved the top score in the liberal arts, and she was already joyfully heading to Peking University. Li Xiao dared not harbor extravagant hopes of becoming a top scholar. But gaining admission to a teacher training program was not beyond her grasp if she put in the effort. Reluctantly roused from his slumber, Xu Jianjun found himself helping Li Xiao with several math problems. At this point, his stomach finally began to register hunger, and fortunately, Xu Jianjun had saved him some food. Otherwise, he would have been left to sleep on an empty stomach, looking at the corn porridge, which in his era would have been considered fit only for pigs. He felt tears welling up. Occasionally, a meal of this sort might be an experience of life, a taste of novelty, but enduring it daily made him feel that, as a young man, he was destined for nutritional deficiency. One must consider ways to enhance the diet with sources of protein. As the ration cards provided by my second sister are merely a stopgap measure, others in the same profession indulge in lavish meals, while some even enjoy the luxury of warmth in their beds. When the opportunities arise, a throng of individuals mindlessly submits themselves to the whims of the moment. Yet here I am, burdened with concerns over sustenance. After several days of this relentless grind, Xu Jianjun has gradually acclimatized. After all, one's physical constitution is paramount. Moreover, through diligent effort, one learns to economize energy and navigate the scrutiny of others with cunning. The members of the production team are no exception. Only a minority exert themselves for the common good. Beyond the meager work points earned daily, Xu Jianjun has begun to methodically review his studies. It is imperative to recognize that should he succeed in the examination, this arduous existence would only persist for a few more months. However, if he fails to strive for excellence, the policy of sending youth to rural areas would remain in effect for several more years. To root himself in the countryside and become a vanguard akin to Shaojing village, leading others into the forthcoming era, he harbors no lofty ideals of selflessness. Even if he were inclined, it is doubtful many would rally to his cause, as such groundbreaking endeavors require a leader bold enough to dream and act, accompanied by adventurous companions to achieve remarkable outcomes. For now, Xu Jianjun is content to earn enough work points to sustain himself. And the collective offers some leniency to those preparing for college entrance exams, a fact he is well aware of. Junzi, having studied alongside you these past few days, do you think there is hope for me to compete as well? What if I accidentally pass the exam? Lu Feng asked nervously while lying on the communal bunk. Brother Feng, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but given your lack of a solid foundation in junior high and your subsequent disconnection from academia, relying solely on last-minute efforts leaves little room for optimism. While there may be a glimmer of hope with the language, subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English will demand genuine proficiency. Lu Feng, not being from the older generation of students, lacks a robust academic foundation. However, he possesses an undeniable restlessness, unlike Wang Yongjun, who is resolute in his acceptance of fate. Indeed, I never indulge in fanciful thoughts. It would be more pragmatic to have my family arrange a job for me. As for Shui, there's no need to dwell on that. Even under optimal conditions, he might not secure admission. Come now, with your lack of ambition. You still have your eye on Hu Junfang. The village belle is drawn to those who value their studies. Have you not noticed how she frequently visits Jianjun and the others? I sense there is some interest, yet Jianjun will inevitably return to the city. This is what we call unreciprocated affection, haha. What do you think, Shui? One cannot deny that Lu Feng's meddling nature is rather unappealing, as he stirs discord with just a few words. Fortunately, Shui has long since built immunity to his provocations. Military brother is robust and educated. It is only natural that he attracts admiration, unlike certain individuals who fail to excel academically or contribute to labor. Enough with the frivolities. I have heard that the reservoir area is set to reinforce the dam. I anticipate we shall journey there in the coming days, and the labor will undoubtedly be more arduous than that in the village. It would be wise for you all to conserve your energy, lest we bring disgrace upon our comrades from Jianmin. In moments of such banter, Wang Yongjun invariably steps in to quell the discord, and indeed, he possesses the requisite authority, having the longest tenure and being the most industrious among us. He has lent a hand to us on numerous occasions when possible. Old Wang, what's the situation? Whom have you heard this from? I inquired. I returned from work yesterday with Uncle Jin, and he mentioned it. It seems quite credible. They intend to fortify the dam before the flood season arrives. Truth be told, venturing there might not be so bad. I've heard that many are going. I find myself quite weary of being around you lot, and it would be refreshing to connect with the other youth in the vicinity. Old man. Such words may wound the hearts of many, I retorted. Despite being in the presence of such a weary visage as yours, I have yet to express discontent. Yet, here you are, feigning sensitivity. Pray, confess, are there perhaps old flames at other youth sites that you wish to rendezvous with? Tomorrow, I shall inform Sister Xu. Claiming that Comrade Wang has been swayed by temptation and is unfaithful in spirit. It is a rare delight to hear Wang Yongjun jest. And Xu Jianjun joined in the jest with enthusiasm. Chapter 7. The construction of dikes and dams in this era. Aside from the previously mentioned textile factories that abound in every locality, nearly every region possesses its own water conservancy facilities. Xu Jianjun often heard tales from his parents' generation about their endeavors in building dikes and dams, observing the laborers busily pushing carts solely by human strength. He yearned to summon forth his spatial ring and conjure a plethora of engineering machinery, excavators, bulldozers, cranes, and shield tunneling machines, allowing the people of this age to experience the grandeur of infrastructure development. Alas, he could only indulge in such fantasies internally, as he lacked such a magical advantage. However, on the construction site, he encountered many who shared the same struggles, and they exchanged light-hearted banter about their respective situations, finding solace in humor amid hardship. Compared to before, a glimmer of hope had emerged. The college entrance examination undoubtedly illuminated a broad path for these wayward youths, with the critical question being who could navigate the perilous single-plank bridge safely. A significant number of outstanding individuals had already surfaced during the first round, serving as exemplars for the rest, who were determined not to lag behind. Thus, the majority of their conversations revolved around this theme. Old Zhao, I heard that your area produced a liberal arts top scorer. I wonder, spending so much time with her, how come none of you have absorbed any scholarly air? Besides that girl, you all seem to have fallen short. Don't just mock us. You are not any better. You belong to the old 3 generation, with the most experience. If you had made it onto the list, you would have vanished by now. How come you are still here, digging stones with us? Not everyone from the old 3 is exceptional. There are ordinary folks like me. Besides, I never kept pace in school. It seems I am more suited to toil with the yellow earth. Aspiring to study or hold an official position is beyond my reach. Zhao Shijian, unfazed by the teasing, maintained his characteristic optimism. I heard you were planning to have a rural-urban union with that older girl from the Zhu family in your village. When can we expect to taste your wedding sweets? Don't jump the gun. Nothing is set in stone yet. While contemporary relationships lack the constraints of traditional etiquette, there are still certain protocols to observe. The Xu family indeed harbors a fascination with educated individuals from the city. Last year, didn't see that Xu Dajhuang from your village nearly cause a scandal over a female educated youth? However, they do have significant connections in the area. If you can leverage those relationships for a position in the county commune, that would be splendid. Old Zhao, you're approaching 30 this year, aren't you? In the past, children would be running around by now. Get lost. I'm only 27. Thank you very much. You make it sound like I'm nearly 30. Xu Jianjun had no particular need for deep conversations, but thanks to Yu Deshui's reminder, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Xu Dajhuang from Zitugu village. With his tall and robust stature, he certainly embodied his name. Under Xu Jianjun's scrutinizing gaze, Xu Dajhuang appeared undaunted, even casting a challenging glance his way. Though he refrained from instigating a confrontation, Xu Jianjun, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, chose not to provoke him. As their previous encounters had yielded a balance of victories and defeats, with neither party having suffered undue loss. Upon arriving at the reservoir, I initially anticipated an abundance of fish and shrimp, hoping to enhance my nutritional intake. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality became glaringly evident. Everyone here is engaged in relentless toil, leaving little time to pursue fishing or shrimp catching. Indeed, one would be better off simply resting. Moreover, the act of fishing is not only deemed a diversion in the future, but is also classified among the behaviors of street loafers in the present. Xu Jianjun, currently facing an urgent need for a less strenuous occupation, finds it a travesty that a person accustomed to the heights of modernity is relegated to mere physical labor. After enduring several grueling days, an opportunity finally presented itself. The only tractor on the construction site became available as its driver was called home due to the birth of his child. This driver, a rather foolish individual, treated his tractor with the reverence one might reserve for a parent, refusing to let anyone else near it for fear of losing his job. Now, with the driver absent, the tractor has broken down, and the search for a temporary replacement driver remains uncertain. In the realm of machinery, mastery of one principle often translates to understanding many others. As a seasoned driver with over a decade of experience, Xu Jianjun confidently stepped forward to claim this promising role. Observing the envious glances of those around him, he felt a tinge of irony. Were he to set up a computer right there for them to code, they would likely be rendered speechless. Although operating the tractor felt akin to riding a mobile trampoline, jostling him uncomfortably, at least he was spared the worry of blistered hands. Unlike his peers laboring with shovels, drenched in sweat, which ignited a small spark of happiness within him. Seated beside him, Yu Deshui looked on with admiration and asked, "Brother Jun, when did you learn to drive a tractor?" Xu Jianjun replied, "My skills extend far beyond tractors. I can handle cars, trucks, airplanes, and tanks with ease." While the first part was the truth, the latter was merely boastful. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about days spent driving his family on outings. Although his domestic Geely SUV lacked prestige, its comfort was worlds apart from the current experience. It is worth noting that Old Li remains an inexperienced youth, and the vehicles predominantly used in the country are still military green 4x4s, only marginally superior to the tractor. Deng Xiaoping's reforms have yet to fully crystallize in theory, and the new China still bears a significant burden ahead. Xu Jianjun longs to enjoy life, yet he lacks the foundational hardware to do so. It appears that until the opportune moment arises, he must stoke the flames of ambition, ensuring his journey here was not in vain. In truth, even without his involvement, the development over the past 3 to 4 decades of reform and opening up has been astonishing, despite the initial 20 years of hardship. Since joining the World Trade Organization, the pace of progress, along with the nation's fortunes, has been remarkable. Yet, I digress. What remains most pressing for Xu Jianjun is how to extricate himself from this arduous existence. Although his capabilities render him overly qualified for the current college entrance examination, he cannot afford to be complacent. Fortunately, with the temporary role of tractor driver, he finds himself with ample time to review his studies. Knowledge is, indeed, era-specific. While others advance with the times, he must navigate contrary paths, refraining from interpreting matters solely based on future common knowledge. Observing Yu Deshui's optimistic and content demeanor, Xu Jianjun couldn't help but inquire, "Has your sister been working for some time now? Has she written to you? How is she adjusting to her new surroundings?" "She is doing quite well. She even sent me a letter last month. By the way, she mentioned in her letter that I should thank you on her behalf." as she left in such a hurry last time, and didn't he have the chance to express her gratitude properly? The matter concerning Yuan's employment had stirred quite a commotion, even involving 2 major teams and several youth points in conflict. At that time, in an effort to prevent the situation from escalating further, the youth office made special arrangements, allowing Yuan to rush to her workstation overnight. Although working on the railway is somewhat arduous, there are indeed opportunities for profit if one knows the ropes. Speaking of which, how are your brother's connections at the railway bureau? He managed to secure a position for your sister. Surely you will follow suit soon, won't you? The last time we met, I asked my brother about it, and he said he would inform me as soon as there was news regarding the job examination. If it weren't for your plans to attend university, I would have had my brother arrange something for you first. Seeing Yu Dishui's earnest expression, Xu Jianjun had no doubt about his genuine intention to offer the job opportunity to him. Indeed, despite the various shortcomings of this era, the bonds between individuals are far more sincere than those of later generations. Chapter 8. A smile dispels grudges. Wherever there are people, there are disputes. Xu Jianjun had long grasped the essence of this saying, whether during his university days or in the working world, where intrigue and competition are commonplace. In his youth, particularly during his high school years, life was more innocent. However, his recent experiences have afforded him a deeper understanding. In his few days at the construction site, Xu Jianjun observed a plethora of minor conflicts, heated arguments over the distribution of food, confrontations stemming from unfair division of labor, and even violent altercations that erupted over lewd remarks directed at female colleagues. For Xu Jianjun, these occurrences were both novel and perplexing. Yet to the seasoned leaders of the team, such matters were trivial and swiftly resolved. Initially, he approached these disputes with the detached curiosity of a spectator. But he soon discovered that his leisurely existence would not last. Operating a tractor, a task laden with challenges, attracted numerous ambitious youths eager to learn the skill. The previous driver had been overly protective, fearful that others might encroach upon his domain. But Xu Jianjun viewed this not as a prestigious vocation. He welcomed anyone willing to learn, provided they were amiable and respectful. If they brought along a few fish, shrimp, or snacks, he would undoubtedly share his knowledge generously. While Xu Jianjun's malnourishment improved, it also drew the ire of those who disdained him. Unsurprisingly, the first to confront him was Zhu Dazhuang, a young man who had previously suffered at Xu Jianjun's hands, yet evidently failed to learn from his missteps. He approached, insisting, "Xu, I want to learn this too. You must teach me." This foolish fellow, lacking the humility to beg properly, acted as though Xu owed him a great debt. Xu Jianjun dismissed him with indifference, thinking, "You are not cut out for this. Handling machinery carelessly could lead to disastrous consequences. Should you injure yourself, how would your family react?" Zhu Dazhuang, his eyes ablaze with indignation, seemed ready to pounce like a wild beast. However, having tasted the bitterness of Xu's martial prowess, he was not foolish enough to provoke a confrontation. Witnessing this, Zhao Xingzhan could no longer remain silent. He interjected, "Xu, this lad lacks tact. Do not stoop to his level. I believe it is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. Though our previous encounter was unfortunate, it is in the past. Our villages are neighbors. We should aim for mutual assistance." As an elder with considerable experience, Zhao Xingzhan understood the importance of maintaining cordial relations. He recalled that not long ago, Zhu had attacked Wang Ge from their youth brigade. "Old Zhao, it is not that I begrudge my brother. It is simply that he shows no intention of coexisting harmoniously. I am aware of this situation," Zhao continued. "Let us gather the comrades together. While our lives may be modest, we can still share stories and boast among ourselves. Whether we end up apologizing or teaching this lad a lesson, we shall have no qualms. Zhao Ge, in your eagerness to support this young lad, is it true what they say? You are on the verge of becoming his brother-in-law? Ha ha, congratulations are in order then. Although the Zhu family has its fair share of rough characters, I have heard that the sister possesses admirable qualities." Listening to Xu Jianjun's teasing remarks, Zhao Xizhan merely smiled nonchalantly, while Zhu Dazhuang seethed with anger. However, given his current dependence on others, he recalled his father's words about the anticipated arrival of tractors for their commune after years of applications, thanks to this year's bountiful harvest. If he could learn to operate one beforehand, securing a position as a driver would be nearly guaranteed, and soon, the tractor would belong to his family. "Dazhuang, you and Xu are both young, with ages quite similar. Besides, Xu is about to take college entrance exams and aspires to enter government service. You should seize this opportunity to cultivate a good rapport with him. Though your family may not expect you to pursue education, learning from knowledgeable individuals can be immensely beneficial. In truth, while the Xu family is rooted in agrarian life, They have never extinguished the desire for their members to acquire knowledge, a tradition that has persisted for thousands of years in China. With sufficient food and clothing, one learns about honor and disgrace. Whether it was Xu Dazhuang's affection for Yuan or the budding romance between his cousin Xu Yufan and Zhao Xinjian. These are fundamental methods of traditional families. Despite Xu Dazhuang's fearsome appearance, he could not disregard Zhao Xinjian's words and humbly offered an apology. I was wrong in the past. But having exchanged blows, I assure you I will no longer trouble the people of your commune. Tomorrow, when work begins, you should find the foreman. You can start learning the ropes, and if anything is unclear, I will explain it later. Having resolved to turn conflict into harmony, Xu Jianjun refrained from stirring up further trouble or lecturing. He had no interest in reforming unruly youths in his own impoverished state. Filled with a plethora of ideas that seemed utterly useless, he could hardly concern himself with others, avoiding the habit of playing the teacher. That evening, they enjoyed a meal of wild vegetable and crucian carp soup, though lacking in spices and the quintessential ingredient of aged tofu. Xu Jianjun did not allow himself to be picky, relishing the rare opportunity for protein. He savored every spoonful, unwilling to waste even a morsel of fish. His young companion, Yu Desui, also benefited from this meal, though most of the fish found its way into Xu Jianjun's belly. He praised Xu's culinary skills. Brother, this fish soup is delicious, without a hint of fishiness, so fresh and tender. Next time, I will find a way to catch some fish. And you can teach me how to make it. From then on, you can enjoy ready-made meals. Given their limited resources, lacking ingredients and seasonings, they were fortunate to have this dish at all. By the way, I saw some people from other teams catching crabs. If we get the chance, we should try it too. Just imagine steamed crab claws with soy sauce. My mouth waters at the thought. Where would you find crabs? Have you not seen how the villagers smash them to feed the pigs? You may not comprehend this, but the smaller ones are indeed inedible. However, the larger ones are a rare delicacy. Yet, indulging in such a treat requires a certain level of discernment and patience. While ordinary river crabs may not compare to the esteemed hairy crabs or sea crabs, they still command a considerable price, rendering it quite wasteful to feed them to pigs. Brother Jun, your knowledge is truly impressive. Just watch, for tomorrow I shall certainly catch a large basin of them for you. As I navigate my tasks with ease, my nutritional intake gradually improves, allowing me to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to preparing for the college entrance examination. In fact, even on the construction site, we have formed a study sprint group. During our free time, we gather to learn together. When faced with challenging questions, we can discuss them collaboratively. Xu Jianjun finds political studies to be his weak point, yet by listening to others engage in discussion, he manages to expand his knowledge. In return, when others seek his insights, he generously offers his understanding whenever he has the time. In an era where university admissions are expanding and graduates are increasingly common, the pursuit of knowledge seems effortless and natural. However, the current lack of study materials, insufficient teacher guidance, and an absence of a conducive learning environment render this group akin to fledglings, desperately seeking to absorb knowledge. Although Xu Jianjun does not intentionally seek to stand out, his effortless mastery of topics that others struggle with makes him shine like a crane among chickens, making it nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. Chapter 9. I desire to remain low-key, having been immersed in the rigorous training of the previous life. Xu Jianjun has developed an instinctual grasp of problem-solving techniques and examination strategies. The ability to swiftly arrive at answers, to eliminate incorrect options through reverse reasoning, and to compose essays that are both relevant and profound presents no challenge for him. Xu Jianjun, in his relaxed demeanor, not only encourages his study group but also inadvertently takes on the role of a part-time tutor. However, after sending 2 letters to Zhang Yi that vanished without a trace, his restless spirit was left wounded, revealing that this older sister was offering him no opportunities whatsoever. One thing that Xu Jianjun finds particularly appealing about this era is the authenticity of the local young women, who are refreshingly unadorned. Cosmetics are virtually non-existent, and even soap is a rare commodity. At most, they might apply a bit of snowflake cream after washing their faces. Thus, there is no need for filters or beauty enhancements. The natural beauty here is evident, plain, and simple. Having encountered a setback with Zhang Yi, Xu Jianjun naturally seeks new targets to divert his attention. Among the 3 young women at the youth station, Xu Jianjun and Wang Hui are rather ordinary, but Li Xiao stands out slightly. However, her childlike demeanor, likely a result of her role as a leader among the younger ones, makes her seem more like a naive little sister to Xu Jianjun. Just as he contemplated sneaking off to the study group for a bit of leisure, He was intercepted by Hu Jufang, who seemed to harbor considerable disapproval of him. Jianjun, are you headed to hang out with those young female intellectuals again? You really should be spending all your time with them. You're not even getting any work done. Li Xiao has mentioned it to me several times. Since you've been at the construction site, she hasn't had anyone to guide her with her revision. Junfang, what are you talking about? Both male and female young intellectuals are here for tutoring, yet you're only nitpicking at the girls. When I arrived, I left Li Xiao a substantial amount of materials and practice questions, which we can go over when I return. Why would I rush back when I can finally have a few decent meals at the construction site? Hu Junfang comes from a well-to-do family in Hujia Valley. Her brother Hu Debu being notably capable and well-regarded in the surrounding areas. She does not lack for provisions, having previously assisted many in the village. If she were to settle permanently in the countryside, Hu Junfang would undoubtedly make an exceptional match. Not only does she have a host of capable male relatives, but her beauty also solidifies her status as the village flower. Xu Jianjun suspects that perhaps his thoughts linger on the elder sister Zhang back home, hinting at the possibility of a rural romance already unfolding. Nevertheless, he knows he is not worthy of such fortune. The upcoming examination appears to be nearly secure. The only uncertainty lies in which school he will attend. Should he provoke any entanglements at this juncture, it would be wholly inappropriate. While the allure of romantic escapades is a lifelong desire, the context of time and people must be considered. If he dared to treat a girl from the Hu family with disregard, despite his self-assuredness, the outcome would be unequivocal. His downfall would be imminent, and even a retreat to the city would likely not spare him from repercussions. Your words resonate as if one were perpetually famished in Hujiayu. Just yesterday, my brother caught 2 wild chickens in the woods. If you return tonight, I shall have my sister-in-law reserve a drumstick for you. This young lady is acutely aware of Xu Jianjun's vulnerabilities. It is a blatant temptation. Gazing into Hu Jianfang's sparkling eyes, adorned with the trademark braid of this era, one might wonder if a rendition of Li Chuanbu's Xiaofang would compel her to sneak home and pilfer her brother's 2 chickens for her own indulgence. Despite the allure, Xu Jianjun managed to withstand the assault of her sugary advances. With just 2 chickens among your entire family, who could possibly be satisfied? How could I abandon the prospect of a mere drumstick to accompany you back? Junfang, I have heard that Uncle Jin's cousin has proposed to your father. What say you? Do share with me the character of this young man. Spare me your drooling. If you wish not to return, simply say so. Hu Junfang, disregarding Xu Jianjun's inquiries about the marriage proposal, rolled her eyes and huffed away. Though innocent, she could sense his aloofness, and thus she offered him no further kindness. Those who exhibit loyalty often fall prey to betrayal, particularly among the scholarly. The resumption of the college entrance examination has fostered a multitude of romances, and Xu Jianjun is reluctant to become another pair of disillusioned lovers. My apologies, dear Xiaofang. Upon arriving at the study group S base, I was met with a cacophony. Typically, they are fervently reviewing their lessons where silence reigns supreme. Yet today they were as boisterous as if under the influence of a stimulant. What has transpired? They appear elated beyond measure. He Jianzhang's article to the Guangming Daily has received a reply, and the editor-in-chief himself responded, requesting well-prepared materials and arguments. It seems the newspaper is engaging in a discussion on this very topic. Is this not a cause for celebration? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Yang Xiaowei expressed her exhilaration as if her own article had been published. This young lady, a scion of privilege, has not endured the trials of society, presenting herself with the airs of a young lady. While she possesses beauty, her demeanor is less than endearing. However, in her pursuit of Xu Jianjun, she displays an unusually amiable disposition. Oh, what article is this? He is quite impressive for the editor-in-chief to lower himself to invite contributions. It must be a piece of remarkable merit, one that stirs the world and defies convention. Xu Jianjun inquired nonchalantly. It is the topic we discussed during our moments of relaxation, regarding the wisdom that arises from practice. The primary arguments are indeed yours. I merely polished them. I did not anticipate such a swift response. It has been less than 10 days since I sent it out. By the way, you must assist me in gathering the necessary materials and supplementary evidence. I cannot manage this alone. He Zhuzhang found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Previously, he had published poetry and essays, perhaps garnering a small column in a local paper, but this time is different. The Guangming Daily is a national publication, and the editor-in-chief's level is not one they often encounter. Upon hearing this, Xu Jianjun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Damn it. I merely corrected a mistake during your discussion, and unexpectedly, it triggered a butterfly effect. He had no right to engage in discussions about history and current affairs with those esteemed figures from the press. He was unworthy even to carry their shoes. What assistance could I possibly offer? My knowledge is limited and has long been exhausted by you all. Do not place the blame on me, for I am timid. Yet, what does courage have to do with it? In truth, many of your viewpoints are quite enlightening for everyone. Jianjun, you need not be so modest. We shall co-author when the time comes, Xu Jianjun remarked nonchalantly. Maintaining a low profile while accumulating wealth discreetly is Xu Jianjun's established strategy. How could he possibly go mad alongside old He, thrusting himself into the spotlight? He would be better off avoiding it altogether. Liao Yun, how is your mathematics review progressing? The examination is fast approaching, and if you do not address this weakness promptly, your aspirations of attending a prestigious school may be in jeopardy. Ignoring Xu Jianjun's piercing gaze, Xu Jianjun executed a swift 180-degree turn. In comparison, this girl was truly his type, standing at an estimated 170 centimeters, though clad in loose-fitting attire. Xu Jianjun's extensive experience with women assured him of her commendable figure. In today's environment, one would find it hard to believe anyone could possess skin as delicate as that, yet hers was notably fair, deserving a solid 90 out of 100. Rest assured, after this period of tutoring, while I cannot claim to have no issues at all, progress is undeniably evident. Jianjun, there is no need for excessive gratitude. The circumstances are not favorable now, but once we return to the capital, I shall treat you to a grand meal at Fengziyuan. Liao Yun was astute, effortlessly shifting the topic without any sense of awkwardness. Fengziyuan is not a place one frequents lightly. Be wary, or I may dine you into poverty. My father has finally received the salary he was owed for over a decade. Now he is quite affluent and has written to boast about it several times. So, you understand, I need not worry about who will foot the bill. Liao Yun's father, a former university professor, had been relegated to obscurity for so many years. After finally being vindicated and compensated, he has now fallen prey to his daughter's whims. How unfortunate indeed. With your assurance, I shall feel free to order without reservation. Ah. The imagery of that moment unfolds vividly in my mind. For now, I can only nibble on some cornbread to soothe my stomach. Chapter 10. Go away. Xu Jianjun relentlessly pursued Xu Jianjun for an extensive discussion, which thoroughly vexed the latter. It is likely that Xu Jianjun's curiosity was piqued by encountering a fellow intellectual youth whose views aligned with his own, prompting him to seek further understanding of the situation. However, should one truly consider oneself of equal stature, boldly presenting personal opinions would likely elicit nothing more than a dismissive smile from the esteemed figure, merely adding a modicum of conversational material. Ah, dear He, at this juncture, no discussion holds any significance. The crucial moment for preparing for the college entrance examination is at hand, and every second is invaluable. Monetary rewards and published articles are inconsequential. Though Xu Jianjun tends to get lost in trivialities, his sincerity makes him a commendable companion, and it would be ideal to dissuade him from his obsession. Alas, encountering a viewpoint of genuine interest ignites a spark of excitement within me. I assure you, I will not allow this to impede my preparations for the examination. He is a rather earnest individual, which is why his frequent blunt remarks towards Xu Jianjun do not hinder their rapport. I have little faith in your assurances. Your family has been quite generous. Yet look at yourself. You are nearly withered to skin and bones. You have received your manuscript payments. Why not procure some lard or other nourishing sustenance? I worry whether you will endure until the examination. With Xu Jianjun's humorous interjections, the conversation inevitably veered off course. Yet the paramount concern for this group remains their exam preparations. At this moment, their academic enthusiasm relies entirely on self-motivation, devoid of teacher oversight, with only Xu Jianjun, a somewhat inadequate tutor, occasionally elucidating exercises. Having been born in the 1980s, Xu Jianjun had never truly experienced the pangs of hunger. Such an experience is hardly one to be relished. It was only during the initial period after the new year that he genuinely felt the sensation of hunger gnawing at him, where desperation made everything appear as potential nourishment. The primary focus now is to enhance his meager finances. The strategies for earning through novel writing are unfeasible in this environment. How splendid it would be to be reborn in Hong Kong, to seize the identity of Huang Yi, challenge the legendary Jean, produce films, delve into finance, ascend to the pinnacle of life, and amass wealth akin to that of Li Huanghua, while courting the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong. Merely contemplating this evokes a longing for a life unencumbered by present woes. Regrettably, the captivating young lady, whom the wealthy matrons of Hong Kong despise, remains but a child, waiting for her uncle, who knows what fate may yet unfold. As for the second path of rebirth, to plagiarize songs, this is even less viable. Should Xu Jianjun attempt to bring forth the popular melodies of the future, his plans for silent prosperity would meet an untimely demise. However, perhaps the revolutionary songs merit some consideration, albeit opportunities remain scarce. With a mind brimming with ideas, yet lacking a platform to express them, the only course is to proceed step by step, for one may stumble upon fortune unexpectedly. Nevertheless, sending some prose or poetry to the newspaper could yield results. Though the remuneration may be scant, even the legs of a mosquito contain flesh. After all, one cannot rely on familial support indefinitely. It is quite unbecoming for a man to seek aid from his sister. Others pour their hearts and souls into crafting poetry and prose, agonizing over every word. Yet, for Xu Jianjun, it is as effortless as transcribing a text. He can effortlessly produce several pieces in a mere moment. Liao Yun, who has been observing him closely, could not help but glance at one of his works. After reading just a few lines, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she felt an irresistible urge to read it aloud. Noticing her enthusiasm, Xu Jianjun quickly interrupted her, gesturing for silence. Please keep this to yourself. I intend to exchange it for a fee. Whether I can indulge in pork stew with vermicelli hinges on this, he remarked. Although Liao Yun is becoming accustomed to his unique blend of literary flair and culinary references, she still finds it somewhat jarring. Oh, great talent. Must every line revolve around food? Are you perhaps a reincarnation of a starving ghost? She teased. And don't forget that you owe me a lavish meal at Fengzi Yuan. She added playfully. I am, after all, a mere mortal. Satisfying one's hunger is a fundamental need. If one only speaks of ideals while neglecting basic necessities, what is the purpose of life? Such behavior is reserved for sages. Are you so certain that we will all gain admission to university? What if I were to fail? Who would have the inclination to treat you to dinner then? Liao Yun said with a mischievous smile. This girl is a top student with a solid foundation. Even Xu Jianjun acknowledges that he might not score higher than her. Liao Yun, do not underestimate yourself. With my diligent guidance, success in the exams is within reach. Xu Jianjun proclaimed, unabashedly flattering himself. His audacity forced Liao Yun to respond with a wry smile, as humility is indeed a virtue. What secretive conversation are you two engaged in, so animatedly? Yang Xiaohui interjected, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable as she observed the camaraderie between Xu Jianjun and Liao Yun. As if she were being excluded. We were discussing where we might attend university in the future. Should we return to the capital, or venture to Shanghai for a change of scenery? Xu Jianjun preemptively answered before Liao Yun could respond. Naturally, we should stay in the capital. It is the heart of the nation, and the finest institutions are located here. Why should we seek distant shores? He continued. There is already a burgeoning sentiment among their group that, given the opportunity, the capital is the preferred choice. Old he, which university do you aspire to attend? What profession do you wish to pursue? With the topic shifted, it was the perfect moment to relax. A balance of work and leisure is essential. As for me, I aspire to be a war correspondent, wielding the pen to critique the enemy while having the chance to fight alongside real soldiers. What a thrilling life that would be, he declared passionately. In times of peace, there are hardly any wars to cover. I suggest you settle for being a journalist. Leave the battlefield aspirations behind. Yang Xiaohui responded dismissively. Xu Jianjun secretly chuckled, knowing that Miss Yang was likely unaware that a war against Vietnam would soon commence. Although the large-scale conflict was swiftly resolved in mere days, the training and rotations of troops continued for over a decade. After graduating from university, He Junzhong would still have the opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. Xu Jianjun, where do you intend to apply, and what field will you pursue? At Jingda, majoring in economics. Economics? That will certainly be lucrative in the future. Nonsense. My aim is to contribute to the construction of a socialist economy. Do not harbor such misconceptions about my intentions. Chapter 11. The problem solver of the small town in the realm of storytelling. The methods to earn additional remuneration have become rather unorthodox and, for the most part, unsuitable for the present moment, unless Xu Jianjun is utterly fatigued with life. Yet, the likes of Yu Qiuyu, Hai Zi, and Gu Cheng remain hidden in some obscure corner. Or perhaps they could borrow from the rotation of lectures presented by various esteemed platforms, which would certainly not be detrimental. While aspirations are grand, reality often proves starkly different. After Xu Jianjun submitted a dozen manuscripts, the reward finally materialized, a meager 4.5 yuan, just enough to recoup the cost of postage. Such a disheartening ratio of investment to return extinguished his fervor for literary imitation. The elder designer has yet to unleash his full potential. The era of reform and opening has not fully unfolded, and the domestic soil offers little opportunity for speculative fortune. Returning to Xu Jianjun, he observes his fellow villagers laboring in the fields. The children, though their faces are drawn, play joyfully without a care in the world. Li Xiao, the teacher adored by her students, immerses herself in her studies. At this moment, Xu Jianjun's restless spirit also begins to find solace. Indeed, there is little to lament about being born in this era. Though the people may be impoverished and their meals insufficient, their eyes still sparkle with hope. They are the masters of their own fate, the farmers who sustain the nation. Their children are not looked down upon as mere migrant workers. Instead, striving for education is an honorable pursuit, as graduation leads to a position as a civil servant, rather than ending up as an overlooked problem solver of a small town. Brother Jun, I have gone through the exercise book you lent me several times. I have tackled the questions I struggled with, and with your guidance, I have managed to overcome each challenge. Do you think I stand a chance of passing? I currently feel utterly uncertain, Li Xiao inquired, her gaze shifting from her book to Xu Jianjun, who seemed lost in thought. Fear not, the previous batch has already admitted those elite geniuses, which means our competition has been partially filtered out. We all stand on the same starting line, and no one has a significantly stronger advantage. With our comprehensive materials and my relentless dedication, if we cannot gain admission to Weiming Lake, then there is still hope for Waiduku, Waigongkun, or Jishuitan. I know that Weiming Lake refers to Peking University, and is Waiduku not Shuitu University? But what about Waigongkun and Jishuitan? Brother Jun, why do you not mention the names of these schools? I find it more intuitive to refer to their locations. Waigongkun is the party school of the People's University. And as for Jishuitan, the materials we possess are from the very institution Zhang Yi attends. As long as I can gain admission to the normal university, I would be immensely satisfied. By the way, did Zhang Yi not reply to you? What did she say? Did she mention anything about her school? I am so eager to know. Through Xu Jianjun's unwavering efforts, Zhang Yi did indeed respond, indicating that she had not entirely cast aside her younger brother. However, her affection remained unreciprocated, as her reply merely touched upon matters concerning her enrollment and the reason for her delayed response. The ivory tower is undoubtedly a realm of beauty, a fact well acknowledged without the need for her to articulate it. However, after years of inactivity and formal admissions, it is said that there is a significant shortage of faculty. Some professors only arrive at the school after the semester has commenced, likely having been engaged in labor elsewhere. It seems you aspire to join their institution. Have you become quite fond of teaching? There is nothing inherently wrong with being an educator, as imparting knowledge is a noble contribution to society. Staying at Xu Jianjun to teach is also a commendable choice. Perhaps Uncle Jin could help you find a local son-in-law, allowing you to fully integrate into this large family. Ha ha. As Li Xiao unwittingly elevated the mood, Xu Jianjun could not resist teasing. Oh, Junge, you always find a way to jest at my expense. Teaching at this level is certainly different from university instruction. Here, I can only teach children to recognize characters and understand propriety. If I pursue further studies at university, I would be equipped to teach a broader range of subjects. Moreover, my parents would undoubtedly prefer I not remain here. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Xu Jianjun's remarks, Li Xiao defended herself. Indeed, that is a worthy aspiration. May we both see our desires fulfilled. It has been several months since I last saw my family. I find myself yearning for them. Although our time together in this new life has been brief, Xu Jianjun has unconsciously absorbed the emotions of Xiao Su, his industrious parents, his principled elder brother, his exceptionally caring second sister, and his mischievous younger brother, all of whom are unforgettable. You are fortunate. You managed to return home for the spring festival. We do not enjoy such privileges. The most unfortunate is Sister Zhu, who has reportedly not returned home in 2 years. Furthermore, her family is quite diminished, with both parents having passed away and only a younger brother who has been relocated to a distant area. The fade of beauty often masks deeper troubles. Every era harbors its share of grievances. While it is natural to feel nostalgic, it is crucial for Xu Jianjun to refrain from seeking the limelight by instigating sensational events, such as the well-known movements or the remarkable achievements of Shaojiang village. He lacks the audacity to consider himself a savior of the world, having endured the information deluge of later generations. Xu Jianjun finds that being self-sufficient while extending help to those within his capacity constitutes the greatest kindness he can offer to this world. Ah, Jianjun. Where did you procure these fish? They seem rather substantial, weighing several pounds. It has been a while since I indulged in meat. I'd love to share in the bounty. Just as the two fell into a contemplative silence, a vibrant female voice shattered the homesick atmosphere. Wang Hui, we've just completed our work. If you wish to partake, you are welcome to join us. Li Xiao and I still have some studying to do. The preparation is in your capable hands, and we shall await the fruits of your labor. Initially, I thought to wait for Yangjun Gu to return to handle this. But I must admit, I prefer your culinary skills. I've just returned from the fields, and you have the audacity to summon me. Besides, I lack the necessary ingredients. How can I possibly cook? Wang Hui, desiring only ready-made food, was somewhat displeased at the prospect of exerting effort. I have prepared all the necessary ingredients, so you need not worry. Sister Hui, I believe in your ability to concoct a delectable fish soup. It will be a piece of cake for you. The few individuals at the youth station are generally decent, although Xu Jianjun holds a certain disfavor towards Lu Feng and Wang Hui. Lu Feng, as a man, exhibits a lack of responsibility, often shirking from challenges while eagerly stepping forward to seize any advantage. As for Wang Hui, her words are often sharp and caustic, and she possesses a zero emotional intelligence. Having offended nearly everyone at the youth station, the principle, treat others as you wish to be treated, holds true in human interactions. Thus, Xu Jianjun sees no reason to maintain a facade of harmony with Wang Hui. As long as there is a semblance of civility, it suffices. If you wish to partake in the feasting, you must contribute some effort. No one is obliged to indulge another. Regarding your diligent efforts, one must wonder if you will indeed succeed in the examinations. Let us hope it does not end in vain as it did last year. Despite taking on responsibilities, Wang Hui's tongue remains unbridled. Sister Hui, I cannot speak for you, but I assure you, Jun Gu is quite assured of his success. Have you not heard that the others at the dam construction site have sought his guidance? The young lady still possesses a shred of conscience, consistently defending Xu Jianjun in her words. This matter remains uncertain, yet should you achieve your ambitions and rise to prominence, do not forget your comrades who have toiled alongside you through the years. Now, I shan't delay your studies any longer. I shall take a moment to wash my face. Chapter 12. The intensity of preparation as the reinforcement work on the dam reaches a conclusion. The approach of the college entrance examination looms ever closer. Whether at the youth commune or the brigade office, those preparing for the examination are afforded consideration within their capacity. At the very least, they are relieved from the more arduous tasks of wheat harvesting and autumn planting, instead assigned lighter duties, and at times, are not allocated any work at all. After a period of guidance at the construction site, Xu Jianjun has demonstrated his competence. Now, everyone has returned to their homes. Yet this does not quell the fervor for knowledge among the people. Just a few days into a newfound tranquility, He Junzhong arrived, accompanied by Li Kaijiang from a nearby youth commune. They made the journey every morning and returned at dusk, and Xu found himself somewhat in awe of their tenacity. Although the area is flat and devoid of perilous cliffs, traversing the darkened paths at night still poses a considerable challenge. In truth, He Junzhong's level of knowledge no longer necessitates extensive guidance from Xu Jianjun. However, he insists that studying alongside Xu enhances his efficiency. He feels confident in the areas he struggles with, knowing he can seek assistance at any time, leaving Xu both amused and exasperated. Old He, you're welcome to come. But I can't afford to feed you both, Xu quipped. Starting tomorrow, bring your own provisions. If you wish to share meals, make sure to prepare your supplies ahead of time. Our situation is already quite tight, and with the two of you hefty fellows around, we'll surely find ourselves hungry. If I manage to succeed in the exams and leave, it will be our fellow youths who suffer. This is not how I operate. I won't be generous with others' resources. Rest assured, you needn't worry. We understand the rules, he replied with a chuckle. Tomorrow, I'll borrow a bicycle and bring Liao Yun and Yang Shaohui along. They've heard I'm visiting you and plan to come as well. By the way, could you inquire within your team about a temporary place to stay? It would be splendid if we could settle in with you for the next couple of months. I've checked with the county youth office, and it seems we have no obligations from now on. As long as we can earn enough points to last until July, they won't bother us. The batch of students from the class of 77 has already begun their studies, enjoying privileges that set them apart as the favored few, with promising futures ahead. The youth office is well informed, and naturally, they wouldn't risk discord with those aspiring to enter university over trivial matters. In reality, the truly industrious youths are those in the semi-militarized construction corps, while the rest, like these half-hearted participants, are of little consequence to the farmers, who would not be hindered by their absence. Arrangements for others require inquiries, yet you, my friend, could comfortably reside in the nearby cow shed, with straw and manure perfectly matching your disposition. Get lost. Stop teasing me, Su retorted, grinning. If you're so bold, let Yang Xiaowei stay in the cow shed. That young lady would surely create chaos. Xu Jianjun, recognizing his fiery temperament, wisely refrained from interjecting. He knew better than to provoke her, for she possessed a fierce spirit and a strong sense of justice. Nonetheless, she was also generous and straightforward, and such a character, when embodied by a young woman, is undeniably admirable and worth befriending. She, being an exquisite beauty, exuded an aura that rendered her both alluring and distant, prompting Xu Jianjun to maintain a judgmental stance in their previous interactions, keeping a safe distance from everyone. Who dares to speak ill of me? He Junzhong, is it you? You rascal? Are you not a man? Discussing others behind their backs, how brazen. Just as I mentioned Xiao Qiao, he arrives unannounced. As Yang Xiaowei stepped into the room, she bore a countenance of righteous indignation, causing He Junzhong to flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, Liao Yun, who had entered alongside her, came to his rescue, stating, We just heard you discussing accommodation arrangements. Please don't forget us. A collective learning atmosphere is essential. As the conversation unfolded, I suggested placing He Junzhong in the adjacent cattle shed to keep company with Lao Huang. To my surprise, he objected. Lao Huang, who toils daily in the fields, would likely be displeased if this fellow were to intrude upon his labor. Xu Jianjun's humorous remarks lightened the mood, allowing Yang Xiaowei to set aside her earlier displeasure as she surveyed their dormitory. The accommodations were rather simple, a large room serving as a bedroom, living area, and dining space, while cooking facilities were situated in a separate area. The boys' bedding was unpretentious, and Yang Xiaowei noted the neatly arranged quilts, devoid of any unpleasant odors from socks or shoes. She nodded to herself, satisfied that the conditions were relatively equal, emphasizing the importance of cleanliness. She could not endure a foul environment for even a moment. With their objectives clear, there was no time for idle chatter. The dormitory lacked sufficient seating, so Xu Jianjun led them to a nearby elementary school. During the busy farming season, even the students helped out in the fields. Thus securing an empty classroom was not an issue. Xu Jianjun excelled in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, standing out as a formidable presence among the group. While he sought to bolster his knowledge in political studies, after months of diligent memorization, he felt he had finally addressed this last gap in his education, making him the most relaxed of the lot. Due to a scarcity of learning materials, printing test papers was not feasible. Often, a single document would circulate among them, with some vital resources requiring transcription. In the early stages, Xu Jianjun shared his materials with the group, contributing to his popularity. Among these candidates, most had completed only their junior high education, while even current high school students were merely coasting through. Hence, high school knowledge relied heavily on self-study, with those from educated families or who had developed a study habit in their youth forming the backbone of the previous two admissions. Among this group, He Junzhong possessed the finest aptitude. If they were to be assessed on the same level, Xu Jianjun might not surpass him. He was undoubtedly a top student. Yang Xiaowei and Liao Yun were equally matched, although Liao Yun's meticulousness could serve as an advantage in examinations, allowing her to outperform under normal circumstances. Li Xiao, with a weaker foundation, had seen improvements through Xu Jianjun's intensive tutoring and practice, closing the gap considerably. As for Li Kaijiang, who had started late, time was not on his side, and his ability to grasp concepts was somewhat lacking, leaving his prospects uncertain. To the best of one's abilities, the rest is left to fate. Xu Jianjun first organized and summarized the questions they usually posed, then explained them systematically by category. Throughout the process, he integrated his knowledge and imparted some examination strategies. While these notions were second nature to Xu Jianjun, they opened up a new realm for the others. It was a revelation that examinations could indeed be approached in such a manner, particularly for Li Xiao, who also held a teaching position. Xu Jianjun's articulate and accessible explanations made her acutely aware of her own limitations. She harbored doubts that even pursuing further studies at a university would elevate her to such a level, which was undeniably disheartening. During this time, Xu Jianjun's unreserved contributions did not incite any feelings of jealousy in Li Xiao. Rather, they left her feeling increasingly insecure about her own capabilities. Chapter 13. Ready for action. Li Xiao, do you remember how Xu Jianjun failed to pass the exam last time? Given his capabilities, While it may not be guaranteed that he could secure a place at a prestigious institution, it seems implausible that he could fail to gain admission anywhere. I did not participate in last year's examination. Could it be that those from the old third cohort are genuinely formidable? During a break, Li Kaijiang could not suppress the doubts that lingered in his mind. I am uncertain as well. The scores from the last exam were never disclosed. And even Jianjun himself is unaware of how he fared. However, I feel that Jianjun has undergone a remarkable transformation since his last visit home. It is as though he has become an entirely different person, not just in his studies, but also in his character. I have heard that while at home, he acted heroically by apprehending a thug, which resulted in him sustaining a head injury. I wonder if that has any connection to his change. Li Xiao appeared to have opened a floodgate of gossip. Oh, he acted heroically? I must admit, I did not expect that. But it seems rather futile if he ended up injured by the very thug he confronted. Yang Xiaowei chimed in. It appears he managed to catch two of them, but failed to notice a third lurking in the shadows, leading to his ambush. The big hat even sent us a commendatory letter praising him. Jianjun is quite formidable in a fight. Have you heard of Zhu Dazhuang from Zitugu? He was quite arrogant until Jianjun put him in his place. Now, he behaves like a meek little kitten in front of Jianjun. Although Xu Jianjun has been particularly cautious, he cannot entirely conceal his transformation from those who are familiar with him. Fortunately, being hospitalized due to a head injury is a compelling justification that requires no further explanation. Everyone instinctively deduces the reasons behind it. In the warm May weather, people donned summer attire, and the wheat harvest relied on the humble sickle. Men, women, and children from the team joined forces, and witnessing their spirited efforts, Xu Jianjun reflected that the common folk of Huaxiao are the most easily satisfied, a statement that rings true. At this moment, distinctions of wealth and class seemed irrelevant. Everyone hailed from humble beginnings, and who among the three preceding generations had not tilled the soil? While some individuals from bureaucratic backgrounds may exhibit a slight sense of superiority, it is understandable, given that their forebears contributed significantly to the nation. However, this sense of superiority does not yield tangible benefits. Presently, many of these well-rooted second-generation individuals have been redirected to the military, and some, like themselves, have answered the call to experience rural life. Gazing at the wheat piled high in the granary, Uncle Jin's aged visage bore the marks of time, with wrinkles taking on a softened curve. Observing Xu Jianjun's leisurely demeanor, he could not help but admonish, I say, Xu lad, if you have completed your studies, come lend a hand at the harvest. Do not prance about as if you were an official on an inspection. It invites unwarranted gossip. Uncle Jen, the harvest seems quite bountiful this year. Your smile is impossible to conceal. Yet relying solely on oxen to pull the stone mill is rather inefficient. Why not procure a tractor? It would greatly facilitate our work compared to the current method. Do you think tractors are as abundant as cabbages? If I desired one, I could simply acquire it. Such a notion is far too idealistic. Every commune is queuing for them, and who knows when it will be our turn in Xu Jianjun. Didn't Zitugu just receive one? I can ask Zhu Dazhuang to bring it over for our use for a couple of days. But we must cover the cost of diesel ourselves. Is that agreeable? That sounds good. Acquiring oil is a trivial matter for me. If all else fails, we can simply offer payment. The crucial point, however, is whether it is reliable. After all, there have been conflicts with them in the past, and my rapport with the Laozhu family is rather tenuous, which is why I have hesitated to put my face on the line to borrow. Uncle Lao Jin asked with a hint of anxiety. Rest assured, Zhu Dazhuang is now my apprentice. If he dares to refuse borrowing, I shall not hesitate to dismiss him as my disciple and give him a good thrashing. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Stop dawdling with an old man like me. Go and return quickly. We never know when the weather might change. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest easy. Having sent Xu Jianjun on his way, village chief Baojin also joined the labor. As the pillar of his household, he was a key contributor to their efforts. In rural settings, a person's prestige and ability to command respect are not determined by their eloquence or age, but rather by their capacity to shoulder responsibilities. Of course, in the current climate, it is about leading everyone to accomplish tasks efficiently and managing affairs with fairness. The Hu family in Xu Jianjun is prominent, and Wang Baojin. As an outsider, managing to become the village chief certainly indicates he possesses considerable skill. Hu Debio holds Uncle Baojin in high regard, often consulting him for advice. While working together, he casually inquired, Uncle Jin, what were you discussing with that lad Jianjun earlier? You seemed quite pleased. Do share so that we might partake in your joy. Believe it or not, you may indeed benefit from this. Young Su mentioned that he could borrow the tractor from the western gully for a couple of days, which would save us a significant amount of effort. The cows in the village have been working tirelessly these past few days, and I worry they might collapse. They are our precious assets. I find this quite credible. I heard from Xiaomei that the tractor at the Mulin Reservoir construction site was under Su's supervision, and he has taught many to drive, including Zhu Dazhuang. Ah, the competitive spirit among people is truly disheartening. Uncle General, next time you visit the town, you must strive for recognition. We cannot allow our village to lag behind. Even though we may be fewer in number, we shouldn't always be taken advantage of. Hu Jufang is well aware of Xu Jianjun's situation, and as an older brother, he is intimately familiar with the details. While others might think Xu Jianjun is showing off, he understands that this time there is a high probability of success. If complaining were effective, I would be at the township office daily voicing grievances. We've been treated as the stepchildren of Hu Jiayu for far too long, instead of wasting time. I would rather tend to the fields, as a bountiful harvest means fewer hungry mouths to feed. Uncle, do you think there's a chance for young Xu to succeed in his studies? It would be better if he didn't pass. You, my friend, speak without restraint, always wishing well for others, yet you seem intent on bringing misfortune. You and Junfang should abandon those little thoughts of yours. I have a knack for assessing people, and I believe this child is destined for success. It is wise to cultivate a good relationship now, as we may rely on him in the future. Uncle Jin advised earnestly. Hu Debiao could only reluctantly continue with his work. In the past, he would have looked down upon someone incapable of bearing burdens or lifting their hands. His sister, a splendid cabbage, should not fall prey to such a swine. However, since last year, this group of educated individuals has become increasingly sought after. Even someone like him, an unlettered rustic, has come to understand through broadcasts or snippets of conversations that the policies have undergone a transformation. Chapter 14. The final moment, the more ferocious one appears, the more they crave the approval of others. Take Zhu Dazhuang, for instance. Since reconciling with Xu Jianjun and learning to operate a tractor under Yu Dishui's guidance, Xu Jianjun has gained a preliminary understanding of his character. This newfound rapport emboldened him to confidently assure Uncle General when faced with Xu Jianjun's unexpected assault. Zhu Dazhuang sought excuses. However, after a quick knock to the head and some coaxing to find him a suitable bride, he hurriedly made his way to Hu Jiayu. Both man and machine in tow, the single-cylinder engine's power was a mere suspense. With its 14 horsepower, pulling a trailer laden with several tons was a breeze. Even hauling a stone mill for threshing was child's play. Observing Zhu Dazhuang reveling in the dust and his own delight, Xu Jianjun felt no need to intervene with Yu Deshui. Yet, the throngs of onlookers, their envious glances and murmurs, provided Zhu Dazhuang with an inexhaustible source of motivation. At that moment, he was undeniably the most dashing figure across 10 miles and 8 villages. His swagger was so pronounced that he seemed utterly disoriented. Brother, why not focus on your studies? I'll keep an eye on things here, he jested. Yu Deshui, having spent the most time with Xu Jianjun since his arrival in this world, shared a bond as solid as iron. However, this lad seemed fated to be distanced from academic pursuits, possessing intention but lacking the means. Have you received any updates regarding your elder brother's job? Xu Jianjun inquired. I'd feel quite guilty if I were to secure admission to university and leave you behind here. No need to worry. The boss is already making arrangements. However, job placements depend on opportunities. He mentioned that their system has individuals already employed who are solely focused on university entrance exams, so surely a few positions will become available. My job is secure. It's only a matter of time. I heard from the boss that my uncle seems to have been promoted due to his commendable performance. So this should pose no issue. Having connections in high places is a golden rule, applicable now and in the future. Speaking of Xu Jianjun's family, they truly lack any noteworthy relatives. On his father's side, his uncle's farm on the outskirts, and while they manage to eat grain from the market, they still require assistance in times of difficulty. His 2 aunts present a similar picture. The eldest married far away in Jingchu and has been out of touch for years, while the younger aunt's family belongs to the working class, with her husband barely scraping by as a workshop leader, unable to lend a hand to relatives. As for his mother's side, there is nothing to speak of, as they reside in Tianjin. Observing Yu Shaosong's nonchalance regarding his future, Xu Jianjun chose to disregard him. After all, isn't a carefree existence a form of happiness? Time passed leisurely for Xu Jianjun amid the trials of his peers preparing for exams, as the wheat harvest flourished and corn grew wildly. The day of the college entrance examination drew ever closer. At this juncture, the youth commune mustered some resolve, granting the examinees a complete respite to focus on their final preparations. The director even took the initiative to provide them with supplementary food to enhance their nutrition. Xu Jianjun had essentially rectified his weaknesses. Not only had he mastered theoretical concepts, but he had also immersed himself in current affairs and hot topics through diligent study of newspapers. His primary concern was to avoid any unforeseen theories that could arise during the examination, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. By this time, even the usually nonchalant Yang Xiaohui had tempered her temper and adopted a serious demeanor. This was largely due to Xu Jianjun's often brusque manner towards her. While she held some grievances against him, it did not deter her from seeking his assistance with her academic difficulties. Dear sister, when faced with challenges, one must reflect deeply. This question is merely a variation of the one you asked the day before yesterday. The underlying concepts remain unchanged, he admonished. Could you exhibit a modicum of patience? After all, we are nearing exam time and nerves are high. I forgot what we discussed the other day, Yang Xiaohui retorted, clearly sensing Xu Jianjun's somewhat dismissive attitude and feeling a twinge of discontent. All right, everyone, let us not be anxious. While I hesitate to make unwarranted assessments of your language and politics skills, I shall prepare a comprehensive set of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English exam papers for a mock examination. This will enable you to gauge your understanding. Remember, anxiety will only hinder your performance. It is only through a relaxed mindset that you can effectively apply your knowledge during the exam, regardless of Yang Xiaohui's temperament. She was generally well regarded. Otherwise, Xu Jianjun would not have allowed her to remain in his presence for so long. Old Xu, I see potential in you as a university instructor. You assign homework, summarize problems, and now you've even created your own exam papers. We truly are fortunate. He Junzhong jested, as he often did in Xu Jianjun's company, although he was less articulate when speaking to girls. Get lost. I have no interest in teaching. If it weren't for the affinity I feel for you all, do you think I have the time? I willingly impart my knowledge to you, correcting your mistakes without expecting any gratitude, expending my mental resources. Do you have any idea how many brain cells I've sacrificed? Xu Jianjun's complaints elicited laughter from the group, including Yang Xiaohui, who felt a sense of relief. Indeed, others had no obligation to provide free tutoring, especially without compensation or the expectation of future reciprocation. The effort he had put forth was already commendable. All right, we all acknowledge your hard work, Teacher Xu. This evening, we shall collectively prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Xiaohui has brought a generous supply of meat coupons, so we can all benefit from your generosity. I shall take charge of making potato stew, Liao Yun remarked, accurately sensing Xu Jianjun's enthusiasm for delectable food. I will whip up some scrambled eggs with chives. Oh, it has been ages since I've enjoyed such culinary delights. Li Xiao volunteered eagerly. Don't look to me, my skills are limited. I can only assist you all by washing vegetables and cleaning dishes. Once given a command, I will ensure the task is completed with utmost quality. He Junzhong and Li Kaijiang, both of whom possessed only rudimentary cooking skills, resigned themselves to handling the minor chores. This rare opportunity for collaboration brought everyone together, each assuming their respective roles. Those preparing ingredients focused on their tasks, while others scurried to borrow any needed seasonings. Xu Jianjun even managed to procure 2 pounds of yellow wine from Hu Debiao's home, a prized item he typically guarded jealously. However, having been sold out by Hu Junfang, he had no choice but to relinquish it when Xu Jianjun came knocking. In the end, the entire group of educated youth, along with the study group and the Hu siblings, gathered around a makeshift table, the spread lavish and smiles abundant, creating an atmosphere more festive than a celebration of the new year. Once the examinations are concluded, such opportunities shall never arise again. Let this gathering be deemed a prelude to camaraderie, where none shall speak of future destinations, but rather reminisce about the indelible moments shared together. There exists the navet upon first arrival at the youth labor site, the humorous mishaps encountered while laboring in the fields, the clandestine exchange of prohibited literature, and the silent mutual support that flourished amongst them. Naturally, there were also quarrels, with tempers flaring and fists raised. Yet in this moment of reflection on the myriad experiences of the past few years, no one would dare to bring forth these unpleasant memories. It is indeed a rarity, in an era marked by scarcity, to indulge in a modest drink. Although the quantity may be slight, it suffices to elevate the spirits. I recall when young Xu first arrived, his disdain evident toward everyone around him. At that time, I was unaware of his hidden prowess and sought to impart a lesson upon him as the elder brother figure, only to find myself the one educated, resulting in 2 days of absence from work. I felt too embarrassed to disclose the reason for my leave, which drew considerable discontent from the squad leader who. Now, almost 2 years have swiftly passed, and alas, You are on the verge of liberation from this arduous existence. Yet, the fate of those like us, who yearn for a return to the city, remains uncertain. Wang Yongjun's grandfather was a landlord, classifying him as a subject in need of profound reformation. To pursue a return to the city through conventional means proves to be quite challenging. Fear not, Brother Wang. Have you not witnessed the monumental transformations since the ascension of Deng? The policies have undergone a radical metamorphosis, and once the reforms yield tangible results, the younger generation will be called upon to participate in the reconstruction. A return is merely a matter of time. Although Xu Jianjun is aware of the impending significant events, when it comes to individual circumstances, he remains uncertain about the specifics of the arrangements and can only offer words of solace. Chapter 15 Midsummer night. As the evening's laughter faded and the jovial banter receded, Xu Jianjun, having indulged in a hearty meal, strolled leisurely along the village's meandering brook. A rather extravagant pastime in this era. Unbeknownst to him, over the past 6 months, he had gradually acclimated to his surroundings, finding joy in the simplicity of life. Initially, upon his arrival, he constantly compared everything to his past, dismissing this and looking down upon that. Who would have imagined that Xu Jianjun could now saunter through the countryside with such ease, as if surveying his own fields, though lacking the comfort of an air-conditioned room? He found solace in the sounds of cicadas and the laughter of children, amidst the fragrance of blooming flowers. Even in the modern world, where prosperity had flourished through reform and urbanization, there existed a myriad of worries. There is a saying that rings true: when one is hungry, there is but one concern. Once satiated, a multitude of troubles arise. He chuckled to himself, pondering whether he was merely fretting over trifles while the true priority was to secure his basic needs. Although he might smoothly transition into university, relying solely on the meager student allowances would merely stave off starvation. To elevate his quality of life, a stable source of income was essential. Should he consider lingering in the embassy district, hoping to charm some foreigners into paying him for translation or guiding services? Oh, such musings were futile. Adaptability was crucial. As he contemplated his future fortunes, a tall figure emerged before him, her simple attire unable to conceal her graceful form. It was Liao Yun, wandering aimlessly at this late hour, seemingly unafraid of encountering any wild beasts. I've never consumed alcohol before, and it left me feeling unwell and restless, so I decided to take a stroll. This isn't a remote wilderness. Where would one find beasts here? Liao Yun, indeed slightly affected by the wine, appeared under the moonlight with a blush adorning her distinctively fair complexion. What wild beasts? Right before you stands one, he teased. Aren't wolves considered beasts? How about joining me in the mountains as my lady of the stronghold? Leave me be. If you keep babbling nonsense, I won't pay you any heed. She knew well enough that his penchant for indiscretion was a habitual quirk. Otherwise, his frivolous demeanor would have earned him a good thrashing at the village's edge. Have you decided which school to apply to? Are you reuniting with your father? The Industrial Institute is filled with technical subjects, and my grasp of mathematics and physics is lacking. While I've been brushing up on those subjects, my interest in the sciences is quite minimal. Since their essay choice, I shall undoubtedly select a school and major that I am passionate about. Your father is a professor in the sciences, and your mother is also an expert in engineering, yet you seem to lack their aptitude. How is that? I was raised primarily by my grandmother, as they were both preoccupied with their careers, leaving little time to attend to my education. However, we do have an abundance of books at home, especially in the sciences. Perhaps due to their overwhelming presence, I found myself disinterested, gravitating instead towards literature and history, which I could memorize after just a couple of readings. As the two continued their stroll, the conversation flowed effortlessly and naturally. However, had anyone overheard their exchange, they would likely be infuriated or deem the duo arrogant braggarts. For them, university seemed a foregone conclusion. The only distinction lay in which institution they would attend. As Xu Jianjun walked along the small creek, he paused at a bend and pointed ahead, saying, "You cannot go any further. Let us turn back." "What do you mean I can't go? Is there some forbidden area in this little village?" Liao Yin scoffed. "It's not exactly a forbidden zone. It's just that if you're looking to see boys in the nude, it doesn't matter if you go, but it might frighten the delicate flowers of our nation." Xu Jianjun replied with a mischievous grin, relishing the rare sight of Liao Yun's embarrassment. Listening closely, Liao Yun indeed heard voices. Connecting the dots with the deep pool at the bend, she realized that during this weather, it was not uncommon for boys to gather for an outdoor bath in the countryside. With this thought, she shot Xu Jianjun an annoyed glance, wondering why he couldn't just explain the situation honestly instead of teasing her. Seeing Liao Yun storm ahead, Huffing in frustration, Xu Jianjun quickly followed, his gaze appreciating her form under the moonlight. As if sensing his fiery gaze, Liao Yun halted and ordered, "You go ahead." Xu Jianjun, blissfully unaware of being caught in the act, cheerfully walked in front. As a vigorous young man, he would have been untroubled had he never encountered women before. But as someone from a future life, he was well versed in harmonious marital relations and various social engagements. Having seen it all, foot massages, extravagant encounters, nothing was unfamiliar to him. Years of concentrated restrictions had curtailed many of Su's fantasies, as he knew well that many notable figures had fallen prey to such temptations. He had no desire to be dragged to the western border to toil away or to face a lifetime of regret from a single bullet. Yet, he believed one should not shy away from life's vibrancy. Liao Yun's figure was undeniably commendable. It was merely her unflattering attire that lacked aesthetic appeal. With a little effort in dressing up and a trendy hairstyle, she could easily captivate a throng of spirited young men. With Xu Jianjun's extensive experience spanning 3 to 4 decades of his past life, coupled with the various charming tactics he had absorbed from social media, if he unleashed his full charm, how many could resist? Sensing the atmosphere was a bit dull, he casually shared a humorous anecdote, making Liao Yun giggle, momentarily forgetting their earlier minor disagreement. "Why do you have so many disjointed thoughts? It's impressive that you possess such knowledge. Do you realize how envious that makes people? It seems the identity of a genius can no longer be concealed. Honestly, who has discovered this secret? Has Yang Xiaowei been speaking ill of me? Xiaowei, has he spoken ill of you? She is merely curious about you. By the way, why do you always treat her with such disdain? Sometimes I can hardly bear it." Liao Yun chose to ignore Xu Jianjun's self-aggrandizement, having grown accustomed to his manner of speaking. "I only have her best interests at heart." Letting her know in advance that although she has family protection, not everyone in society will cater to her. "I am not being unreasonable. It is only when she acts incorrectly that I offer appropriate guidance. As long as she can recognize her own issues, we can still coexist peacefully. Curiosity is often the precursor to a woman's downfall. However, old Xu has neither cultivated any particular hobbies nor possesses the arrogance to presume he can instruct others at will. With respect to Yang Xiaowei, maintaining a prudent distance is indeed the wisest course of action." On one occasion, she muttered that he is an old pedant, remarking that at times he lacks the vivacity typical of youth, suggesting he ought to be addressed as Uncle Xu. As I anticipated, this girl certainly harbors no kind words for me. I consider my demeanor to be one of mature composure. But enough about her, old gal. You haven't yet shared your impression of me. Would you care to call me Uncle Xu as well? Discussing one girl in the presence of another is clearly not the wisest of choices, prompting Xu Jianjun to decisively shift the conversation. "Do not call me girl. We are of the same age. As for the notion of addressing you as uncle, dream on." Chapter 16. Hope in the fields. In the grand courtyard of the Xu family in the capital, the family gathered in joyous reunion. Even the eldest daughter, who seldom returned to her maternal home, brought her son along to celebrate the day of the college entrance examination. Although they could not be present at the examination site, they convened to offer their support and encouragement to Xu Lar. The children, blissfully unaware of the adults' anxious emotions, dashed around the courtyard under the guidance of Xu Jianmin. Typically subjected to various reprimands at home, he seized the opportunity to play with his 2 younger cousins, Xu Xiaoshan and Zhou Haobing. Both around 4 or 5 years old and full of carefree exuberance, eagerly following the slightly older elder's lead. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, the family pet, suffered from the chaos outside, fleeing in panic as the children chased him relentlessly. Neighbors, accustomed to such antics, merely shook their heads. Every household has its share of unruly children. In less forgiving times, a complaint about disturbances might have been lodged with the authorities. Among those harboring the greatest confidence in Xu Jianjun was Xu Shuxiang. She had received the most letters from him, more than even their parents. While she was aware of Xu Lar's unconventional tutoring endeavors, she had kept it discreet at home. Based on Zhang Yi's assessments and her brother's audacity to teach others, she was optimistic that this time would differ from the last. Filled with hope, "Mother, even if Jianjun doesn't pass, it's not a concern. Didn't the eldest say that their unit will be expanding soon?" "Jianjun has a backup plan," she reassured. Xu mother rolled her eyes at her daughter's words. "Can't you wish for your brother's success? He hasn't even finished the exam yet, and you're already speaking such disheartening words. As long as we have one child in the public security system, that is enough. You want both brothers to join? Just days ago, Jiang Wo mentioned a near miss while apprehending criminals, and I heard there were guns involved. How dangerous. Your father and I can hardly sleep at night worrying." "Mother, I've told you not to worry. The whole team is involved. We have 10 or so against 1. Besides, we have our own means of defense. It's all Huafan's fault for bringing this up. Don't blame my daughter-in-law. She worries for you. When you're busy, who looks after Xiaoshan if not her? You wouldn't want to have any concerns. Once I retire, I can help out as well. Su's mother held great affection for her eldest daughter-in-law, naturally defending her. Tomorrow the exams will conclude. I've instructed Laura to write home immediately after. And in just a few days, we'll have a rough idea of the results, she continued. Knowing you all were coming back today, I arranged for a few pounds of meat. We shall make dumplings for lunch. Su Shuxiang proclaimed cheerfully. You've only been working for a few days. Save your wages. Life ahead requires careful budgeting. Don't be wasteful, cautioned Su's mother. Oh dear mother, rest assured. If young Shodong dares to look down on me, I will bid him farewell immediately. If my brother gets into university, he will become a state official. I would scoff at their insignificant positions, she replied with confidence. Come now, sisters-in-law, let us help the old lady chop the filling and roll the dough. We must keep her busy, or she will preach to us all afternoon. You mischievous rascal, always speaking ill of your mother. Nevertheless, you are all grown up now, and I can no longer intervene. By the way, aren't you quite familiar with the eldest of the Zhang family? Zhang Yi has been in school for a few months now. Have you not inquired about her university experience? It would be beneficial to maintain connections. I must say, he loud-eyed, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I have visited their school before. And to my dismay, my visit only left me with feelings of envy and jealousy. Thus, even if Zhang Yi were to invite me again, I would decline in favor of visiting my brother's school instead. Speaking of which, hasn't Jianjun always shown interest in Zhang Yi? Perhaps once he successfully enrolls in a school, the gap will diminish, and together as siblings, we shall endeavor to secure a university-educated daughter-in-law for you. As Su Shuxiang spoke, she found herself amused by the thought. Today belongs to the women. Su Laodad and Su Jiangwo quietly sipped their tea, unable to interject. They busied themselves in the kitchen, leaving the father and son to engage in a leisurely game of chess. Father, our captain had his eye on Jianjun last time. Dama is correct. Had Jianjun chosen a different path than pursuing higher education, we might have already been colleagues by now. Indeed, that is a positive development. However, enrolling in university is a path that Jianjun has chosen for himself. Let us see how he performs in the exams. If he still struggles, he should humbly accept a more practical position. Do not heed your mother's nagging. I believe policing is commendable. Serving the people and safeguarding their property is an opportunity that many would covet. Every examinee carries the aspirations of their family, so it is understandable to feel tense after the exams. Yet, the likes of Li Kaiyang, upon exiting the examination hall, sought Jianjun to compare answers. Youthful exuberance can lead to such lapses in judgment. Old Su, with his wealth of experience, had undoubtedly rehearsed various contingencies in his mind. Thus he would not succumb to such a trivial mistake and firmly rejected the unreasonable request. What were you thinking? Once the exam is over, do not dwell on it. Rest well to prepare for the next challenge. Do not let your mindset falter, or you will find yourself blaming me later. Isn't it true that there were a couple of questions that left you feeling uncertain? Well, let us forget about it. This afternoon, we shall visit the county guest house. Allow me to showcase my abilities. I am already content with my performance, having made significant progress during this period spent with you. Li Kaijiang pondered this and decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Indeed, mental labor consumes a great deal of energy. Given we have a generous benefactor, let us not waste time. Old He, why are you dawdling? Do not linger on past exams. They are now concluded. Life affords us little time to look back. Yang Xiao we had family visiting, and she brought Ao Yun and Li Xiao along. The men felt out of place, especially with Li Kaiyang serving as the main attraction, while the other two displayed no sense of decorum. In this era dominated by receipts, cash holds little value. Meat and grain coupons are the true currency, with nationwide coupons being the most coveted. Li Kaijiang, evidently well-prepared and resourceful, had accumulated quite a stash unbeknownst to others, likely with support from his family. Expressions of emotion among men need not be characterized by tears and wailing. Often, a mere casual embrace or a light punch is sufficient for mutual understanding. However, once seated at a banquet, each becomes a sovereign in his own right. With an examination looming, these three naturally refrain from jeopardizing their futures, even hesitant to indulge in too much drink, fearful that any misstep might compromise their performance, a regret that could linger for a lifetime. At this juncture, there is little to say regarding the impending examination. The true measure of capability shall reveal itself in the examination hall. I earnestly wish for each of us to attain our aspirations. Li Kaijiang, do lighten up. Today, You are the host. And you carry on as if someone has absconded with your bride. My lack of confidence is what drives me. Had I possessed your foundational knowledge, I would have been at ease, engaged in lively discourse. Despite having crammed for several months, Li Kaijiang still perceives a disparity between himself and the others. Do not belittle yourself. Consider that this year, there is a plethora of fresh graduates who have never attended high school. In comparison, you are already far superior to them. It is merely that your daily interactions with us may have inflicted too many blows to your confidence with your abilities. While you might find it challenging to gain admission to the most prestigious institutions, aiming for a slightly less illustrious university remains very much within reach. Thus, do not tighten your grip so much that you fail to perform to your true potential, for that would indeed be a genuine regret. Xu Jianjun's attempts to counsel others often come off as self-aggrandizing. However, Li Kaijiang does not share this sentiment. Through their interactions, he has come to realize that Xu seems to possess an infinite reservoir of knowledge. Regardless of the topic, he seamlessly engages in conversation, presenting viewpoints that are impossible to dismiss. Notably, this extends beyond academics, which is quite impressive. Old Xu is correct. Do not wallow in self-pity, eat well, and prepare for the next round. Melancholy for the past serves no purpose. In light of the fact that I have assisted you with numerous problems, might I request an additional dish? Certainly. When one hosts, it is only fitting to ensure ample sustenance. Who knows when we might gather again, even if I wish to treat you in the future? Chapter 17. To navigate life, one must possess soft currency. After 2 days filled with anxiety and apprehension, the college entrance examination had finally come to a close. As for the ultimate results, most individuals felt a sense of uncertainty, lacking the clarity that would come later when answers could be checked against standardized solutions. Here, no such answers existed, and acceptance depended on fate. Having lived and studied together for such an extended period, the impending separation cast a pall over the group. And Xu Jianjun encountered Yang Xiaoyi's aunt, a woman in her 30s, exuding charisma and warmth. She expressed her gratitude to Xu Jianjun, yet he, no stranger to the world, discerned a subtle aloofness through her demeanor and micro-expressions. In the current capital, distinctions between families were not yet pronounced, but the divide between those from the courtyard and the alley dwellers was unmistakable. Different circles need not amalgamate, a wisdom gleaned from the harsh realities of life. Thus, after a brief exchange, Xu Jianjun departed with Yu Desui. As she observed his retreating figure, Zhou Ling inquired curiously, "Oui, how old is the Xu Jianjun? He seems to have crossed the threshold of 20, doesn't he? Why do you ask? Perhaps it's just my imagination, but based on his earlier demeanor and gaze, I had assumed him to be a peer." "This young man is quite remarkable," Zhou Ling mused, recalling his somewhat juvenile visage juxtaposed with a surprisingly mature demeanor. "He is indeed more mature than most his age, but aunt, do not be deceived by his pretense. When it comes to mischief, he surpasses us all. He is the one who nicknamed us, encouraged younger kids to pilfer peaches from the village chief's orchard. And I hear he is even engaged in brawls with neighboring villages." Zhou Ling, observing her niece's animated discourse about Xu Jianjun, remained composed, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Xiaoyi. "I recall that you have always had a close relationship with Qin Xiaoyang from our courtyard since childhood. How is he faring in the military these days? Do you correspond often? He sent me a letter last month, boasting about his position as a small squad leader. One might think he holds a high office from his exuberance," Yang Xiaoyi replied. "In this era of peace, it is not as if young people can aspire to be regiment commanders or division leaders like the previous generation. Moreover, over the past several years, those with connections have flocked to the military. These individuals are all competent, and rising through the ranks has become increasingly difficult. But enough of that. Your examination has concluded splendidly, and my duty as your aunt is fulfilled. Are you planning to stay in the county for a few days? Or will you return to the capital tomorrow?" In truth, Yang Xiaoyi wished to linger a bit longer, yet her elders awaited her return with eager anticipation, and she felt it inappropriate to overstay her welcome with her aunt. In their generation, the imbalance of genders rendered women a rare commodity, bestowing upon them a special affection within the family. This visit to the countryside was a reflection of her own willfulness. "I shall return tomorrow. If I delay any longer, my grandfather may choose to ignore me." Before the expansion of enrollment, the acceptance rate for college students was dismally low. Among the over 6 million candidates this year, a mere 7% would achieve their aspirations, meaning 9 out of 10 would face disappointment. The phrase 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge is not an exaggeration. Nonetheless, this does not dampen the fervor of the students for university. It is quite normal for them to repeat a year or two, And there are even tales of valiant warriors who have battled for 8 years, transforming their classmates into teachers, while they themselves continue to take exams as their peers secure placements at their original schools. In the coming years, the legion of repeaters will only grow stronger, presenting vast opportunities. Constantly pondering schemes for wealth, the idea of revising study materials seems worth exploring. Upon returning to the city, he plans to seek avenues. While conventional printing may be unfeasible, he can manage the wax paper oil printing alone. Xu Jianjun recalls his future brother-in-law, who worked at a subsidiary of a newspaper, leveraging connections without the need for them, as expired resources are deemed useless. Having just completed the exam, Xu Jianjun is filled with ambition, ready to contribute to the socialist modernization efforts. The compilation of study materials is a task he can undertake effortlessly. He has been occupied with this for months, merely needing to integrate the materials effectively. As for the examination papers, they are readily available, and even the areas where the student council heirs have precedent. However, compiling textbooks is a monumental endeavor beyond his capabilities. It necessitates collective effort, and he will refrain from engaging in that endeavor. Once the drafts are organized, Xu Jianjun joins the ranks of those striving for labor points. Previously, during their exam preparations, they had shunned all tasks, but now that they find themselves idle, he feels reluctant to be disparaged by a group of women, as the label of idleness cannot be affixed to him. Nevertheless, weeding in the cornfield under the scorching summer sun is a challenge that most cannot endure. Hu Debiao, observing Xu Jianjun drenched in sweat, takes delight in his misfortune, stating that there is no need for him to toil. As a university student, he will be eating from the public trough in the future, suggesting that they can handle the work. Merely eating without working. I have acquired several nicknames in Hujiu already. Pretty boy, embroidered pillow. How can I, a man, endure further ridicule? If they continue, I shall have no face to show myself in public. He chuckles, adding, I will mention this to Uncle Jin and see which unfortunate woman has been gossiping about you. I suspect it is Widow Lu. Perhaps you did not respond to her advances. Everyone, feeling a bit lethargic from the heat, suddenly perks up at the mention of women. The eldest nephew of Uncle Jin chimes in. Widow Lu is akin to plain fare. Surely, young Su would not be interested. He deserves a feast to satisfy his palate. Young Su, tell your brother, in all your years, have you ever encountered a woman? You can be honest. I won't laugh. I shall refrain from answering that, he responds. Even if I did, you would hardly believe me. Let me share a story instead. Before Xu Jianjun can finish his tale, the married men are already laughing heartily, while the inexperienced youths ponder for a moment before joining in the merriment. Conversations with individuals like you, educated people, are truly engaging. Conversing with Hu Debiao, the simpleton, revolves around nothing but fieldwork or livestock. Ah, young Su and young Li, the university notices should be arriving soon. Having spent this time together, I find myself rather reluctant to part with you. Wang Bashan is a straightforward individual. Whenever there are minor repairs or tasks at others' homes, he never hesitates to lend a hand. He has experience as a carpenter and is quite adept at building bridges and houses, showcasing his versatility. The capital city is not far away, and with improving transportation, he can easily return to visit everyone. Moreover, times have changed during the off-seasons. People are beginning to seek ways to earn money. If any opportunities arise in the capital, I will certainly prioritize our locality. Ah, this is indeed a delightful prospect. Young Su is coming to my home for dinner tonight. Yesterday, my younger brother caught a wild rabbit, which can be seen as a prelude to your feast. Old Wang, you are also part of this gathering. Kindly ask your wife to prepare a large pot. We too shall attend. For Hu Debiao would not let such an opportunity slip by. Since we have made plans, you cannot back out. I know you still have a few jars of fruit wine hidden away. Do not be stingy. Chapter 18. A joyous occasion. The intricacies of human relationships are inescapable, no matter where one may be. Last time, Xu Jianjun returned home with his tail between his legs after failing the exam. This time, however, things were different. A 100-pound nylon bag, brimming with local produce and river delicacies, made it impossible to refuse without appearing disrespectful. Originally, it would have sufficed for Yu Desui to accompany him to the station alone, but due to the weight of the bag, Hu Debiao had to join them as well. According to Uncle Lao Jin, had it not been for the difficulty of securing the county film projection team, he would have arranged for a 3-day film screening to spread cheer among everyone. It had been a long time since Hu Jianjun had garnered such attention. The few candidates preparing for exams here left no stone unturned. Xu Jianjun was bound for Peking University, his capabilities evident. He Junzhong was accepted into Renmin University. Reportedly designated by the school's leadership with a bright future ahead, Yang Xiaowei was headed to a cooperative medical college, and Liao Yun was off to a law school. Although Li Xiao did not achieve her dream of entering a normal university, attending a postal university was still commendable, perhaps even more advantageous for her future. Meanwhile, Li Kaijiang fell just short, yet was content with his acceptance into a college of North China electric power, prompting him to make a special trip to their village to embrace Xu Jianjun and shed tears of joy. Such auspicious news spread rapidly, leading to rumors about Xu Jianjun's favorable fortune, even prompting the village chief to visit and offer congratulations. After which Uncle Lao Jin managed to extract a tractor from him before he left in high spirits. Udesui had also secured employment after sending Xu Jianjun off. He would soon finalize his paperwork and embark on his new role. It was evident that the vacancies arose from others successfully entering institutions of higher learning. As they saw Xu Jianjun off, Udesui lingered, reluctant to depart. Hu Debiao, feeling obliged to wait until the bus was out of sight, finally nudged Udesui, saying, "You've arranged your job. It won't be long before we can all reunite. Let us not make it seem like a permanent farewell. Not at all. My job will require me to travel frequently, spending most of my time away from home. Junge will be attending school. And we certainly won't be able to spend each day together as we do now. What foolishness. Once you have a wife and children, you'll hardly have time for such sentimental thoughts. You're calling me sentimental? Your Jun Fong is at home, crying her heart out. Do you think I'm unaware? You rascal, why bring that up? Fine. I'm too weary to argue with you. You lack any perceptiveness. I've said it before. Spending time with Xu Jianjun has taught you anything. Speaking of my sister, it's a headache for Hu Debiao. But perhaps it's for the best, better a quick end to lingering hopes than prolonged heartache. In the courtyard where the Xu family resided, the elderly couple had received the news and had been wearing smiles for days, particularly Xu's mother, who relished the opportunity to boast about her son's academic achievements. No matter the conversation, she could deftly steer it towards Xu Jianjun's success. For instance, when discussing Aunt Zhang's son's wedding preparations, which were stalled due to the acquisition of 3 essential items, a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch, Xu's mother would lament. Your Tao Tao is on the verge of marriage. How wonderful. Unlike my second son, who is of a similar age. By the time your grandson is running around the street, mine will likely still be in school, nearly igniting a quarrel with Aunt Zhang, who had been a friend for decades. For instance, consider the barber, old son, who resides at the entrance of the Hatong. His grandson, currently in high school, is struggling academically. Su's mother suggests that once Jianjun returns, he could tutor the boy, potentially leading to remarkable progress. However, if Xu Jianjun were present, he would undoubtedly protest, lamenting his own inadequacies while bearing the responsibility of a younger brother who is in need of rescue. Speaking of Xu Jianmin, his recent days have been particularly arduous. Previously, his parents showed little concern for his studies, but that has changed. With an elder brother like Zhu Yu setting an example, they believe that the Xu family still possesses an academic lineage that needs to be cultivated. Consequently, Xiao Min is subjected to relentless pressure. The elder brother, once a figure of great admiration in his eyes, has been silently cursed numerous times in private. Upon returning home, Xu Jianjun faces the awkwardness of his neighbors, who, while verbally offering congratulations, regard him with an unsettling gaze that leaves him feeling uneasy, unable to discern the cause. It is not until a family dinner that his father discreetly fills him in on the details, leaving Jianjun in a state of bemusement. His mother, a bus ticket collector, interacts daily with a myriad of individuals, including seasoned veterans who speak openly, chatty seniors, and cunning fair evaders. Expecting her to maintain a low profile is as futile as expecting a rooster to lay eggs, utterly impossible. Jianjun estimates that the news of a bus worker's child being accepted into Peking University has likely spread among 80% of the residents on her route. Observing his father's glee, Jianjun cannot help but chide him, suggesting that he ought to keep a tighter rein on his wife, for with her behavior, there will be no secrets left in the household, and should the organization have significant responsibilities, could they truly trust him to take on that mantle? Come now, you rascal. How can you speak of your mother in such a manner? She merely got carried away this time. Her emotions got the better of her. She wasn't always like this. Father, are you sure it's not because you never gave her a chance before? After all, you know your wife best, he chuckles. Mind your tongue, or I shall tell your mother, and you will surely face the consequences. My mother wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial. Let us shift the conversation to my second sister's partner. How's the evaluation of this prospective brother-in-law going? Today marks a family gathering, And my second sister has brought along Yang Shodong. It seems that during my absence over the past 6 months, their relationship has flourished. However, at 23, she is considered a late-blooming young woman in this era, and it is indeed time for marriage. Yang is quite commendable, diligent, and polite. Last month, discussions with his parents culminated in plans to hold the wedding on the 8th of August, just before the 15th. Su Lauda is quite satisfied with Yang Shodong. His family background is neither affluent nor impoverished, slightly better than theirs, which is acceptable and not seen as an overreach. The young man possesses a spirited demeanor and a pleasant temperament, given that the children of the Su family are increasingly assertive. Encountering someone of a similar disposition could result in a tumultuous household. A case in point is the eldest daughter, who entered into a relationship based on mutual affection, yet has never known peace since their marriage. Xu Jianjun calculated the days remaining before the commencement of the school term, eagerly planning to prepare a performance as a surprise for his elder sister at the wedding. Since his rebirth, he had spent the most time with his little brother. Yet his closest bond remained with his elder sister, from whom he sensed an unwavering affection. "Dad, Junzi, stop the chatter and wash your hands for dinner. This time, my brother has certainly brought a bounty. You've got quite a few delightful treasures," Su Shuxiang remarked nonchalantly as she brushed her hands together. In the sparse forests of Miyun Mountain, the wild game consisted merely of these small creatures. However, I have heard tales that in northeast China, there are deer, roe deer, and even tigers. While the thought of tigers is beyond imagination, it is said that capturing roe deer is quite easy. I shall ask someone to procure some for you. Dear sister, after all, boasting incurs no tax, and there are no reservations among family. Stop fooling around. Do you even know anyone in the Northeast? You're just talking nonsense. Wild chickens and rabbits are already a rarity. Nowadays, any family fortunate enough to have meat is truly grateful. Chapter 19. Drunken fist at the dining table. Elder sister Su Shufang, upon hearing the amount of monthly allowance provided by Xu Jianjun, expressed her envy, saying, "You university students have it easy. You attend classes to acquire knowledge without exerting any effort. And yet you receive money equivalent to the wages of a laborer toiling for an entire month." It must be acknowledged that today's university students indeed enjoy favorable circumstances. They pay no tuition and receive monthly allowances, enabling them to support their families while managing to save. Once they enter university, they begin generating income effortlessly. Observing her carefree younger brother and her niece and nephew indulging in their meals, she mused that, given their father's current standing, creating a wealthy second-generation offspring should pose no challenge. Although Xu Jianjun seemed at a loss for how to proceed, it would not be long before opportunities would abound. "Elder sister, how's the performance at your factory? Wasn't my brother-in-law saying he was about to be promoted to a leadership position?" Su Shuxiang asked nonchalantly. "Leadership? He is merely the deputy director of the workshop, still toiling away with little increase in salary, yet far busier than before," the elder sister remarked, pride evident in her tone. "That's wonderful news. Shufang, why keep it a secret? Are you afraid of hosting a feast? Let us be clear. You can run away from a monk, but not from the temple. This time, you must not take it lightly. The least you can do is meet today as standards." Sister-in-law Li Huifan jested. "In our humble abode, we hardly have the space to gather. How could we dare to host? That can be easily arranged. Just prepare the materials and come over. You can make as much commotion as you like here. Old Su will join in the fun as well." The children, upon hearing of another opportunity for a grand feast, clapped their hands in delight, especially Xu Jianmin, who was at an age where he was growing rapidly and, as they say, devouring his father's finances. After the meal, as everyone returned to their homes, Xu Jianjun cornered his younger brother with a mischievous look and inquired, "Would you like to earn some pocket money?" "Of course. Second brother, you're getting a salary now. Why not share a bit with me? I'm already starving before school ends every day. The money given by others can never compare to the satisfaction of earning your own," he replied. "Isn't our second sister about to get married? I just discussed with her the dowry key. If you can perform well, I'll give you 10 yuan. Do you want it?" "Yes, of course. This was initially meant for our second sister, but I thought you would be more suitable. I don't mind giving it to you, but there are conditions," Xu Jianjun coaxed enticingly. "Second brother, just name it. I'll agree to any condition. 10 yuan is no small sum, especially for Xu Jianmin. Simply this. I'll demonstrate a set of fist techniques, and you practice accordingly. At our sister's wedding, we will showcase it to let them know that our sister has 2 brothers. Anyone thinking of bullying her must consider the consequences. As for the drunken fist of Fan Shilong, who knows where that might be? At this moment, who has seen the moves from the movies? Although they may primarily be for show, they are still impressive enough to intimidate. The courtyard was spacious, and as Xu Jianjun executed a series of punches, Xu Jianmin watched with wide-eyed fascination. Even Lan Haizhou, who passed by after work, paused to watch with great interest. It is indeed true that every man harbors a dream of being a martial artist. Oh, Junzi, where did you learn such martial arts? It truly seems impressive. I've heard you got accepted into university. You are quite remarkable, excelling in both academics and martial prowess. In ancient times, you would undoubtedly be a candidate for a great general, Lan Haizhou exclaimed with admiration. Brother Haizhou, I've learned this from an elderly man in the countryside. It's merely superficial, not something of significance. Jianmin, did you observe carefully? Can you replicate it? Brother, I was too engrossed in watching to remember. You'll need to teach me a few more times. I can manage the somersaults, but the carp jump is rather strenuous and requires more practice. Second brother, if this is indeed the martial skill taught by a countryside master, does that mean I can dominate our school? Xu Jianmin displayed an innocent expression, convinced of his newfound prowess. This is merely a routine. Once you master the moves and integrate them, defeating a peer shouldn't be an issue. However, I warn you, do not bully anyone at school. If I hear of it, I won't hesitate to reprimand you, Xu Jianjun cautioned, observing Xu Jianmin diligently practicing the movements. Brother Haizhou, does your Ili factory have any leftover bread? If there's a chance next time, please bring me some. I will pay you accordingly. I truly miss the jam-filled bread from your factory. Working at Ili Food Factory is no easy feat, and if his brother, Lan Haitao, were also employed there, finding a wife would be significantly less challenging. That's simple. I'll bring you some after work tomorrow. As for money, consider it a celebration of your acceptance into Jingda. Lan Haizhou replied. Xu Jianmin, as if he had received a martial arts manual, practiced with fervor, neglecting everything else. This caused some distress for Xu's mother, who struggled to keep up with the laundry due to his vigorous activities. And with increased activity, Jianmin's appetite also grew. Fortunately, aside from the youngest, the Xu family was doing well enough to afford meals. Just a few months prior, Xu Jianjun was not so favored, regardless of what the brothers said. If they had been this troublesome, their mother would have already disciplined them severely. It must be said, young men at the age of 14 or 15 possess remarkable adaptability. Within just 5 days, Xu Jianmin had mastered a complete set of movements that were quite impressive. With daily reinforcement, he was able to intimidate others sufficiently. As a reward, Xu Jianjun treated him to a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda, which was refreshingly delightful. In the 90s, various sodas overshadowed many local brands, erasing numerous childhood memories from public consciousness. Bei Binjiang, Shanhaiguan, Laishanshan, Feichong Kele, and Tianfu Kele were all local pride at that time, but faced with the onslaught of foreign dollar-driven competition and extreme cost-cutting advantages, they struggled domestically. Only later, through differentiated business strategies, did products like herbal tea, functional drinks, and iced black tea emerge, preventing the refrigerators in stores from becoming monotonous. Brother, I would like another bottle, Xu Jianmin implored, feeling somewhat unsatisfied after finishing his drink. Boss, please bring 2 more bottles. Who could resist the allure of 2 bottles of chilled soda on a hot summer day, even if the price of 5 yuan is a bit steep? Chapter 20. The islanders living comfortably. As the islanders meandered through the narrow alleys, they observed the chaotic arrangements, particularly within the large communal courtyards. Due to the inadequacy of living spaces, numerous illegal structures had been erected. And the most pressing issue was the necessity to run to the public restroom at the alley's entrance. Standing astride the banks of the Yellow River, clutching confidential documents, they faced gunfire ahead and artillery bombardment behind. This couplet vividly encapsulates the current state of public restrooms, where privacy is but a distant memory. The independent courtyard houses are almost a rarity. If anyone professes to prefer residing in a communal courtyard, it is met with skepticism, at least by Xu Jianjun, who has witnessed the fervent desire of individuals in the 1980s to secure a unit in newly built residential complexes, not out of a lack of discernment, but rather from a long-standing distaste for communal living. After indulging in their escapades, the brothers were on their way home when they spotted a group of elderly men surrounding an individual, berating and assaulting him. This rare spectacle caused the Xu brothers to pause, listening to the beleaguered figure who was attempting to explain himself in somewhat clumsy Mandarin, peppered with Japanese and moments of agitation. The old men, referring to him as Little Devil, were not idle, energetically expressing their grievances. After observing for a while, Xu Jianjun began to piece together the scenario. The younger generation, influenced by the recent years of amicable relations between their country and the beautiful nation as well as the island country, seemed to harbor no profound animosity towards their nationals. However, the elderly gentleman had lived through an era of national resistance. And while they might be expected to heed the call of their country to set aside grudges and look to the future in formal settings, this was a gathering of common citizens in a narrow alley. And the presence of a camera wielded by the young man undoubtedly provided the elderly an opportunity to express their feelings. Xu Jianjun was in no rush. Once the elders had vented their frustrations, he approached calmly. "Ah, Uncle Zhong, you must be nearing 70, yet your hands and feet remain quite nimble. Come, have a seat and take a rest. We wouldn't want you to tire yourself out." "Little Xu, there's no need to worry about me," replied the elder. "I still possess the strength to deal with the little devils. I hear you've been learning some martial arts from a recluse in the countryside. Once we finish here, you must show me a thing or two. I can assure you, that fellow will be carried home." "Haha, take it easy, elder. With diplomatic relations now normalized, those who come to our country are typically legitimate diplomats or investors. Perhaps you should persuade them to cease their actions. We wouldn't want to affect national policies or make our diplomatic facade appear unsightly." Xu Jianjun had imparted a set of drunken boxing techniques to his younger brother, which had somehow gained an exaggerated reputation among the neighbors, and he was too weary to clarify each instance. "Is that so? I thought that fellow with the camera was a spy," remarked one elder. The words of a university student carried weight, and the elderly men ceased their actions. Though old Sun could not resist delivering a final kick, seemingly to avenge his past grievances of conscription. It was only then that Xu Jianjun had the opportunity to scrutinize this unfortunate foreigner, whose bruised visage obscured his age, certainly over 30. He observed as the man struggled to his feet, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to Xu Jianjun, fully aware, despite his impaired vision, that he had been rescued. Xu Jianjun's previous life involved engaging in foreign trade on the Jiaodong Peninsula, with substantial connections to Japan and South Korea. Proficiency in English was a requisite skill, while knowledge of Japanese and Korean was indispensable. Thus, casual conversations posed no challenge for him. Moreover, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of Chinese, allowing for straightforward exchanges. Matsumoto Hiroshi was neither a representative stationed in China nor an investor, but rather an ordinary employee at a company. Given his age, he likely occupied a middle management position. This individual was well versed in Chinese culture, as his ancestors had resided in the old capital during the Republican era. And he probably heard tales from his childhood that instilled in him a desire for deep self-guided exploration during his holiday. It seemed rather peculiar that he would choose to wander through alleys instead of visiting renowned sites like the Forbidden City or the Great Wall. To prevent any potential disputes arising from the actions of several elderly gentlemen, Xu Jianjun decided to take Matsumoto to a nearby hospital for a checkup, as he had ample free time during the summer vacation. Fortunately, Matsumoto had only sustained minor external injuries and soft tissue contusions, indicating that the elderly gentlemen were not particularly formidable. Had Xu Jianjun intervened, fractures or even more severe injuries would have been commonplace. "Thank you, Xu, for your assistance. I appreciate the trouble you've gone through," Matsumoto expressed. "There's no need for concern. Just rest at the hotel for a couple of days and venture out once you feel better," Xu advised. "Xu, if you have some free time, I would like to ask if you could serve as my guide." Through their discussions, Matsumoto learned of Xu Jianjun's standing as a prospective university student. To ensure a smooth journey ahead, he believed it prudent to have a local accompany him. "The guiding arrangement can certainly be discussed, but you should take some time to rest first. You look as though you've been through quite an ordeal," Xu replied. In truth, Xu Jianjun was already contemplating how he could leverage this opportunity to secure a more stable source of income. Being a guide for just a few days did not promise significant earnings. Rather, his goal was long-term financial stability. The meager income from printing review materials was insufficient, and he was required to promote them in various schools, a task that yielded disproportionate effort relative to its returns. "Rest assured, Xu, I can compensate you with foreign exchange vouchers," Matsumoto insisted, hastily retrieving the vouchers from his pocket. Surprisingly, these vouchers held considerable value as hard currency, recognized exclusively by friendship stores. "There's no rush. I'd like to learn more about your country. I've heard that comics and anime are quite popular there. Is this something you're familiar with?" "Indeed, you refer to them as Lian Huanhua, but they are primarily for children in your region. Our comics cater to all ages, with some titles appealing to both adults and children alike," Xu responded, his Mandarin becoming increasingly fluid and articulate. "I'll bring you a piece of my work to see if it garners interest in your country. Life is all about adapting to circumstances. I shall set aside other avenues for wealth for now." "Is it a work of yours, Xu?" I would be honored to view your masterpiece. Although Matsumoto feigned politeness, Xu Jianjun discerned an unmistakable hint of disdain in his expression. Ah, young man, when I showcase the mature works that have taken decades to develop, I trust you will manage to keep your jaw from dropping in astonishment. There are 3 essential strategies for attracting women in university: mastering the guitar, honing your sketching skills, and maintaining good looks. Of course, excelling in basketball or soccer can also be advantageous. Once you have these elements mastered, you shall possess the privilege of choosing your partner. As a prominent figure, Xu Jianjun has become well-versed in the art of plagiarism, which, though time-consuming, poses no significant challenge. The workers of the Neon Nation. Your salvation is about to arrive prematurely. In the previous life, our youth grew up alongside the animated series from your land. Now that you, Mr. Xu, have arrived, let us witness a dramatic twist. If you enjoy sports, fear not. Here are Slam Dunk and Captain Tsubasa for your delight. Should you have a penchant for charming maidens, Sailor Moon and Cats, I await your approval. For those who relish science fiction, look no further than Transformers and Mobile Suit Gundam. On his way home, Xu Jianjun is already envisioning his dominance in the realm of neon animation. Moreover, with a narrative span of several decades, he shall take you from youthful exuberance to the middle-aged musings of Naruto and One Piece, to those shameless cartoonists who feast upon a single work for a lifetime. I shall appropriate your creations and let you wallow in your own disgrace. Chapter 21. The Philosophy of Appropriation. Matsumoto, that fellow, remains unaware of how long he will linger here. If he aspires to produce a substantial number of manuscripts in a brief period that would utterly astound others, then a slow-burn narrative would be ill-suited. Rather, it necessitates a striking opening. The world-building must be exceptionally captivating. And the 2002 version of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed undoubtedly stands as an excellent choice. Firstly, the confrontation between the outer space plant and the Earth forces mirrors the tensions of the Cold War. The centrists proclaim, I shall not invade others. Yet I must possess the strength to deter others from invading me, while it is evident that neither warring faction embodies nobility. This philosophical notion echoes the esteemed elders' principles of peaceful coexistence and diplomacy, and the character portrayals are remarkably well executed. Be it protagonist or supporting character, each is vividly brought to life, with numerous iconic scenes emerging throughout. In Xu Jianjun's view, this iteration is undoubtedly a pinnacle of the Gundam series' maturity. Some argue that the narrative is overly laden with emotional entanglements and character development, lacking in depictions of warfare and the psychological aspects of conflict. Yet one must concede that it attracts not only ardent Gundam enthusiasts but also those who have never previously engaged with the franchise. It was precisely this animation that ensnared Xu Jianjun into the fandom, and he has revisited it numerous times during his leisure. When his parents discovered that their adult son was watching animated series, they teased him without reservation, without hesitation. Xu Jianjun gathered his tools upon returning home and sequestered himself within his room. He began with character design and world building, immersing himself in the narrative that had lingered in his memory, transforming scenes from the animation into his own manga. Recently, Xu Xiaodi, who had been inseparable from Xu Jianjun, became the first audience for his work. Initially, he expressed dissatisfaction at being left behind while his elder brother toiled away. But as the grand framework unfolded and the plot developed, he began to discern the intricacies, alongside various descriptions of advanced technologies, human cloning, genetic engineering, space programs, spacecraft, colonial satellites, which rendered him utterly captivated. Consequently, he became the foremost advocate for faster updates, incessantly inquiring, "Brother, how does the plot progress? What is the identity of this Kagaya? Oh, could you possibly expedite the process?" Xu Jianjun would retort, "Go play with those little brats outside, and do not disturb me here." Initially, the boy had derided comic books, deeming them fit only for elementary students. Yet now he found himself ensnared within their allure. "Brother, my dear brother, I shall not impede your work any further. I shall remain silent in the background." Mastering the art of subservience is an essential skill for the youngest sibling. He had experienced firsthand his elder brother's culinary prowess, particularly his stir-fried bamboo shoots with sliced pork, a meal that was far more ferocious than their mother's cooking, brutal in its execution, ensuring one would be bedridden for 2 days. The last time he had been caught stealing money from their mother, it was not a wrath that he faced, but rather an impromptu lesson from his elder brother. Xu Jianjun, disinterested in the antics of this mischievous child, devoted himself to his creative endeavors, or rather, his artistic enterprise, to earn a modest living from the islanders, spending it freely back home without a shred of psychological burden. He had once naively contemplated submitting articles to newspapers for remuneration, sending out over a dozen submissions, only to receive a mere few coins in return. Reflecting on the arduous lives of contemporary scholars and literati in our country, it seems prudent not to contest even a minuscule space for existence with them. After 3 days of effort, securing a grand scene featuring the majestic crabs, Xu Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thoroughly exhausted with no moment of respite. He had to conceal this from his parents, ensuring they did not perceive him as someone indulging in frivolities. To this end, he even bribed Xu Jianmin with 2 bottles of soda as a cover-up reward. Upon finding Matsumoto at the hotel, the lad was utterly frazzled. Having learned from previous experiences, he refrained from wandering aimlessly. Following Xu Jianjun's advice, he spent a day at the Forbidden City, sporting dark circles under his eyes. As time passed without Xu's arrival, he began to wonder if his savior might abandon him. Xu sang, "I am profoundly fascinated by ancient architecture. Yesterday, I explored the Forbidden City. Those palatial structures are truly miraculous feats of architecture. The ingenuity of the design, the exquisite decorations, and the meticulous choice of materials left me utterly captivated." Matsumoto might linger a few more days, as his command of Chinese has significantly improved, even employing parallel structures in his speech. The Forbidden City was once the residence of royalty, and thus everything within its confines is of the utmost quality. Did you manage to explore it thoroughly yesterday? Aimless wandering may lead one to finish quickly, yet if you wish to grasp the nuances, I surmise you barely scratched the surface. You ventured alone, with only a fragmented understanding. Fortuitously, I am free today. Accompany me, and I shall elucidate everything clearly. By the way, this is the comic I mentioned last time, a creative endeavor of mine. Peruse it during your leisure, and if you find it worthy, perhaps you could recommend it upon your return home, aiding me in seeking publication avenues. I shall certainly peruse your magnum opus, Xu sang. Matsumoto replied respectfully, accepting it with great reverence. Xu Jianjun, uninterested in scrutinizing the authenticity of his deference, knew that once he initiated the journey, Matsumoto would surely be captivated. As the Forbidden City stands as the quintessential tourist destination in the capital, Xu Jianjun had visited it several times in his past life, not to mention its proximity now. After their meal, they strolled casually to its entrance. Presently, the public lacks awareness regarding cultural relic preservation. Citizens nonchalantly ascend the white marble steps, and even the Emperor's dragon throne is available for a casual sit. While Xu Jianjun may not possess the architectural knowledge of a specialist like Matsumoto, in terms of cultural literacy, he could effortlessly enumerate a series of historical figures associated with any location, supplemented by anecdotes of renowned personalities. His insights surpassed the superficial explanations of contemporary tour guides, ensuring that Matsumoto received value for his expenditure. They agreed to continue their explorations at Nanluo Gaoxiang the following day. Parting ways. Matsumoto, displaying keen awareness, handed over all his foreign exchange coupons to Xu Jianjun, who accepted them without hesitation. In these challenging times, there was no need to refuse the compensation rightfully earned out of misplaced pride. For Matsumoto, 700 yuan in foreign exchange coupons represented merely the expenditure for a few days of travel. However, for the average citizen of Huaxia, it equated to nearly 2 years' worth of a laborer's income. Upon returning home, Xu Jianjun discreetly retained 500 yuan for his own use, handing over 200 to his mother, who was astonished and mistakenly believed her son had resorted to robbery against foreigners. My dear child, as you are about to enter university, do not let impulsiveness lead you to foolish actions. Rest assured, I rescued a foreigner a few days ago at the alley entrance. Today, I guided him around. This is merely the tour fee for the coming days. Leading others in play, is there truly a need for such extravagant expenditure? This foreign exchange voucher, worth merely 1 yuan, can be exchanged for 1 yuan and 30 fin, far exceeding the value of our own currency. Deceiving international friends is indeed a grave transgression. Are you truly so skeptical of your own son? If in doubt, you may inquire with Jianmin, who was present during the rescue and was in a foreign land. Independently hiring a tour guide, while also undertaking translation duties, such services do not come cheaply. Only when hearing her son's earnest assurances did Xu's mother feel reassured enough to accept the money. Although the foreign exchange vouchers can be utilized for purchases in the friendship store, the items there are exorbitantly priced. Thus, it is far more practical to exchange for cash. Furthermore, regarding Matsumoto, after a day of extensive exploration, he returned to the hotel feeling utterly drained, lacking the motivation even to dine. Opting instead to recline on the bed in a state of inertia, he casually picked up the so-called masterpiece brought by Xu Jianjun. Pondering what a Chinese individual could possibly understand about comic books and animations, likely akin to the simplistic fare meant for children. However, upon grasping that stack of manuscripts, he became utterly still, his expression undergoing a myriad of transformations from initial indifference to a flicker of intrigue, ultimately culminating in profound immersion and an inability to extricate himself from the narrative. Chapter 22. Eating, sleeping, and beating my brother the next day. When Xu Jianjun arrived, he encountered a listless Matsumoto. The dark circles under his eyes had not completely faded after hearing that he had stayed awake until the early hours. One could only imagine how ghastly his complexion appeared. I haven't given you much to read, just a few chapters with some background description. If you read quickly, it could be finished in a few hours. How could you have spent an entire night on it? Xu, your imagination is boundless. The depictions of the universe and the applications of genetic technology involve an overwhelming amount of knowledge, while the plot can be consumed in a short time. Grasping these details necessitates repeated contemplation. By the way, do you have any new chapters? I am eager to delve into the subsequent content. Matsumoto's excitement resembled that of those pitiful readers of later generations who incessantly urge for updates. There are a few more, but they are not yet finalized and require further revisions. What do you think of my work? Compared to the comics you have previously read, does it fall short? Is it possible to publish it? Xu Jianjun asked, feigning ignorance. I have never encountered a narrative centered around cosmic mecha, so I lack a point of comparison. However, I can confidently say this is the most magnificent work I have ever encountered. Xu, you are truly a genius. How have you so meticulously integrated such a complex array of knowledge? Is the education system in your esteemed country already this formidable? I find myself increasingly captivated by this enchanting land. I was merely idling during my rural stint, filled with fantasies, and gleaned some knowledge through newspapers and journals, which I then applied. Are we still going to explore Nanluo Guxiang today? Perhaps not. My mind is entirely preoccupied with space and mecha weaponry. Besides, what I truly need now is sleep, while you, Xu, must hasten your creative endeavors. Xu Jianjun had come today to assess Matsumoto's reaction, and the outcome was as he had anticipated. Thus, he felt no need to linger any longer. Although the first animated series comprises only 50 episodes, the manga must elucidate far more details. The narrative surrounding the Bloody Valentine's Day necessitates an exploration of the roots of conflict between the parties involved, the background of events, and their subsequent repercussions, not to mention a simple introduction to numerous aspects of the universe and the principles of weapon technology. At this juncture, the first generation of Gundam will not debut until next year. It remains uncertain how Tomino's creations are progressing. He wondered if unveiling a mature work in advance might affect his state of mind. But he dismissed such thoughts. What did it matter? Xu Jianjun harbored no sentiments towards these islanders. If nostalgia were to surface, it would be for the beauties of the Showa era, which held far greater allure. Upon returning home, Xu Jianjun resolved to intensify his creative efforts. His future stability at school hinged upon this, rendering it the most promising prospect at present. However, when he entered his bedroom, he discovered that the completed portion of his work had inexplicably vanished, with both parents at work. The only occupants of the house were the two brothers. It was all too evident that Xu Jianjun's younger brother, Xu Jianmin, was the culprit. Enraged, Xu Jianjun set out to find the unfortunate lad, his creative spirit momentarily extinguished. Indeed, not far from the street corner, beneath the shade of a tree, young Xu was animatedly boasting to a group of companions, brandishing a prop that was none other than a masterpiece crafted through the diligent efforts of his second elder brother over several days. A few children, recognizing Xu Jianjun, were eager to greet him, but upon seeing the stern expression on old Xu's face and his aggressive approach, they prudently refrained from making themselves a target for ridicule. The once proud Xu, who had just moments ago seemed to soar through the cosmos in a spaceship, was swiftly yanked by the ear and unceremoniously dragged home by Xu Jianjun. Second brother, weren't you supposed to be out? Ouch, that hurts. Upon arriving home, Xu Jianjun unleashed a flurry of martial arts moves, with poor Xu Jianmin serving as the hapless punching bag. No younger brother could escape the iron fist of an elder sibling, and Xu Jianmin's plight was even more dismal. For his elder brother, a soldier-turned-police officer, treated him as if he were a criminal. The second brother was no less formidable, once merely a brawler. He now employed techniques in his assaults. After weeping in the yard for a considerable time, Xu Jianmin vowed to refrain from speaking to his second brother for 2 days, determined to show that even a younger brother could possess a backbone, unless his brother emerged to apologize. He observed the diligent efforts of dozens of ants transporting a dead insect into their nest, and watched with fascination as Aunt Zhang's hen laid eggs. Yet his second brother never once glanced toward the door. After waiting in vain for the desired concession, Xu Jianmin felt that prolonging the standoff was pointless. He resolved to go inside and assert his presence, hoping to make his second brother recognize the inappropriateness of his behavior. However, engrossed in his creative endeavors, Xu Jianjun remained oblivious to his younger brother's existence, too preoccupied to acknowledge even the slightest movement. The attempt to feign misfortune failed, and Xu Jianmin was soon distracted. For Xu Jianjun had a wealth of ready ideas in his mind, allowing him to work swiftly. Xu Jianmin was captivated by the unfolding narrative of a vast universe filled with laser weapons, positron beam cannons, and an incredibly stylish mech. Now enhanced by the addition of the Artemis umbrella, a stealthy Gundam, he swiftly forgot his earlier vow and eagerly nestled behind his second brother, thoroughly absorbed in the spectacle, even rushing to refill his brother's teacup when it ran dry. He now harbored a Navi reverence for the notion of going up to the mountains and down to the countryside, wondering how many extraordinary individuals his second brother had encountered there. Not only were his martial skills profound, but even his artistry and writing flowed with remarkable ease. The thought of graduating from junior high next year and becoming a youth sent to the countryside was no longer as daunting as it once seemed. While Xu Jianjun meticulously teased out his narrative with the careful precision of a toothpaste tube, he understood that if he revealed everything too soon, it might undermine the rigor of his creation, or worse, leave him without any leverage. He certainly did not expect that a chance encounter would cause someone to bow in submission. Meanwhile, Liao Yun finally recalled that she owed him a lavish meal. Xu Jianjun had initially thought it was to be a romantic rendezvous for just the two of them, but upon arrival, he found He Junzhong and Yang Xiaowei already present. With only Li Xiao and Li Kaijiang missing to complete their study group, finding a table in the hall, they lacked the privilege to enter the private room. It was well known that even esteemed instructors dined here, hosting foreign guests with remarkable ease. He had casually mentioned this, unaware that Liao Yun would take it to heart. Upon sitting down to converse, it became apparent that it was indeed Miss Yang who had intervened with his uncle to secure a reservation. Xu Jianjun could not help but reflect on the omnipresence of privilege. Having resources was undeniably gratifying. Old Xu, they chided, you promised to return and spend time with us. It has been several days since your return, yet you have vanished from our midst. What have you been up to lately? Before the dishes arrived, He Junzhong raised the collective discontent regarding Xu Jianjun's absence. Indeed, we were all eager to absorb your wisdom, yet you have eluded us, Liao Yun chimed in, eager to join the banter. Perhaps the illustrious Xu was engrossed in his scholarly pursuits, intending to become a university professor as soon as the semester commenced. How impressive that would be, far more thrilling than merely instructing a handful of us. Yang Xiaowei, of course, joined the chorus of grievances. Are we convening a struggle session or a gratitude banquet? Xu retorted, let me remind you, one must harbor a heart of gratitude. We cannot dismantle the bridge after crossing it. What do I gain from mentoring you? To have you voice your grievances against me? Ah, life. You are as lonely as snow. Existence. You are a tapestry of bittersweet experiences. As Xu Jianjun shook his head in jest, the others erupted in laughter, reminiscing about the past few months, their clever schemes to savor better meals, and the passionate debates that left them flushed with fervor. All of this seemed to belong to a time just yesterday. Chapter 23, The Scholar. The cuisine at Fing's Garden is undeniably authentic. The roasted duck and scallion braised sea cucumber are simply exquisite, melting in one's mouth. Upon arriving, Xu Jianjun from Quanzhou had yet to indulge in these delights. Yet the offerings at Fing's Garden were enough to captivate him. You truly excel, Jianjun. For you, Kodo University is but a trivial matter. The illustrious duo from Qinbei has yet to fully establish their dominance, and for the time being, the Republic's firstborn has not entirely waned. Harbin Institute of Technology remains preeminent in the military-industrial sector. You should count your blessings, having graduated from Kyoto University, if I were to join the civil service. I might not have the advantages your institution offers. I hear your admission was fraught with challenges. Is there a subplot I am unaware of? Come, let us indulge in some gossip. There is hardly anything worthy of gossip. After all, didn't we submit articles to the daily newspaper? A leader has read my work. Perhaps that is the reason, He Junzhong said with a hint of pride. You seem destined for greatness, and yet, you haven't even commenced your studies. Yet a leader has already recognized your talents. The future appears promising. Liao Yun, I believe today you ought to refrain from depleting Uncle Hu's salary. Let He Junzhong take care of the bill instead. It was agreed upon, and my father supports my treating everyone. If you feel envious, Perhaps we can have Yi Junzheng host another meal later, as there is still time before the semester begins. That is certainly agreeable. We shall arrange it then. What are your thoughts on the peace and friendship treaty we discussed last month with the small nation? The island country is a vanguard for the beautiful nation. Given the current landscape, relations with America seem imminent. We cannot afford to offend both sides in this Cold War dichotomy. It is only natural to align ourselves closer to the more amiable elder brother, employing the age-old strategy of distant alliances and close engagements. The wisdom of our ancestors remains relevant. You gentlemen are rather amusing, congregating to deliberate on grand national matters. What significance does that hold? Let us discuss matters more pertinent to our lives. Yoon, as a law student, I have heard that becoming a lawyer or judge requires not only eloquence but also extensive knowledge, with many statutes to memorize. Alas, akin to my own plight, Yang Xiaowei, having grown weary of the lofty discourses from uncles and brothers at home, is already quite fatigued. You did not choose to study medicine willingly, did you? I had thought it was your own preference. Humph, it was my mother's unilateral decision. What is so great about studying medicine? It takes a long time to learn, entails memorizing a great deal, and the work is arduous. In truth, I had wished to pursue economics or international trade, much like Xu Jianjun. For a more relaxed and carefree path, consider yourself fortunate. Countless individuals wallow in despair after failing their entrance exams. You have the opportunity to attend such a prestigious university and are still contemplating your options. Be cautious, for you might provoke resentment. Being a doctor is a commendable profession, and I understand that Yang Xiaowei has relatives in the medical field. What a fortunate situation, yet she dares to complain. Xu Jianjun does not indulge her bad habits. I am merely expressing a grievance. Must you be so harsh? Well, you two should refrain from squabbling as soon as you meet. Can we not enjoy our meal in peace? In my opinion, the prolonged suspension of universities has left the nation in dire need of talent across all disciplines, each possessing its own potential for future utility. Now, let us raise a glass to our impending university life. Lao Tzu. Mao is not something we can indulge in every day. Let us toast to this moment. As Yi Junzheng noticed that the two were about to argue again, he swiftly intervened to ease the tension and shift the conversation. The four of them predominantly gravitated towards discussions about their future university experiences. Even Yang Xiaowei, who often voiced complaints, found herself swept up in the excitement. She had made quite an impression at home, as she was the first among her peers to attend university. Her grandfather constantly boasts about her, and he cannot bear a day without seeing her. Her brothers are compelled to yield to her whims, lest they face his ire. After the feast, everyone returned home. Following a few days of intense work, Xu Jianjun decided to take a break, indulging in the effects of the wine, and opted not to visit Matsumoto that day. However, the following morning, when he did go, he found Matsumoto in a flurry of anxiety, nearly reprimanding him for neglecting his duties. Observing Matsumoto's demeanor, Xu Jianjun felt a sense of relief. The man had thoroughly immersed himself in the task. Yet, once the narrative progressed to the introduction of the Pink Princess, Xu decided he would withhold further drafts. Xu sang, "My holiday has come to an end. How much of the work have you completed? May I have a glimpse of your masterpiece?" I can hardly contain my anticipation. Initially, I had planned to travel and appreciate ancient architecture, yet these last few days found me cooped up in my room, engrossed in comics, which is quite contrary to my original intent. Mr. Matsumoto, I still need to refine the subsequent plot lines. There are aspects of the Earth-based narrative that require further contemplation, so I cannot provide anything just yet. Since you are preparing to leave, I will have my brother bring you the latest chapter's manuscript. I entrust the publication matter to you. In today's world, communication is not restricted as it once was. With international contact numbers and emails, one can connect at any moment. His current means of contact is limited, and Matsumoto serves as the most convenient tool at his disposal. He sincerely hopes not to be disappointed. Very well. I believe there are no issues with publication. It merely depends on which publisher is most suitable. When I return, I will inquire on your behalf. Receiving the manuscript from Xu Jianjun, Matsumoto promptly entered a state of deep concentration. Xu Jianjun quietly exited the room, contemplating how to maximize his benefits. While the royalties from the comic were secondary, the more lucrative opportunities lay in animation adaptations and peripheral merchandise. Presently, the most formidable contenders were Toad Animation and Tacoma Shoten, with Xu leaning towards Tacoma due to their left-leaning owner, who holds a disdain for radical elements and maintains the best relations with China. Although Sunrise, the original home of Gundam, is also a viable option. Regardless, the initiative was no longer in his hands. He could only leave it to fate. If Matsumoto faltered, he could always pivot in another direction, as he still retained the original draft. Should this avenue prove unfruitful, he could devise alternate methods for generating income. Among Hollywood's exceptional films, which would be remembered for the next 40 years, which is not a classic. Even if he cannot replicate the stories in their entirety, he can certainly distill their essence. As long as one encounters the right individuals equipped with the necessary skills, this aspect can serve as a sustained source of income over the long term. Chapter 24. The weddings of the 1970s were astonishingly simplistic, to the point where Xu Jianjun found it hard to bear. A mere 88 yuan in betrothal gifts, with the bride's family also required to prepare several sets of quilts and old cotton bed sheets. Families of greater means might even include a sewing machine or an electric fan. Xu Shuxiang's situation was already considered fortunate, as the groom had preemptively purchased a lady's bicycle. For decades later, marrying a wife necessitates owning a car and a house. Even in a small county, these two expenses alone could easily exceed 500,000 yuan. Not to mention the betrothal gifts, often ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, which are given to the bride's family and never returned to the groom's side. This predicament has led the post-90s and post-00s generations to adopt a laid-back attitude toward marriage, with many opting not to marry at all. Even those who do tie the knot face an uncertain future, as the divorce rate surpasses 50. Can you imagine? In those times, barring the loss of a spouse, divorce was a rarity, and people regarded it with shame. A divorced woman would often lead a miserable existence, with even her own family reluctant to take her back. How different it is now, where women in second marriages have no trouble finding partners. Xu Jianjun was exceptionally generous to his sister, and naturally, he couldn't neglect his family. Using the foreign exchange vouchers he had saved, he purchased a stylish women's watch for her, which brought an unbroken smile to Xu Shuxiang's face. He also bought some high-end candies, and when Xu Xiaodi tasted one, his demeanor changed entirely. It was as if this elder brother, who had just subjected him to torment, had transformed into a figure of pride. "Brother, do you have any more? Please give me a few more. They are delicious. Here, take the rest. Just behave yourself later and don't falter at a critical moment." In those times of scarcity, children could hardly find enough to eat, let alone snacks. Thus, the allure of candy and chocolate was extraordinary. Traditionally, the bride's family would not attend the wedding. It was generally the uncles who led the way as the formal guests, while younger brothers and nephews were also included. As for cousins, they were colloquially referred to as side-neck guests, except for the uncles, who were elder relatives. The younger generation would receive monetary gifts, particularly Xu Jianmin, who had already reserved the largest red envelope due to his responsibility for the key transfer of the dowry. The eldest uncle, accompanied by cousin Hiaojiu, had journeyed from Wuching to escort the bride and had been staying at their home for several days. The past couple of days had been trying for Xu Jianjun and his brother, as 4 people were crammed into one room. Moreover, the uncle's nightly activities were as noisy as a train, leaving Xu Jianjun sleep-deprived. Cousin Hiaoji was 2 years older than Xu Jianmin, yet was noticeably shorter, exhibiting clear signs of malnutrition that tugged at the heartstrings. Observing his reluctance to ask for more food despite his evident hunger during these days made Xu Jianjun reflect on their own fortunate circumstances. The rural community was poised for several prosperous years ahead, with the household contract responsibility system and township enterprises providing opportunities for growth. However, compared to the contributions they made to the nation, it paled in significance. Unemployed youths in the cities were relocated to the countryside, adding to the population's burden. The limited arable land could not sustain the influx, essentially forcing farmers to support countless educated youth, who, while contributing labor, were not what the farmers required. In the ensuing 2 decades, farmers would be tasked with paying public grain, agricultural taxes, and various levies, all while facing demands from government officials regarding performance metrics related to fruit trees, tobacco, and cash crops, which were frequently subjected to experimental practices. The thoughts are somewhat whimsical at this moment, as the wedding takes precedence. Observing my second sister rise early to prepare herself, Xu Jianjun cannot help but acknowledge the admirable genes of the old Xu family. His siblings are all quite pleasing in appearance, yet at this moment, his second sister undoubtedly shines the brightest. In an era when wedding dresses are not yet in vogue, she adorns herself in a traditional red attire, devoid of ostentatious jewelry, embodying a natural simplicity that captivates Xu Jianjun's heart. "Second sister, to speak candidly, you are truly stunning today. I believe young Shoudong is unworthy of you." "It is quite a bargain for the Yang family," he remarks with a chuckle. "Go on, that is your future brother-in-law." refrain from speaking as if it were trivial. While we may jest among siblings, once we are at their home, do temper your words, lest I be compelled to reprimand you at such a joyous occasion. Xu Jianjun exudes authority only in the presence of his younger brother. When faced with his sister and parents, he dares not showcase his bravado, knowing he would only invite reprimand. Of course, I am not foolish. I can discern the gravity of the situation, he asserts. In the boudoir, Xu Jianjun finds himself of little assistance, meandering outside where he unexpectedly encounters Zhang Yi, who has arrived as a bridesmaid. Traditionally, the role of a bridesmaid is not yet established. It merely involves a female relative or friend to alleviate the bride's tension and assist with tasks that are inconvenient for her to manage. As Xu Shushang's close friend and neighbor and a university student, Zhang Yi is the ideal choice. Good morning, Yijie. After returning for so many days, I have yet to see you. What have you been busy with lately? What brings you here? Are you flaunting your admission to Jingdao? Zhang Yi playfully teases. Genuinely surprised by Xu Xiao's commendable achievement. Not at all. My success owes much to you, Yijie. Your study materials have been immensely helpful. I heard from Zhang that you were tutoring a relative's child. You've barely been in school for half a year and already taken on the role of teacher. That is no mere relative. She is the daughter of a leader my father knows, preparing for next year's college entrance exam. By the way, you must not tease our Jingjing anymore. She is now a young lady, and you still call her Zhang. Does my sister not deserve some dignity? Yijie, it has only been half a year since we last met, and you are already treating me like a stranger. You used to assist me. Why now do you stand up for your sister? Xu Jianjun remarks lightly, finding relief in jesting about the two sisters. Is it not only natural to protect my sister, just as your second sister has always defended you? Indeed, my second sister would certainly prioritize my well-being. For instance, Yijie, she is preparing to invite you to become a sister-in-law. Xu Jianjun, you may wish to step aside. Be wary of my second sister's wrath. I must take my leave now to see how she is preparing. Though Zhang Yi is 2 years older, she cannot withstand the bold teasing from her younger brother. Blushing as she hastily departs. Upon entering the house, she inevitably finds herself the subject of Xu Shuxiang's playful banter. The window separating them is open, allowing her to hear their conversation quite clearly. You two siblings are like a den of snakes and mice. I now regret having served as your bridesmaid. Haha. But it's too late for regrets. If you no longer wish to be a bridesmaid, why not heed the suggestion of that fellow by the door and directly become a sister-in-law? A closer bond, indeed. Rest assured, as your future aunt-in-law, I shall not cause you any trouble. Come now, Zhang Daniu, let me hear you call me second sister. Xu Jianjun, on the other hand, does not have a habit of eavesdropping. He gathered a few helpers from the courtyard to discuss the arrangements for receiving guests, who will set off fireworks, who will pour the drinks, and who will serve as the mediator. Each person has their designated role to ensure that the male side feels the warmth of our hospitality. Chapter 25. In progress in the courtyard, the neighbors are often more dependable than distant relatives, a sentiment that underscores the age-old adage. A distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor. During critical moments, their willingness to lend a hand becomes invaluable. Though exceptions do exist, petty squabbles over trivial matters and jealousy can arise, for it is impossible for anyone to be universally favored. However, there is no need to please everyone. Living one's life well is the utmost respect one can offer to existence. The Xu family's children are commendably industrious, which serves as a source of pride. With Xu Laodao possessing a gentle temperament and good rapport within the community, he is well liked, though not to be mistaken for a pushover. The formidable Xu Mama, known for her ability to win arguments to the point of bringing others to tears, ensures that few dare to cross their threshold lightly. Today marks a joyous occasion. Those who lend a helping hand will soon be rewarded with delicious food and drink. In these trying times, having the opportunity to enjoy a good meal brings enthusiasm, prompting many to come forth to assist. Young Shodong has also made a significant investment for the wedding, arriving with a vintage 212 Jeep and a GZ truck. Although these vehicles are relics, their presence adds a touch of prestige to the Yang family's display, as it is quite commendable for an ordinary family to use a bicycle to fetch the bride. As the vehicle comes to a halt, curious children gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. Though some attempt to touch the vehicles, they are quickly deterred. However, children are easily appeased. A single piece of wedding candy suffices to elicit their delight and cooperation. Dressed impeccably in a Zhongshan suit, Yang Shodong graciously offers cigarettes to those he meets. Today marks the culmination of his long-held aspirations. Previously, his family had presented him with several marriage proposals. all of which he declined, causing some discontent with his father. During his school days, he held a favorable impression of Xu Jianjun, and after their reunion in the city, she remained etched in his memory. Through various mutual acquaintances, he endeavored tirelessly to create opportunities, and at last, his persistent efforts bore fruit. The wedding customs are straightforward, devoid of the complexities of traditional practices such as denying the groom entry until he offers a red envelope, or the antics of hiding shoes. Instead, they simply proceed through the necessary formalities, culminating in the couple paying their respects to the bride's parents. However, as the moment approaches for the bride to depart, the once jubilant family begins to feel a shift in emotions, particularly the parents, whose eyes glisten with unshed tears. The second daughter, perceptive and considerate, has always been attentive to the family's needs, often taking on responsibilities beyond her years. Among the 5 siblings, she is the least worrisome, yet, in every family, it is often the most thoughtful one who bears the greatest burdens. Xiang, as you embark on this new chapter, I trust you will find happiness. I know you possess strong opinions, but remember to compromise. Not every situation can be navigated solely by your own preferences. I have felt a sense of indebtedness to you over the years, yet I assure you that our lives will only improve moving forward, Su Mama advised, clutching Su Shuxiang's hands. Su Papa, concerned for his daughter's well-being, offered a few words of wisdom to the groom. Young Yang, Shuxiang can be quite impulsive. You must be patient with her. You will be living together, so any disagreements should be resolved through discussion. Should she ever falter, she will still heed my counsel as her father. Rest assured, I will not let Shuxiang suffer any indignities, Yang Shodong replied confidently. All right, my dear, stop dawdling. Let the children set off, for any delay would be unfavorable. This Soviet-era vehicle is a sight to behold for Xu Jianjun, who finds himself in the driver's seat, captivated by the novelty surrounding him. His second sister and Zhang Yi occupy the front of the 212, while their uncle refuses to take the wheel, insisting that he prefers to chat with everyone in the cargo area. The driver, accustomed to Xu Jianjun's naivety, merely smirks. After all, being a driver today is a high-paying and rare profession, whether one operates a sedan or a freight truck. The streets are predominantly filled with bicycles, with only a handful of cars, making those who drive them quite esteemed. These drivers boast that even their wives hold a higher status, and not even civil servants can claim to be more desirable. They take pride in their work. Military boy, once we arrive, assist me in fending off the drinks. I have tasks to attend to later this afternoon and cannot indulge too much, Su Laodao instructed, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Brother, on a day like today, what tasks could possibly remain? Surely, your superiors lack understanding, came the response. As more educated youth return to the city, various issues have arisen. Recently, there has been a surge in violent incidents. In our area, it feels as though one could be torn in two. And it took considerable persuasion to secure this half-day off. Few are as fortunate as you to have a university education. Many are still without jobs. And with the militant faction seeking employment, the situation becomes increasingly dire. The influx of idle individuals in the city leads to inevitable troubles. For now, it's merely a small wave of returnees, but in 2 years, chaos will prevail. And it is no wonder that the government has implemented the strictest measures against criminal activities since the establishment of the Republic. Brother, take care of yourself during your assignment. These inexperienced youths can be reckless, and with my niece so young, you must not let anything go awry. Enough. Can't you wish for your brother's well-being? A bunch of youngsters. I hardly consider them a threat. Your attitude only heightens my concern. You have experience in the countryside, and these ruffians have become wild. Some even having participated in militia activities, which should not be underestimated. At this time, gun control is not as stringent, and rural militias are armed. It must be noted that while our countrymen are formidable in foreign conflicts, they can be equally ruthless when it comes to their own kind. Very well. I shall exercise caution. I recognize that you genuinely care for me, Su Jiangwo responded earnestly. Yang Shodong's residence was not far off, and it wasn't long before they arrived, readying themselves for what would truly be a test of character. The groom's side had invited a unit leader to serve as the officiant, an act that represented their hopes and blessings for the young couple, all delivered with pomp and circumstance by this elder, who likely had considerable experience in such matters. Once the formalities of addressing the in-laws were concluded, Xu Jianjun exchanged knowing glances with his younger brother, who understood the cue. He first returned the keys, then exchanged them for a substantial red envelope, which he carefully tucked into his pocket. After reciting the polite phrases his second brother had taught him, he began to perform theatrically in the open space. The young man displayed no signs of timidity or embarrassment, seamlessly executing a remarkably refined performance of drunken fist. Initially, the audience appeared somewhat bewildered, yet as they observed Xu Jianmin's lifelike portrayal of inebriation and his crisp, fluid movements, they began to applaud enthusiastically. Xu Shuxiang had overheard her two younger brothers discussing a surprise for her wedding, but it seemed more like a shock than a surprise. Nevertheless, she understood her brother's intentions, and a smile, tinged with a hint of moisture, blossomed on her face, reflecting her appreciation for their growth and maturity. Zhang Yi, watching from the side, expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined your younger brother possessed such talent. His skills are truly impressive." It seems that Jianjun had encouraged him from behind and perhaps even taught him. "Ah, my dear brother, possessing both literary and martial prowess, if you do not recognize this now, you may regret it later. At school, he will undoubtedly captivate countless young ladies." Chapter 26. Opportunity. Yang Shoudong, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Your younger brother seems to be demonstrating his prowess to me. None of my brothers-in-law are ordinary folk." "What do you mean by my younger brother? He will soon be your brother as well." "Humph, my brother and Junzi are not easily trifled with. And little Minzi is but a mere child in comparison. At home, he only faces a beating. I wonder if you'll dare to bully me after this." "Oh, I'm just not accustomed to it yet. Why would I dare to bully you? I'm here to protect you." Zhang Yi, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, expressed her disdain. "You two can cut it out. Consider the feelings of those around you." Xu Shuxiang guided Zhang Yi to their prearranged seats, saying, "Today, you have successfully completed your task. From now on, just enjoy the food and drink. I may not have time to attend to you later, so please don't hesitate." The accompanying guests had indulged in ample drink, with Xu Jianjun acting as the elder brother's shield, consuming even more. However, his robust constitution allowed him to handle the alcohol well. After consuming half a gene, he merely felt a warmth in his stomach. And it wasn't until he exceeded a pound that he began to show signs of intoxication, his neck flushed. Surprisingly, he grew increasingly alert with each drink. Su Laoda's identity as a public security officer was quite imposing, deterring anyone from causing a scene on this joyous occasion. Disrupting the bride was unacceptable, and causing trouble for the bridesmaids was utterly out of the question. Zhang Yi, as a university student, now held the status of a quasi-official, poised to start her career at the deputy section level upon graduation. Even when drinking together, Yang Shoudong treated both Zhang Yi and Xu Jianjun with utmost courtesy. Consequently, as everyone departed, aside from Su Jiangwo, they were all inebriated. The uncles were the main culprits, with the older generation challenging him. At that point, he was in a semi-dazed state, leaning against his cousin, contemplating how to manage the return journey. Xu Jianmin, in a similar state, had also been coaxed into drinking a couple of cups, now resembling a character from folklore, with a flushed face and a thick neck. After a tumultuous return home, the effects of the alcohol hit Xu Jianjun hard, and disregarding his uncle's thunderous snoring, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already past midnight. A large glass of cool water eased his burning throat. Damn, the lingering effects of this Lianhua Bai are quite formidable. In the future, we shall only drink Matai when circumstances permit. Dad, do you think my cousin-in-laws can help me secure a job? It's such a rare visit. And you haven't even mentioned it to Annie yet. If you don't speak up soon, we'll be heading back, Xu Jianjun pondered. Recognizing the voice belonged to his cousin He Yaoju. After some contemplation, he replied, "Your sister just got married and hasn't yet established herself in her in-laws' household. Seeking assistance at this juncture is rather challenging. You need not rush concerning your employment. I will discuss it with your aunt tomorrow and ask her to keep an eye out for you. Opportunities will arise eventually." He Yaoju, the third child in the family of her maternal uncle, had an older brother and sister above her. Their eldest brother, He Guizheng, had long since abandoned hope for the younger sibling, who was determined to find a way to move to the city. Comparing the circumstances of his sister's family to his own was like contrasting heaven and earth. The limited land they tended to was sufficient for him and his elder brother, as the meager yield could barely sustain them, and with more hands, it would merely lead to greater hunger. Xu Jianjun refrained from disturbing the anxious father and son duo. In truth, there are numerous unemployed youth in the city, and it is no small feat for his cousin to secure a formal job. Xu Jianjun would not venture out to play the role of a misguided benefactor. Raising someone's expectations only to leave them unfulfilled is a sure path to good intentions leading to dire consequences, transforming kin into adversaries. However, in the capital, the means of survival abound. Finding a livelihood that guarantees one won't starve is not particularly daunting for Xu Jianjun, yet it hinges on whether his cousin is amenable, as he is, after all, pursuing a legitimate career. Perhaps it is due to his mother boasting to her side of the family about the prospects of his sister-in-law's family that has led to the current situation. Every cause has its effect. Comrade He Yin, if uncle speaks up tomorrow, you'll realize that boasting sometimes incurs a price. Matsumoto has had the manuscript in his possession for a while now. It is high time for a response, and one cannot help but wonder about the progress. This is currently Xu Jianjun's most anticipated venture, yet the control lies entirely beyond his grasp, a sentiment that is rather unsettling. Once he amasses wealth, he hopes to burst the bubble of the so-called second-largest economy in the world, which will surely provide a sense of accomplishment. What Xu Jianjun is unaware of is that Bandai Entertainment, having received Matsumoto's submission, is enveloped in a whirlwind of surprise and dilemma. They had initially planned to produce an animation centered around a mecha universe, with the proposal already in development. No one anticipated that a submission from a comic artist in the Flower Nation would abruptly stifle their creative fervor. It is akin to crafting a thesis with merely a rudimentary outline, only to discover an identical concept on an academic database, one that is far more refined. With comprehensive data, fit for publication in a leading journal, how could one proceed from there? Fujita-kun, this came through your friend. Please make it a priority to contact the author. Such a mature work is ready for publication, and our animation adaptation is concurrently underway. I believe it will be released even sooner than planned. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. I count on your assistance. Rest assured, President Ito, I will handle it promptly. According to Matsumoto-kun, the author is a university student from the Republic. I shall depart tomorrow, and I am confident results will follow swiftly. In Fujita Katsuo's estimation, a student should be easily manageable. A sum of money would likely leave the individual astonished. It is said that conditions there are so dire that they barely have enough to eat. With a stack of yen presented, compliance should be forthcoming. Little did he know that he would soon find himself on an irrevocable path of folly. Who is Xu Jianjun? In 3 or 4 decades, which surviving foreign trade enterprises in Japan and South Korea do not practice meticulous budgeting to the utmost. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to the pressures of made in China. Having dealt with such enterprises for an extended period, being perceived as a fool is not something he would tolerate. The outcome was that Xu Jianjun met with Fujita Katsuo only on the day of his arrival, and he took the remaining manuscript with him, leaving this arrogant individual with a new volume to pique his interest. Then, under Fujita's lingering gaze, he took away the rest. This clearly conveyed to the other party that his work was flawless and completed, ready for handover whenever sincerity was demonstrated. However, he did not acknowledge the current terms. Was 400,000 yen excessive? Did they think it was in dollars? It was as if they considered him a fool to be easily deceived. In truth, the moment Fujita arrived at their home, Xu Jianjun was aware that the matter was settled. The remaining details would depend on the outcome of their negotiations. He was in no rush. If necessary, he could simply seek another collaborator, casually presenting a few inevitably captivating ideas, and numerous companies would likely be eager to engage. Previously, he had struggled due to a lack of channels, but if, decades later, one could simply search for the target's official website online, resolving matters with an email. If they were uncooperative, he could easily move on to another company, with communication costs reduced to just a few minutes spent copying and forwarding an email. Chapter 27. The ultimate tug-of-war. Fujita pondered that since Xu Jianjun was so uncooperative, he should not appear overly eager. Otherwise, this young man might perceive their intentions as desperate, thus placing them in a vulnerable position. Consequently, Fujita, accompanied by his assistant, embarked on leisurely excursions amidst the scenic landscapes. Following the signing of the Peace and Friendship Treaty last month, the interactions between the two nations' citizens had flourished, particularly in cultural exchanges, with films such as Chasing being introduced and co-productions already in the pipeline. Additionally, Japanese enterprises had proliferated in 1980s China, gaining favor from local governments. This trend was undoubtedly influenced by the escalating labor costs in their homeland. The migration of labor-intensive industries was an inevitable tide. For profit remains the eternal principle of economic advancement. Enthralled by the magnificent vistas of China for several days, Fujita found himself somewhat oblivious to his primary mission. However, since they were tasked with an objective, their enjoyment felt incomplete. Akihito, do we leave the correct address for that young man? It has been several days. Yet he has not approached us. Something seems amiss. Yes, Chief, I did provide him with the address in person. Should we go look for him again? Akihito inquired. devoid of any psychological burden about the trip abroad. Even if the mission remained unfulfilled, Fujita would shield him from any blame. Let us remain at the hotel today and see if he comes by while we are out. Perhaps the front desk simply forgot to inform us. Meanwhile, as the new school term approached, preparations at Xu Jianjun's home were underway. Bedding, toiletries, thermos, and dining utensils were all packed by his mother, ready for him to simply pick up when the time came. Entering university was a source of pride for the Xu family, and Xu's father had made a significant investment, gritting his teeth to purchase a second-hand bicycle for Xu Jianjun, which cost him a full 80 yuan. This purchase left Xu Jianjun's younger brother, Xu Jianmin, envious. Modern bicycles were akin to luxury cars in the future, a requisite for stylish outings. Brother, let me take it for a spin. I promise to cherish it and one tea let it fall. I'll lower the seat, and you won't even reach it, Xu Jianjun teased, observing his younger sibling, who had yet to fully mature. Who says? I can straddle it. I have ridden Dad's bike before. That was when you punctured the tire and bent the handlebars. Resulting in a severe reprimand from Dad, Xu Jianjun reminded him. I had just learned back then. My skills have improved significantly since. I even borrowed Niu Jinyao's bike. It was quite stable. Seeing his eager brother, Xu Jianjun did not deter him. These adolescents had neither snacks nor toys. They could fashion a hoop from wire and glide through the alley for hours. Let him be, he thought, just as he was about to turn back into the courtyard. Fujita and his companion stealthily appeared at the alley's entrance. Upon spotting Xu Jianjun, Fujita finally set aside his aloofness and approached him with a friendly greeting. Ah, Mr. Fujita. You have not returned home yet. I thought you would have departed by now. What brings you here today? Mr. Xu, I have come to apologize. The quotation I provided previously was indeed rather low. I am here with sincerity this time. If you have any requests, we can discuss them further. I apologize, Mr. Fujita. In light of your company's insincere offer, I have decided not to pursue a collaboration with you. I have already established contact with Takuma Shoten, and I believe they will soon send a representative for negotiations. If they too fail to show the requisite respect for my work, I can always reach out to Toad Animation. I am confident that one of these companies will recognize its true value, Xu Jianjun said languidly, showing no inclination to invite them inside. Upon hearing Takuma's name, Fujita grew anxious, realizing that this young man possessed a certain understanding of the domestic manga industry. If Xu Jianjun were to sign with another company, their output on similar themes might not meet the same standard, ultimately disappointing readers. Moreover, their objective was to derive profits through animation and ancillary products, which was crucial for the company's growth. Thus, royalties could be adjusted to some extent. Mr. Xu, you cannot approach it this way. We were the first to make contact, and I have already apologized for the initial unpleasantness. If you are dissatisfied with the terms, we can certainly discuss it. Once he felt the moment was right, Xu Jianjun casually inquired, what is your company's customary price range for signing excellent works? Please share it with me, so I can compare it to my expectations. As for whether we can reach an agreement, we can deliberate on that later. By the way, let us also discuss the royalties, animation adaptations, and the rights to ancillary products. He had kept them waiting for days, signaling that he was not in a rush to sign. Then, he introduced a competitor to apply pressure. Finally, he highlighted the profit points, demonstrating that he was not entirely uninformed. Fujita harbored deep suspicions, staring at the young man across from him. However, given the current predicament, he found himself in a precarious position. If he returned empty-handed, he might jeopardize his role as a section chief. Conversely, offering too much could also lead to complications. It appeared that his initial attempt to settle all copyrights for a few $1,000s was exceedingly naive. Mr. Xu, regarding royalties. Established manga artists receive between 5 and 12. Since you have yet to publish any work, the customary starting point is generally 5. That cannot be right. I have heard from friends that renowned manga artists can earn up to 15 and even receive signing bonuses. Are you suggesting that you either undervalue me or my work with your 5 offer? Mr. Xu, 15 is a figure reserved for top-tier masters. This is your first publication, and without market influence, it is unlikely you will secure such a commission. Let's set that aside for now. How about the animation adaptations and ancillary sales? The author of Dragon Ball continues to earn well into 20 years after its conclusion. These additional revenue streams cannot be overlooked. Gundam models, figurines, and game adaptations are all immensely profitable. I can negotiate for the animation adaptation costs with the company. I assure you that Mr. Xu will not be disappointed. As for ancillary sales, there isn't much to discuss, so we might as well include it in the adaptation rights fee. Are you jesting with me, Mr. Fujita? Do you not know what Bandai built its foundation upon? Our collaboration is founded on the principle of mutual benefit. Should you continue to deceive, there would be no further need for discussion. Observing the aggressive demeanor of Xu Jianjun, Fujita felt a flush of anger rising within, yet hesitated to provoke this formidable figure. It seemed evident that he had not adequately prepared. Xu was evidently well-versed in the intricacies of Japan's animation industry, while he himself was merely fumbling in ignorance. Please forgive me, Mr. Xu. This matter exceeds my authority, and I must consult with headquarters to provide you with a definitive response. You must expedite this. As my university term is about to commence, and once classes begin, my availability will be considerably restricted, making it challenging for you to reach me. As he watched the two depart in a dejected manner, Xu Jianjun felt a sense of satisfaction, confident that they would reassess their collaboration proposal upon their return. Yearning for a leisurely slumber, he noticed Grandpa Xu playing chess in the shade, beckoning him over. Though not particularly skilled at chess, Grandpa Xu held a certain esteem in the alley. Whenever disputes arose that were difficult to resolve, he served as the judge, and his word was final, ensuring compliance from all. Chapter 28, Jiang Taigong Fishing Xiao Junzi. You are about to enter university, yet here you are, whispering with two little rascals about copyright matters. Do be cautious not to let your exuberance lead you astray. I hold a favorable impression of Xu Jianjun, and hope he does not stray onto the wrong path. Oh, old Master Xu, you are indeed a man of hidden talents. You even understand Japanese? You underestimate people, don't you? Mastering Japanese enhances one's ability to combat foes effectively. You see, in my youth, this skill allowed me to navigate perilous situations with remarkable success. Just moments ago, I dealt with those two rascals single-handedly. You are indeed spry for your age. Huh. This is merely a leisure endeavor during the holidays, engaging in cultural creation. They expressed interest and wished to purchase the copyright. Please do not misunderstand. This is also a means of foreign exchange, bringing glory to our nation. The current citizenry displays an unparalleled sense of responsibility towards contributing to the country, despite financial constraints. When the time comes to aid in the southern endeavors, they will still donate generously. The renowned Chaoyang masses are indeed one of the three great mysterious organizations of the Republic. I see. You are not quite up to the task of compromising national interests. Come, let us play a couple of games. I wish to assess your abilities as a university student. Ah, this old man. It seems he had been thinking of ways to show mercy, and indeed, kindness can be taken for granted. Xu Jianjun, without a hint of deference, immediately took the initiative. As an adept of online chess, I have memorized various swift victory strategies. Initially, Old Master Xu leisurely commented on Xu Jianjun's moves, but soon fell silent. After struggling for 5 arduous minutes, he had no choice but to concede, with his pieces dwindling. That insufferable Xu had already had opportunities to checkmate him, yet chose instead to eliminate his remaining forces. Refusing to accept defeat, Old Master Xu hastily commenced a second game, which ended even more swiftly. He succumbed to Xu Jianjun's river cannon in a mere 3 minutes. Old Xu, perhaps it is time to cease. Continuing further would be quite shameful. You shouldn't allow the younger generation to gain the upper hand. Ha! Xiao Su, you possess remarkable skill. I had not previously recognized your depth. Observing Old Master Xu in distress, Old Master Lan couldn't resist teasing him. It is easy for you to speak without discomfort. Why don't you come and play yourself? Your level, Lan Shi, is even beneath mine. Ah. Today's youth seem increasingly oblivious to the respect due to their elders. Xiao Su, you intentionally conceal your prowess to revel in my embarrassment, don't you? I would never dare. I am merely here to alleviate your boredom. Did I not hear you mention that you once bore arms? You have undoubtedly witnessed a great deal. And your breadth of character must be vast, your resolve soaring high. Would you stoop to quarreling with a younger generation? Seeing Old Xu rendered speechless brought an inexplicable delight to Lan Shi. Old Xu is a decent fellow, albeit prone to lecturing. His intentions are commendable, yet they often annoy the neighbors. Today, he has encountered a formidable opponent. Indeed, Xu's academic success is no coincidence. Previously, I remarked that the old Xu family has never produced any scholars. How could they possibly have a university student like you? I pondered over who you might resemble. And now I realize you undoubtedly take after your mother. Humph. Despite your lack of education and manners, you have certainly inherited her knack for confrontation. As for Grandpa Xu, if there is anyone in the courtyard he truly fears, it is undoubtedly He Yin. On one occasion, he unwittingly offended Su Ma and found himself cornered in a room for an entire hour of scolding. I am aware that my mother can be quite relentless when she is right, but her arguments often hinge on logic. Can you recall a time when she was merely making a fuss? When she is justified, her confidence swells. Haha, gentlemen, do take your leave. I must prepare for my negotiations with Xiao Dongyang, for I cannot allow them to gain even the slightest advantage. Tung Tian has come to realize that his visit here may not simply be an opportunity to boost performance. Securing a significant discount is already a stroke of luck. Should another company intervene, the situation could spiral beyond control. Thus, he reveals his utmost sincerity, disclosing his authorized maximum offer before arriving. Yet, to his dismay, Xu Jianjun, a young man from this impoverished and backward nation, refuses to acquiesce. How intolerable! This infuriated Tung Tian, yet he found himself powerless against the opposition. He stated that he would reconsider signing once the representatives from Dejected arrived, for comparing goods from two companies is only logical. And their initial attitude had wounded Su's feelings. Tung Tian was tempted to exclaim that such feelings are trivial. However, upon glimpsing the completed draft in Su's possession, he swallowed his harsh words. He even contemplated whether they might collaborate to seize the opportunity, but upon observing the imposing and audacious Xu Jianjun, he thought better of it. He suspected this insufferable Chinese individual had orchestrated a trap. They were abroad, on foreign soil, and should they be caught in a compromising position, they would be at the mercy of others. The tendency to idolize foreign cultures is not yet widespread. That phenomenon arose after the opening up of the economy. Both government and enterprises now measure success by economic indicators, leading regions to exert tremendous effort to attract foreign investment, coupled with some expatriates who, upon witnessing the dazzling world outside, become acutely aware of their own disheartening disparities. Many have turned to extremes, excessively denying their own heritage, resulting in a plethora of spineless individuals. Even when their own nation has advanced, they remain obstinately mired in their delusions, engaging in actions that defy comprehension, vilifying revolutionary martyrs, honoring war criminals, and colluding with foreign media to slander their own country. Such behavior is a disgrace, an egregious betrayal of their roots. At present, during the early stages of reform, the populace remains quite innocent. To the common folk, these foreigners still evoke the image of little devils or imperialistic wolves. Should they fail to understand the importance of modesty and discretion, they might find themselves, like Matsumoto, facing a collective backlash from the elderly in the streets. If Tung Tian dares to provoke, he need not rely on others. Xu Jianjun alone could make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Initially, Xu Jianjun intended to find someone to impersonate a member of the Dejected staff, harboring little hope for a response to the letter sent through Matsumoto. However, before he could put his plan into action, he received a reply indicating that a representative from Dejected Publishing would be in contact with him shortly. He couldn't help but marvel at Matsumoto's remarkable efficiency, perhaps fueled by his own passion for the endeavor. At the dining table, with a bowl of thin porridge that could pass for tea and a coarse grain bun accompanied by a platter of vegetables, Xu Jianjun found himself unable to wait any longer. He preferred to swiftly resolve matters and secure tangible benefits. Otherwise, he felt as though he would become like a little lamb, subsisting solely on grass. In the countryside, if one had connections, there were occasional wild delicacies to savor. But upon returning home, his lifestyle had paradoxically become more frugal. With only a meager monthly meat ration, once it was consumed, he was left to endure a diet of husks and vegetables for the remainder of the month. Seeing his parents enjoy their meals with such ease and relish, he knew that if he dared to voice a complaint, his mother's temperament could very well lead to him going hungry for 2 days. Given their family circumstances, they should not be in such a predicament. However, after his uncle returned from his second sister's wedding, although there were no expectations for his cousin's job prospects, there was no reason for him to return empty-handed from the capital. His parents supplemented his wages with food stamps, and even Xu Jianjun's red envelope was taken into consideration. Leaving his younger brother, once a lively and cheerful lad, sullen and unresponsive for several days. It was well known that he had worked hard to learn those martial arts techniques, only to have them confiscated by his mother. Meanwhile, his father and older brother found amusement in his plight, offering no words of support. Adults, he thought, were also unreliable. When his second sister returned home and heard of this incident, she laughed at him for quite some time. Chapter 29. So be it. Masao Fujita has developed an aversion to international calls, not only due to the agonizing wait, but also because the process involves multiple transfers. Most importantly, once connected, he is already intimidated by the president's scolding. He initially thought it would be a simple task to boost performance, only to find himself fully immersed in the harsh realities of the world. What? The people from Takuma have already left the country? Very well, President. I understand what I must do. I shall not disappoint you again. Fujita-kun, set aside your arrogance. I have already communicated with the personnel responsible for animation production here. This anime possesses significant adaptation potential, and it offers a wealth of ready-made derivative products to exploit. If such a splendid opportunity slips from our grasp, we would be the sinners of the company. The royalties from the manga leave little room for negotiation. Offer them the highest we can provide. As for the animation adaptation fee, I can grant you the utmost authority in this regard. If they dare to speak, agree to their terms. However, be cautious about the share of peripheral products. This will be a vital economic source in the future. I wonder how this author in such a secluded country has such profound knowledge of these matters. President Ito has abandoned all illusions. He is determined to secure this work. Understood, President. I will handle it well, Fujita responded cautiously. This time, Fujita dared not be the slightest bit presumptuous. He swiftly sought out Xu Jianjun, displaying utmost sincerity. Eager to resolve matters expediently, Xu Jianjun, too, was about to start his academic term and lacked the energy to dwell on this issue. For Bandai, these matters might be rare opportunities, but for Xu Jianjun, they were merely a product etched in his memory, intended solely for profit. As long as he could access channels to the outside world, he had numerous ways to earn money and would not be overly fixated on a single, uncertain creation. Susan. Regarding the royalties, our company collaborates with a publishing house and 13 is the maximum percentage we can negotiate. It is worth noting that even top-tier manga artists like Osamu Tezuka receive only 15. 13 it is. What about the others? The bulk of Bandai's profits lies in peripheral products, correct? Have you reported on this? Can you make a decision? Please provide a clear answer soon. The academic term is commencing, and I cannot afford to waste time. Xu Jianjun's unwillingness was evident, and it was genuine. Our company is prepared to offer 10 million yen for the animation adaptation, a sum that many would not earn in a lifetime. Converted to dollars. That's just over 50,000. If it were $10 million, that might excite me, Xu Jianjun retorted without mercy, prompting Fujita to roll his eyes. As for the share from peripheral products, our president has agreed to provide 1% of sales. You are being quite miserly, Mr. Fujita. It appears your president lacks sincerity. I suggest you purchase a plane ticket home. Susan, our company handles product development, production, and sales. You need not exert any effort. Simply await your commission. These are already favorable terms. The commission you offer to distributors surely exceeds this meager percentage. Anything below 5 is unacceptable to me. Today's hospitality was quite to my liking, and I have had my fill. You should consult those who have the authority to make decisions. Farewell. As the cuisine at the Friendship Hotel is not something he can partake in himself at the moment, he has already begun to indulge heartily while engaging in polite conversation. Mr. Su, please hold on a moment. The adaptation fee can be increased by an additional 5 million. But the 5 share of merchandise you mentioned is absolutely out of the question. The highest authority granted to me by our president is 2, which is our utmost sincerity. Please assist me. Witnessing the plight of Mr. Fujita brought great satisfaction to Xu Jianjun. How about it? Let me teach you a thing or two about humanity. It appears to be quite effective. Everything else is negotiable, but a 3 share of merchandise is the largest concession I can make. If there are no objections, we can sign the agreement right now. By the way, royalties and merchandise will be settled later, while the adaptation fee will be settled in US dollars. That should be acceptable, correct? The rapid development of the Neon Nation in the 1970s saw the exchange rate soaring, with a slight downturn towards the end of that decade. It would be too unwise to allow the yen to depreciate, as these funds cannot simply be left to gather dust. Once a sufficient amount has been amassed, it is imperative to stir up the capitalist financial market. Very well, Mr. Su, no problem. As for the merchandise share, I must consult our president. Please bear with me for a moment. I will return shortly. Jiro, please keep Mr. Su company with a drink. As Fujita exhaled in relief, he feigned difficulty while stepping outside. He has learned well. Even if he could respond immediately, he dared not reveal any hint of readiness, for Xu Jianjun is exceedingly cunning. As a mere facilitator, Jiro Akamoto busied himself with supportive tasks such as serving tea and delivering documents. Whether it was Fujita or the young man before him, he dared not offend either. As a newcomer in the workplace, he felt fortunate to have the opportunity to travel abroad. If he could follow up on this project upon his return, it would significantly benefit his career trajectory. Thus, he willingly fawned over Xu Jianjun, bowing deeply while toasting. Mr. Su's imagination and application of knowledge have truly opened my eyes. I can hardly wait to read the remaining sections. as a member of the negotiation team. He also has the opportunity to witness the work that has stirred considerable upheaval within the company. The leisure game creation lacks artistic merit, yet I am content with the recognition from a small audience. That is already quite impressive, and Mr. Su's command of Japanese is excellent. Should I find myself in Tokyo in the future, I will surely serve as Mr. Su's guide. Just as Xu Jianjun was overwhelmed by the flattery, Fujita finally returned. To maintain the facade, he naturally had to showcase his efforts and express his own challenges. Eventually, everyone tacitly agreed to present the contract. Xu Jianjun glanced over it. It was evidently pre-prepared, with both Japanese and English versions already refined. He believed that at this juncture, the other party would not resort to any underhanded tactics. Currently, there are no lawyers available domestically, and one must rely entirely on one's own interpretation of contractual details. Fortunately, having previously engaged in foreign trade, I am well acquainted with such documents, making this task relatively effortless for me. Observing Xu Jianjun sign the document with ease, the tension in Fujita's heart finally dissipated. Should Xu consider adopting a pen name or perhaps a neon alias to facilitate readers' reception of his works? No need for that. Perhaps he could simply use the name Xu Fu, honoring his ancestral heritage, a reference that likely eludes many today. Very well, Xu. Might you now entrust the remaining portions to us? I am an ardent admirer and have been eagerly anticipating this moment. To my surprise, the progress has been swift today, and regrettably, I did not bring the materials along. Perhaps I could deliver them to you tomorrow? There's no need to trouble yourself. I shall escort you home and conveniently bring them along. By the way, I just ordered a few dishes to take back for a late-night snack. Xu Jianjun's eating manner was not particularly appetizing, and Fujita felt he had done something noteworthy. All right, please reserve $5,000 for me, and open an account for the remainder in Neon. Ensure that all subsequent settlements are directed to this designated account, preferably with a dedicated liaison to handle these affairs. Rest assured, Xu, the bank has a specialist responsible for such matters and will provide regular updates on the settlement. Should you have any financial management needs, they can also offer assistance. Chapter 30. Unexpected revelations. The dishes prepared by the chef at the Friendship Hotel, accompanied by gleaming white rice, delighted Xu's parents as they incessantly questioned Xu Jianjun. Xu Jianmin, unable to contain himself, finally engaged in conversation with his elder brother. Brother, did your comic book sell for a profit? Oh, this rice is truly fragrant, and this braised pork is utterly delectable. You rascal, you've already begun eating. Let me warm it up for you, Xu's mother exclaimed, just realizing that her younger son had opened the packaging and started feasting. Mom, no need to, it's still warm. You should try it, it's genuinely delicious. All right, I'll have a taste. But let us leave the fish and duck intact, later. Let your father chill them in some cold water so they can be enjoyed tomorrow. As Xu Jianmin appeared intent on continuing to unpack, the frugal Xu mother intervened. Mom, in this sweltering heat, how can we let it sit overnight? Xiaomin, go to our elder brother's house and invite sister-in-law Xiaoshan and the others over. We should enjoy a good meal together. Xu Jiangwo is a busy man and is likely not at home right now. Can those chaotic sketches you drew really fetch any money? Xu Jiaxing asked Xu Jianjun, uncertain. Such comic books are mere pastimes for children in our region, yet many adults overseas read them. Therefore, Mom, we ought to enhance our meals moving forward. Your son not only receives support at university, but can also earn a bit of foreign currency for you. Given how scarce foreign exchange is now, if we continue with this insipid diet, Jianmin's development may be compromised, Xu Jianjun lamented, having been alarmed by the recent bland offerings. Nonsense. Many families cannot even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables. You are well aware of your uncle's situation. If we do not lend assistance, who knows what would happen? And as for your second aunt's family, it goes without saying. I informed your second sister about her wedding. According to your uncle, she cannot even gather enough for travel expenses. Once your uncle returns, he can bring her some support. It has been years since I visited my hometown. I should take some time to see them. He Yin reflected with a hint of nostalgia about her family. Xu Jianjun had no intention of disputing this point, after all. Their maternal relatives were not the most unfortunate. In some remote mountainous areas, families had not seen white flour for years. Sharing a single pair of pants among themselves, whoever left the house wore them. Such circumstances would persist until the nationwide implementation of the household responsibility system, the emergence of hybrid varieties by Grandpa Yuan, and the enhancement of national fertilizer production. After that, the populace would no longer be burdened by food scarcity. Little Su Xiaoshan, a glutton at the tender age of 4 or 5, arrived and, upon spotting the delicious food, joined her uncle in enjoying it while commenting on the dishes. Truly a young foodie. Li Huifan considered reprimanding her daughter, but seeing the family's indulgent attitude towards the child, she refrained from saying much. Is Jiangwo not back yet? Mom, you know well that with his job, he is often elusive. Recently, it's been even more outrageous. Sometimes, he stays at work and doesn't come home at all. Xiaoshan is closer to her uncle than to her father. The nature of their work in public security necessitates our unwavering support as family members. After enduring a few more years, perhaps a transfer to a clerical position may be possible. These past 2 years have certainly been arduous for you. Your mother is nearing retirement, and at that time, she can assist in caring for Xiaoshan, thereby alleviating some of your burdens. It is often the families of those in public security who face the greatest marital strife. Old Su fears that his daughter-in-law might truly provoke Xu Jianjun. Father, it's all right. I currently manage work while taking care of the child. Several colleagues at the hospital do the same, allowing the children to play together with minimal concern. We take turns supervising them and can even impart some basic knowledge. Li Huifan holds considerable respect for her father-in-law. The Su family is generally kind-hearted, though her mother-in-law can be quite sharp-tongued. Initially, there were some disagreements. She was reluctant to have her mother-in-law care for the child, uncertain of what chaos might ensue. Second uncle. Little uncle says you can draw comic strips. I want to see them too. The ones drawn by second uncle have already been sold, and besides, they are not suitable for young children. In due time, second uncle will have someone bring you some delightful comic books, featuring the stories of the clever mouse and the foolish cat. They are truly captivating, don't you think? When it comes to animation, none are as universally beloved as Tom and Jerry. All right. Seeing his lively and adorable niece, Xu Jianjun couldn't help but pinch her little cheek and placed a duck leg into her bowl. The little girl immediately beamed with joy, eager to show off to her little uncle. Although his sister-in-law often complained, the discerning could see her genuine care for Xu Jianjun. As for his elder sister's family, Xu Jianjun felt that in this day and age, divorce is shockingly unconventional. Otherwise, that couple would likely have parted ways long ago. The influence parents have on their children is unparalleled. Among his 2 little nieces and nephews, the daughter of his older brother is well-behaved, lively, and polite, while the child from his elder sister's family, who is a year older than Xiaoshan, exhibits a fiery temper and frequently talks back to elders. Xu Jianjun has even witnessed her competing with Xu Xiaoshan for food and play. Though they are all relatives, achieving true fairness is a challenge, naturally. One tends to think of their favored individuals first. While Xu Jianjun toils away at home, He Junzhong finds himself in a different realm altogether. With recommendations from leaders at the newspaper, he has stepped into the role of a part-time columnist, entering the internship phase even before beginning his studies. His writing is no less impressive than Xu Jianjun's. Having previously opened his mind to new ideas, it must be said that his articles are concise, unique, and thought-provoking, bringing pride to those who recommended him. If Xu Jianjun were to discover this, he would likely feel an intense jealousy. After all, he is the protagonist in his own narrative, while He Junzhong seems to have an unfair advantage, earning both writing fees and recognition from his superiors. His college journey and future career trajectory are destined to be smooth sailing. While they remain busy, Aoyun and Yang Xiaowei enjoy a relatively relaxed and free existence. The families of both young women are quite pleased with the schools to which they have been accepted, allowing them to freely indulge in leisure during the holidays. Yang Xiaowei practically resides at Liao Yun's home, sharing meals, accommodations, and shopping excursions. They even ventured together back to the rural youth station in Miyun to complete their file transfers, leaving behind their materials for those hopeful individuals still pursuing a second chance at education. Had it not been for Xu Jianjun's rigorous training over the past few months, they might have found themselves among the ranks of those repeating their studies. Xu Jianjun and He Junzhong, 2 seemingly absent figures, have been conspicuously untraceable for several days. The modesty characteristic of young women has deterred Yang Xiaowei from approaching those 2 gentlemen, yet her curiosity regarding the typically restless duo's activities during the vacation is piqued. Did oldie not mention his errands at the newspaper office? I came across an article of his in the Daily News, which suggests he has been occupied with that. As for Teacher Su, he has vanished as if into thin air. Ah, your school is located in Hadian. It will be convenient for you to gather with friends, while I remain in the old city. My dear young lady, consider yourself fortunate. Merely stepping out of your home allows you easy access to school, a privilege many would yearn for. Your father's school is also quite nearby, making daily returns home a trivial matter. Furthermore, living too close can be unfavorable, as any endeavor you undertake would be common knowledge at home. I suspect that when I speak in class in the morning, my family will be fully aware of it by noon. I encountered 2 teachers a few days ago. They are likely to be bringing students along, both of whom are pupils of my aunt. You can envision the lack of freedom in the days to come. While Yang Xiaowei frets over her proximity to home, countless students traverse mountains and rivers, spending days and nights crammed in green trains, yet their hearts brim with hope. For they believe they are on the brink of achieving their aspirations. Chapter 31. The beginning of the semester. The day of registration for the new semester had arrived. Initially, Xu Jianjun intended to ride his bicycle to school alone on the final day with his luggage. However, he underestimated the enthusiasm of his family. On the first day, his father, along with his free laborer brother Xu Jianmin, insisted on accompanying him to school under the pretext of helping carry his belongings. It seems that Xu's father had not entirely given up on his younger son and hoped to let him experience the atmosphere of university life, perhaps inspiring him to strive for success upon their return. As they observed the vibrant flow of spirited students, Xu's father felt a few years younger. Looking at his younger son, he noted the excitement present, though he wondered whether it stemmed from mere curiosity or a genuine sense of motivation, although he had anticipated it. Xu Jianjun felt a twinge of disappointment upon entering the antiquated 8-person dormitory. In the era of his own schooling, following the expansion of admissions, most new students resided in modernized facilities. Xu Jianjun had previously lived in a standard 4-person room with bunk beds, a desk, and a private bathroom. Albeit lacking air conditioning, an unfortunate shortcoming. Being an early arrival had its advantages. The room contained only a crumpled bedding set, devoid of any other occupants. Xu Jianjun unreservedly chose the lower bunk by the window. "Dad, let us take a stroll around the campus and sample the food at our cafeteria. Strolling is fine, but eating is out of the question. Jianmin has already consumed an ample amount of candy along the way, so there is no room for more food. Let us go. I've seen the summer palace from behind its walls, but this is my first time entering. Many prominent figures have emerged from here." As they wandered through the campus, the beauty of Peking University's Weiming Lake was undeniable. The Chinese seemed to possess an innate affinity for water, and beneath the shade of trees by the lakeside, small groups of students engaged in studies and discussions, mostly second-semester students from the class of 77, many of whom would become future leaders in politics and business, yet still bore the freshness of youth. After bidding farewell to the delighted father and son, Xu Jianjun returned to his dormitory, feeling the urge to compose a verse lamenting his dissatisfaction with the living conditions. Upon entering, he was greeted by 2 individuals who warmly introduced themselves. "Hello, classmate. We will be roommates from now on. I am Feng Chuang, hailing from Shandong, and this is Liang Xianfeng from southern Hunan. It is customary to introduce oneself." And Xu Jianjun reciprocated. "I am Xu Jianjun, a local from the capital. You both arrived quite early." Feng Chuang was evidently chatty. "I'm all right. It took me half a day to reach Quancheng, and then half a day on the train to the capital. That is quite enough of a journey. Wouldn't you say? I can't compare to Liang Xianfeng, who set off 3 days in advance and spent 2 days swaying on the train." "Hello, classmate. You come from a place rich in talent, much like the greats," Xu Jianjun remarked. "Hello. I wouldn't dare claim to be from the same hometown as him. My family resides in a remote mountain valley, far from Xiangsha." The previous 2 cohorts of students were relatively older. At 21, Xu Jianjun was considered mature for a freshman. But compared to these 2 gentlemen, he still seemed youthful. Feng Chuang was 24, and Liang Xianfeng had already reached the age of 26, both embodying the determination to seize their time and strive for excellence. Having made his bed, Xu Jianjun bid farewell to the 2 bookish individuals who were seldom seen without a tome in hand. He pedaled his bicycle towards Renmin University, or perhaps the law school, to check whether He Junzhang and Liaoyin had arrived. If it weren't for his father's overwhelming enthusiasm, he would have preferred to wait until the final day to come, as arriving early left him with nothing to occupy his time. The proximity of Renmin made it easy to reach. A quick ride through Baiguan village brought him there. At this juncture, the domestic Silicon Valley resembled a dilapidated village, with the streets flanked by lowly abodes. Forget about skyscrapers. Finding a building taller than 3 stories was a challenge. One could only marvel at the rapid development that ensued once restrictions were lifted, as this area would soon be bustling with tech companies and office buildings. Upon arriving at the department's registration office for He Junzhang, he inquired and, unsurprisingly, discovered that his friend had not yet arrived. He then laboriously pedaled to the law school. The lack of a vehicle proved to be quite inconvenient, without a certain status. The prospect of riding in a car seemed like a distant dream. Even the most basic model, the 212, was out of reach for the average person. The bicycle he currently rode was a coveted dream vehicle for many. When he encountered Liao Yun beneath the dormitory, despite her having surpassed the age of youthful transformation, Xu Jianjun was immediately reminded of that adage. Clad in a simple checkered shirt and black trousers, her tall and slender figure, coupled with her fair complexion, made her stand out like a crane among chickens compared to the other girls passing by. Xu Jianjun, you and He Junzhang have been conspicuously absent for over a month. Xiao Hui even speculated whether you two were up to no good and had been apprehended. Haha, I even defended you both. I must be quite the friend, right? Indeed, you are quite the friend, he replied. On my way to your school, I passed a hidden little restaurant. Since today marks the beginning of the term, let us celebrate. The area in front of the dormitory is bustling with people, and with our handsome and beautiful ensemble, Xu self-proclaimed as handsome, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Nowadays, universities frown upon romantic entanglements, as the primary objective is to acquire knowledge and contribute to the nation, rather than indulging in petty bourgeois pursuits, which are subject to ideological correction. Patting the sturdy rear seat of his bicycle, Liao Yun confidently perched herself beside him. Had she worn a skirt today? It would have been even more perfect. Within the lush confines of the ivory tower, the bicycle glided slowly, the hem of her clothing billowing in the breeze, and the girl's smile blossoming, a scene of exquisite beauty. You haven't mentioned what you've been busy with lately, she inquired. Oldie managed to snag a part-time gig at a newspaper as a runner and editor. When I see him, I must extort a bit from him, as he has raked in quite a bit of writing fees. And you? She asked. I've been dabbling in literary creation, enticing a modest allowance for daily expenses from my art. The two engaged in their carefree conversation as they exited the campus. The road conditions were rather poor, and as they traversed the bumpy stretch, he felt her small hand gripping the corner of his clothing, the unique fragrance of a girl enveloping him, dispelling the earlier solitary struggles of his ride. The restaurants at this hour were clandestinely nestled in obscure alleys, catering to guests in a manner reminiscent of covert meetings among spies. Although the place Xu had chosen was small, it appeared relatively clean. With limited resources, the owner could only prepare a few simple home-style dishes. I had no idea you possessed any artistic talent. What have you been creating? Are you capable of impressing foreigners with your work? After placing the order, Liao Yun inquired curiously, as this fellow had already provided numerous surprises. Yet he could still occasionally astonish you. It is not true art, merely a comic narrative. Here we refer to it as a lian huanhua, a form of storytelling for children. While in their culture it appeals to all age groups. You have heard of Astro Boy, haven't you? That is precisely the kind. I must admit, I have never actually seen Astro Boy, though I believe I have heard of it. How much did you manage to swindle them for? Not much, merely 2,000. If he were to disclose the truth, Liao Yun would likely think he was boasting. Just 2,000 yen? Is that so little? You really have too little faith in me. It was $2,000. If it had been 2,000 yen, would I have gone to such great lengths? Well, that is quite a sum. Are you really inviting me to such a modest little eatery? Isn't that a bit stingy? The official exchange rate of the dollar to the yuan is 1.5, yet currently, the country faces a severe foreign exchange shortage, with private transactions reaching 1:5. Earlier, I visited He Jianjun's school, but he has yet to report. Let us find a time when everyone is free to meet again. Today's gathering will serve as a mere appetizer. Chapter 32. The new generation of the 1970s. Liao Yun's dormitory housed 6 individuals, all of whom exhibited a lively spirit. On the very first day of registration, they gathered together, as girls inherently possess a penchant for gossip. Whether they were mothers or young maidens, curiosity was an inescapable trait. Upon Liao Yun's return to the dormitory, the eldest, Lin Shan, eagerly inquired, "Sister, was that person just now your boyfriend?" Noticing the inquisitive gazes from her other roommates, Liao Yun, slightly embarrassed, replied, "No, he is my classmate." "Quite the dashing fellow. Is he from our school?" Lin Shan probed. "No, he attends Peking University," Liao Yun answered. "Ah, a student from Peking University has come all the way to find you. The relationship must be quite significant," Lin Shan teased, adopting the tone of someone with experience. Zhou Lihua, Liao Yun's roommate on the upper bunk, observed Liao Yun blushing and at a loss for words, and intervened. "A classmate from Peking University, you say? I have long admired that institution. Unfortunately, my academic prowess fell short, and I never had the opportunity to study there. Liao Yun, when you have the chance, please take us on a tour of Peking University. Let your classmate introduce us to the allure of the Premier Academy. If only we had a camera." We could capture the beauty of Weiming Lake and Boya Tower, places I have dreamed of visiting for so long. Lin Shan, realizing she might have been overly enthusiastic on the very first day, chimed in, "Indeed, that sounds essential. Liao Yun, since you're local, do you have any classmates from other schools? It would be wonderful for us country bumpkins to experience the universities of the capital." One of the girls nearby mentioned, "I have a classmate, and another is at Xia Medical College. However, let us avoid the hospital. It might bring bad luck. I have a seagull camera at home. If anyone wants to take photos, I can bring it along." "Oh, that would be splendid. I will buy some film. I promised my family I would send back a photo of the school gate to show off. Now, I can take several pictures." Zhou Li laughed in response. The remaining three remained silent. This was not an era where one could capture images at any moment with a mobile phone. Photography was an expensive endeavor. Among the 6 in the dormitory, Liao Yun's background was evident. Her mother worked at a research institute, likely dealing with classified information, and was rumored to be on the verge of a promotion to the Ministry of Industry, earning a respectable salary. Her father was a university professor who had just received back pay. Financial worries were not a concern for their family. Lin Shan had already been a factory worker prior to her entrance examinations. Her husband held a minor leadership position. The Northeast, at this time, was still thriving. A bastion of heavy industry, the firstborn of the Republic, and their circumstances were relatively favorable. Zhou Li did not reveal much about her family situation, but her demeanor suggested she was not from a proletarian background. The other 3 were modest. During introductions, they even mentioned their villages. Zhao Xiaohong spoke with a thick Sichuan accent, and when she spoke quickly, the others found it hard to comprehend. "Your classmates here are remarkable. In my hometown, including myself, only 5 people managed to pass the exams, 2 of whom are in vocational schools. I was the top scorer in my county. Yet if I were to apply to Peking University, I would be equally at a loss," Zhao Xiaohong admitted. In truth, she had already been in the capital for 3 days. It was her first time in such a vast city and attending such a large school, and she had not dared to step outside the campus for fear of losing her way back. "In truth, we cannot precisely be regarded as classmates. We were part of a youth program where we studied together and subsequently gained admission to university. At that time, we huddled together for warmth, learning from one another. After all, recruitment had only commenced the previous year, and finding resources was quite challenging. How many of you have emerged as university students?" Zhou Li chimed in. "You may find it hard to believe, but all 6 of us succeeded in our examinations. Only one had a slightly weaker foundation, securing a spot at a junior college in Jigan." Once Liao Yun finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the group as they stared at her as if she were a peculiar creature, prompting her to stick out her tongue, akin to a child caught in mischief. "My dear friends, are you aiming for the heavens? Is there no sense of fairness remaining? I, a teacher at our factory school, pride myself on my intellect, yet it took immense effort just to scrape by. How did you manage to study? We would love to learn from your experience." Observing the astonishment on their faces, Liao Yun, despite her innocence, understood that exposing Xu Jianjun's secrets would lead to a myriad of troubles. Perhaps it was due to our well-stocked resources that Xu Jianjun and another classmate had somehow acquired numerous exercises and notes. The new semester is a time for introductions, roommates, classmates, substitute teachers, and counselors. When Xu Jianjun returned to his dormitory, all the residents had gathered, and only a few could truly hold off until the last moment. Considering it was Beijing University, a sanctuary of dreams for countless scholars. In their 8-person room, 7 students resided, leaving 1 bed vacant for miscellaneous items, which was already a rare privilege. Initially, Xu Jianjun feared being the oldest, but his worries were unfounded, as 2 younger students had just graduated. However, despite attending only a few classes, they managed to gain admission as fresh graduates. Dong Xiyu and Wang Qian certainly belonged to the elite echelon of scholars, not to be underestimated. "Greetings. I've heard you are also from the capital. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xu Wake, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Hello. "We shall be living under the same roof for the next 4 years, so I kindly ask for your support." Xu Jianjun continued, "Recently, my second sister got married, and I brought some leftover wedding candies to share with everyone. Please, don't hesitate. I do not smoke. I simply enjoy sweet treats." As he spoke, he retrieved his treasured candies from his bag, recognizing that these classmates could potentially become pillars of society. Adhering to the principle of fostering amicable relations, if not friendships, was paramount. Referring to them as wedding candies provided no grounds for refusal. And whether it was Xu Wink or the remaining few, they accepted the offerings with cheerful smiles. Li Jiaoping, who had remained silent, glanced at the candy in his hand and remarked meaningfully, "Xu, your family must be in good standing. These candies are not easily acquired and cannot typically be found in ordinary cooperatives. What does it matter? I hail from a true working-class background, with both my parents employed in the city's public transportation system. This is merely a stroke of luck from my brother-in-law. Come now, everyone, do not be shy. I have plenty more." Subsequently, the dormitory members arranged themselves by age, with Li Xiaoping, at the venerable age of 28, earning the title of dormitory leader. Yang Xiefeng, at 26, was dubbed the second in command, a memorable rank that would likely accompany him for the next 4 years. Feng Chuang possesses an air of maturity beyond his years, complemented by a hearty demeanor. Standing alongside Liang Xiefeng, he may appear more imposing. However, he is merely 24 years old this year. Xu Wenk, hailing from the capital, is the fourth among his siblings. When he introduced himself earlier, he refrained from mentioning any connections with Xu Jianjun or his alma mater, perhaps indicative of his more reserved nature. Xu Jianjun occupies the 5th position in the hierarchy, while the 6th is designated for Wang Qian, despite the fact that the true essence of the 6th remains yet to be revealed. Dong Xiyu, a mere 17, is still uncertain whether the youth program at the University of Science and Technology has commenced. He may potentially qualify for exceptional admission. Their dormitory is already considered youthful, especially when compared to the neighboring one, where an elder brother has reached the age of 31, having participated in the college entrance examination prior to engaging in sports, and now is a father of 3. It is said that the previous 2 cohorts have produced remarkable talents, apart from their inherent intellect. Many had impressive credentials even before enrollment. Some have held positions as school principals, like Hai Wan, while others have been factory managers, such as Yu Jixiang. Even if they do not attend university, their futures remain bright, as many are pursuing their dreams. Chapter 33. Striving for Excellence. The Economics Department now offers but a single major, with 2 classes for the class of 77 and 3/4/78. Some courses have comprehensive lesson plans, while others remain in a nascent stage with little defined content. The professors deliberate on what to teach, navigating their way through the educational process while simultaneously engaging in instruction. It is under these very conditions that the golden generation has emerged. The faculty exhibits a notable age gap, making it quite challenging to find younger instructors. Among them, Wang Chao, the counselor for Xu Jianjun's 2nd class, is considered relatively young, nearing the age of 40. The other counselors are all older men, shattering the dreams of student-teacher romances among the male students. The primary motivation for entering university in those years was to attain an identity that could command respect and to evade the unpredictable blows that could potentially harm him. Therefore, Xu Jianjun's foremost priority upon entering university is to maintain a low profile. The subjects, whether foundational or specialized, do not pose a challenge for him. In fact, he often finds that he can articulate certain professional concepts better than the instructors themselves. However, he would never be foolish enough to dominate the classroom. Nonetheless, the atmosphere among the students is remarkably conducive to learning. They spontaneously form study groups, aiding one another, particularly in English, to combat the imperialist hegemony. Mastering this foreign language is essential. Understanding oneself and the adversary ensures victory in battle. English is not a strong suit for these seasoned professors. Rather, Russian is their forte. Thus, the study of English relies on mutual practice, with students honing their speaking skills and listening to English broadcasts on the radio. Amidst this revolutionary environment, Xu Jianjun finds himself struggling with his pronunciation, mingling with his peers in a shared endeavor. It is a lamentable irony for a linguistic prodigy, an accomplished foreign trade manager fluent in English, Japanese, and Korean, who once commanded presence across the Jiaodong Peninsula, now reduced to practicing basic phrases with his classmates. As weekends arrive, he eagerly rushes home, only to discover an unexpected surprise awaiting him. Personnel from his father's company had visited for 2 days. Fearing that his son might stray from his studies and jeopardize his promising future, Su's father refrained from interrupting him at school, nearly missing out on a lucrative opportunity. As the parent company of the esteemed Miyazaki, while not yet a household name, it is destined to become familiar in the future. When Ichiro Miyakawa discussed the company's future plans and expressed regret over Xu Jianjun's swift signing with Bandai, a few of Su's insightful remarks swiftly reignited the dwindling flames of interest. "Mr. Xu, you are indeed correct. We are contemplating the establishment of a collaborative studio. Our boss has long been scouting for talent. However, he is quite discerning, making it difficult for most individuals to catch his eye. Frankly, Had you not hastened to sign with Bandai, the copy that Matsumoto-kun presented to our department head could have served as a solid foundation for our collaboration. It is rare for any man to resist the allure of the mech universe, be they youthful lads or weary middle-aged workers. You are not planning to create an animated film, are you? I have a rather splendid script that you might find intriguing. Feel free to take it back for your perusal. Should it pique your interest, I possess a plethora of equally captivating stories, undoubtedly rivaling the esteemed Gundam series. I sincerely hope that we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Apologies, Mr. Miyazaki, but it appears you shall have to follow in my wake. As Spirited Away is the reference for now. At most, I shall recommend you as a director when the time comes. Miyagawa departed with a sense of skepticism. Yet a fortnight later, when Xu Jianjun presented his clandestinely crafted work, he was rendered speechless. Through the perspective of a young girl, it unveiled a bizarre and treacherous world of spirits. As a mid-level employee at Takuma Shoten, he possessed a modicum of cultural foundation and, at the very least, the ability to discern quality. Xu Jianjun, displaying remarkable patience, had anticipated this reaction. He had prepared a sumptuous feast in advance, and while Miyagawa was momentarily taken aback, he was already indulging heartily. They say one grows swiftly at 23, and with sufficient nutrition, he wondered if he might gain a few more centimeters. Currently, he stood at 178 centimeters, and surpassing 180 centimeters would be ideal. Xu Jianjun, indeed, felt somewhat unscrupulous for leveraging someone else's mature work. Yet he bore no guilt regarding his modest existence. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, he meticulously elucidated the nuances of animation, inadvertently hinting at his other creative endeavors. This revelation exhilarated Miyagawa, affirming that his journey was worthwhile. He left with a sample draft, eager to report back to the higher-ups at their company. Upon returning to school, Xu Jianjun was inevitably pulled aside by the class monitor, Sun Qingji, for a thorough ideological education. At that moment, class leaders were genuinely responsible, vigilantly monitoring the actions of their peers. Although Xu Jianjun, a local from the capital, had no qualms about returning home on weekends, his occasional daydreaming during classes starkly contrasted with classmates who seemed determined to utilize every moment for study. Xu Jianjun understood that this conversation with the monitor was merely the first step. If he failed to amend his ways, it would be reported to the counselor and subsequently to the disciplinary office, potentially rendering him a cautionary tale by the end of the semester. He might even jeopardize his chances of graduating smoothly, contingent upon his future performance. Thus, he adopted the most sincere demeanor, assuring the monitor of his determination to strive diligently and refrain from any actions that might hinder the class. Only then did Sun Qingji reluctantly release him. When it came to the English conversation practice within the study group, Xu Jianjun was inescapably bound. Their group, rooted in a dormitory of 7, expanded to include 3 girls and 3 students from outside, creating a balanced dynamic that made learning more enjoyable. The atmosphere of the study group was quite agreeable, thanks in part to the presence of several girls. At that moment, Zhang Miao was engaged in an English dialogue with Wang Qian. Although their spoken English left much to be desired, the perseverance of these academic achievers was commendable. To master a foreign language and even memorize the English dictionary was no extraordinary feat. Old Yu, still in the throes of repetition, was undoubtedly being addressed. Xu Jianjun, come. Let us engage in a dialogue. You seem elusive these days. One must not neglect their studies. Qi Qiuxing has previously explored the English language with Xu Jianjun and subtly perceives that his foundational knowledge should be commendable, yet his enthusiasm for learning appears somewhat lacking, and he has been notably absent from group activities for an extended period. Sister Qiuxing, shall we tackle something more challenging? Let's converse in English about our experiences since enrollment. Constantly inquiring about names or origins lacks stimulation. Being humble does not equate to incompetence. There are moments when one must showcase their abilities. Otherwise, one risks being perceived as a charity case, which may hinder future endeavors. With a fluent and impeccable accent, Xu Jianjun lamented the dormitory's simplicity and the unpalatable fare in the cafeteria, reflecting on the school's esteemed heritage and rich cultural background, as well as its picturesque campus. Initially, it was manageable, but as the conversation progressed, Qi Qiuxing found herself utterly bewildered by Xu Jianjun's discourse. Nearby, Zhang Miao and Wang Qian paused their conversation, attentively listening to Xu Jianjun's eloquent English until he finally ceased, leaving them wanting more. Zhang Miao expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Xu Jianjun, you are not being forthright. Clearly, your English is impressive, yet you pretended to be modest at first. Come clean about your progress. one must not hoard their knowledge. What other method is there than to listen and practice diligently? Theoretical knowledge is not a significant hurdle for anyone. Oral proficiency truly hinges on having the audacity to speak boldly. Shed your inhibitions. Even if your initial attempts are not fluid, with ample practice, it will naturally improve. Over the summer, I frequently practiced with a sister from my university, and on one occasion, I even ventured to Sanliton to converse with two gentlemen from abroad for an extended period. Chapter 34. A disruptive atmosphere. The fervor of crazy English in the 1990s swept across the nation. During his school years, Xu Jianjun was not immune to the influence of that eccentric figure. In the secluded corners of the high school, encountering a student exuberantly gesticulating with an English textbook, passionately articulating phrases, should not be misconstrued or doubted. This individual was not succumbing to the pressures of academia but rather endeavoring to transcend personal limits and hone his pronunciation. Through Xu Jianjun's relentless encouragement, their study group, the third of Class 2, became a notable spectacle on the campus of Peking University. If one were to witness two individuals engaged in animated English conversation while dining in the cafeteria, or spot students fervently reciting English by the willow trees at Waiming Lake, there was no need to cast a condescending glance. They were undoubtedly members of Group 3 practicing their language skills. Furthermore, this phenomenon exhibited signs of contagion, primarily because Group 3's approach yielded remarkable results. Although onlookers might shake their heads in disbelief, the undeniable ascent in academic performance spoke volumes. In the cafeteria, Xu Jianjun noticed Liang Xianfeng seated alone in a corner. He approached him, knowing that Liang, every month, sent a significant portion of his living allowance back home. Subsisting primarily on coarse grains and relying on the cafeteria's complimentary soups, rarely indulging in any substantial dishes. As Liang would often remark, being able to fill his stomach was a source of contentment, especially considering that his younger siblings likely fared worse than he did. After snatching a steamed bun from Liang, Xu Jianjun offered him a white flour bun, relishing his meal. "I took too much. Let us finish it together," he insisted. "Oh no, you enjoy it yourself," Liang replied. "Come on, don't be so hesitant. If I offer, just accept it." "This isn't how we do things in dorm 317, Xu Jianjun chided, his tone firm. Recognizing Su's good intentions, Liang silently picked up a couple of bites of vegetables, though he felt no need for them, which was precisely why he typically dined alone. In truth, he was quite content. He recalled the group of educated youth sent to Shanxi, over 20 of them, of whom only he, apart from 2 who secured military positions through connections, managed to attend university and escape the hardships. The others remained toiling away on the yellow earth, truly enduring a life of hardship. Every year, following the spring festival and prior to the grain harvest, they faced severe food shortages, often resorting to foraging for tree bark or trapping field mice to survive. Such was the depth of their suffering, and now, not only could he enjoy ample food, but he could also send any surplus ration tickets back home. His family relied solely on his father's meager income as a single-wage earner, attempting to support his younger brother and 2 sisters, which proved to be an arduous task. Though well-intentioned, an overabundance of sympathy can be detrimental. Xu Jianjun understood this all too well. His attempt to share Liang's bun was meant to uphold dignity. Yet he found himself schooled in the realities of Liang's past struggles. Liang even expressed disdain for the urban youth's experiences, suggesting they were merely on a holiday. "Liang, having spent so much time in Shanxi, you must know the Xintian song, right? I usually listen to others sing, as I am not particularly skilled in that regard. In our youth volunteer group, there was a talented individual from your capital who later joined the military. He possessed a remarkable gift. After hearing fellow villagers sing just twice, he could memorize the melodies with impeccable precision and even enhance them. During our time together in the city where we sought food, he managed to procure a substantial amount of provisions through his talent. I wonder how he is faring in the military now. Had he taken the college entrance examination, he surely would have excelled. It is fascinating how, driven by the need for sustenance, one can employ various skills. Such talent deserves quiet admiration, even from Xu Jianjun. How did you all persevere during those times? The agricultural yields from the Lus Plateau were indeed meager. Let us not dwell on it. I fear that discussing it might ruin your appetite. Jianjun, you and your peers have pursued various dreams upon entering university, but my aspirations are simpler. My foremost desire is to satiate my hunger, to diligently acquire knowledge, and ultimately secure a stable job that ensures my family will never go hungry again, if circumstances permit. I wish to bring my parents to the bustling city and see my younger siblings succeed in their studies. If I achieve these goals, I would consider myself favored by fate. Beyond that, I dare not dream. Lao Liang is truly perceptive. Xu Jianjun yearned to express that your dream possesses depth and warmth. I, too, harbor no grand ambitions. My aspirations align closely with yours, seeking enough to eat, stay warm, and have some wealth to spare, along with a loving family to share a cozy home. This is the ultimate goal for most aspiring youths. Let us raise a toast to our shared ideals. Had I not encountered the unfortunate Matsumoto during the summer break, perhaps Xu Jianjun would now be racking his brain for ways to generate income. He had even prepared the foundational materials for review, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to borrow a mimeograph from his frugal brother-in-law. As for how much he could earn from subsequent sales, he had no certainty, given that his modest requirements for food and drink were not overly ambitious. He believed it would not pose a significant challenge. In recent years, tutoring classes for the college entrance examination and supplementary materials have been in high demand. In a few years, as the trend for studying abroad escalates, English training will become as lucrative as a gold rush. Old Yu, at that time, had used camouflage money, which drew too much attention, and he was robbed twice. The early days of reform indeed brought a chilling spring, marked by pioneering leaders. To be candid, at first, I observed your aristocratic demeanor, your lack of focus in class, and your casual approach to studies, which left me curious about how a student like you was admitted to such a prestigious institution as Jing University. However, this recent mock examination silenced all doubts, particularly regarding your proficiency in English and advanced mathematics. Jianjun, you have truly revealed the harsh realities of university life to me. Even someone like myself, who spares no minute in diligent study, may not catch up to your relaxed approach. Liang, a vanguard, looked at Xu Jianjun, who was 5 years his junior, and felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Ah, my dear second brother, those who gain admission to our esteemed institution are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Their intelligence may be comparable, yet each possesses unique strengths. My proficiency in English stems from my association with a venerable engineer from our alley, one who has endured the trials of a struggle session and has even resided in a cattle shed. Out of goodwill, I offered him assistance, and in return, he imparted some knowledge to me, thus providing me with a slightly stronger foundation than yours. As you all bridge that gap in due course, I am certain you will surpass my achievements. Xu Jianjun is a master of fabricating tales. However, the creation of this fictitious old engineer spares us from excessive explanations, for no one would truly seek to verify it. Please refrain from calling me second brother. Instead, refer to me as Erji. Ever since Xu Jianjun carelessly elucidated the alternative connotation of second brother, Comrade Liang Xianfeng has developed an aversion to that appellation. While I may not use it, others do. This designation of second brother seems to be a fate sealed by destiny. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Were it not for your deliberate explanation, they would not have taken such delight in teasing me about it. Wang Qian, that mischievous lad, has even shared with our female classmates that Zhang Miao has been casting peculiar glances in my direction lately. Alas, even before the arrival of spring, some have begun to stir restlessly, though that young scamp is destined to remain loveless. It appears that the aspirations of Lao Lu and Lao Qi to find wives during their university years may remain unfulfilled, save for those exceptions of maternal affection. The number of girls in our class is already limited, with not a single fresh graduate among them, and at least 2 or 3 years older than the two of them. Chapter 35, The Red Scarf Contemporary University Students. As long as they do not delve into issues of political orientation, express themselves with far greater freedom than in the future. They passionately engage in discussions over trending topics, positioning themselves as the rightful owners of the nation, fervently wishing for their viewpoints to be acknowledged by the leaders. Undoubtedly, the most vibrant among them are the literary enthusiasts. Ever since the emergence of scar literature from the South, the students in the Chinese department have been tirelessly seeking to create a stir. For the prestigious Chinese department at Jing University undeniably holds a paramount position, and they cannot allow others to overshadow them. Who is Lu to claim prominence and establish a literary school? Xu Jianjun has indeed encountered a few aspiring literary giants, an immature batch whose writings in the campus newspaper lack a distinct style, primarily relying on imitation with little depth. The true masters of the craft are those who play with words. In this era, the affectation of literary youth is a potent tool. Reciting a few original poems and publishing articles in prominent journals secures one a favorable position in the university's romantic pursuits. However, Xu Jianjun has always held a certain disdain for poetry, considering much of it to be mere lamentation. Observing the fervor with which his peers engage in poetry, He decided to share a humorous piece in the style of Zhong Chong, and to his surprise, it garnered significant praise from Zhang Miao and Qi Qiuxing, who deemed it superior to the works of Zhang Junfa. O ocean, you are but water. O steed, you possess 4 legs. O beauty, you proclaim your allure. Yet beneath your nose lies a mouth. Zhang Miao laughed uncontrollably, insisting on helping Xu Jianjun publish it in the campus newspaper, prompting Xu to plead for mercy. While jesting among friends was acceptable, he still valued his dignity and did not wish to court public attention with such frivolity. In truth, as students of Jing University, as long as their literary foundation is solid, engaging in creative endeavors and publishing in journals such as People's Literature, Literary Review, and Capital Literature offers certain privileges. Zhang Miao's Dutch compatriot, Brother Jianmin, has published several short stories in People's Literature, although his writing style has yet to mature. His background as a liberal arts top student has already hinted at the emergence of a writer within him. If it weren't for the meager remuneration from these publications, Xu Jianjun, from the economics department, would have no qualms about dabbling in literary creation. However, for now, he would leave the paltry earnings to the likes of Lao Imo and Wang Pinci. Old 5, there's a girl looking for you downstairs, a beautiful girl. Feng Chuang rushed to the dormitory, his face brimming with curiosity. Are you trying to trick me into going downstairs to freeze? It's particularly cold in the capital this year. Heating is not what it will be in the future. Only the cafeteria, being close to the boiler room, is somewhat warmer. Classrooms and dormitories lack heating altogether. Xu Jianjun has already brought an extra thick blanket from home. I can't do without it. Enduring a cold bed all night is unbearable. No, just look out the window at the one in the blue coat. Feng Chuang has indeed pulled such absurd stunts before, making Xu Jianjun apprehensively approach the window. He peered down to see a tall figure clad in a dark blue coat, with a simple yet elegant ponytail. Who else could it be but Liao Yun? As Xu Jianjun hurriedly donned his coat and descended the stairs in disarray, Feng Chuang shouted from behind, "Well, did I deceive you, brother? Just wait for the hearing. You can look forward to a lenient confession." During this time, he had encountered Liao Yun on 2 occasions, once with Yi Junzhang and once when he sought her out alone. It was her first visit to him. The romantic sentiments of the present generation are exceedingly pure. Even when 2 individuals find themselves alone, their conversations revolve around personal updates and school life, with even the slightest hand-holding eliciting great excitement. This is a far cry from the next 40 years, when a mere WeChat exchange could lead to a hotel rendezvous to discuss life. What brings you here today? Is it cold? Come, let us find a warmer place to converse, Xu Jianjun suggested, observing Liao Yun continuously breathing warmth onto her small hands. He led her directly to the cafeteria of the 5th academic building as mealtime was approaching. I only have 2 classes this morning. I thought I'd take a stroll. Here, this is a scarf I knitted out of boredom. Xu Jianjun accepted the scarf without hesitation, wrapping it around his neck to shield himself from the biting wind, an essential artifact for warmth in this era. Glancing at the red scarf that Liao Yun wore, he chuckled softly. In this age, when a girl knits a scarf for a boy, it is almost a blatant declaration of affection. Liao Yun's flushed cheeks clearly indicated her embarrassment under Xu Jianjun's peculiar gaze. Allow me to introduce you to the culinary delights of our Jingda cafeteria, Xu Jianjun said, feigning nonchalance as he grasped Liao Yun's small hand and settled her in a corner of the cafeteria while he busied himself fetching dishes and soup. In a public setting, indulging in overt displays of affection could be perilous, and Xu Jianjun was mindful of the boundaries, refraining from overstepping. Recently, students have been engrossed in literary pursuits. 2 of the girls in their dormitory cried over the book Scar, claiming it resonated profoundly with their experiences. Yi Junzhang had even published several commentaries in the newspaper. Many of his ideas were inspired by you. Why haven't you submitted anything? Do you find the remuneration unsatisfactory? I've been quite busy lately. I feared being singled out by the monitor as a slacker, being labeled as someone neglecting their studies. After all, education is the proper path. What slacker? Your foundation is so solid that even with less effort, your grades will not suffer. I refuse to believe that everyone at Jingda is a genius. Liao Yun expressed her unwavering confidence in Xu Jianjun. Speaking of which, I remembered that I conceived a poem yesterday, though I haven't shared it with anyone yet. Would you like to be the first to see it? Absolutely, Xu Jianjun smiled, dabbing some broth onto the table before he began to write. Lying in spring, lying beneath the plum, I hear the blossom's grace. Lying on the branch, I paint the sky's embrace. Fish kiss the stone by water, the stone responds to spring's green trace. What do you think? This 5-character quatrain has a balanced structure and profound imagery. It should pose no issue for publication in a poetry journal. After reading it aloud, Liao Yun inquired with a hint of confusion. The rhyme is indeed strong. But why does it sound so awkward when read? It must be read aloud to appreciate its essence, especially suited for poetry recitation. Observing Xu Jianjun's mischievous smile, Liao Yun realized he must have ulterior motives. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist reading it twice. As she delved deeper, she finally discerned the underlying issue. Xu Jianjun. You rascal! You're the real fool, bullying me. Liao Yun's cheeks flushed with anger as she playfully pounded his shoulder several times, still feeling unsatisfied. Who would have thought that a girl from the capital could speak Shandong dialect so fluently? Haha, but this makes you all the more relatable. Oh dear. If you keep mocking me, I shall ignore you. Alright, truth be told, poetry is rather simple. Renowned poets can effortlessly conjure verses, allowing others to interpret countless meanings. Poetry serves merely as a vessel for fleeting emotions. There is no need to overthink the crafting of lines. In the future, various unworthy poems will be published by literary associations. That infamous poem Urination in the Snow by the pitiful daughter of the old man Ping Ao truly tests the public's aesthetic sensibility. If Xu Jianjun were to recite it now, I suspect Liao Yun would regard him as a rogue. Yet, there remain many excellent works in the domestic literary scene. Beyond Jin Yang's romantic tales of the martial world, there are Ba Jin's Fog and Rain and Home, Spring and Autumn, along with the emerging generations Liu Yao, who pen Life and Ordinary World. In a previous life, Xu Jianjun had admired these during his school days. At this moment, Liu Yao seemed to be coming into his own, though it appeared that his major works would not be published for several more years. Should I become a literary copyist? Xu Jianjun pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. The income of writers today is limited, and there are many more arduous days ahead. There is no need to add further burdens to the esteemed authors. At this juncture, one should reserve joy for oneself and cast sorrow upon others. Yuhua must be busy extracting teeth, while old Mo is instructing new recruits in marching drills. As for Wang Duo, one wonders if he is scrubbing the deck. Life, indeed, is as solitary as snow. Chapter 36. Resilience against adversity. When it comes to the most illustrious department at Kyoto University, none can rival the Chinese department. Those engaged in literature, considering themselves poets and writers, traverse the campus with an air of confidence, their eloquent words echoing in the halls. In contrast, the journalism students, destined to become the voice of the state and masters of public opinion, scrutinize everyone they encounter. Although a few among them may be less than remarkable, there are indeed some exceptional talents, capable of taking the podium in place of their professors. Such occurrences were more common in the previous two cohorts. And the economics department holds its own as well. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Liao Yun, upon returning to the dormitory, Xu Jianjun found himself surrounded by a group of inquisitive peers, subjected to an interrogation. Particularly noticeable was the scarf around Jianjun's neck, which drew envious glances from several bachelors. Come clean, Jianjun. What was the deal with that girl earlier? If you don't, we might have to resort to extreme measures, declared Feng Chuang, seated on his bed, eagerly anticipating the chance to bind Jianjun for questioning. Indeed, Jianjun, there are numerous secret arts from the southern regions, such as insect charms. Surely, you wouldn't want to experience those firsthand? Teased the elder brother, Li Xiaoping, joining in the jest. Oh dear, how could I possibly withstand the scrutiny of such esteemed individuals? In truth, there is nothing much to disclose. She is just an old classmate. We have a good rapport. Let us keep this within our dormitory, please. I implore you. Do not let it reach the class monitor or our instructor, or I shall be in dire straits, Jianjun replied, aware that romantic relationships are not encouraged in university, with exceptions made for those already married and with children. Your attitude suggests you wish for us to let this slide, but that seems quite improbable. Which school does your romantic interest attend? Are there other attractive young ladies in your dorm? Might we forge a revolutionary friendship? Li Xiaoping, unusually spirited today, pressed on. Brotherly, while others may have grounds to interrogate me, your approach is quite misplaced. Isn't it a bit lonely for you, given your child is already in school? I am well aware of your address. Perhaps I should send a letter to your wife, updating her on your recent escapades, discussing poetry with female classmates from the literature department, studying human anatomy with a senior from the biology department, and consulting an enchanting language teacher about English. Surely, she would find that most intriguing. You scoundrel, Xu Jianjun. I am not as disreputable as you portray me. You are spreading rumors and sowing discord within families, harboring ulterior motives. Li Xiaoping pondered whether Jianjun would truly take such a step. If that letter were to be sent, he would be in deep trouble. as he imagined his formidable mother-in-law would promptly arrive with the children in tow. Third brother. I am aware that Zhang Miao has a good relationship with a fellow townsman from the literature department. Would you like to know more details? Having successfully diverted Li Xiaoping's attention, Xu Jianjun smiled at Feng Chuang. In their study group of about 10 individuals, the dynamics of affection among them were glaringly evident to someone with Jianjun's discerning eye. Is that so? What is the name of her townsman? Is he as tall and imposing as I am? Not quite towering, but he possesses considerable talent. Third brother, while you may be the favorite of married women, the literary young women might not share the same sentiment. The revolution is yet to be won. Comrades must continue to strive. Brother Jianjun, we wish to inquire about your significant other at school. Hee. Are there any other beautiful young ladies in her class? Our expectations are not high. Just someone as lovely as your sister-in-law would suffice. Although Wang Qian may be young, he undoubtedly embodies a disruptive influence. His female classmates treat him like a little brother. Yet he finds himself coveting their figures. Ultimately, Zhang Miao caught him and gave him a thorough lesson, which seems to have subdued him for the time being. As for you, classmate Feng Chuang, observe how sincere Xiao Youji's demeanor is. However, I must correct you, Wang Qian. She is not my partner, but rather a female classmate from the University of Political Science and Law, which is not far from here. If the opportunity arises, I will arrange a gathering and have Liao Yun invite her classmates to stroll around the plaza. As for seizing the moment, that depends on your own capabilities. Witnessing Xu Jianjun effortlessly manage his dorm mates, Liang Xianfeng chuckled quietly, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Although he gained admission to Kyoto University, people are inherently different. Take today's situation, for instance. If Liang Xianfeng were confronted by the aggressive crowd, he would have lost his composure entirely, becoming an easy target. In contrast, Xu Jianjun adeptly navigated the circumstances. Moreover, Liang Xianfeng was aware that Xu Jianjun excelled not only in English, but also in basketball. On one occasion, he even spotted a bamboo flute in Xu Jianjun's bag. In their era, harmonicas were the most common instruments, being portable and easy to play. Alongside the suona and arrow, guitars or pianos were out of reach for most. The fact that Xu Jianjun could carry a flute at all suggested he certainly possessed a skill. In comparison, Liang Xianfeng felt thoroughly overshadowed, prompting him to dedicate all his time to studying, aside from eating and sleeping. While he may lack talent in other areas, he had never shied away from learning. Even if disparities existed, he believed that with effort, he would eventually catch up. Diligently attending classes, earnestly preparing for exams, and actively participating in class activities, Xu Jianjun began to restore a semblance of what contemporary university students should embody. The class monitor and homeroom teacher no longer scrutinized him constantly, preparing to showcase him as a model student. The response to the Gaokao comic was favorable, yet it failed to create a sensation. It appears they must wait for the animation to be released to truly ignite interest. After all, in the land of the rising sun, who knows what Shufu is? Relying solely on the author's fame will not suffice. It is the content that must prevail. The promotion of the animation would reach a broader audience, yielding better results. As for the DGN side, they are quite satisfied with the scripts for the 2 animated films, though they are still in the team-building phase, so it is unlikely to progress swiftly. However, this boss is undoubtedly an open-minded person, providing everything necessary and even dispatching a liaison to facilitate communication regarding the bait Xu Jianjun had previously released. After all, the earnings from Spirited Away would only yield a modest adaptation fee. Securing long-term income remains Xu Jianjun's true objective. Relying on a single work for a lifetime, as Toriyama has done, is a path I shall undertake for you. After all, one must have aspirations and strive. One cannot simply rest on their laurels and let oneself go. Thus, Dragon Ball has been employed by Xu Jianjun to deceive individuals. This is not akin to previous instances where a little time could yield immediate results. The lengthy narrative that would exhaust Xu Jianjun is unattainable in such a short span. It is far more prudent to tantalize the audience with gradual updates. In this current season, the key lies in cautious development. One must resolutely avoid becoming the early bird, shunning any endeavor that seeks to attract attention. All opportunities for fame and recognition should be dismissed, suffocating crises in their infancy. If one must endure discomfort, so be it. After all, having weathered these past years, the openness of the 1980s and 1990s is likely to be more audacious than that of the post-2000 era. Emotions that have been long suppressed may erupt uncontrollably during this phase, giving rise to a plethora of bizarre phenomena. Entrepreneurs exhibiting rampant growth through various illicit means. Deceitful individuals masquerading as direct sales agents while engaging in pyramid schemes, Qigong masters capable of supporting satellites in space, and lay scientists claiming the ability to convert water into oil. Chapter 37. Teaming up for jungle adventures in order to maintain his image as a diligent student. Xu Jianjun could not afford to devote excessive time to his passion for comic creation. Yet, in pursuit of a promising future, he found it imperative to successfully launch the satellites he had set in motion. Thus, he needed to recruit a few helpers, akin to those assistant comic artists in neon-lit Tokyo, who often undertook the most arduous and thankless tasks for meager compensation, considering his esteemed institution. Where the more prestigious the school, the more skilled one must be at persuading others to work. Xu was keen to conceal his intentions for as long as possible. Through a few connections orchestrated by Xu Jianjun, he managed to find a student from an art academy. Studying art is notoriously expensive, with tools and materials costing a fortune. Xu surmised that offering them a lucrative part-time job would entice them readily. However, upon meeting a rather loquacious individual named Lan Dehui, Xu was rendered speechless. In this encounter, the self-proclaimed orator from the capital appeared to overshadow Xu's own eloquence. Following a brief introduction, Lan had already embarked on an endless monologue. Xu began to question whether someone with such a temperament was truly suited for the art world. You were introduced by Xiao He, and since we share a close bond, you are a friend of mine as well. Friends helping friends is a given, he prattled on. After much ado, he finally reached the crux of the matter. Oh, primarily, I have taken on a project that I cannot manage alone, and I require two artistically inclined friends to assist in illustrating the narrative through comic form. You are familiar with comic strips, I presume? I have the story details and character designs. I need you to depict the progression of the plot. Comic strips? Oh, that essay breeze. I recall reading Little Tadpole Looks for Mom repeatedly in my childhood. However, my piece is rather lengthy and time-consuming. I have coordinated with the collaborating party, and they will provide unlimited supplies of ink, paper, and other materials. I can offer 30 yuan per month, but I suspect you may find it overwhelming to manage alone. It would be prudent to recruit another classmate. Ah, you are quite generous. I have no objections. While we may lack in other areas, we certainly have artists aplenty. A brick thrown down will surely yield results. Though 30 yuan may not seem substantial, it is equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage, and if one economizes, it could suffice for a family of 3 to scrape by. The Art Academy is not in close proximity to Jing University, and since he was seeking part-time help, it was essential to find a nearby venue. After finalizing the contact details and bidding farewell to the garrulous Lan Dehui, Xu wandered the vicinity in search of a suitable rental property. Unlike in the future, where a mere search on a mobile app would suffice, he found himself aimlessly wandering for half a day, inquiring about potential homes, but to no avail. The only available options were dilapidated structures that resembled death traps, and Xu was not willing to gamble with his safety. With no other options, Xu turned to the village committee, for the elders were the true keepers of local knowledge, especially in the Chaoyang district, which is home to one of the 3 most enigmatic organizations in the country. No small matter, indeed. Fortunately, Xu Jianjun possessed a student identification card from Peking University along with its emblem, which served as the most formidable of passes. Under the enthusiastic arrangements of the local matron, he successfully located a modest 3-room house with a courtyard, the rent of which was so affordable that he felt a tinge of embarrassment, promptly paying for an entire year in advance. This was quite understandable. Beyond the 4th Ring Road, at this time of year, it was quintessentially rural. The fact that vacant houses could be rented out for income was indeed a pleasant surprise. True urbanity resided within the 2nd Ring Road. A traditional Sihiyuan typically boasted pomegranate trees, grapevines, fish tanks, and perhaps a plump maiden, but the countryside was less particular. In this courtyard, there were merely 2 locust trees, stripped bare by winter, one of which harbored an old crow's nest. Having been uninhabited for an extended period, the yard was strewn with dry leaves. Yet the house itself remained relatively sturdy, constructed of rammed earth and bricks, with doors and windows well preserved. Xu Jianjun was too lethargic to tidy up, planning instead to wait for Lan to bring his classmates over for a thorough cleaning later. After all, this would become their base of operations, and self-sufficiency was a commendable pursuit. In truth, given Xu Jianjun's current financial standing, purchasing a property of his own would not be a daunting task. However, in this era, finding a standalone or a 2-entry Sihiyuan, complete with property rights and transferable ownership, was fraught with challenges. Without acquaintances, such prospects were nearly unattainable. And even if one managed to find a property, the owner might be reluctant to sell. Thus, it was a matter of serendipity, not to be rushed. Since Xu Jianjun had moved to campus, his younger brother Xu Jianmin had essentially embraced a life of freedom. Their parents were often preoccupied with work and had little expectation of his academic pursuits. Initially, their second brother, who had kept him in check at home, returned only sporadically. Consequently, Xu Jianmin formed alliances at school, and upon returning home, he transformed into a streetwise youth, leading a cadre of young friends on aimless wanderings. Xu Jianjun and their parents had hoped that, despite the mischief of their first two sons in their youth, maturity would eventually prevail as they grew older. They believed that allowing the third son to roam freely would not pose significant issues. However, upon his return home, Xu Jianjun encountered Xu Jianmin loitering beneath a tree, smoking alongside two older neighborhood boys. Xu Jianmin, quick-witted by nature, sensed the disapproval in his brother's gaze and bolted away. His speed and agility a reflex honed by years of evasion. "Ah, Jianjun, your brother took off like a mouse spotting a cat." "I was puzzled as to what was happening," remarked son Dikes, the second son of the local barber, who lived in the same courtyard. "Dikes, why on earth are you teaching that half-grown lad to smoke? I've been away for just a few days, and he has already lost all sense of discipline. By the way, have you just returned to the city? Have you secured a job?" The intricacies of employment are hardly as simple as one might wish. You are well aware of my family's circumstances. My elder brother faced tremendous challenges in securing a job. Not only did he exhaust our finances, but he also incurred debts while leveraging connections. Now, I find myself in a state of uncertainty. Meanwhile, you, Jianjun, have managed to quietly gain admission to a university. An impressive feat indeed. In our locality, the educated youth attempted the exams, yet none succeeded, rendering their efforts futile. Typically, the second child in the family experiences such predicaments, often donning hand-me-downs from the elder sibling. A single mistake necessitates enduring a complete rite of passage into childhood, with our parents' admonishments being frequent. Though it is often our brothers who wield the most authority in this regard. For instance, Xu Xiaodi has certainly faced far more reprimands from Xu Jianjun than from our parents. One would assume that after so many years in the countryside, the community would have arranged something for you upon your return. Patience is key, my friend. I shall take my leave for now. If you find your job prospects stagnating, we should convene to discuss alternative avenues for sustaining ourselves. Do you truly believe in this? I am at a loss as to what options are available. Otherwise, why would I be engaging in conversation with someone as young as your brother? If it were anyone else, son Dikes would undoubtedly dismiss this as mere boasting. However, with Xu Jianjun, it is a different matter altogether. This lad possesses an uncanny charm. He was notorious for his brawls in our neighborhood, earning a reputation as a veritable troublemaker. Yet, he has since transformed, opting for academia, and has indeed gained admission to a prestigious institution such as Peking University. Upon his return, he has certainly endured his fair share of jests from our father regarding the Xu family's second son. I have just returned and have yet to report to my mother. We shall continue our conversation later. Upon arriving home, I noticed Xu Jianmin being rather evasive. But Xu Jianjun paid it no mind. It cannot be expected that every return home necessitates a ritualistic chastisement of the younger brother. Adolescents are particularly prone to rebellious tendencies. However, it was only through my mother's incessant chatter that I learned Xu Xiaodi's behavior could not be overlooked. While conversing with son Dikes from the same courtyard is acceptable, my mother's words revealed that this boy has been associating with Xiaolei from the street, even picking up the habit of smoking from him. You seem to thrive on a lack of discipline, don't you? And who is Xiaolei? Why would you willingly gravitate towards him? Upon hearing my mother mention this name, Xu Jianjun finally connected the dots. Xiaolei has a notorious past, having engaged in numerous misdeeds. He is the epitome of a troublemaker, instigating fights at the elderly care facility, bullying in the preschool, and rallying others for mischief. It would be astonishing for Xu Jianmin to associate with someone like him and emerge unscathed. Thus, the ensuing discussion shall revolve around whether Xu Jianjun should confront this alone or join forces with our mother for a collaborative approach. Chapter 38. A familiar path in the Xu family, the tradition of the youngest child being favored seems to falter. Xu Jianmin has often voiced his grievances about this matter, only to be met with an even more fervent display of maternal affection or attention from his brothers, despite Uncle Zhang's kindness towards him, always offering delectable treats during visits. Xu Jianmin has chosen to associate with those he considers adversaries, causing distress to their family. After physical training, he can hardly escape a lecture. I did not seek his company. Rather, it was a certain Mr. Xiao who sought me out, claiming that I would be responsible for our school's territory. Xu Jianmin, rather than defending himself, only provided further fuel for the fire. Oh, so you've begun to carve out your territory? Should we start addressing you as brotherman then? At your tender age, rather than focusing on your studies, you're indulging in such misguided pursuits, and you think you have a leg to stand on? Mother, please inform father to cut off this boy's allowance. I shall no longer purchase candies or snacks for him. Furthermore, if I hear that you sought financial assistance from our second sister or sister-in-law, you will be in for it. Please, second brother. I assure you I will no longer squander my time foolishly, Xu Jianmin pleaded, panic-stricken at the thought of losing his allowance. This is non-negotiable. We will observe your behavior. And only after your probation period may your privileges be reinstated. You must adhere to the rules at school and focus on obtaining your junior high school diploma. Many teachers from my time taught at your school, and I can easily have a word with them. If I hear any negative feedback, your consequences will extend far beyond today's reprimand. Indeed, it is wise to heed your brother's counsel. Once you graduate from junior high, I shall discuss with your father the possibility of you succeeding him at the bus company. Your father has a good rapport with the director, and as long as you remain diligent, you will have a secure future, He Yin chimed in, supporting the notion. Dinner had scarcely concluded when Sun Dutsai eagerly arrived at their doorstep. Upon spotting Su Laoda calmly smoking, he presented a pack of cigarettes he had prepared in advance. Before Xu Jianjun could decline, he dragged Xu Jianjun outside. What could Ditsai want with Jianjun? The elder son is notoriously frugal, usually rolling his own cigarettes. It is unusual for him to accept such a gift. What could it pertain to? He has been back for over 2 months, seemingly unable to find work. Likely contemplating how to occupy himself. Jianjun is also aware that such matters are not something to be casually taken on by oneself. The second son has always been headstrong. And now that he has gained admission to university, we need not worry about him. Let him be, Xu Jianjun remarked as he opened the cigarette box nonchalantly. Is it really so easy to win you over with a mere pack of cigarettes? I'm concerned that our son might find himself unappreciated for his efforts. Without further ado, Ditsai, once outside, urgently inquired, Jianjun, what is it that you need? I am bursting with energy yet have nowhere to direct it. During my time at home, I feel as though I am suffocating. Not only do my parents berate me, but my brother and sister-in-law are upset with me as well, making me feel like a pariah. The Sun family does not enjoy the same advantages as the Su family. While Su Jiangwo is able to reside in his wife's workplace dormitory, the entire Sun family is cramped into a modest 3-room apartment. The eldest, Sun Deji, is already married with children. Before marriage, siblings could empathize with one another, but that understanding dissipates once they enter matrimony. In truth, it is not an arduous task. I collaborated with my classmates to compile some review materials. Each year, millions participate in the college entrance examination, and in our capital city alone, there are over 100,000 students who either fail and repeat or are fresh graduates. Having experienced the hardships of lacking study materials, we understand the challenges involved, which is why we have tailored our resources accordingly. The materials primarily focus on key learning points, including exam papers. To those high school students, these resources are akin to a martial artist receiving a secret manual, undeniably coveted. Your responsibility would be to promote and distribute these materials to various teachers and students at schools. How does that sound? Oh, I had assumed there was a factory seeking temporary workers for some laborious tasks. I am not skilled in sales. Why did you think of me? I fear I may not perform adequately and could hinder your efforts. Sun Dekai expressed with a hint of uncertainty. No need for concern. With our esteemed Peking University brand and the genuine quality of our materials, as long as you deliver them to the intended clients, it should not pose a challenge. I have faith in your capabilities. That is not the crux of the matter. I heard from my younger brother that Xiaolei has been quite active since his return. Active indeed. He has gathered a group of naive youngsters, extorting their pocket money from the school. This fellow is regressing with each passing day, becoming increasingly despised. Now, no one wishes to engage with him, and his parents and sister face constant judgment from others, all of whom are equally weary of him. My schooling is somewhat inconvenient, and I require your assistance in watching over my younger brother. There is nothing else. It is just my younger sibling who is easily manipulated by others. I have already warned him, but I still harbor some concerns. Please keep an eye on him. If he continues associating with the Xiao family, do not intervene directly. Just relay any information to me. As the saying goes, a small mischief leads to greater troubles, and the poor are often silenced. Though Xu Jianjun possesses some strength, he has yet to master the art of intimidation through mere words. Thus, our focus should remain on safeguarding our younger brother. Rest assured, With my presence, our brother will certainly not face any misfortune. Having previously navigated the experience of renting, this time it was a smooth endeavor. Within a couple of days, Xu Jianjun successfully rented a suitable house in the future domestic Silicon Valley village, slightly larger than the one near the art academy, albeit at a higher cost. In fact, while Liang Xianfeng was still expressing gratitude for having enough to eat, Xu Jianjun had already contemplated reviving his initial profitable scheme. Given his limited capacity, he aimed to assist familiar individuals within feasible bounds, improving their circumstances while simultaneously generating income, a truly perfect scenario. Although we live in an age dominated by bills, an old adage rings true: money can make the devil push the mill. Xu Jianjun utilized his financial resources to transform the rented house into a fresh and inviting space. Out of the 5 rooms, he converted 2 into storage for tools and materials. He discarded the dilapidated beds from the 2 bedrooms into the yard for future use as firewood and procured 2 nearly new beds, which he intended to decorate for future guests. This way, he could enjoy the freedom to engage in activities that would be inconvenient in the dormitory. Although Sun Detsai remains somewhat unacquainted with the intricacies of sales, his enthusiasm is unwavering, especially given his current state of idleness. He has ventured to Yang Shoudong's workplace, where Xu Jianjun had previously informed his sister-in-law, eliminating the need for Xu to intervene. Eager to showcase his capabilities, the brother-in-law has meticulously arranged matters regarding the obsolete second-hand equipment, now languishing in the warehouse. Additionally, he has financially contributed to this endeavor, thereby facilitating a favorable impression before their superiors. Since Xu Shuxiang married into the Yang family, she has transformed significantly, abandoning her previous idle habits and dutifully adhering to her husband's expectations. This transformation has brought immense joy to the elder Yang couple, who regard her with the same affection as their own daughter. The couple often shares updates about their respective families, and Xu Shuxiang's deep affection for her brother, Xu Jianjun, has not gone unnoticed by Yang Shoudong. Moreover, his father has hinted at the importance of cultivating relationships, recognizing that Xu Jianjun, as a student from Peking University, possesses a boundless future. Chapter 39 Novelty. By the end of December, the capital had already descended into a frigid chill. At this time, few celebrated the foreign Christmas, and the Gregorian New Year held little significance. Instead, the Spring Festival was the main event. Students were entering the crucial phase of exam preparations. While others fervently reviewed their studies, in the courtyard rented by Xu Jianjun, Liang Xianfeng and Sun Detsai were diligently operating their respective wax paper printing machines. While Xu Jianjun meticulously bound the printed materials, their roles clearly defined and their collaboration seamless. Initially, Sun Detsai was as timid as a young maiden, hesitantly promoting their products at school, almost furtively. To an outsider, it might have appeared that he was engaged in some illicit endeavor, resulting in less than satisfactory sales. After 10 days of effort, only a handful had been sold. Unable to bear the lack of progress, Xu Jianjun offered advice, urging Sun Detsai to market the products more openly, even suggesting he set up a stall along the students' usual paths to school, proclaiming it to be the study notes of distinguished scholars from Jing University. A concise summary of key knowledge that would undoubtedly guarantee success in the upcoming high school entrance exams. The selling points were, of course, exaggerated, yet they were not misleading, as the materials were of authentic quality. As for the simulated exam papers designed to evaluate learning outcomes, they could procure the sought-after Haitian papers, featuring exam predictions and accompanying answers, along with a comprehensive summary of testing points, which teachers would surely endorse. If this promotion gained momentum, it seemed likely that other institutions would soon fade into obscurity. With this strategic approach, combined with initial word of mouth from a few students, Sun Detsai's sales began to flourish. He found himself overwhelmed with demand, enlisting 2 idle individuals to assist him. Today, they came to urge for supplies, and seeing that Xu Jianjun was struggling to keep pace, they decided to take matters into their own hands. On Xu Jianjun's end, updating the content of the materials posed a challenge. Initially relying on his prepared drafts, he had no trouble with mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but he found himself at a loss with the humanities. Furthermore, given his handwriting, it was best not to expose it in written wax paper form, thus he sought Liang Xuanfeng's assistance in that regard. After a month of hard work, and after deducting Liang Xuanfeng's remuneration, along with the commissions for Sun Detsai and his companions, as well as material costs and rent, there was surprisingly a surplus. Xu Jianjun had anticipated a loss initially, hoping merely to gain recognition, yet the results proved gratifying. While the comic production at Landui promised substantial profits, Xu Jianjun found joy in his current endeavors. He would periodically visit to discuss the subsequent plot developments, while his classmate, Lan, along with his recruited friends, showed no signs of discontent. Quite the opposite, they had become objects of envy among their peers, enjoying an abundance of art supplies and engaging storylines. Not to mention the monetary rewards, who among them could claim to be free of financial concerns? Though Dragon Ball had yet to reveal its full potential, the team at Dijian was taking it seriously, assigning dedicated personnel and even dispatching a translator for review, with final approval resting in Xu Jianjun's hands. The individual known as Arakaki Mitojo initially approached Xu Jianjun with a sense of arrogance, believing himself to be the esteemed patron. He nitpicked every detail, much to Xu Jianjun's annoyance, prompting him to directly contact Miyagawa Ichiro to ascertain that this man lacked any notable background. Disinterested in wasting time with him, Xu Jianjun decided to request a replacement. This sudden turn of events left Arakaki in a state of urgency. He was a second-generation returnee from the post-war era, a demographic often looked down upon in the Japanese workplace, struggling to ascend the corporate ladder and relegated to rudimentary roles. After finally securing a position at an overseas institution, he found himself on the verge of being replaced before he had even settled in. Upon learning that Xu Jianjun was the source of his predicament, his initial bravado dissipated. He conformed to local customs and brought gifts to Xu, who, while initially intent on dismissing him, reconsidered. Bringing in another replacement could yield unknown challenges. Thus, he accepted the gifts, allowing Arakaki a reprieve. Gratefully departing, Arakaki left the dormitory residence in a state of astonishment. Feng Chuang eagerly rummaged through the gift bag, exclaiming over the imported chocolate, a rare treat, and a radio, which was actually a dual-function device, rather expensive indeed. Who was that fellow, and why did he bestow such lavish gifts upon you? Jianjun? Xu and Ku, typically reserved, displayed an unexpected knowledge of value. Recalling an encounter with a local who had been assaulted in an alley, Feng Chuang had intervened, perhaps saving an international friend's life. This gift seemed to be a token of gratitude. The radio, smaller than those from his hometown, likely received few channels. Feng Chuang pretended to fiddle with the intriguing gadget, eager to showcase his worldly experience. Did you notice the tapes? They are primarily for music. The radio is merely a supplementary feature. If you're unsure, don't fumble about. This is how you open it, he said, noting the Japanese instructions he couldn't decipher. Xu and Ka expertly opened the tape case and inserted a tape. Melodic tunes began to fill the 317 dormitory. While only Xu Jianjun understood Japanese, the others were left to enjoy the enchanting melodies, which captivated the group of young men. The voice of Auntie Miyuki was unparalleled, a luminary who had supported many a Hong Kong and Taiwan singer, and though she was only in her 20s, she exuded a mature charm. At that time, the mainland had begun to clandestinely indulge in Teresa Tung's melodic tunes, particularly popular among the youth, though such preferences had to be concealed in public to avoid censure. Following the reform meetings, although free thought was beginning to circulate, matters of love remained shrouded in discretion. Unsurprisingly, the music attracted curious onlookers from neighboring dormitories. Those two tapes, one in Japanese and the other in English, were played repeatedly until the batteries finally died. The atmosphere was far from grandiose, yet Feng Chuang's spirited proclamations echoed the fervor of Defend the Yellow River. It is unclear who was so engrossed just now that they failed to hear the call, despite it being uttered twice. If one enjoys listening, then so be it. There is no need to exhibit such a guilty demeanor, which only brings shame to the people of Shandong, remarked Xu Wink with a look of disdain. These two individuals, of similar age, typically engage in spirited verbal duels, and while Feng Chuang may be somewhat rough around the edges, any grievances are swiftly forgotten, lest they disturb the harmony of the dormitory. Feel free to take the chocolate. There is no need for formalities, after all. It is a small token of respect for our daily lives. The tape recorder cannot remain in the dormitory, as it would lead to a plethora of complications. I shall step out for a moment. Entertain yourselves. Xu Jianjun's concerns are not unfounded. Should the school catch wind of him organizing classmates to indulge in such trivial tunes, it remains uncertain what sort of disciplinary action he would face. His guiding principle at the school has always been one of discretion, low profile, and yet again, low profile. Miyagawa Ichiro was gracious enough to grant such favor. A single phone call determined the fate of personnel at Dijian. The primary reason being that Gundam has already begun to proliferate in the Neon country, with its success being a foregone conclusion. Additionally, Spirited Away received high praise from the company, and Miyagawa himself was commended by headquarters. All of this led him to believe that investing in Xu Jianjun was indeed a worthy endeavor. Chapter 40. The makeshift ensemble. Xu Jianjun's dilapidated bicycle was requisitioned by Sun Detsai. Indeed, the Sun family was in dire straits, as even a mere 100 yuan bicycle was a luxury for them. It was truly disheartening for Xu Jianjun to witness Sun Detsai hauling stacks of study materials around. Once this venture found its footing, acquiring a pedicab would be imperative, as it would serve as a miraculous delivery tool. Sun Detsai, brimming with enthusiasm, handed over 20 yuan of his first month's salary to his mother, keeping only 5 yuan for himself. His mother was elated to see her son finally contributing financially, and his father no longer wore a perpetual scowl during his haircuts. The familial discord had eased, and Sun Detsai, fearing the loss of this hard-won employment, was more anxious about the business failing than Xu Jianjun was. He overcame his initial shyness and embarrassment, gradually embodying the essence of a salesperson. Without the luxury of time for individual training, Xu Jianjun entrusted Sun Detsai with the key points to note, allowing him to manage his own team as he saw fit, with minimal interference, provided the commissions were sufficient. This also contributed to job creation. Otherwise, these idle individuals might succumb to nefarious ideas after lingering too long without purpose. The economic boom of the 1980s and 1990s brought with it a slew of social issues, often instilling fear in the timid, and these problems would resurface periodically, albeit under different guises. After receiving a thorough reprimand from his elder brother, Xu Jianmin exhibited a rare period of compliance, setting aside his grand dreams of dominating the campus for the time being. While their parents often threatened to discipline him, it was his second brother's physical confrontations that were genuine. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when Xu Jianjun was sent to the countryside as a young intellectual. Though the food was scarce, at least he was spared physical pain. One day after school, a few close friends invited him to hang out. Before he could respond, he noticed Zhang Sirui and 2 girls standing a short distance away. Xu Jianmin contemplated taunting the oblivious younger girl, but her retort, "I'll tell my second brother," swiftly quelled his bravado. As he watched Zhang Sirui walk away alone, one of the girls curiously remarked, "Sirui, I never imagined you had such power." The notorious school bully, Xu Jianmin, is afraid of you. Haha, I must tell the boys in class, no one will dare bully us again. He's not afraid of me. He's just scared of his second brother. If his brother finds out he's fooling around outside, he'll surely get a sound beating when he returns for the weekend. Wow, is his brother really that violent? Does he run with a tough crowd? The middle school girls, at that rebellious age, harbored a morbid curiosity about young men from the streets. Not at all. My second brother is a student at Peking University, even surpassing my eldest sister's academic achievements. However, he's incredibly skilled in fighting. Last year during the New Year, he single-handedly took down 3 criminals and was even commended for it. To maintain his brother's reputation, Zhang Sirui certainly wouldn't broadcast Xu Jianjun's hospital stay far and wide. Indeed, that is truly remarkable. In ancient times, one would be regarded as a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, capable of penning words that could bring peace to the realm and riding forth to establish order. I must visit your abode to witness the legendary second brother for myself. Xiao Wenwan, spare me your chattering. He scarcely has the time to attend to you. In the past, he frequently visited my home, yet now, I seldom catch a glimpse of him. Xu Jianmin, in a dejected retreat, returned home devoid of vitality. At the tender age of 15 or 16, a spirited youth, he finds himself at the cusp of restlessness. Although he still has half a year before graduating from junior high, Xu Jianmin has already bid farewell to school, exhibiting a clear awareness of his circumstances. Traditionally, he would either follow in his parents' footsteps or, akin to his older siblings, seek a nearby rural position. However, it seems that the initiative of going to the countryside has been indefinitely suspended, rendering his situation somewhat awkward. Upon graduation, he will not yet be of age to take over, and even if his mother were to retire, it would not be his turn. It is likely that after his graduation next year, he will be conscripted by his father into the maintenance workshop as an unpaid apprentice, merely to familiarize himself before securing a proper position when the time is right. Having spent his formative years under the watchful eyes of his parents, Xu Jianmin yearns to escape their scrutiny. After all, working the fields in the countryside is hardly daunting. He believes he would fare just as well as his siblings. Thus, he is the type who eagerly responds to such calls. Perhaps, if left in the countryside for a month, he would reconsider, but until then, he certainly does not perceive himself as cowardly. Upon returning home, He Yin was bustling about preparing dinner. Xu Jianmin, in a fit of frustration, complained, "Mother, your son Xu Jianjun has gone too far. Not only does he bully me at home, but he has also enlisted Zhang Sirui to spy on me, causing me to lose face at school, with even my friends mocking me. Your second brother acts in your best interest. Enough of your nonsense. Come help me wash the vegetables," she replied. "Mother, I seriously doubt I am your biological child. Other families dote on their youngest, while I feel like the least favored among us. Xiaominzi, since you have uncovered this secret, I shall not conceal it any longer. You are indeed not my biological son. During the famine years, it was rumored that even the suburbs resorted to eating tree bark. Your father and I discovered you amidst a pile of refuse one frigid winter's day. Had we found you any later, you would have surely perished from the cold." As He Yan earnestly spun this tale, Xu Jianmin was left utterly speechless. "Mother, have you lost your senses? I am the one who resembles you most in this household. While it is somewhat credible to say that my second brother was adopted, how could we have managed academically if that were the case? After all, he is the one who succeeded in entering university. Your academic struggles might be excusable, but Xu Jianmin, have a little shame. So what if your studies are not stellar? Your elder brother is a police officer, and your second sister has a commendable job at a grain and oil company, where she even manages salaries. I do not expect you to follow in your second brother's footsteps and attend university. If you can secure a satisfactory job through your own merits in the future, I shall count myself fortunate." The 1950s and 1960s marked a peak in birth rates, with individuals from this era typically having several siblings. The nation focused its efforts on development, striving to secure a favorable position in the international arena. Naturally, the lives of the citizens were marked by profound poverty. However, this shared experience fostered a sense of unity. The nation's leaders set an example by enduring hardships, instilling hope among the populace. Children often took care of their younger siblings. And during that time, no one paid much attention to qualitative education or the cultivation of elites. The primary concern was merely to have enough to eat, which was considered a blessing. The children were largely raised with a hands-off approach, and this method yielded commendable results. Su Jiangwo and his peers never caused their parents any worry, and they grew up to be successful, a source of pride for He Yan. Unfortunately, the youngest sibling, often seen as a burden, remained a challenge. Although she cared for the little one, her reluctance to intervene directly did not prevent her from allowing others to discipline him. Chapter 41. A breath of fresh air. The anime-age manga magazine published by Takuma Shoten had been in circulation for less than a year, and its influence paled significantly in comparison to the venerable publications of Shueisha. Moreover, as a monthly magazine, it struggled to compete, especially since the early chapters of Dragon Ball did not possess the same allure as Mobile Suit Gundam. After 2 months of serialization, its performance could only be described as mediocre. However, all of this changed dramatically following the release of the Gundam anime. Kishimoto Yoshihiro promptly approached the school, presenting a sample of the manga along with the first 2 episodes on videotape to Xu Jianjun. The latter inwardly cursed his colleague for his lack of foresight, as he had neither a television nor a video player, rendering the tapes utterly useless. Unbeknownst to Kishimoto, who was currently engulfed in an exhilarating frenzy, Su's discontent went unnoticed. Despite an initially tumultuous start, this project was one in which Kishimoto himself had a stake. With only 2 episodes aired, the anime had already achieved unprecedented viewership ratings for the company. The manga's sales, which were already impressive, surged even further due to the anime's influence, leading to multiple reprints, and the single volumes had sold out several times. This success elevated the reputation of their collaborating magazine immensely. It could be said that if this trajectory continued, Bandai would focus its efforts on the Gundam franchise for the coming year. Although Su had already submitted the complete manga to them, commercial operations could not be released all at once. In comparison to Takuma's monthly magazine, their partnership with Weekly Shonen Jump was already considered a generous offering. Mr. Su, you may not be fully acquainted with our domestic anime market and may not grasp the significance of such achievements. But I must convey to you that even the works of the esteemed Izuku Osamu may not garner such popularity. Kishimoto expressed, his excitement palpable. Observing Kishimoto's fervor and sincere admiration, Xu Jianjun replied calmly, "Yes, I am familiar with Osamu Tezuka. I have studied his works. Please remember to bring me a copy of his Phoenix next time. It is quite challenging for us to procure his works here. Rest assured, I will bring it next time. Along with a set of tapes for Astro Boy. I hope you can find some inspiration from them. To be candid, I am here on behalf of the company with a mission." Mr. Su, you previously mentioned that this work has a sequel. May I inquire when you plan to begin its creation? I currently possess a rough outline, but the content requires meticulous refinement. There is no rush. By the way, please refrain from bringing videotapes next time. You are well aware that televisions and video players are not as commonplace here as in your region. Bringing them here is of little use. And I have hinted at this quite clearly. I hope you can catch on. Oh, I had overlooked that situation. Mr. Su, I assure you I will report this back to the company. Please forgive my oversight. Ignoring the incessant apologies from Kishimoto, Xu Jianjun nonchalantly raised his hand, assuring him that it was of no consequence. The circumstances were different, and it was understandable that he had not foreseen this situation. Although I have already conceived a preliminary plan for the sequel, it seems unwise to launch it within such a brief time frame. Instead, I propose to explore another creative idea of mine, which could serve to fill the existing gap. Please relay my suggestions to your president for consideration. As for the Gundam franchise, it has already claimed its territory, so there is no urgency for the sequel. There will undoubtedly be a plethora of similar themes emerging in due course, allowing them to bask in the initial excitement. Even though Xu Jianjun's mind brims with classic anime, some concepts are simply unsuitable for direct adaptation. Moreover, during the 1980s, the government's support allowed the anime industry to flourish, making it impossible for an outsider to monopolize its success. His current aim is to secure quick profits, accumulating a substantial initial capital. With his unique advantages, even a mere dabble in the financial market would suffice for generations of indulgence. What new ideas does Su Sang have in store? I believe they will surpass the excitement that Gundam offers. Kishimoto certainly has done his research. Despite the current underwhelming performance of Dragon Ball, a collaboration with Xu Jianjun, he has meticulously studied the phenomenon sparked by Bruce Lee's martial arts craze in the 1970s, a peak moment indeed. The incorporation of Chinese elements in various settings within Dragon Ball would eventually catch fire, even in the eyes of a novice like Kishimoto. Regret fills him, lamenting that he did not establish a better rapport with Xu Jianjun during his first visit, thereby allowing opportunities to slip through his fingers. Otherwise, there would be no mention of Dejected. The upcoming story draws inspiration from Greek mythology, featuring the goddess Athena and her valiant knights. Indeed, it is, as you imagined, a spirited and fervent tale, reminiscent of the indomitable spirit of Saint Seiya. Based on Kishimoto's understanding of Xu Jianjun, it was evident that since he had voiced this idea, there must be some groundwork laid. Hesitating to depart, he contemplated returning with some drafts to present. However, it was clear that Xu Jianjun's intentions were spontaneous, and everything regarding the manga remained confined within his mind. Kishimoto returned, naturally disappointed, casting glances back as he left, likely pondering Xu Jianjun's opinions of him, perhaps feeling undervalued. In this context, Xu Jianjun found it unnecessary to further explain himself, sparing Kishimoto the confusion of discerning his worth. In a buoyant mood, upon returning home for the weekend, Xu Jianjun indulged in a shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative. Sun Ditsai sold study materials, and the transactions yielded not only cash but also various forms of valuable receipts, making it impractical to refuse them. Thus, he embraced a buying spree, free from the embarrassment of having funds without means to spend. Hien had grown accustomed to her son's shopping habits, no longer admonishing him as she once did about frugality, reminding him that he would soon need to save for a bride. "Mom, I've already prepared dinner. I'm having a drink with Dad. It's been ages since I've heard him recount your difficult times," he cheerfully announced, placing the purchased meat and vegetables before her. "You mischievous child, merely directing your mother while your father, after indulging in a couple of drinks, forgets his own identity. Before drinking, he belonged to the bus company. After, the company becomes his own. If you wish to see him make a fool of himself, feel free to urge him to drink to his heart's content. Just a casual jest. I wouldn't genuinely engage in a drinking contest with him. What I truly relish is the culinary creations of my dear mother. Nothing compares to that taste. Not even the finest establishments in Beijing can replicate it. That essence is distinctly maternal. I wonder where you inherited such a charming tongue. Speak sweetly, but save your flattery for the young ladies outside. Securing a spouse is the true path. Although Hien may feign complaints, her joy is unmistakable. Whom else could you resemble but your dear mother? With such striking looks, my son requires no coaxing to attract a partner. He merely needs to stand there, and countless lovely maidens will pursue him. By the way, has Jianmin been more subdued lately? I ought to venture out and gauge the atmosphere. You too must also be attentive. Educating your child is your responsibility, not just mine as a part-time enforcer. When it comes time to discipline him, dear mother, you should handle it with the same fervor you did when I was young, wielding that rolling pin with precision. Xu Jianjun, You ought to speak with integrity. When did I ever strike you with a rolling pin? Yin, upon hearing this, grew anxious, as if deeply wronged. I recall vividly, at the age of 7, playing in the mud and ending up covered in it, while you chased me down the street wielding that rolling pin. Have you forgotten? This is one of the rare memories left by little Xu, illustrating just how indelible that impression remains. Chapter 42, The Calamity in Truth. Xu Jianjun had already instructed Sun Dicai to keep a watchful eye on Xu Shaosan during his leisure hours. However, with the impending end of the term, the demand for examination papers and study materials had surged, leaving Sun Dicai exceedingly busy, to the point where he seldom saw his own family. Upon visiting Zhang Yi's residence, Xu Jianjun found, as expected, that the elder Zhang Yi had not returned for the weekend, and Zhang Liang, being a graduating student, was likewise occupied with studies. Only Zhang Ma and the young Zhang Sirui were at home. Godmother, look what I've brought you to eat. Is old Zhang not back yet? What have you brought? Sirui has become rather spoiled with delicacies. Jinzi, since you've already called me godmother, then old Zhang must be your godfather. Why not just call him that? That's out of the question. I know old Zhang's intentions all too well. I cannot allow him to succeed. However, you being my godmother is perfectly acceptable, for I have often dined at your table. You deserve the title. Haha. Shaosan, how has the task I entrusted to you fared? Here, enjoy some milk candies for now, and you may report the specifics gradually. After spending some time at the Zhang household and politely declining Zhang Ma's invitation to stay for dinner, Xu Jianjun realized that he harbored a certain fervor for educating children. Perhaps it was due to the longing for the image of his daughter from his previous life. He wondered if one day he might suddenly catch a glimpse of the future, or if all that was happening now was merely a dream, a prolonged slumber induced by inferior liquor. Upon returning home, he found Xu Jianmin sitting upright at the dining table, his gaze fixed ahead, even ignoring the milk candies placed before him. His guilty demeanor resembled that of a well-behaved child, yet the crumpled candy wrappers beneath the table betrayed him. Xu Jianjun understood that a balanced approach was necessary for effectiveness and chose not to be overly harsh. During the meal, as he observed his second brother and father exchanging toasts, Xu Jianmin looked on eagerly, yearning to partake in the experience of alcohol. This time, it was not Xu Jianjun who intervened. Rather, he Yin delivered a sharp slap to his arm, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you wish to try this? Wait until you grow up. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. There are those my age who have already begun working. By next year, when I graduate from middle school, I'll be 16 and ready to venture out on my own. I'll surely match up to my older brothers." Oh, I didn't realize you were so confident. Pray tell, what kind of career do you plan to pursue after graduation? Brother, don't underestimate me. I have a passion for driving. After graduation, I'll see if I can learn to drive. Alternatively, joining the military could be an option as well. At my second sister's wedding, a relative mentioned that I would surely make a fine soldier. As Xu Jianmin spoke, his initial shyness faded, and he articulated his thoughts with conviction, especially regarding the drunken boxing display at his sister's wedding, which had indeed opened the eyes of many. As long as you don't flounder about like a headless chicken, we won't impose excessive restrictions. You've come to understand the kind of person Xiaolei is. Haven to you? Playing with someone like him, what good can you learn? I heard that he recently confronted Zhang Liang at school. Is there any truth to that? It seems that there is. Sister Zhang Yi had previously ignored him, and Sister Zhang Liang views him with even greater disdain. I heard she even scolded him. The child from the Xiao family is truly outrageous. Minzi, heed your brother's advice and keep your distance from him. Su Jiaxing, usually of a gentle temperament, earnestly urged this time. Xiaolei, this troublemaker, was someone Xu Jianjun had initially wanted to avoid provoking, anticipating that he would eventually face the consequences of his actions. However, given the current developments, it is evident that he is impatient to encounter trouble, and it has already begun to affect those around him. Thus, inaction is no longer an option. Excavating pitfalls is a technical endeavor that poses little challenge for Xu Jianjun, yet the implementation requires careful consideration. The key is to remain detached from the situation. He had contemplated asking Xu Jianmin to gather some intelligence, but ultimately decided against it. Matters such as these are better left to Sun Dicai, who could engage someone more reliable. It was a hard-won achievement to distance this boy from Xiaolei. When he visited Sun Dicai's residence that evening and learned that Xu Jianmin intended to deal with Xiaolei, Sun Dicai's enthusiasm was palpable. He was already highly motivated, reflecting just how unpopular Xiaolei was among the neighbors. Had he returned to a life of decency, perhaps people would have gradually forgotten his past misdeeds. However, now he shows no remorse and only escalates his misbehavior. Presently, everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, lacking both the time and inclination to confront him. Yet, when he inevitably encounters misfortune, it is likely to be met with approval from those around him. Junzi, how do you plan to handle him? Perhaps we could wait for a moonless night and catch him off guard, leaving him incapable of self-sufficiency. Resorting to violence is a last resort. Instead, I suggest you ascertain what he has been up to lately. Is he involved in any petty crimes? Alternatively, find someone clever to entice Xiaolei into an illicit money-making scheme. I will enlist the help of a concerned citizen to provide the police with a few leads, not too many. Just enough for him to spend a couple of years behind bars. Once he is released, we can ensure a seamless transition into stricter measures. If he chooses to live a law-abiding life, all will be well. If he continues his mischief, he will have no one to blame but himself. It seems that Brother Lance's food factory has a connection to Xiaolei, possibly involving theft. I wonder if that would be sufficient to apprehend him. Stealing food is trivial, at best warranting a warning. He should aim for something substantial, like fabric from the textile factory or machinery from the ironworks. Upon hearing Xu Jianjun's suggestions, Sun Detsai's gaze towards him shifted significantly. It is often said that an educated person can be the most merciless when provoked, and the tales ring true. One must not offend Jianjun. The times have changed. Xiaolei can no longer incite a crowd of naive followers merely with his words. His previous antics of pilfering living expenses from students have met with resistance, as a coalition of nearby schools has formed a patrol team comprised of youngs, vigorous teachers who mobilize after school hours. It is rumored that on one occasion, 2 physical education teachers chased Xiaolei and his entourage of over 10 individuals down the street, bringing shame upon him. Sun Detsai relished sharing this gossip, which piqued Xu Jianjun's interest. The ruffians, the seasoned troublemakers, engage in lowly antics. We must avoid associating with them. While digging pits is part of the plan, we must not fall into one ourselves, so it is crucial to be astute in our choices. Rest assured, I have a candidate in mind. Moreover, our study materials have been contacted from Jing'an, and the quantity is quite substantial. That is indeed a favorable situation. You might consider enlisting a few individuals to venture there and expand the market, or alternatively, seek a local partner with whom we can collaborate, supplying them so they may benefit from the profit margin. The crux of the matter lies in your classmates' inability to keep pace with the sales. And even if I were to assist on-site, my contribution would be minimal. The categorization and binding are intricate tasks. I have heard your classmate mention plans to recruit additional help, although he will certainly need to consult you first. Rest assured, I will take care of the arrangements to ensure that you will not experience any shortages. Your focus should solely be on market expansion. The subsequent materials will only become increasingly abundant. Once we achieve a certain scale, we can invest in equipment. Oil printing is merely a temporary solution. Your brother-in-law operates in this field, and while acquiring new equipment may pose challenges, procuring older models should not be overly problematic, as long as the funds are in place. Furthermore, Dejected specializes in bookshops, and their equipment is undoubtedly more advanced. We should seize the opportunity to engage with Gongchuan, as there seems to be a distinct lack of initiative on their part. Chapter 43 Shikahai in a transformed storefront along the bustling Dengshikahadong of Dongqing. 3 or 4 tables are arranged modestly, while the wall displays a rudimentary chalkboard menu. A husband and wife run this small eatery, with the man wielding the ladle and the woman managing orders and cleaning. Such family-operated establishments have emerged tentatively since the Reform Conference. And despite their inconspicuous locations and questionable sanitary conditions, the flavors they offer are undeniably satisfying. Only those with true culinary skill dare to present themselves. Qian, once the master chef of a factory canteen, found himself at odds with the factory's section chief. After securing a position for his son, he decided to pass the baton to him and, alongside his wife, opened this quaint establishment. In challenging times, few professions enjoy the popularity of a chef, undoubtedly ranking among the top 3. His wife hails from a rural background and has 3 sons to support. The entire family relies on his culinary expertise. Had it not been for the eldest son returning home without a job for 6 months, he would have been reluctant to leave the canteen. Observing the 2 men and 2 women seated within, he felt an indescribable envy. Xiaohe, who had visited him before, mentioned being a university student, displaying a manner of interaction that starkly contrasted with the rustic demeanor of others. The rest of the group spoke eloquently, undoubtedly also exceptional individuals. If only his own son could achieve such success, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. As 2 dishes were presented, the diners expressed their delight, with Xu Jianjun exclaiming, "Xiaohe, How could you be so ungracious? Hiding away such a splendid place. If it weren't for Xiao Hui directing you to find it, who knows when you would have brought us here. And by the way, our schools aren't worlds apart. I came looking for you twice before the term started, yet you never made an effort to reach out to me. Come clean. What mischief are you up to at school? You still have the audacity to say you're surrounded by such exceptional company. It's a blow to one's confidence. Why would I willingly seek out torment? I'm quite the center of attention at our school. Editor you must be quite popular with the ladies, right? Our old classmates have been talking. You, Xu Jianjun, are quite a prominent figure in the 1978 cohort at Renmin University, a gem of your department. Yang Xiaohui joined the fray, noting that her school was the closest to home, yet she felt distanced from the others. With a heavy academic load, studying medicine requires a lifelong commitment to learning, making the adage learning never ends particularly apt. One could spend a lifetime delving into a single discipline. Spare me. It's not that exaggerated. Lao Su, you're the worst, putting me on the spot. Not long ago, you had me inquire about that art academy friend of mine. What has he been up to? I haven't seen him lately. Nothing significant, really, just trivial matters. Yet you, editor are busy with weighty national issues. With the recent policy shifts, we can hardly keep pace. The newspaper is the fastest source of information. You must enlighten us to prevent us from falling behind the times. With a few deft remarks, Xu Jianjun deftly shifted the conversation to other topics, choosing to keep his endeavors in comics under wraps for the time being. Liao Yin occasionally cast glances in my direction. Yet whenever I looked back, she deliberately averted her gaze. It seems this young lady is reluctant to reveal her true feelings, perhaps not wanting to appear overly intimate in the presence of friends. This restraint is commendable as we mature and step into society. Such friendships devoid of ulterior motives will become increasingly rare. Maintaining this delicate balance for the time being is quite agreeable. The enthusiasm of contemporary university students in engaging with policies is markedly high, unlike in future generations who squander their nights on gaming and socializing. For them, a scholarship seems unattainable, and a score of 60 becomes an exalted achievement, any additional point deemed a crime. In stark contrast, today as students often feel compelled to stretch their time to its limits, with many choosing not to return home during their 4 years of university, dedicating their entire vacations to study. Several former leaders have regained their positions, and I know of a handful who have been reassigned to significant roles. It is likely that more substantial changes will follow. This is beneficial, as we cannot afford to remain stagnant. Our nation has little time to waste. Yang Xiaohui, not one to lag behind, has various sources of information to draw upon. Listening to Xu Jianjun and Yang Xiaohui engage in lively discussions, Xu Jianjun occasionally guided the tempo, stealing glances at Liao Yun to share a moment of unspoken understanding. With his deft control of the atmosphere, the mood was perfectly set. The two young men enjoyed a few drinks, and both Yang Xiaohui and Liao Yun graciously sipped a couple of glasses. As it came time to part ways, Xu Jianjun signaled to Liao Yun. After everyone had departed, he made a swift return and indeed spotted Liao Yun standing gracefully not far away. I was concerned you might not have understood my intentions, yet it appears you possess quite a remarkable intuition, Xiao Yun. You mentioned that you deceived Xiaohui, claiming you had urgent matters at home. I have never lied to her before. Feeling the chill, I offered warmth, expressing my longing after our prolonged separation. Seeing my melancholic demeanor, I hoped you would overlook any grievances. Naturally, I took hold of Liao Yun's delicate hand, not allowing her to pull away. In truth, I was not sorrowful at all. I felt invigorated, in stark contrast to my supposed melancholy. The effect was profound. Liao Yun's fair cheeks flushed with color as she lowered her head, feeling as though she had committed a misdeed, hesitant to meet the gaze of others. The old alleys of the 70s are largely characterized by their disarray and squalor, with a few exceptions. The pungent odor from public restrooms could be detected from afar. Even in winter, at a street corner, two mischievous children, too lazy to enter the restroom, began a water-splashing contest right outside. In such an environment, the mere thought of shopping was unappealing. I was reluctant to linger even a moment longer. Fortunately, there exists a rare gem nearby, the Shikahai ice rink. Although it is open during the day, the crowd is sparse. Had it been 4 or 5 years prior, this place would have been a lively gathering spot for the city's young rascals and veterans adorned in military overcoats, showcasing their adept skating skills, a must-have talent for any aspiring matchmaker. However, many from that rowdy generation have since enlisted or left for rural work, and the vibrant scenes of yesteryears have vanished from memory. After changing into skates, Liao Yun appeared eager to try her hand, but her skills were rather lacking. She could barely shuffle along and frequently stumbled, clearly not a regular at the ice rink. Your skills are lacking. Allow me to assist you, I remarked. Your words carry a tone of superiority, yet I recently witnessed your own stumble. How could that be? It has been quite some time since I last engaged in such activities, and I require a moment to reacquaint myself with the rhythm. Have you seldom visited this place before? I find it hard to believe that you had never set foot here prior to your rural excursions. This place used to be quite chaotic, with frequent altercations. I have only been here twice, both times accompanying Brother Xiaowei and his companions. Xiaowei's brother is a regular here, and it was only in his presence that we felt secure enough to enjoy ourselves. However, having visited just those 2 times, my skills are undoubtedly lacking. As is only natural. Oh, is Xiaowei's brother the one who went to serve in the military? Am I not more handsome than he? Surely. I surpass certain individuals in terms of attractiveness. Ah, how can you say such a thing? You have wounded my heart. Xu Jianjun feigned a heart-wrenching blow, striking a pose reminiscent of a delicate maiden, which elicited laughter from Liao Yun nearby. Chapter 44. Swift and effective. The term femme fatale holds a profound truth. Wherever beauty resides, it often incites a spirit of rivalry. Initially, with only a few people present, Xu Jianjun, employing his rudimentary skills, was instructing Liao Yun, who was also a novice. The rare opportunity for their intimate interaction fostered a delightful camaraderie. As evening approached, the number of visitors began to swell, and 2 oblivious individuals, each time they glided past, could not resist showcasing their prowess, seemingly mocking Xu Jianjun as clumsiness. After all, Liao Yun was strikingly noticeable, standing over 170 centimeters tall, with fair skin and stunning features. Even Xu Jianjun's presence could not deter the 2 hormonally charged youths from signaling their intentions. Although Xu Jianjun's skating skills were lacking, his athletic talent allowed him to deftly evade one of the individuals attempting to embarrass him. However, the aggressor clearly had no intention of letting this moment go. Xu Jianjun sighed, remarking, "It appears our skating session may be curtailed today. These pests are incessantly disrupting our intimate engagement." Intimate engagement, you say? Are you out of your mind? Liao Yun retorted, her face slightly flushed. Earlier, as they exchanged skating techniques, Xu Jianjun had instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist to prevent her from falling. Now, his blatant admission left her feeling somewhat bashful. Very well. Let those 2 insignificant nuisances be. You should go change your skates while I deal with them, he suggested. I want to leave. What about those 2? Liao Yun hesitated, unwilling to abandon him. What does it matter? We are not competing in skating skills. I am far more adept at handling them. You must have heard tales of my exploits during my youth, right? Even 2 more would pose no challenge. Recalling the legends surrounding Xu Jianjun, how he had vanquished local ruffians and bullies without ever tasting defeat, Liao Yun chuckled. You are in university now. Isn't it a bit unbecoming to be so belligerent? Though she chastised him, her sparkling eyes betrayed her own restless spirit. This is merely a matter of maintaining public order and ridding society of scoundrels. Just be cautious and stand clear to avoid a fall, Xu Jianjun replied, feigning nonchalance as he continued conversing with Liao Yun. When the 2 troublemakers attempted to approach again, he suddenly extended his foot, causing the first one to stumble and fall in a rather undignified manner, while the second barely managed to avoid a similar fate. The fallen individual seized the opportunity to confront Xu Jianjun aggressively, demanding, "What's the matter with you, clumsy fool? Can't you skate? Are you looking for trouble?" The aggressor's performance was a masterclass in playing the victim. You fool, persistently causing mischief around here, and you dare to complain? Spare me the chatter. I'll be waiting for you outside, Xu Jianjun retorted. According to the rules of Shikahai Ice Rink, any disputes must be resolved outside the venue, and fighting was strictly prohibited within the rink. The 2 individuals, oblivious to Xu Jianjun's subtly mocking gaze, plotted to humiliate him in front of the beautiful woman, aiming to expose his true nature as a coward. They hastily changed their shoes, blocking the exit, fearful that Xu Jianjun might seize the opportunity to escape. Witnessing him leisurely exchanging his footwear while engaging in light-hearted banter with the woman nearby was infuriating. Typically, one would initiate a few polite exchanges before engaging in casual conversation, perhaps inquiring about mutual acquaintances to avoid any potential conflicts. However, Xu Jianjun deviated from this customary approach. Before the 2 could utter a word, he swiftly delivered a slap, leaving them bewildered as they found themselves sprawled on the ground. To prevent them from rising and retaliating, Xu, with measured precision, administered an additional blow, ensuring they felt a sharp pain without causing any lasting injury. By the time he finished, the 2 were still struggling to regain their composure. exchanging glances that conveyed a profound sense of embarrassment. They had undeniably suffered a significant humiliation, and in silent agreement, they chose to erase today's disgraceful memory from their minds. As they hurried around the corner, Liao Yun and Xu Jianjun erupted into laughter. Xu, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "What do you think? Wasn't that move impressive? I had intended to exert more effort, but who knew I would encounter such weaklings? I didn't even get my clothes dirty, and my profound martial skills couldn't be fully displayed. Huh, you still have the audacity to boast. When you launched your surprise attack, I didn't even have time to react, let alone those two. Fighting is not akin to a duel. The goal is to incapacitate the opponent swiftly and efficiently. There is no need to theatrically display a series of moves to intimidate them or engage in unnecessary dialogue. After all, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter and futile actions." After escorting Liao Yun to a nearby street corner, Xu Jianjun attempted to share a romantic kiss farewell, but Liao Yun, unyielding, pushed him away and fled as if escaping. In the brief time spent together, Liao Yun felt as though moments had flown by, yet they had shared numerous memorable experiences. This conflicting emotion was evident to Liao Chengyong, who sensed something unusual in his daughter. Observing Liao Yun hastily retreating to her room, Liao Chengyong pondered aloud, feeling perplexed. His daughter had grown distant. She no longer seemed as close to him as before. Prior to her rural excursion, her mother was often preoccupied, and they shared a bond that was quite intimate. Even their family treasure, Liao Hui, paled in comparison to the affection Liao Yun received. Yet, in just a few short years, things had changed dramatically, leaving Liao Qingyong feeling quite hurt. Noticing Liao Hui peeking curiously into his sister's room, Liao Qingyong scolded him. "What are you sneaking around for? With only 6 months until the exams, you must focus." In the previous years, the exam questions were made easier due to the lack of exposure to books. But this time, there will be no leniency. You need to intensify your studies. If you fail to enter university, you will be the shame of our family, and your status will diminish further. Rest assured, my sister has brought back an entire set of science materials, along with practice papers. I find many of the problem-solving approaches quite commendable, and the analyses are thorough, making the review process remarkably efficient. However, I wonder why I haven't seen you return with the materials for your studies. You see, these resources are rather sought after. Several classmates have borrowed them to transcribe. It is said that this collection consists of study notes from several top scholars at Peking University. I am uncertain where my sister procured such valuable materials, and my classmates are envious beyond measure. Typically, I have not observed you being so generous and selfless. Perhaps you are lending them to your female classmates? Before you enter higher education, refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Once you secure a place in university, a broader horizon awaits, and you will encounter even more exceptional peers. Most of your current classmates will likely be left behind. Thus, pondering over inconsequential issues serves little purpose. As Liao Hui reflected on various matters, his thoughts unexpectedly shifted to his daughter. Observing her somewhat secretive demeanor, he wondered if she might be involved in a romantic relationship. It is often said that a daughter is a father's beloved from a past life. Which man would willingly accept a rival for his cherished affection? He pondered what sort of individual might one day steal away his precious treasure. Chapter 45. Though small, the sparrow the printing industry is flourishing, and Sun Detsai's deliveries are in high demand. He now leads a small team. After discussions with Liang Xianfeng and considering the wishes of his classmates, he recruited 2 more individuals, Dong Siyu and Zhang Miao, both from their study group. In these times of financial constraints, the opportunity to earn income through labor is eagerly welcomed. As for equipment, without proper channels, even with money, acquiring it could prove challenging. Fortunately, he has a knowledgeable brother-in-law, and given that Dijian is engaged in the cultural industry, obtaining suitable equipment is not a problem. With a 3-pronged approach, everything quickly fell into place, and everyone diligently carried out their tasks. Before the spring festival break, Xu Jianjun roughly assessed the accounts. The first month maintained a balance. As for this month, after deducting all expenses, including materials, profit sharing with Liang Xianfeng and his team, and commissions for Sun Detsai's deliveries, the gross profit had already exceeded 1,300. Although Xu Jianjun did not regard this sum with much importance, in an era where salaries typically ranged in the tens, it equated to several years' worth of wages for many. To be honest, if it were not for the desire to support those around him, Xu Jianjun would not have valued this income. However, throughout this process, whether it was Liang Xianfeng, responsible for printing and supplementing materials, or Sun Detsai, tirelessly seeking business and making deliveries, their palpable enthusiasm and energy as if grasping a lifeline. Deeply moved Xu Jianjun, prompting him to place increasing importance on their efforts. During the more than half a month of the new year, there was certainly no work to be done. Xu Jianjun gathered everyone together and provided each delivery person with a piece of meat. The money they had earned with such difficulty was likely needed to support their families, and they probably seldom indulged in meat. By offering them tangible rewards, he hoped they could truly appreciate the gesture. As for Liang Xianfeng and the others, who lived on campus, pork would be of little use to them. Xu Jianjun purchased a hero pen for each of them from a store, an apt gift for intellectuals. After receiving their gifts, everyone left in high spirits, except for Liang Xianfeng, who felt a bit embarrassed. You really shouldn't have gone to such expense. You've already given so much. Last month, when I sent money home, they questioned whether I was involved in any unscrupulous activities, and I had to explain myself at length. With the holiday approaching, have you purchased your ticket home? I won't be going back. The journey takes 2 or 3 days, and there's nothing much to do at home. It's better to save the fare and send it back to my family. Besides, during the holiday, I want to catch up on my studies. What have you missed? You always return to the dormitory the latest, and even here, you never part with your books. While others take 4 years to graduate, you'll likely have an entire extra year of study compared to them. I'm not like you, who can maintain top grades in the shortest time. Since I lack your talent, I can only rely on hard work. Liang, you are caught in the throes of competition. And treating Xu as your goal seems to be a path to self-inflicted hardship. Xu Jianjun would like to express that, despite ranking commendably in this examination, he still feels the weight of the expectations upon him. Were it not for the fear of incessant inquiries from the instructor and class monitor, he might have even preferred to lower his scores further. With the holiday approaching, the cafeteria is likely to be closed. How do you intend to manage your meals? Perhaps you could simply celebrate the new year at my home, where our communal living is quite lively. No, I will purchase some dried noodles in advance. There are still others in our class who have not yet departed. We can band together to celebrate the new year, ensuring it is not a solitary occasion. The dormitory lacks the facilities for cooking. However, why not clear out the kitchen here and prepare our meals directly? It won't be for long, and with some firewood, we could commence cooking right away. Tomorrow, I will ask Lao Sun to arrange the pots and pans neatly. In the future, should we wish to enhance our dining experience, it will be convenient to do so here. Liang Xianfeng is not one to be overly sentimental. After all, Xu Jianjun has assisted him on numerous occasions, and he can only repay the favor at a later time. Once the holidays have passed, would it be possible to keep Song Xuanjuan, the delivery boy, to assist us? He is quite adept at his tasks and possesses a keen sense of responsibility. His presence would significantly boost our efficiency. Are you referring to Xiao Xuanzi? This lad is merely a year older than my younger brother, yet he exhibits far more maturity than my less than capable sibling. His father passed away early, leaving the family reliant solely on his mother's income. They have been barely scraping by, and with a younger brother in middle school. Both of them are at a growth stage where adequate nourishment is critical. Indeed, seeing him reminds me of my own brother. Life is not easy for either of them. Have you not noticed how much cleaner the courtyard and the house are compared to before? This is all thanks to Xiao Xuanzi's efforts. I had thought it was your doing. It turns out there was another responsible party. I am usually quite busy and genuinely lack the time for cleaning. Liang Xianfeng's comments made me feel somewhat bashful. Enough of that. I did not intend to imply anything about you. In comparison to me, you are already quite diligent. I shall inquire about his own thoughts. If he is willing to stay, that would be splendid. If our printing needs increase in the future, we will require more advanced machinery. Our current antiquated equipment is manageable, but operating modern devices necessitates a certain level of skill. If you could assist in nurturing a technical expert, it would ultimately ease our workload. One aspect Xu Jianjun did not clarify is that Liang Xianfeng and his peers are merely taking on part-time roles during their spare time. These exceptional students, upon graduation, will not struggle to find good positions. They are not the neglected university students of the future, who are the subject of a popular saying. A construction site offered 150 yuan a day for laborers, yet the migrant workers were reluctant to accept the job and suggested that such wages would only attract university students. The contractor, under the guise of recruiting future leaders, easily found several university students to complete the work, earning the minimum wage while harboring grand aspirations. This is the stark reality of the university students from less prestigious backgrounds in the future. Regardless of the nature of one's enterprise, talent remains the paramount element. Although Xu Jianjun is uncertain how long he can sustain this endeavor, He recognizes that numerous individuals rely on it for their livelihoods. Thus, he must lay a foundation for the future. This instinctive reaction is ingrained in the essence of any business operator. In truth, even those returning educated youth who currently find themselves unemployed would undoubtedly choose a legitimate job, even if it offers a slightly higher salary, should such an opportunity arise. This reflects a deeply entrenched societal norm developed over decades, which is unlikely to change swiftly. Individual entrepreneurs often find themselves in a predicament similar to that of drifters, struggling to secure even a spouse. It was only in the late 1980s, following the closure of numerous state-owned enterprises, that people began to grasp the reality that there is no such thing as an iron rice bowl. The ability to earn a living is the ultimate truth. One must proceed cautiously, as securing employment in the city is no simple task, especially for individuals like Xiaoshuan who do not meet the requisite criteria. The returning educated youth often possess a rebellious spirit, rendering them unstable elements, and thus, the community committee prioritizes their employment arrangements. Chapter 46, Flavor of the Season this winter. The wheat is cloaked in 3 layers, promising a bountiful harvest and a restful slumber upon steamed buns come spring. The farmers welcome the snowfall with open arms. Yet for city dwellers, apart from a few poetic souls enamored with the romanticism of winter, the reality is often one of hardship. The previous snowfall served as a mere prelude, but this time, as the new year approaches, the accumulation of snow coupled with plummeting temperatures has transformed the roads into ice rinks. Cyclists inevitably find themselves prone to falls, while public transport is prone to breakdowns, leaving the maintenance crew, including Xu Jianjun and his colleagues, overwhelmed. As dusk settles, they continue to toil at the workplace. He prepares dinner. But when her husband fails to return, she takes it upon herself to deliver a meal. Ordinarily, this task would fall to Xu Jianmin, but with Xu Jianjun on holiday, he willingly undertakes the responsibility. Xu Jianjun hardly recognizes his father's colleagues, yet he greets the older ones as uncle and the younger ones as brother, embodying a sense of familial camaraderie that is characteristic of grassroots workplaces, devoid of the intrigues that plague future generations. As the hour grows late and no one has returned home, family members are well aware of the situation. Those who can afford it generously deliver meals. They gather around the table, sharing dishes, enhancing the atmosphere with a sense of community. Old Sue, your family's standard of living has evidently skyrocketed. Braised pork and chicken soup, your wife is quite generous. Unlike my household, where meat is only a luxury reserved for New Year's Eve, my family enjoys a certain ease now. Once I manage to send off the wayward Xiaomin, my obligations will be fulfilled. Su Ba beams with pride. In our unit, including the leaders, I haven't heard of any child getting into such a prestigious school as Peking University. Old Sue, what is your secret? Please impart some wisdom. My eldest is idling away at work, barely putting in effort, and still has found a partner, while the younger one struggles to finish middle school. My hair is turning gray with worry. The speaker, Wu Xinghua, is 5 years younger than Su Ba, yet appears older. I can't take credit for Jianjun's university admission. That's entirely his own diligence. He initially failed to gain entry, and I advised him to focus on finding a job, but thankfully he didn't heed my words. Otherwise, he would have missed out. Jianjun, share your secret with your uncle. How did you excel academically? Perhaps I can guide my younger son in a similar manner. The eldest is beyond saving, but there is still hope for the younger one. Uncle Wu, it was during the early years of the reformed college entrance examination. The first 2 cohorts received leniency, and the exam questions were not overly challenging. Coupled with my extensive review materials, I was fortunate to succeed. If I were to take the exam again this year, I would undoubtedly fail, Xu Jianjun remarks candidly, his words a blend of truth and jest. Oh, it seems that hope is fleeting. Feeling the envious gazes of those around him, Su Ba's heart swells with joy. Finally understanding the exhilaration he experienced as she garnered attention in the alley. However, the kind-hearted man refrains from boasting to his colleagues, choosing not to reveal that his son excels not only in academics but also in financial prowess. You should head back now. I'll tidy up the lunchbox after I finish. Your presence here won't be of any help. Although Xu Jianjun has been dismissed, discussions continue to revolve around him. Has old Xu found a partner yet? If not, I could propose to the daughter of Director Liu from the finance department. She is 19 this year and works at the Grain Bureau. I've seen the girl. She's quite attractive. If you agree, I can visit her family tomorrow to make the proposal. Wang Baokai, acting on Liu's behalf, felt hesitant to approach Su's family directly, fearing that if they declined, it would create an awkward situation since they work in the same unit. Today presented a suitable opportunity, so he decided to bring it up. I've seen Director Lu's daughter too. She is indeed lovely. However, I can't make decisions regarding Jianjun. That child has always had a strong will. Once she sets her mind on something, not even a herd of oxen can pull her back. Moreover, I heard from his mother that she might already have a boyfriend at university, though it's still uncertain. Just be cautious, old Wang, if this goes awry. Director Lu oversees salaries. If we fail to become in-laws, we might end up as enemies, and then who will advocate for my wages? Everyone echoed his sentiments, lamenting that today's youth differ significantly from their own time, when free love was championed, as if the older generation's matchmaking was outdated. Yet, they too had managed to lead stable lives, often filled with love and occasional quarrels, coexisting harmoniously for a lifetime. When Xu Jianjun returned home for the holidays, his younger brother felt apprehensive, fearing that their elder brother might take out his frustrations on him. Fortunately, this time, the elder brother did not seek trouble. There were plenty of snacks and candies, and firecrackers were set off joyfully, with the elder brother personally participating. Xu Jianjun was astonished by his elder brother's cheerful demeanor, questioning whether this was truly the same brother he knew. Little did he know, in later years, the prohibition of fireworks would leave celebrations devoid of festive spirit, replaced by electronic firecrackers that merely made noise, lacking the thrill of lighting a fuse with a match. After the firecrackers were set off, the air filled with smoke, almost as if it were a form of disinfection. What truly delighted Xu Jianjun was on the 23rd day of the Lunar New Year, when two individuals unexpectedly arrived, bringing a large box into the courtyard. The letters on the box were unfamiliar to him. After his elder brother finished exchanging pleasantries with the visitors and opened the box, he discovered it contained a television. This brought a wave of excitement to the courtyard, with neighbors rushing over to assist in unpacking and deciding where to place this novel item. A television was a rare luxury, typically unaffordable for anyone outside the ranks of officials. Eventually, Xu Jianjun managed to set up the antenna on their windowsill. Despite the cold weather, both adults and children were captivated, eagerly awaiting a signal. At that time, television stations were scarce, and signal transmission relied solely on television towers. Satellite broadcasting would not emerge for many more years. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, even with limited programming. Central Television's news broadcasts and shows captivated everyone's attention like a black hole. Upon first encountering the old CCTV logo, Xu Jianjun felt a tinge of nostalgia. However, after a brief period, his interest waned. The quality of programming on the television station during that era was rather dismal. It is likely that even if he were to play a recording of Gundam, the children would be so thrilled they would struggle to sleep for days. With Xu Jianjun absent, Jianmin seized control of the television remote, leaving the adults in the courtyard hesitant to scold him as freely as before. Never had Xu Jianmin experienced such attention, and he was utterly delighted. Even Lan Lada, who worked at the Ely factory and typically carried an air of superiority without acknowledging him, unexpectedly brought him fruit and bread this time. Xu Jianmin, unaccustomed to such sweet gestures, surrendered completely, calling Lan Lauda big brother and complying with any request he made. Chapter 47, a medley of characters in the bustling courtyard. Harmony coexists with rivalry. In the main house, the 3 rooms are occupied by the esteemed Elder Xu and his family, having lived a life of gallantry. Elder Xu is not one to harbor petty grievances, and he commands respect within the courtyard. However, residing with him is his younger son's family, whose sharp tongues and bitter demeanor make them akin to wolves and leopards, an ill-matched pair. Zhu Baoxing, now a minor department head, walks through the courtyard with an air of superiority, seemingly blind to those around him, often ignoring greetings from neighbors. His wife, Kai Chuanji, is the only person in the courtyard whom He Yin, known for her sharp tongue, avoids. Though He Yin may speak harshly, she is not ill-natured. Everyone knows her to be straightforward and quick to forget grievances. In contrast, Kai Chuanji not only excels in quarreling, but also delights in gossip. And over the past few years, the residents have learned to steer clear of her, as many conflicts in the courtyard have stemmed from her words. Though Elder Xu is now retired, he once held a respectable position, and his household has always been seen as a cut above the rest, akin to a solitary scorpion. Recently, however, Kai Chuanji has felt increasingly overlooked by the Xu family. With their new television, their home has become a hub of activity, reminiscent of a bustling market. She can hardly tolerate He Yin's smug demeanor, dismissing the achievements of her son who managed to enter university as nothing exceptional, asserting that future employment relies on connections. Elder Xu, how much did that television of yours cost? We ought to buy one too. I know our department head has a Shanghai-made television, smaller than theirs. Yet it was still several hundred, if not 1,000. Their model seems imported and likely even more expensive. What a waste of money. I simply cannot stand their ostentatiousness. Yesterday, I spent some time there, and a few of them ganged up to ridicule me. Fine, I'll inquire. It's not as if we can't afford it. Darn it, these small-minded people have become arrogant. Make sure that Xiaopu doesn't join them. That little one from their family is no pushover. And I want to have our child bullied. It must be said that Xu Baoxing possesses a certain foresight. His unfortunate son, Xu Xiaopu, has been subjected to relentless teasing by other children in the courtyard. In his childhood, he was often coaxed into poking wasp nests, assisting in pilfering his grandfather's treasures to trade for popsicles, and was taught to toss firecrackers into the public restroom. Xu Xiaopu's childhood can only be described as eventful, marked by beatings from his grandfather, stings from wasps, and being chased by passers-by. Such tales could fill a collection of Xu Xiaopu's misadventures. The attitudes of parents subtly influence their children. Xu Baoxing and his wife, being unpopular, inevitably become the subject of neighborhood gossip, which invariably affects Xu Xiaopu. The younger generation in courtyard number 7 finds their entertainment in eating, sleeping, and teasing Xiaopu. At this moment, Kai Chuanji, envious of He Yin's apparent success, is venting her frustrations to Xu Jianjun. What on earth did you bring that television home for? It makes so much noise at night that I can hardly sleep. And I still have to clean. Perhaps I should just start charging admission. Mother, while time-limited opportunities may be acceptable, soliciting votes seems rather unbecoming. We are not short on funds. So why let such trivial matters tarnish our neighborhood relations, akin to the situation with the Lao Zhu family? How can we live peacefully thereafter? Xu Jianjun felt compelled to express his thoughts, wondering why his mother, who indulged in discussions with a group of aunties, would turn the blame on him. However, considering her relentless chatter, he decided it best to tread lightly. Indeed, the son spoke wisely. We ought not to behave in such a manner, Xu Jianjun concurred. He glanced at He Yin, who shot him an irritated look, initially intending to retort at Xu Jianjun, but recalling that her son was now a college student. She chose to exercise restraint and retreated to the kitchen in a huff. The two men exchanged glances, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. In recent days, consumed by their own affairs, Xu Jianjun had heard his mother mention that the New Year's goods were all procured by him. With the meager school allowance he received, how could he possibly afford such expenditures? What puzzled Xu Jianjun more was the identity of the benefactor who had gifted the television. Such generosity raised concerns about his son's integrity. Father, this sum is hardly substantial. Remember last year before school started when I sold comic books? The television was gifted by the same individuals. It wasn't a mere gift. I generated income for them, and they reciprocated. Overall, it was they who profited. Wasn't I compensated beforehand? Xu Jianjun recalled that he had indeed provided payment in U.S. dollars. This is not a one-off transaction. Royalties are settled post-publication based on sales. But let us not dwell on that. You only need to understand that we acquired this money rightfully, with a clear conscience. Just as Xu Jianjun intended to probe deeper, he noticed Zhang Sirui peering curiously into the room. After exchanging polite greetings, he took Xu Jianjun outside. Zhang, what are you doing? Are you hoping for some sweets? I have some white rabbit candy in my room. I can fetch you some. Oh no, my second sister is waiting for you outside to express her gratitude formally. I still wish to watch television, so you can meet her on your own. In a scheme to ensnare Xiaolei, Sun Detsai had recruited an excessively clever individual. Zhou Feng initially feigned admiration for Xiaolei's past glories, willingly playing the sycophant. He then discreetly relayed information about several obsolete machines in a dilapidated warehouse of the cotton spinning factory to Xiaolei. As for matters concerning the police, Su Jiangwo could not intervene directly. However, Xu Jianjun's elder brother's colleague, Officer Liang Shuai, effortlessly seized the opportunity to bring the societal parasites to justice. Without much contemplation, Officer Liang, armed with sufficient leads, apprehended 3 individuals, including Xiaolei, at the scrap collection station, thereby catching them red-handed. Initially, Xiaolei was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Having previously pilfered items from the factory only to face mere warnings, he thought little of the consequences. Yet, upon arriving at the station to give his statement, he realized the dire nature of his predicament. That dusty, decrepit machine was worth several tens of thousands, despite depreciation. Its value is undeniable. Xiaolei, though unyielding in spirit, was astute enough to recognize the severity of the situation at hand. Hastened to adopt a strategy of delay, seeking to connect with the leaders of the 4th factory through family members. If the parties involved can find it in their hearts to forgive him, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Failing that, He must shift the blame onto the other two individuals. Those who have been wronged by Xiao Lei may possess the grace to overlook past grievances, yet when one is erred, one cannot fault another for seeking justice. Although a verdict has yet to be rendered, it is foreseeable that the labor reform team at Chadian will soon become his new abode. The reason Zhang Liang, this fiery woman, came to express her gratitude is that Zhou Fang mistakenly believed that Xu Jianjun's actions against Xiao Lei were primarily due to Xiao Lei's provocation of Zhang Liang. The amicable relationship between their families is no secret, prompting him to inadvertently disclose certain details to Zhang Liang. In Zhou Fang's mind, having bestowed a favor, he surely wished for others to be aware of it. To claim that this fellow has never engaged in such dealings would be implausible, otherwise, he would not have managed the situation with such meticulous precision. There are indeed many undiscovered talents among the educated youth, and should such individuals find themselves in dire straits, their potential for harm could be significant. Xu Jianjun harbors doubts about whether Sun Detsai can truly keep this young man in check. Alas, fate has drawn him into this predicament. Thus, he must guide him, striving to channel his intelligence toward a more constructive path. It is often said that women bloom like flowers at 18, and Zhang Liang is by no means inferior to her sister. In an era where a household devoid of a male figure often faces adversity, and considering that Zhang's uncle was recently sent down for re-education, her fiery temperament may merely serve as a means of self-protection. Chapter 48. Collective Wisdom. Thank you for your assistance regarding Xiao Lei. It was not my classmate who informed me. I was unaware that you had arranged for someone to protect me. It's rare that I did not engage in a quarrel with Xu Jianjun, though Zhang Liang still appeared somewhat uneasy, fidgeting awkwardly. That fellow Xiao Lei has been rather unreasonable. To prevent Jianmin from being unduly influenced by him, I had a friend pay special attention to the situation. I hadn't anticipated that it would fortuitously extricate you from a predicament. Why are you being so polite with me? In just a few months, the college entrance examination will arrive. How is your revision progressing? I have nearly finished reviewing the materials you provided last time. Do you have any additional resources for other subjects? Yes, I will fetch them for you shortly. Come inside. Don't stand out there in the cold. Sit in the yard and watch television. There's a fire pit for warmth as well. I also aspire to attend Jing University, but currently, I devote nearly all my time to studying. There's little opportunity to indulge in television. I'll consider other matters once the exams are over. Zhang Liang's fiery temperament has resurfaced, as if Xu Jianjun's admission to Jing University is of no significance, and she believes she can easily keep pace with him. Just wait. I will get them for you. Given that Xu Jianjun has taken care of the New Year preparations, he is unperturbed by expenditures. This year is destined to be prosperous. Since returning from their grandparents' home on the 26th day of the New Year, little Su Xiaoshan has become quite enamored with her surroundings. Here, there are milk candies and biscuits to enjoy, milk to drink, and her grandmother's fried pastries and meatballs. Each meal is presented in delightful variety, far surpassing anything her mother prepares at home. The most crucial aspect is that there is a television to watch, which has led her to linger and refuse to leave, leaving Li Huifan feeling somewhat embarrassed. The children have all grown, and only Su Jianmin remains, who is somewhat overlooked, with a granddaughter to celebrate the new year with. The elderly Su couple is delighted, embodying the adage of grand parental affection, lavishing her with the finest food and drink. He even took the little girl on a shopping excursion to Wangfujing Eastwind Market, acquiring her a complete new wardrobe. Su Jianmin does not enjoy such privileges, which has even made his uncle, who was particularly close to Su Xiaoshan, feel a tinge of jealousy. To be candid, Su Xiaoshan is well-behaved and understanding. It is only after becoming familiar that she occasionally indulges in a bit of playful mischief. Not only do her grandparents adore her, but even Xu Jianjun is quite fond of her. If it were not for the concern that she is too young to comprehend moderation, snacks would be in unlimited supply. And during her leisure time, she is immersed in fairy tales. At home, she is the apple of everyone's eye, perhaps due to her experiences in 2 lifetimes. The demeanor she unconsciously reveals has initially created a palpable distance between Su Xiaoshan and Xu Jianjun. However, after a few days of interaction, she has thoroughly bonded with her seemingly omnipotent second uncle. Second uncle, my little uncle just bullied me. Can you capture him like dad catches bad guys? Oh, just a moment ago, you were happily pasting New Year pictures with your little uncle. How has he suddenly transformed into a villain? He took Lan Mao Mao to set off firecrackers without inviting me. Playing with a bunch of little kids with those small firecrackers is rather dull. Your second uncle will take you to set off those long strings that crackle delightfully. Su Xiaoshan clapped her hands over her ears, joyfully bouncing and exclaiming in delight. While inside, Yin was unusually irate. Xu Jianjun, you reckless spendthrift. Why are you setting off firecrackers now? Save them for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Not to worry, there are still plenty inside. We bought a lot. And these things are not meant to be kept. You possess such a lavish spending habit that you seem to have lost sight of your own identity. Are you feeling a bit reckless? If you continue to squander money carelessly, I shall take it upon myself to manage your finances. In the future, any earnings should be handed over to me, and I shall safeguard them for you, to be utilized when you eventually seek a spouse. Oh, how exhausting this is. I have already mentioned that you need not concern yourself with the matter of marriage. However, I have no qualms about managing your finances for you. Allow me to provide you with a little sum shortly. Would you prefer it in dollars? There are still remnants left from the last time. Xu Jianjun merely handed over the few hundred yuan and a stack of Franklin bills to Yin, leaving her bewildered. She contemplated questioning her son but ultimately decided against it. Consequently, Yin solemnly tucked the money away, seeking a secure hiding place. For it would be unwise for Xu Jianjun to discover it. Otherwise, he and his rowdy friends would indulge even more recklessly while drinking. After calming her mother, Yin encountered Sundetsai, who said nothing of consequence but took Xu Jianjun outside. Upon arrival, they realized they had joined a gathering of their delivery crew for drinks. Jianjun, it's I who asked Ditsai to summon you. This isn't the finest of spirits, but come, brother, let me raise a toast to you. If it weren't for your initiative, we would have faced uncertainty this new year. Zhou Feng warmly welcomed him. In truth, this group had only been working together for a little over 2 months, with some newcomers even having joined for less than a month. However, none had been overlooked when it came to receiving their share. Their gratitude towards Xu Jianjun stemmed not from the meager earnings he provided, but rather from the glimmer of hope it offered to these idle intellectual youths stuck at home. Zhou Feng, refrain from such formalities. We are all neighbors here. Even if we are not well acquainted, our connection through Detsai should suffice. The country has begun to open up. Reform is intended to illuminate the path for those willing to strive for a brighter future. Rest assured, opportunities will abound in the times ahead, certainly unlike the past. Your eloquence is certainly a mark of your education. I shall not be formal with you. The reason for gathering you today is primarily to express our gratitude, and additionally, to discuss a matter of some importance. Despite Sun Detsai being the first to meet Xu Jianjun, Zhou Feng commanded an unexplainable presence, guiding the conversation with authority. Sun Detsai did not voice any objections. Speak freely. Have you discovered a business opportunity? It is no wonder you succeeded in your studies. Your mind is astute. Recently, a visiting teacher from another region happened upon our printed materials and ordered copies for dozens of students in their class. Inspired by this event, I propose that after the new year, we approach schools directly. By securing a contract with a single institution, we could ensure a substantial order, thus alleviating the need for our current scattered efforts. It must be said that practice indeed reveals true knowledge. These individuals have finally recognized this direction. It appears there is no need for me to prompt them further. In truth, Xu Jianjun, now involved with this makeshift troop, has little interest in expending energy on this matter, content to drift along. Perhaps it is the influence of the environment, or perhaps an inner restlessness that stirs within him, prompting a desire for engagement. Since he has embarked on this path, he shall endeavor to do his utmost. If the high school channels surrounding the capital, and even the Beijing-Tianjin Tangshan area can be effectively navigated, it could yield a wealth of educational materials, not to mention an extensive question bank and related answer analyses. Enough to keep them occupied for a considerable time. Furthermore, as the collective spirit of the community flourishes, a plethora of publications, magazines, and novels awaits, presenting a substantial opportunity. They need not contend with the People's Publishing House for the lion's share. Even a few scraps from the edges would be sufficient to sustain many. Utilizing schools as a breakthrough point is undeniably an efficient strategy. Currently, high school resources are in short supply, with many valuable materials rendered incomplete. We possess authentic study outlines and test verification booklets meticulously organized by a genuine top scholar from Peking University. As long as the right avenues are pursued, there will be no shortage of demand. Regarding printing, there is no cause for concern. The antiquated hand-operated wax paper printing presses have been discarded in favor of a more robust machine, ensuring ample production capacity for the time being. Of course, should our achievements surpass expectations and secure the institutions within the Beijing-Tianjin Tangshan Triangle, I shall undoubtedly need to acquire even more advanced equipment, such as a lithographic press capable of producing thousands of prints in mere moments. Encouraged by this prospect, Zhou Feng felt no reservations. Jianjun, Rest assured, he stated. In fact, just a few days ago, I reached out to my alma mater. I am acquainted with a vice principal who, although not responsible for textbook procurement, is quite invested in this matter. He requested a sample set, and yesterday he approached me, mentioning that several of their graduating classes have already committed. Chapter 49. Harmony brings prosperity. Setting aside the ambitious preparations of Zhou Feng and Sun Dicai, the predominant theme of the new year remains family reunion. On the second day of the new year, Xu Jianjun, who had been occupied throughout the year, finally found time to share a reunion dinner with his family. His two married daughters returned to the courtyard bearing gifts, making what was once a spacious area feel particularly cramped. As a busy individual, Xu Jianjun's sister-in-law, Li Huifan, not only manages her own work but also tends to household affairs. Consequently, Xu Jianjun often goes out of his way to please his wife. With the sweet and sensible Xu Xiaoshan in the mix, their family exudes warmth and joy. The newlywed couple, still in their honeymoon period, displays affection for one another. And the sister's contentment in her marital life is evident in her radiant complexion. The eldest sister's family maintains a semblance of normalcy. To be candid, ever since Xu Jianjun arrived, he has barely exchanged a handful of words with his elder brother-in-law. Instead, he has engaged more frequently with young Shoudong due to printing matters. For parents, nothing brings greater joy than seeing their children thrive in their careers and maintain harmonious families, while grandchildren gather around, allowing them to relish the joys of family life. Xu Jiaxing has begun to find satisfaction in his current life, particularly as he focuses on his youngest son. If this child can ease his worries in the future, it would be a blessing indeed. How has that old equipment been treating you, Jianjun? No issues, I hope? Young Shoudong inquired, striking up a conversation with Xu Jianjun. Not at all. Our printing volume isn't too high at the moment. The two craftsmen we had were quite diligent. They ensured everything was in order before leaving. However, we might increase our printing output after the new year, and at that point, I may need you to send someone over to assist. As always, we'll adhere to the customary arrangement of daily allowances, settled at the end of each day. You offer such generous allowances. Old Wu mentioned that many envied it when he returned. Rest assured, as long as the standards remain the same, we won't have a shortage of manpower. The fundamental principle when hiring assistants is to ensure that those who help you also receive something they value in return. Even with relatives, one must maintain a balance. Xu Jianjun, as someone who has traversed this path before, excels in this regard. Although Yang Shoudong facilitated his access to equipment, he also generated income for his organization, earning recognition from his superiors. Items that could easily vanish in the warehouse and be sold as scrap were priced fairly by Xu Jianjun. Moreover, the temporary workers assigned to Xu Jianjun received allowances that even Yang Shoudong found enticing, enhancing his rapport among colleagues. Yang Shoudong might not yet grasp all these nuances, but his father, Yang Ronghua, was thoroughly impressed. After mentioning it in front of his father, he was advised to cultivate a closer relationship with his brother-in-law, as it would be beneficial for his future. While the men engaged in light banter, Xu Shufang and her sister helped their mother, Hian, in the kitchen. Mom, I've only been away for a month, and the house has changed so much. Has a television been added? That was a gift from your brother's friend. We could never afford to buy one ourselves. Even our combined annual salaries might not suffice. Who is this generous friend? They should send us a television too. Xu Shufang joked. Ah, you're dreaming. I'm not quite sure about the details. It seems to be foreign, her mother replied. In the past, overseas relatives were often kept in the shadows, but now families with connections abroad are the envy of all. In our factory, there is an employee whose uncle followed a bald-headed man to Taiwan and then later to America. Recently, they reconnected, and he sent a bundle of foreign exchange vouchers, even offering to send the employee's son abroad for his education. I wonder if we have such connections? You know our relatives. The furthest is your aunt's family in Jingshu. As for overseas ties, that is but a fanciful dream. No matter, considering my younger brother's situation, it is plausible that he might also go abroad in the future. I should cultivate a good relationship with him now, lest he forgets about his elder sister when he becomes successful. Xiangxiang, I noticed that Jianjun seems quite familiar with your family. Your brother-in-law certainly knows how to navigate social situations, unlike your sister's husband, who is rather dull-witted. I am not quite sure what they chat about. Sister, how is your factory performing this year? What kind of benefits are you receiving during the new year? What benefits? Just some trivial items that are of little use. If it weren't for the 2 barrels of oil you provided, I wouldn't know how to celebrate the new year. Your workplace is truly commendable. Textiles have always been a significant industry. Previously, everyone aspired to enter it. However, Excess has its drawbacks. There are over a dozen state-owned cotton factories alone, not to mention the numerous textile factories across the country. While employment has been addressed, it has led to overcapacity and severe redundant investments. The initial reforms might seem manageable, but various issues have emerged since then. You don't think those grains and oils are distributed by us, do you? The little we do distribute is minuscule. What you receive is purchased through internal channels. Thankfully, we aren't bound by quotas, which provides a slight advantage. Jianzi is quite impressive. Those who can attend university truly stand out. Not to mention, he has all sorts of vouchers at his disposal. You might not care for cloth vouchers, but if you ever find yourself in need of meat or sugar vouchers, you can certainly ask our brother for some. Such fortunate circumstances should not be overlooked regarding Jianjun. It has been several months since your marriage. Have there been any developments? Sister, why do you ask? I am just beginning to establish myself at work and prefer to wait a while longer. What about you and your husband? Hongbing is already 6 years old. Have you considered giving him a companion? The topic of children continued to permeate the dinner table, with Su Shufang and others also grappling with the issue of having a second child, a concern that applied to Su Jiangwo as well. During Jiangwo's time, it was a peak period for childbirth. While 1 child per year is an exaggeration, siblings spaced 2 years apart was commonplace. In their case, planning for a second child when the eldest is already 5 or 6 years old is quite unusual. If you two have plans, it would be wise to bring this matter to the forefront. Professors at our school are involved in researching national policies and often discuss how our country's population explosion has spurred numerous issues, indicating that some restrictions will likely be implemented soon. In this regard, Xu Jianjun holds the most authority. Tales of the Superbirth guerrilla squad from the 1980s have become comedic anecdotes. In conclusion, if we do not seize the moment, we may find it exceedingly difficult to revisit this subject in the future. The eldest siblings are both employed, and their positions are quite stable, making them the most susceptible to pressure. Jianzi, can we rely on what you've said? Sister-in-law Li Huifan felt the weight of anxiety pressing upon her. Although they harbored no notions of valuing sons over daughters, in this era, lacking a son could lead to being labeled as a family without heirs. Were it not for Su Jiangwo's frequent absences and her own demanding work schedule, this matter would have long been set in motion. Dear sister-in-law, while I cannot say it is a certainty, our professor has indicated that this issue has progressed beyond the discussion stage. It now hinges upon the government's execution, Su Xiaoshan remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Huifan glanced at Su Jiangwo, her thoughts deepening as she served Su Xiaoshan some dishes that were just out of her reach. Given Xu Jianjun's assertion, the credibility seemed high. Surrounded by family, her understanding of her second brother assured her that he would not speak without basis. After satisfying their appetites, several gentlemen took turns toasting to the Su family. Old Su, clearly in high spirits, engaged his 2 sons-in-law in a game of dice. Zhou Jiqi was at ease, while young Shoudong appeared somewhat reserved. However, as the drinks flowed and the rounds continued, Yang's true nature emerged. He began to refer to his father-in-law with a brotherly affection, almost suggesting a blood bond. The onlookers found the scene exceedingly amusing, except for Su Shuxiang, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Were it not for her mother's restraint, she would have directly tugged at his ear in admonishment. Chapter 50. Am I not exploiting? After a lively reunion with family, Xu Jianjun seized the opportunity before the school term commenced to hasten the creation of Dragon Ball. The initial narrative was still in the preparatory phase, and the lack of popularity was understandable. However, with the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, the introduction of a diverse array of distinctive characters, coupled with engaging storylines, would undoubtedly catalyze a surge in popularity. Although he possessed a comprehensive outline, Xu Jianjun felt uneasy not personally overseeing the project. Furthermore, an extended hiatus from wielding the paintbrush had rendered him somewhat out of practice. After all, before discovering a more lucrative path, this was his skill for transforming his living conditions. His past life experiences had imparted a valuable lesson. Whether friends or family, reliance on others is precarious. True dependence must lie within oneself. He would not lightly test human nature, fully aware that such endeavors would yield no fruitful results. When Akira Toriyama was creating Dragon Ball, the weekly format necessitated constant adjustments to the plot in response to market demands, compounded by the editor's considerable authority to dictate narrative direction. This reality hindered a methodical progression according to a pre-established outline, inevitably leading to inconsistencies and gaps. However, Xu Jianjun was thoroughly familiar with the entire storyline, having revisited the animation countless times. Even if he were to engage in derivative works, filtering out minor flaws would be effortlessly achievable, resulting in a final product that could surpass the original in perfection. Currently, the Takuma magazine was a monthly publication which aligned perfectly with Xu Jianjun's situation. He could not dedicate all his time to this endeavor. Despite having assistance from a tool like Land, the high-frequency update pressure akin to Shonen Jump would be overwhelming. As the manga narrative began to gain momentum, the previously modest-selling Takuma magazine experienced a meteoric rise in demand. With an influx of reader correspondence urging a transition from monthly to weekly updates, as the current pace was simply torturous. The decision-makers, however, were reluctant to heed the readers' requests. If they switched to a weekly format but failed to keep up with submissions, the readers would surely revolt. Miyagawa Ichiro, as the primary contact, hastily journeyed to the capital city primarily to assess Xu Jianjun's creative progress. Additionally, he had heard insider news that Bandai had collaborated with Xu Jianjun on a new project, and Miyagawa feared that any distraction could hinder the ongoing creation, ultimately placing him in a difficult position. Moreover, with an established foundation of collaboration, he believed that under equal conditions, they would undoubtedly be the first choice for any new work. As long as no contracts were signed, possibilities remained open. A steady flow of submissions, paired with the burgeoning popularity, constituted the dream partnership for any manga magazine. Miyagawa, along with Arakaki Honjo, invited Xu Jianjun to dinner. The restaurant in the capital was a place where the average person could hardly afford to dine. It primarily served as a venue for state leaders to host foreign guests, offering a full array of dishes, including Tan family cuisine, Cantonese dishes, Western fare, and Japanese cuisine. Ordinarily, one would expect two Japanese guests to indulge in Japanese cuisine, and the waiter presented the menu. However, Xu Jianjun insisted they sample Tan family cuisine instead. He had little interest in Japanese fare but held a particular fondness for authentic imperial dishes. When the three individuals entered, Xu Jianjun simultaneously took on the role of translator while graciously inviting the two to take a seat and engaging with the waiter. She initially assumed that Xu Jianjun was some sort of tour guide, but upon observing the respectful demeanor of the two newcomers, it was evident that this was not the case, leaving her quite intrigued. The current waitstaff were not what they used to be. They were formally employed, and generally, ordinary individuals wouldn't dare to disregard them, especially in a prestigious establishment in the capital. Here, they treated foreign guests with utmost politeness, yet exhibited a certain superiority towards their compatriots. Xu Jianjun noticed the subtle shifts in the young woman's attitude, but he saw no need to play the fool and cause a scene in this fine establishment, ultimately forcing the haughty girl to apologize. It was merely a meal after all. Xu sang, "Dragon Ball is currently the center of attention in our country. Letters from eager readers are pouring in like snowflakes, and our president can no longer withstand the pressure. Shortening the publication cycle has become urgent. I have come primarily to discuss the matter of expediting the manuscript with you." Seizing the moment before the dishes were served, Miyakawa Ichiro could not contain himself any longer. "To be honest, Mr. Miyakawa, I am still a student with considerable academic obligations. I can only engage in manga creation during my spare time. Moreover, I have taken on a new project with Bandai's collaborative magazine. If you were to hastily increase the pace, I fear I would become quite overwhelmed, and the quality of my work would consequently suffer. Regardless of the circumstances, one must navigate negotiations by first presenting obstacles before articulating demands." Miyakawa was tempted to remark how profitable manga had become and question why one should still pursue education. But considering the esteemed position of Kyoto University in this nation, akin to that of Tokyo University, he swallowed his words. "I understand your situation," Xu sang, however. "Regarding the collaboration with Bandai, could we not afford to slow down? Dragon Ball is currently in a phase of explosive popularity, and it would be a pity not to solidify our fanbase during this time." These matters had already been settled, and postponement was simply not feasible. In this collaboration, they would send two professional assistant editors, which would alleviate much of the burden and should not cause significant delays. Xu Jianjun's casual remark immediately piqued Miyakawa's interest. As if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, he exclaimed with delight, "Xu sang, could you elaborate? We can also send additional personnel, aside from Arakaki-kun. We are open to augmenting our team." In truth, the assistant editors were primarily tasked with providing Japanese annotations, organizing manuscripts, and liaising with your side. Of course, if the individuals you send possess artistic talent, I could allocate some tasks to them as well. The salary for an assistant editor is remarkably modest. With an abundance of candidates readily available, As for international travel, providing them with a small stipend and reimbursing their return expenses periodically would suffice. While there may not be a rush, there will certainly be no shortage of applicants. Miyakawa deliberated briefly before resolving. Su sang, we can at least dispatch 3 assistant editors. However, the arrangements will require your assistance. This is easily arranged. Once you finalize the personnel on your end, I will coordinate with your team and those from Bandai for the arrangements. Accommodation and meals will not pose any issues, however. The associated cost will need to be borne by your side. The more volunteers we can enlist, the better. It seems that with our combined efforts alongside the Blue Alliance and the additional individuals we plan to recruit, we may surpass Marx's principle of 7. Nonetheless, as we will be generating foreign exchange for the nation, I suspect the relevant authorities will not be overly stringent in this matter. Rest assured, I will communicate this situation to the company, ensuring that Susan does not incur any unnecessary expenses. By the way, I am curious about the type of project Susan is collaborating on with Bandai. If this information is confidential, please disregard my inquiry. I am merely intrigued about Susan's upcoming major work. Having settled the most pressing matters, Miyakawa, the seasoned veteran, has begun to entertain other ideas, with Agaki beside him offering various compliments. The tales of Western Greek mythology will undoubtedly intertwine with our Eastern elements. Should the individuals you send prove to be of significant assistance, I have numerous concepts to explore, paving the way for deeper collaboration. Compared to Bandai, my partnership with your esteemed company holds even greater promise. For Xu Jianjun, venturing into new territories does not present any pressure, as long as there are sufficient resources. It will not consume much of his time. The 1980s were a prolific era for Shueisha, yielding numerous popular manga, and in any case, pilfering ideas poses no challenge. Utilizing their personnel to form teams for collective endeavors within their own country will enhance efficiency and yield a more gratifying experience. Chapter 51. The flavor of Xiang. The adage, do not place all your eggs in one basket, applies equally to investment and management. For Xu Jianjun, finding a talented art student to assist him was a trivial matter. When Lan first caught wind of the news, he too contemplated recommending someone. Yet before he could seize the opportunity, the perfect candidate had already been secured. Lan was engaged in a part-time job off campus, enjoying a delightful little life. Their cohort of art students was small, and for those who were genuinely interested, uncovering the pertinent details was hardly a challenge. Furthermore, old Lan was quite the chatterbox. Expecting him to keep secrets was akin to asking him to endure great discomfort, whether in the present or the future. Those who pursue art and gain recognition from esteemed institutions typically hail from well-off backgrounds. The realms of art, culture, and the forthcoming entertainment industry are fraught with complexities. Navigating such waters requires a keen and discerning mind. Hence, within Lan's cohort, Wu Tao inadvertently caught Xu Jianjun's attention. As for the extent of intention behind this apparent serendipity, Xu, being pragmatic, was less concerned with the nuances and more focused on whether Wu's skills could withstand scrutiny and earn his approval. It was not that Xu Jianjun lacked an appreciation for aesthetically pleasing young women. Rather, both Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya pertained to high-octane narratives, often difficult for girls to comprehend. While the manga was based on plots provided by Xu, the subtleties were crucial for grasping the underlying essence, which in turn enabled one to fully unleash their potential. Once matters on this front were settled, Xu Jianjun needed to visit the school to secure accommodation. Yang Xiefeng, a character in his own right, adamantly refused an invitation to celebrate the new year at Xu's home. Consequently, before the holiday, Xu brought him some prepared dishes from his mother, yet Liang still hesitated, prompting Xu to toss the food aside in frustration and walk away. However, Xu's concerns were unfounded. Having spent years in the Northwest as an educated youth, his survival skills rivaled those of Bear Grylls in the wild. Upon arriving at Liang's modest courtyard, he found Liang grilling steam buns on a makeshift iron rack. Xu shamelessly sampled one, relishing its sweet and crispy texture. If only there had been some pickled vegetables and millet porridge to accompany it, the experience would have been nothing short of sublime. I just had a look. This little kitchen of yours, after your tidying up, actually looks quite presentable, though the ingredients are rather meager. If you had come to my house for the new year, you would have missed out on so much goodness. My mother's chicken soup, adorned with mushrooms and sprinkled with scallions, is delectable. And the paisida assistance is our northern-style stew, featuring meatballs, crispy pork, fried tofu, and cabbage, all beautifully garnished with vermicelli. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Don't tempt me here. It's the new year, and your family is gathered together. As an outsider, It would be utterly awkward for me to intrude. I'd much prefer to enjoy my solitude, spending my days in the library, cooking here when mealtime arrives, and then resting at my fellow villagers' dormitory, lulled to sleep by familiar dialects. There is nothing wrong with that. By the way, this morning, Xiao Xuanzi came by and mentioned that work resumes tomorrow. We're running low on supplies, so you should prepare in advance. I understand. Everything has been arranged. Tomorrow, 2 skilled workers from the printing factory will assist us. They will bring the necessary materials, and I plan to rise early to procure some supplies. It would be remiss of us not to treat them well. How about you take charge of the cooking? We should prepare some hearty dishes to leave a lasting impression on them, ensuring their enthusiasm for future assistance. I am more than willing. Though my culinary skills are somewhat limited, there is a young woman among our fellow townsfolk who showcased her exemplary cooking during the new year. She truly embodies the essence of our Hunan cuisine. Shall I invite her over? I was surprised to learn that Liang has already been coordinating with our fellow villagers without making a fuss. That sounds great. Should I accompany you to invite her? No need for that. You focus on your tasks. It's not a significant matter, just classmates helping one another. She's from the chemistry department. And since we need to expand our study material, could we perhaps include her in our endeavors? You are indeed considerate of your fellow townsfolk. Is this young woman attractive? Do you harbor feelings for her? Please, do not make such assumptions. I am not worthy of her. We simply share common interests. Yang Xiefeng. Hearing Xu Jianjun's frivolous banter, repeatedly waved his hands in correction. Although previous cohorts have brought their families with them, the school does not encourage students to engage in romantic relationships, fearing it may disrupt the academic environment. Thus, Xu Jianjun refrained from making any further jokes, keeping things light. Despite the current scarcity of supplies, people have devised their own strategies. Even before the reforms, small-scale farming had begun to flourish, as evidenced by the eggs and vegetables at the market. Relying solely on the meager allocations from the supply and marketing cooperatives was clearly insufficient. Early in the morning, without the presence of red armbands, farmers from the suburbs seized every opportunity. Xu Jianjun needed no coupons. He simply used cash to gather all necessary provisions. The only item still in short supply was pork, which he managed to purchase in limited quantities from the cooperative when it opened. Seeing Xu Jianjun laden with bags of chickens, ducks, and fish, Zhao Ting could not help but tease him. Xu the wealthy. Are you preparing a feast with all this food? We are only a small group. In the depths of winter, one wouldn't worry about spoilage. It's wise to buy in bulk. Now is the time to test your culinary skills, as your fellow townsfolk have sung your praises. You must not tarnish your reputation. Just watch, my uncle used to cater large banquets, and I learned to cook alongside him from a young age. This is a mere trifling task. I can handle spicy food, but I'm unsure about the tolerance of those 2 skilled workers. Do be cautious not to set their mouths ablaze. Hunan cuisine is renowned for its spiciness. Having spent some time in the special economic zone, I found that Hunan and Sichuan dishes are the most popular for entertaining, while Cantonese cuisine is comparatively rare. Thus, my palate has grown accustomed to spice. Unless it is extraordinarily hot, I can manage it well. Rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Now, please do not delay matters here. I can take care of the kitchen. Observing Zhao Ting's spirited and lively demeanor, Xu Jianjun was reminded of a famous line from Teacher Song's works, "Spicy girls fear nothing." Indeed, there are only misnamed individuals, never misnamed nicknames. In a world devoid of mobile communication, reaching out to individuals presents a formidable challenge. Xu Jianjun has expressed this sentiment on numerous occasions. The opportunity to enhance their meals is so promising, yet summoning Liao Yun proves to be a Herculean task. She has left behind a contact number from their street corner. But for Xu Jianjun, making the call is no small feat. Additionally, the area is a hub for his workplace, and should he inadvertently invite his future father-in-law, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Fortunately, the school term is fast approaching, and soon he can directly visit the campus or dormitory to call out for her in person. Without even needing to taste, the aroma alone has already transported Zhao Ting into an exquisite culinary experience. The dish of chopped pepper fish head, accompanied by braised fish chunks, alongside a stir-fried pork dish, may lack some ingredients. After all, greenhouse vegetables have yet to become commonplace, and the market only offers seasonal produce. Yet, the flavors are delightful. With the combined efforts of 2 skilled chefs, along with Liang Xianfeng, Xiao Xuanzi, and Xu Jianjun himself, they find themselves drenched in sweat, reveling in the sheer pleasure of the meal, even indulging in several additional buns. Despite the 2 assisting chefs turning red from the spice, they continue to give Zhao Ting a thumbs up, acknowledging that even their head chef does not possess such culinary prowess. Working here has proven to be exceptionally rewarding, with a handsome income and delectable food to enjoy. If only they could make this a regular occurrence in the future. Chapter 52. Concern as the senior students and those repeating their final year returned to school shortly after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. The overall strategy devised by the school received full endorsement from Xu Jianjun. Sun Dicai and Zhou Feng promptly mobilized a group of individuals. Each of them, once a rural intellectual, held a connection to their alma mater, and even if they were not acquainted, they could enthusiastically approach the schools. The educational materials had garnered positive feedback from the students, instilling confidence in their promotional efforts. Consequently, they enlisted 2 printers for assistance. And with Liang Xiafeng and Xiao Xuanzi working at full capacity, demand began to exceed supply. This situation persisted until the start of the new term, only easing thereafter. This group of unemployed youths calculated their commissions during this period, and their joy was palpable. They had no need for other employment. The earnings from this brief span of less than 10 days equated to what others would earn in 3 months, and even if it were modest, it still rivaled a month's salary. With such success, who needed anything else? While Zhou Feng and Sun Dicai remained composed, some younger members could not suppress their murmurs of uncertainty. Brother Zhou, I feel a bit uneasy. I wonder if this venture can sustain itself in the long run. If every month resembles this one, why bother seeking other work? They had just begun to grasp the nuances of the business, knowing that initially, demand would be high. However, once the students had what they needed, this year would see diminished returns until new students arrived the following day. I believe this business can continue next year, he continued. Of course, we have only delivered to a few schools. Even within the capital, we have covered a significant number of high schools. If we all exert ourselves. I heard Jianjun mention that this year's college entrance examination is scheduled for July. We still have time to sell before May, but after that, even if we have materials, they may not be consumed as readily, resulting in fewer purchases. We should seize these few months to earn enough, allowing us to relax for half a year without concern. I advanced some money to my mother to buy fabric for clothes. When she saw the stack of bills, she worried I might be involved in dubious activities. It took considerable effort to convince her that we were engaged in legitimate work. Seeing my mother's delight, I would gladly shoulder bundles for deliveries, even if it meant riding a tricycle. As this group envisioned a promising future, a younger member rushed in, panic-stricken, announcing that Zhuzi had been confronted by a group of individuals on Kaishiku Street, which had escalated into a physical altercation. What instigated the conflict? Zhou Feng inquired, sensing the lack of clarity in the report. I'm not sure. After we completed our deliveries, Zhuzi and I were preparing to ride back when that group suddenly blocked our path and began questioning us. Zhuzi, with his fiery temperament, quickly clashed with them. They were numerous, and sensing trouble, I hurried back to inform you. How many were there? Had you encountered them before? There were 5 of them. We hadn't seen them before, or perhaps we simply didn't pay attention. We've been delivering materials to the 15th middle school these past few days and have frequently passed by. Ride ahead and lead the way. Everyone else follow. Let us confront these troublemakers, Zhou Feng decisively commanded, having formed a rough assessment of the situation. Should we call for reinforcements? The 4 of us may not be enough to handle them. Sun Dicai hesitated. It is of no concern. There are no old grievances or new enmities. It is likely that these individuals have matters to discuss. Surely, they do not covet our current livelihood. They should take a look in the mirror. Xu Jianjun would hardly deign to acknowledge such unworthy ruffians. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found the old-timers leisurely smoking as they awaited their presence. Zhuzi, battered and bruised, squatted to the side. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and his companions approach, he eagerly rushed forward, his voice betraying his discontent through his broken speech. Zhou Feng cast a glance at the leader clad in a woolen coat and bluntly inquired, "My friend, we harbor no ill will towards one another, and we have no quarrel. We have kept to our own paths. Is it not somewhat improper to treat my brother in such a manner? One does not get acquainted through violence. I am Ding Yong, and those around me affectionately refer to me as Brother Yong. Today, we have gone to great lengths to invite you here primarily because it appears you have trespassed into our business territory. I wish to discuss alternative approaches for mutual profit." "Oh, Brother Yong is aware of our dealings? What sort of approach do you propose?" "By mere coincidence, one of my associates has a connection with your companion here. Observing him, a mere novice, holding such a significant sum of money is rather precarious, so he has kept it safe for a few days. Should our collaboration prove fruitful, I will ensure the rightful owner receives their possessions back." "Ah, so the monk my associate encountered the other day is indeed one of yours." My brother's misfortune was a result of his own oversight, realizing only at home that he had been taken advantage of. I am quite eager to meet this skilled individual. Haha, he is not in a position to make an appearance today. We wouldn't want to embarrass him. You are indeed selling textbooks to the school. Procured from the Haitian area, are you not? At these words, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Fang's eyes. This individual was certainly astute, evidently having conducted thorough research. It was reasonable to assume he had pilfered a considerable amount of money from Zhuzi, provoking curiosity about how a seemingly unremarkable person could amass such wealth. Where we procure our goods is of no concern to you, Brother Yang. As for the money that went missing last time, it was merely an unfortunate incident involving my brother. We can consider it as a round of tea and smokes for everyone. However, today you have unjustly detained him and caused him this distress. I am curious how you intend to address this matter. Your brother possesses quite the fiery temperament. I had barely exchanged a few words with him before he hastily resorted to violence. One of my companions even suffered a head injury due to his actions. Ding Yong feigned a demeanor of shared grievance, as if their collective assault had been entirely justified. According to your reasoning, it appears you would have us encircle one individual and expect him to submit without resistance. Surely, anyone would deem this highway robbery. Is it not permissible for him to defend himself? My brother, these discussions are rather tiresome. You must delineate your terms. Will you seek compensation or exact vengeance for your brother? Everything is negotiable. Our primary objective today is to foster goodwill for financial gain. I am acquainted with many leaders at nearby schools. You have the goods, and I possess the connections. Together, we can profit. What do you say? Alternatively, you may divulge your sources to me, and I can offer a reward that would surely satisfy you. I apologize, but today my brother was startled, and I lack the inclination to discuss any partnership or compensation. We can deliberate on that later. What I wish to ascertain is who initiated the altercation today. Does your assertion of retaliating hold any weight? Ding Yong did not anticipate that Zhou would be so uncooperative, failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If he allows his brother to be assaulted right under his nose, how could he possibly maintain authority in the future? Upon hearing Zhou Fang's words, Zhuzi's previously sullen demeanor vanished, and he eagerly eyed a towering figure within the crowd, evidently having suffered a setback at this individual's hands moments ago. What is it? Did you not receive enough punishment earlier, and are you still unwilling to relent? Zhuzi, you should take a step back. I shall first gauge the strength of this big brother. Zhou Fang, having the audacity to approach with a few companions, exudes confidence in his own capabilities. Upon arriving at the scene, he quickly assessed the situation. One can typically discern a person's prowess with a mere glance, unless they possess such exceptional skill that they remain inconspicuous. Ding Yong clearly embodies the role of a mere novice. The only formidable figure on their side is the tall one who has been bullying Zhuzi. The others are merely present to fill the ranks. In street brawls, there is no exchange of techniques as seen among true masters. During his youth as a sent-down youth, Zhou Fang learned a bit of boxing from a retired veteran in the village, making him slightly more proficient than the average farmer, yet sufficient to handle this group of ruffians. Chapter 53, The Plan Once Upon a Time in the World of Martial Arts. Prominent figures such as the renowned Hui Yuanjia of Tianjin, the skilled Du Xinwu, and the chivalrous Zijian of the Yangtze River have now faded into mere memories. The Shaolin Temple has yet to commence filming, and Master Haidang, Fan Wubing, is still in the remote mountains of Sichuan, imparting his teachings to disciples. From the establishment of the nation until the early 1980s, the People's Liberation Army was the exclusive domain of martial prowess, where exceptional talents indeed emerged. Zhou Fang, having been trained for a few years by a retired veteran, could effortlessly defeat foes at Xian Nong Tan and kick adversaries at Kaisher Ko. As for Shikahai, it truly is a place where hidden dragons lie, and he did not yet possess the courage to provoke them. Today, seizing such an opportunity, Zhou Fang not only taught a lesson to others but also established his own authority. He swiftly brought down the first opponent, while the remaining ones, sensing the tide turning against them, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by a few others. Ding Yong received special treatment. Just moments ago, he had been so boastful, and now he found himself utterly humiliated. Zhou's open-handed blows left Ding Yong curled up on the ground, pleading for mercy. His thoughts became clear, and while he continued to curse, lamenting the audacity of stealing from his grandfather, he also took the opportunity to search Ding Yong thoroughly, compensating for his previous losses. Lying on the ground, feigning death, Ding Yong longed to assert his innocence, claiming he was merely acquainted with the one who stole from you. Yet, he understood that speaking up would only exacerbate his suffering. Cursing inwardly, He lamented the lack of decorum among these people and resolved not to let them off so easily next time. The victorious crowd gathered at Zhou Fang's home, imbibing the cheapest of wines and feasting on the most meager of snacks, reveling in exuberant tales. The joys of manhood, after all, are quite simple. Zhou Gu is impressive. That fellow who bullied Juzi couldn't even rise from the ground when we left. Serves him right. He was so brazen when outnumbering others, yet faced with a tough opponent. He could only play dead. Indeed, during a period of idleness last year, we pondered whether we could find temporary work near the train station, only to encounter a few bullies who mistook us for outsiders. Ultimately, they were subdued by Zhou Gu's swift punches and kicks. Dikes. I've heard that Xu Jianjun is also notorious for his fighting skills in your alley. Who do you think is stronger, him or Zhou Gu? I cannot say for certain. I have never seen him in action. However, I was often at the mercy of those two brothers during our childhood. Jianjun and his brother are well known for their formidable strength in our neighborhood. Besides, he is now a distinguished student at Jing University, destined for high-ranking positions. Engaging in brawls would be beneath him. Unlike us who must contend with various unscrupulous characters in society, it's often difficult to avoid physical confrontations. Sun Dicai preferred not to elaborate on Xu Jianjun, as the current group relied on him for their livelihood, and discussing him behind his back felt inappropriate. Noticing the displeasure on Sun Dicai's face, Zhou Fang's earlier bravado diminished. I have the utmost respect for soldiers. My current standing is due to the kindness of an old veteran. Jianjun's brother has transitioned to the public security force, and I would rather not find myself in a confrontation with him. That would be self-inflicted misery. Come, let us drink. Unbeknownst to himself, Xu Jianjun, who is supposed to play a strategic deterrent role, is currently embroiled in a disagreement with his wife over the prospect of having a second child. He believes that since their firstborn, Xu Xiaoshan, was relatively easy to raise, and given his demanding work schedule, it would be an undue burden on his wife, Li Huifan, to go through the ordeal of childbirth again. He is somewhat considerate of his wife's feelings, recognizing the sacrifices she has made for their family over the years. However, Li Huifan feels that having a daughter has placed her at a disadvantage both at home and in the workplace. Changing such deeply rooted beliefs takes time, and many families that prioritize sons often do so due to maternal influence. It is often said that women should not make life difficult for one another. Yet the reality is that women can be relentless in their challenges towards one another. Xiaoshan will be eligible to enter preschool next year, and their mother has indicated that she will be retiring early, which would allow her to assist with the child. What are you still worried about? Moreover, such matters require initial effort from men, but ultimately, it is women who endure the hardships. I've remained silent on this topic, and yet you still seem discontent. Oh, my dear wife, I am only concerned for your well-being, he replied. Furthermore, what Jianjun said may not be entirely accurate. Typically, our department has the most reliable information on such policies, yet after making inquiries, it seems that no one is aware of this matter. Could it be that his source is misinformed? Come now, Jianjun mingles with professors and scholars at Jingda who are involved in national policymaking. Their insights are incomparable to those in your unit who are solely focused on apprehending criminals to meet quotas. Just trust my judgment and refrain from staying up late drinking. Take care of yourself and have this bowl of chicken soup. As Xu Jianjun's demeanor improved, his voice began to gain more weight in the household, and his sister-in-law, Li Huifan, began to trust his words implicitly. Mom, I want chicken soup too, Xu Xiaoshan whined, snuggling in her father's embrace. You little glutton. There's plenty for you as well. Now come down. Don't cling to your father the moment he returns. Also, bring out the candies your second uncle gave you. I've set them aside. You can't eat them all at once. It will ruin your teeth. Although Xu Xiaoshan wished to protest, her efforts were in vain, and she could only watch helplessly as her mother locked the candies away in a drawer, tugging at Xu Jianjuo's sleeve, who appeared equally powerless to intervene. Life at Grandma and Grandpa's house is much preferable. Both uncles dote on her, and Grandma always thinks of her first when there's something delicious. I heard that old Liang is getting a promotion. Is that true? After putting their daughter to sleep, Li Huifan and Xu Jianjuo began to chat about family matters. It is indeed true, but let us keep it under wraps for now. Until the final moment, no one can guarantee anything. However, this time, Haiju has a significant chance. Whose business is it for me to speak carelessly? It's all thanks to old Liang's gossipy wife. Otherwise, how would I have known about it? Comrade Liang Haiju is highly capable and has connections above. He originally had boundless prospects. Yet, with a wife like his, she'll inevitably sabotage his endeavors. He's simply unfortunate in that regard. You should worry about yourself first. If old Liang is promoted, One tea that leave his deputy position vacant? Could it be that you will take it? Regretful is the husband seeking a noble title. Such cases are rare. What woman does not wish for her spouse to be accomplished, to rise in rank and wealth? A mere team leader, even as a deputy, holds little significance. Yet, I shall undoubtedly strive for it. Our circumstances are laid bare, and I foresee no insurmountable obstacles. Xu Jianjun initially intended to express disinterest, but upon noticing Li Huifen's expression, he hastily amended his stance. We shall proceed step by step. After all, did not old Liang follow the same path? Moreover, it would entail a promotion in salary. We cannot compare to your second brother's prowess, yet an increase in wages is certainly welcome. Shanshan is about to commence her studies, and Erbao will also incur considerable expenses in the future. You have worked hard, Xu Jianjun said, embracing Li Huifen with heartfelt sincerity. Our family's situation is already quite satisfactory. I am truly content. Furthermore, in these past 2 years, my maternal family has encountered numerous issues, and I have provided support without you ever voicing a complaint. I keep all this in mind. The couple was enveloped in a warm atmosphere, and Xu Jianjun felt a stirring within him. His hands grew restless. Though they had long been married, Li Huifen still felt a tinge of shyness. Not now, she thought. Let us conserve our strength and wait until we are restored to health before pursuing such matters. At this moment, however, he felt compelled to act, declaring, I am in good health. Staying up late is trivial, and with that, he eagerly set his intentions into motion. Chapter 54. The situation at the beginning of the year. Due to that well-known exercise which shattered the American worldview, the world once again recognized the formidable hard power of the 5 major rogues. Even the peace-loving nation, known for its amiable disposition, would not dare to dismiss any dissent. Upon returning to school, teacher Su noticed a burgeoning group of poets among the students who, in their own unique manner, contributed strength to their homeland. Xu Jianjun, however, was not one to fabricate literary flair. He was acutely aware of the outcomes, and, thus, his engagement was nowhere near the fervor exhibited by these unsuspecting students. His primary intention for attending university was to quietly navigate through these tumultuous years while fostering amicable relationships and becoming a familiar face. With a plethora of influential figures in the first 2 graduating classes, as long as one adhered to propriety, the likelihood of being subjected to unfair treatment in either political or business arenas would significantly diminish. Naturally, given Xu Jianjun's advantages, the probability of others seeking his assistance in the future would be even greater, hence he refrained from making deliberate efforts to cultivate friendships, opting instead to let things unfold organically. As a local of the capital, Xu Jianjun was not particularly acquainted with several of his classmates from the area. Rather, he found camaraderie among a group from Xiangnan. Their off-campus rental had become their small stronghold, where, aside from the exceptionally skilled cook, Zhao Ting, there was also Luo Jianye, a fellow villager. This young man, who knew Zhao Ting and Liang Xianfeng, somehow found his way to their rented abode. As a child of high-ranking officials, he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance, but maintaining such a lifestyle to the standards of Xu Jianjun and his peers was an impossibility. Current salaries for officials were limited unless one engaged in under-the-table dealings. Luo Jianye came to their group primarily to partake in their meals. Yet he could not simply enjoy the bounty without contributing, lest he be looked down upon. Thus, he became their unpaid laborer, assisting with cleaning, helping Liang Xianfeng with printing, and of course, his favorite task, helping Zhao Ting prepare meals. Having spent time in the south in a past life, he was well aware that Xiangnan constituted a significant portion of the workforce in the special economic zone, particularly in the culinary industry, where one could find Hunan restaurants in every nook and cranny. Although he could understand the Xiangnan dialect, when these 3 friends spoke rapidly in their native tongue, particularly Zhao Ting, it was akin to a heated argument. At such speeds, comprehension became a daunting task. And sometimes Xu Jianjun felt as though they were in a territory wholly dominated by Xiangnan locals. Their little group was, of course, not exempt from discussing the current state of affairs. Observing their animated discussions, Xu Jianjun could not help but remind them of the more pressing matter at hand. Who would take on the role of chef for dinner? It would be unfair to let Zhao Ting bear the burden alone. What say you, Luo Jianye? Are you not inclined to lend a hand? Luo Jianye was the type who would not lift a finger at home, and Xu Jianjun, recognizing a kindred spirit, often made him his target for such tasks. Su, you are in no position to criticize others. You are the laziest among us, Luo retorted. Besides, given my culinary skills, it's best I refrain from showcasing them here. Liang, why don't you take a turn? Your cooking is only slightly inferior to Zhao Ting's, and we would willingly serve as your culinary guinea pigs. Go for it. I believe in you. Luo Jianya merely spoke with bravado. He would never truly entrust Xu Jianjun with the kitchen, for this was his domain. And he alone bore the responsibility of procuring the ingredients. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, he was acutely aware of the delicate balance of power. The primary concern, of course, was that the dishes Xu Jianjun prepared, while not inedible, lacked the authentic flavor of their beloved Hunan cuisine. All your skills seem to have been squandered on mere talk. Go assist Xiao Xuanzi with the cargo, he chided, noting the arrival of the tricycle laden with goods. Xu Jianjun had no patience for idle chatter. To partake in the spoils, one must offer something in return. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Despite his grumbling, Luo Jianya eventually took action, and for this reason alone, he remained within the circle of acceptable company. Should his family learn that their pampered child, who had never even swept a floor, was being used as a laborer for a mere meal, they would surely be taken aback. Meanwhile, Xu Jianjun rode his bicycle to the law school to pick up Liao Yun. She had visited this place twice before, and both the meals and the carefree camaraderie among the students had captivated her. Were it not for her modesty, she would have relished the opportunity to come here daily. It is often said that among groups of girls, drama abounds. In their dormitory of 6, each individual was quite the character. After the initial excitement wore off, differing schedules, backgrounds, and perspectives led to inevitable friction. Shortly after the semester commenced, Liao Yun had brought her father's camera to the school to take photos for her dorm mates, intending to lend a helping hand. However, her good intentions were met with dissatisfaction. Zhou Lihua, ever vibrant and eager to shine, monopolized the photographs, leaving little for others, particularly Zhao Xiaohong and Wen Yin, who barely appeared in any shots. Liao Yun, an amateur photographer at best, inadvertently captured them in unflattering ways. The cameras of that time were not like today's smartphones, which allow for instant retakes and edits. The cost of film was steep, and one had to consider lighting, color, and exposure. Liao Yun, having only seen her father handle the camera, was ill-prepared for the task, and the results were disappointing. Once the photos were developed, Zhao Xiaohong and Wen Yin found their images unworthy of display. Liao Yun, seeking to avoid confrontation, claimed the photos had not turned out well and destroyed them, leaving her companions disheartened, as it was their first college photo experience, and they had hoped to send Prince home. This incident cast a shadow over their interactions, and Liao Yun learned the valuable lesson that too much involvement can lead to missteps. She resolved never to take the initiative again. Therefore, each time she met with Xu Jianjun and listened to his tales of camaraderie and playful banter among the boys in his dorm, she felt a genuine sense of envy. Unbeknownst to her, the bonds among men could be equally complex. Even someone like Xu Jianjun, with experiences spanning 2 lifetimes, understood the nuances of human relationships. He endeavored to manage the dynamics around him, yet there were moments when he faltered. In their dormitory of 7, Liang Xianfeng was the most approachable, a man of integrity who spoke little but acted decisively. Feng Chuang, with his robust demeanor and straightforward nature, maintained a solid rapport with his peers. Li Xiaoping and Xu Wenk were mere acquaintances, both actively engaged in various campus activities, embodying the spirit of initiative within the school. In the dormitory, however, he assumes a rather indolent role. Most of the hot water is brought back by Liang Xianfeng, with Xu Jianjun occasionally lending a hand. Observing the nonchalant attitude they exhibit towards this arrangement, Xu Jianjun has repeatedly urged Liang Xianfeng to refrain from taking responsibility for them. Yet, Liang remains unfazed, stating that he considers it a means of physical exercise. This reflects his adherence to traditional values, mutual assistance, and silent dedication. Those born in the 1980s might still grasp this concept, but for subsequent generations, the spirit of selfless devotion becomes increasingly incomprehensible. They're all raised by their parents, and no one is inherently superior to another. The notion of indulging others seems unjustifiable, as the prevailing sentiment shifts in a different direction. As for the 2 young boys in the dormitory, still unacquainted with the complexities of human relationships, they spend their days trailing after a few girls from the study group. Most of the others regard them with the affectionate gaze of an uncle observing his beloved nephew, and overall, the ability to coexist harmoniously is deemed the greatest achievement. Chapter 55. Gently persuasive as the chill of early spring still lingered in the air, the campus of the Political Science and Law University, though lacking the historical gravitas of Jing University, possessed its own unique charm. The architectural layout imparted a sense of solemnity and dignity, each institution showcasing its distinct characteristics. Upon spotting Liao Yun emerging from the dormitory, Xu Jianjun felt an immediate infusion of youthful energy into the somewhat monotonous campus. Clad in black trousers paired with a light green sweater and accented by a purple jacket, most of which resembled a Zhongshan suit, she exuded a striking elegance. While such attire often appeared spirited on boys, it lacked the same effect on girls. Yet Liao Yun's tall stature transformed her into a stunning figure, a testament to the notion that a beautiful form renders anything fashionable. Liao Yun, it's no wonder your peers at school envy you. Your beauty is already a blow to their self-esteem, and your flair for fashion only amplifies their insecurities, Xu remarked playfully. Don't you dare say I lack popularity? Just a moment ago, Sister Lin Shan invited me out for a meal. Had it not been for your unexpected arrival, we would have already been at the cafeteria. She retorted, her words sharp yet her expression betraying her true feelings. Xu's proficiency in flattery was unparalleled, and each compliment stirred a yearning in Liao Yun for more. If you head to the cafeteria, you might miss out on a feast. This morning, I procured 2 sizable eels and some river shrimp from the market. They are already being prepared, and if we meander over, we shall arrive just in time for the meal. While Sister Ting's dishes are indeed delicious, they tend to be a tad spicy. The last time I indulged too much, I ended up with a few blemishes on my face. Let me see, Xu replied, glancing over with casual scrutiny. Oh dear, it's hardly noticeable. Even if you have blemishes, they do not detract from your beauty. However, you do seem a bit on the slender side, at just over 1.7 meters tall, weighing barely over 90 pounds, you ought to nourish yourself better. How did you know my weight? I never disclosed it to you, she questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Do you believe I possess an extraordinary insight? He teased. Believe you? Not a chance. Liao Yun shot him a glare as she felt his intense gaze upon her. Here in the campus grounds, they were cautious not to engage in overly intimate gestures. In this era, university life was far less liberated compared to later times. Almost every institution had a couple's lane where pairs could indulge in their affections without interference, often engaging in more overt displays of affection. As they strolled side by side, sharing laughter, they made their way out of the campus and onto the main road, where Liao Yun effortlessly took her seat behind Xu on his bicycle. In an age where automobiles were a rarity, riding a bicycle made one stand out as the epitome of style. Without proper ingredients, especially seasonings and cooking oil, the river delicacies produced would be unappetizing, which explains their current lack of popularity. However, Xu Jianjun is never short of materials, allowing Liang Xianfeng and Zhao Ting to showcase their talents, resulting in remarkable outcomes. When Luo Jianya indulges in river shrimp, he doesn't even bother to remove the shrimp thread, devouring them whole with great relish, causing Xu Jianjun to shake his head. As a person of refinement, he certainly wouldn't consume food with such ravenous abandon. He meticulously removes the head and thread, dipping the shrimp in a rather unremarkable soy sauce, savoring the taste before promptly peeling one for Liao Yun beside him. Observing this, those around them couldn't help but make faces of disdain. It was not the first time the two had brazenly displayed their affection. Liang Xianfeng and Luo Jianya had long since grown accustomed to it. While Zhao Ting initially felt somewhat awkward but refrained from commenting further, I remarked that they should be mindful of their surroundings and consider the feelings of us mere onlookers. At this moment, there was no notion of flaunting love or throwing around dog food. Rather, we were simply discontented as the proverbial third wheel, targeted by the collective gaze. Liao Yun lacked Xu Jianjun's thick skin and, blushing, declined his attentive offer, opting to fend for herself. Jianjun, could I borrow a few of those foreign journals from your room for a few days? Our major requires exposure to cutting-edge international academic resources. Yet our school has only a few fixed periodicals, which can only be read on-site. Every time I visit the library, it feels like a battle. And I still can't get my hands on them. Luo Jianya's purpose for being here, apart from satisfying his culinary cravings, was the journals in Xu Jianjun's possession, which were of utmost importance. Since first encountering them, he had been contemplating how to broach the subject of borrowing. Initially, as they were not very familiar, it felt inappropriate to express his intentions outright, but today presented a favorable opportunity. I've long noticed your sneaky glances into my room. Your true colors are now revealed. You may borrow them, but only 2 at a time. Return them before exchanging for others. Xu Jianjun was not being stingy. The materials had been procured through Gong Chuanlang. And although they were not the latest issues, they represented a rare influx of information for the academic world, which had long been isolated from outside influences. It would be an invaluable treasure, even to his advisor, if Luo Jianya were to take them back, who knew what kind of trouble might ensue. Rest assured. I understand completely, They will be returned in pristine condition. Liao Yun was previously unaware of the treasures Xu Jianjun possessed, and after their meal, she requested a tour to see if there were any materials she might need. Although laws differ across countries since the era of reform and opening up, the chief architect stated the necessity of aligning with international standards, which entails understanding both oneself and one's adversaries to prevent chaos in future international disputes. Xu Jianjun had already foreseen this necessity, so without Liao Yun having to ask, he proactively gathered all the materials he thought she might require. Immersed in the journals, Liao Yun lost herself to the task at hand, even overlooking Xu Jianjun's presence beside her. By the time she finished perusing a relevant magazine, everyone else had returned to campus, leaving only Xu Jianjun and her in the room. Stretching, Liao Yun noticed Xu Jianjun gazing intently at her, and a suddenly charged atmosphere enveloped the air. It was rather late, and I must return. If I linger any longer, the dormitory will close, Liao Yun said, standing up with a hint of panic. It is only a little past 7, and there is still ample time before the dormitory gates shut. I shall accompany you back shortly. I wish to return now. What is the matter? Do you wish to avoid my company, fearing I might devour you? Under the dim light, Liao Yun, whether out of urgency or embarrassment, blushed slightly, unable to meet Xu Jianjun's gaze, and helplessly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her timid demeanor rendered Xu, a man of experience, somewhat unable to contain himself. He leaned in slightly, inhaling her delicate fragrance, and could not resist pressing his soft lips against hers. Liao Yun initially seemed taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise, but she soon attempted to evade him. However, the already triumphant Xu Jianjun would not allow his prey to escape. Chapter 56, Simple Ideals on the way back from escorting Liao Yun. She no longer clutched at his clothing as before. Instead, she settled into the back seat, wrapping her arms around Xu Jianjun's waist, her small hands twisting the soft flesh in a display of her dissatisfaction. The trouble arose from Xu Jianjun's habitual actions. A kiss was merely a kiss. Yet his hands were far from respectful. Liao Yun was merely returning the favor in kind, albeit with a slight misalignment in the areas she chose to pinch. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Xu Jianjun glanced around to see if anyone was watching, eager to press his luck. Yet before he could make his move, Liao Yun, like a startled bird, darted up the stairs in a flash. Xu Jianjun chuckled to himself as he watched her retreating figure. The printing of review materials had undoubtedly hit a fast track, with Zhou Fong and his team becoming the subject of interest among others. They had clearly discerned the benefits within, and during the month of the Lunar New Year, Zhou Fong's group was energized by their profits, leading to Xu Jianjun also experiencing an abundance of wealth. In less than a month, after deducting the rightful shares and costs for others, they had amassed a surplus of over 10,000 yuan. It is worth noting that in the newly opened year of 1979, a household with 10,000 yuan was a remarkable headline. Xu Jianjun was on the verge of doubling that amount within such a short span. This avenue, which had initially seemed insignificant, had yielded unexpectedly fruitful results, leaving one astonished. During that era, banks did not have universal banking cards or real-name systems. One merely possessed a savings booklet. Furthermore, for large deposits like his, the bank would inevitably inquire about the source, leading Xu Jianjun to dismiss the idea of depositing money into a bank from the start. However, in the decades that followed, currency would only depreciate if left idle, making it more prudent to convert cash into tangible assets. Delving into antiques was not an option for him, as he was a novice without a mentor to guide him, and thus he would likely fall prey to exploitation. This left him with few alternatives, with millennia of entrenched habits. The first thought of those who acquired capital was to invest in property. Of course, with land transactions restricted, the focus shifted solely to purchasing homes. Although numerous procedural hurdles existed in acquiring property, private transactions had never truly ceased. As long as one understood the rules, it wouldn't be long before the market opened, and obtaining the necessary documentation would be a matter of moments. Luxury housing was out of the question. The era was dominated by welfare housing allocations, and it would be until the eve of the Asian Games that commercial real estate in the capital would be widely accessible. Moreover, given the current circumstances, purchasing dilapidated properties seemed futile. The traditional courtyard houses were far more appealing. Returning to the past to acquire a courtyard house and becoming the most ostentatious landlord was a vision many had dreamt of, and Xu Jianjun was no exception. After all, he did not consider himself a sage with grand ideals, devoted to the welfare of the masses. While such figures may exist, Xu Jianjun could only admire them. expecting someone from the lower middle class, who had fallen behind in the rapid development of future society, to spontaneously develop a maternal instinct for the people was, to put it mildly, quite challenging, as the nation had just opened its channels to the outside world. Those who had finally established connections with friends and relatives abroad were undoubtedly drawn to the alluring yet corrupt lifestyle of capitalism. With diligent effort, finding a suitable house was not beyond reach. The key, however, lay in having complete ownership, free from tenants that needed to be evicted, a considerably difficult task. After a thorough investigation lasting over 10 days, Zhou Feng and his companions indeed encountered a suitable opportunity, a relative of a middle school principal, who had previously faced considerable tribulations due to overseas circumstances. Although the storm has since passed, the family abroad remains apprehensive about their continued stay in the less developed domestic environment, diligently navigating connections to facilitate the necessary formalities. As soon as the visa is secured, they intend to seek a life of comfort abroad. Jianjun, I took a preliminary glance at this location, which is absolutely commendable, situated adjacent to Beihai Park and not far from the back gate of the Forbidden City. It is a traditional two-courtyard residence, albeit somewhat dilapidated due to years of neglect, thus requiring considerable effort for renovation. Minor imperfections are inconsequential. As long as the location is prime, matters can be negotiated. Xu Jianjun assessed the area and concluded that future demolition issues are unlikely. If you are interested, I encourage you to take a look. The elderly couple is quite amiable. Upon learning of your status as a student from Peking University, they readily agreed to sell the property, and their eloquence suggests they are indeed intellectuals. Thank you, Brother Zhou. The weekend is just around the corner, and I would appreciate your assistance in accompanying me to visit. It is my duty. We brothers need not stand on ceremony. Now that many rely on Xu Jianjun for sustenance, Zhou Feng is determined to put forth his utmost effort to seize the opportunity. There are no impenetrable walls. Although Zhou Feng had advised his associates to exercise discretion at home, their spending has noticeably become more extravagant, and they have not neglected to contribute to familial expenses. Everyone is perceptive. With a keen eye, one can discern the details. News of their lucrative earnings has spread, and those seeking to join the ranks have already begun to line up. Zhou Feng is cautious about making a conspicuous display. He empathizes deeply with Xu Jianjun's decision to operate behind the scenes. Given the choice, he too would prefer not to be a mere pawn on the front lines, as Xu Jianjun plays a pivotal role in orchestrating affairs. While charging ahead may bring temporary glory, it also invites envy, obstacles, and other unsavory matters that must be confronted. To speak truthfully, Zhou Feng's words hold merit. The property is situated in an exceptional location, and the layout is satisfactory. The imposing entrance leads to a circular, auspicious door, with the main house facing south and flanked by auxiliary rooms. The courtyard, not insignificant in size, features a grape trellis at its center. Even without inspecting the rear courtyard, the front alone has already captivated Xu Jianjun. As for renovations, they are hardly a concern. After all, for the sake of convenience, rewiring and drainage modifications are inevitable. The owner, Mr. Li Yushan, is an old-school intellectual, and years of experience have yet to dull his edge. It is uncertain whether to commend his intellectual integrity or to note his lack of worldly understanding. According to Zhou Feng, he evaluates prospective buyers based on character, and his willingness to show the house to Xu Jianjun stems from the latter's identity as a student from Peking University. Mr. Li, your home has a splendid layout. I particularly admire the grape trellis at the front, lounging in a rocking chair during summer, gently fanning oneself, and perhaps feeding a large yellow dog would truly capture the essence of life. You young lad, despite your tender age, your mindset seems more antiquated than mine. The life you describe is one suited for retired bureaucrats. The youth should embody ambition, vigor, and the pursuit of meaningful endeavors. That is the hallmark of a true man. Indeed. You are correct, my esteemed elder. I am merely envisioning the leisurely days of retirement ahead. Teacher Li, how do you intend to handle the sale of your property? If the terms are favorable, we ought to finalize arrangements promptly, allowing you to embark on a new chapter and reunite with your family. Xu Jianjun cannot merely engage in idle chatter with Li Yushan, asserting that while the economy may soar in the future, the younger generation is being overextended. By the age of 35, both physically and mentally, they begin to experience the onset of aging. Many find solace in fishing or contemplate selling their urban residences to retreat to smaller towns or the countryside, joining the ranks of those who choose a laid-back lifestyle. The acquisition of my own home was no small feat for my family, had it not been for the consideration of the challenges my children face abroad. I would be loath to part with it. I would let it go for 20,000, and I am too weary to deal with the furniture, which I shall leave for you. Teacher Li, you truly hold me in high regard, with an average salary barely reaching a few dozen. Purchasing your property would require decades of earnings, which is quite burdensome. I am only inclined to sell to you because I find you agreeable. For others, I might not be as accommodating. Should you find the price steep, perhaps you could assist me in procuring some foreign currency, and I would offer you a discount. If foreign currency were at hand, how would you propose to calculate the exchange? Our nation's exchange rate is just below 1.6. I'll quote you 2. So you would need to provide 10,000 US dollars. Witnessing Li Yushan's dignified demeanor, as if his generous offer was a mark of respect, Xu Jianjun nearly sputtered in disbelief. This old man is exceedingly cunning. While the official exchange rate may be as he states, the country is currently facing a shortage of foreign currency reserves. It is nearly impossible to procure US dollars through legitimate means, as the black market has escalated to a ratio of 1:5. Yet, he audaciously claims that the rate of 1:2 is a considerate discount. Dear Mr. Li, the calculations cannot simply be made in such a manner. You may have inquired about the foreign exchange situation. I do possess a modest amount of US dollars, but under your proposed exchange method, it would be unfeasible. Flattered by your words, Xu Jianjun underwent a moment of self-reflection, even altering his form of address towards Li Yushan. Oh, you truly possess some? Indeed. Do I strike you as one who speaks falsely? At a ratio of 1:5, I can provide you with 3,000 US dollars and supplement it with 3,000 in local currency should you seek assistance in finding connections. Even at this ratio, there is no guarantee of successful exchange. Would you find this arrangement satisfactory? Chapter 57. Discretion is a blessing. Ultimately, Li Yushan acquiesced to Xu Jianjun's proposal, handing over the property deed and the street's authorization documents in one fell swoop, while he joyfully departed for the United States to embrace his grandchild. Years later, the land of the free and the home of the brave became a source of jest for the Chinese, with quips about daily shootings, pride marches, and $0 purchases. In this contemporary era, the United States remains a beacon of aspiration for many around the globe, as tales of the American dream continue to unfold, and soon, citizens take pride in the prospect of visiting America. Alumni gatherings at prestigious universities like Jingdao are often well attended, and those who have never set foot in the U.S. are looked upon with disdain by their peers. The admiration for foreign lands has been a sentiment cultivated since the 1980s, whether working as dishwashers or in the shadows. Those who ventured there were often objects of envy. However, Li Yushan and his wife are unlikely to face hardship, for he claimed that his brother immigrated before the establishment of the People's Republic, and his eldest son has thrived in America for over 2 decades, at the very least establishing a stable livelihood. After bidding farewell to the Li family, Xu Jianjun eagerly began to inspect the courtyard residence. That day, he merely glanced at the courtyard and the layout of the house, enjoying a moment of solitude to scrutinize for unexpected treasures. Li Yushan, being astute, had masked his intellect. Otherwise, he would not have managed to navigate the years so successfully. Xu Jianjun had already concluded that the valuable items would not be left for him. However, the wooden bed in the main room was quite sturdy. Antique furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties had yet to skyrocket in value, and it seemed that Li Yushan perceived it as inconsequential, too cumbersome to dispose of, thus leaving it behind as a pleasant surprise. Aside from that, there were no other noteworthy possessions. In truth, acquiring this courtyard residence was already a fortunate find. Any further desires would be excessive. Given the current scarcity of materials and the lack of skilled artisans, Xu Jianjun had no intention of embarking on extensive renovations. He merely arranged for a thorough cleaning, discarding anything unnecessary. Presently, ready-made furniture is scarce, mostly consisting of self-sourced timber crafted by carpenters or salvaged from second-hand markets. Xu Jianjun lacked the patience to await a carpenter's services, as quality wood is a rare treasure that cannot be summoned at will. Thus, Sun Dicai and Zhou Feng found themselves with an additional task to assist in procuring antique furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Xu Jianjun entrusted them with sufficient cash, permitting them to make purchases directly, as long as the items were sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, they were to acquire decorative items to embellish the space. Though Xu Jianjun did not harbor expectations of them finding authentic blue and white porcelain or roux-ware, even replicas would suffice to fill the void left by Li Yushan and his family. What Xu Jianjun could not have anticipated was that the duo indeed managed to unearth a considerable number of remarkable items, but that is a tale for another time. Such a significant undertaking as purchasing a house need not be broadcasted externally. However, it was imperative to inform his parents. The Xu family had gradually become accustomed to the extraordinary maneuvers of their second son. Although surprised by Xu Jianjun's words, they were not overly astonished. Well aware of their son's unconventional methods, when Xu Jianjun led the two elders to the courtyard, they resembled Lu Laolao wandering through the Grandview Garden, exploring every corner with curiosity. My dear boy, such houses were once the abodes of high officials and nobility. Even now, only cadres are deemed worthy to inhabit them. You purchasing this place, surely there are no complications? Mother, rest assured. Policies will continue to liberalize, moving in a positive direction. Once I have the place tidied up, you both can move in, sparing yourselves the disputes of living in a communal setting. Come now, why would we occupy such a large house? The essence of community lies in the lively quarrels with neighbors. Besides, you all have your own arrangements, leaving just me, a mere commoner. 3 rooms are already quite spacious. There is no necessity to relocate. It's better to wait until you marry and have your own space. I can help keep it clean, and when the weather warms, we could even cultivate some vegetables in the empty patch in the backyard. The Chinese cannot abide idle land, as if the instinct to cultivate is ingrained in their very bones. He Yin, with decades of work experience, relishes this idea. Imagine planting a row of cucumbers with trellises. We wouldn't need to buy any throughout the summer. We could even grow some tomatoes. Xu Jianjun naturally refrained from disputing his mother's enthusiasm, eagerly brainstorming plans instead. Jianjun, such a large house must require a considerable sum. If you're short on funds, the family can certainly assist. Su Laodai focused on the financial aspect. This past year, the family's burden had lightened, and he and his wife had managed to save a fair amount from their salaries, which could be allocated to Xu Jianjun in case of emergencies. That is sufficient. We've already helped someone. That old man was eager to go abroad and reunite with his family. He must be in America by now. I don't understand the allure of foreign lands. It's unfamiliar territory where communication is a challenge. I wouldn't go even if they paid me. Old Xu, you boast so. You wouldn't go even for compensation? You possess such audacity. It seems your life will remain confined to the nooks and crannies of this city. He Yin offered no leniency to old Xu, dousing his pride with a splash of cold reality. Mother, traveling abroad isn't as daunting as it seems. When you retire, the nation will likely have fully opened up. I could take you both to explore the world. It's not an impossibility. Initially, obtaining a visa may be challenging, but it will become simpler over time. As long as you both maintain good health, there will be ample opportunities to experience the diverse cultures both domestically and internationally. I can hardly imagine, as humble as we are, venturing out only to be ridiculed. Besides, it's not guaranteed that everything abroad is better. Hiki, you possess a clear perspective, mother. You speak the truth. However, when you refer to yourself as humble, I must disagree. My mother is still youthful and radiant, with a touch of adornment. She might even attract the attention of foreign admirers. You cheeky child. You jest about your mother, who is nearing retirement. What nonsense about youth. You should use your charming tongue to woo a daughter-in-law instead. Xu Jianjun pondered that his son wished to find a girlfriend. There was no need for deception. However, he had no intention of revealing Liao Yun's existence to his family just yet. Knowing his mother's character, if he were to mention it, she would likely sneakily visit Liao Yun's school to observe her. On the way home, Xu Jiaxing meaningfully advised Xu Jianjun to refrain from publicly discussing the matter of purchasing a house, even to his siblings. In truth, Xu Jianjun was already aware that although there was currently no pressure to buy a house due to the welfare housing distribution, the intricacies of obtaining a home were numerous. Factors such as the unit's performance, years of service, and job title posed significant obstacles. Only a select few would secure satisfactory housing, for instance. His elder sister's family of 3 was cramped in a small unit within a tube building, having to cook in the hallway. His elder brother's situation was hardly better, and if he were to speak openly about it, it would only breed resentment. Chapter 58. The Unfortunate One. Upon entering this family, Xu Jianjun harbored a positive intention to assist his friends and relatives in enhancing their lives, within his means. However, the lessons learned from experience had taught him the wisdom of not rescuing the impoverished, but rather helping those in urgent need. Thus, he refrained from hastily donning the mantle of a benevolent savior or activating the skills of a generous benefactor. Nevertheless, even inadvertently, he provided his elder siblings with certain material support. As for his second sister's family, their circumstances were already favorable, with the continuous increase in Xu Jianjun's printing business. Yang Shoudong, as the intermediary, undoubtedly benefited as well. Of course, Xu Jianjun was not stingy with his genuinely caring second sister whenever she required tickets. He promptly sent them via Xu Jianmin and occasionally gifted her items like snowflake cream and foreign cosmetics, which were hard to procure during these times of scarcity. In an era marked by material shortages, even basic cosmetics were a luxury, and young women, when afforded the opportunity, often indulged in vanity. Xu Shuxiang was no exception. Consequently, each time she received gifts from her brother, she expressed immense joy without any pretense of modesty. Xu Jianjun's eldest brother and his wife were both exceedingly busy with their careers, leaving little room for assistance. As a result, he showered particular care on his eldest niece. After spending some time together, Xu Xiaoshan, who had once been closest to her uncle, found herself increasingly drawn to Xu Jianjun. Swayed by the allure of snacks and fairy tales, the most distant relationship remained with the eldest sister's family. Xu Jiangwo was often occupied with work. Yet through the bond of Xu Xiaoshan, he occasionally stopped by home after work, ostensibly to share a meal. However, as parents, they would never begrudge an extra pair of chopsticks. Rather, they welcomed the opportunity for their children to visit. Conversely, Xu Shufang seldom returned to her parental home, and her strained relationship with her brother-in-law was evident, often leading to unavoidable exchanges with He Yin during their encounters. Perhaps this very dynamic dissuaded her from entering her childhood home, and over time, she became increasingly unwelcome, only returning during festive occasions. Under normal circumstances, it was exceedingly rare to see her. In such situations, Xu Jianjun found himself powerless to assist. Still, should any serious matters arise, he would undoubtedly support his sister without hesitation. Historically speaking, as a resident of the capital, even 30 years hence, one would still find life more comfortable than that of the majority of citizens, despite the hardships. Yet, the sentiment among the populace often leaned towards discontent born of inequality. When those around them enjoyed comfortable lives, those facing adversity could not help but feel a sense of injustice. Lu Yang, residing in the communal courtyard, epitomized this type of individual. Like others in the same courtyard, he was an unemployed youth, yet the impoverished son had recently transformed his appearance, donning garments clearly made of fine materials. Just months prior, he had resembled a beggar, avoiding eye contact with his own reflection. Now, however, he seemed inexplicably connected to the fortunate Xu Jianjun, as fortune had smiled upon him. Consequently, when Lu Yang lowered himself to inquire, Sun Detsai responded with an air of disdainful aloofness, which was truly intolerable. In truth, sharing the same courtyard and being of similar age, they should have naturally become comrades. However, Lu Yang was regarded as an unlikable figure within the courtyard, while Xiao Lei, already employed in a government position, openly exhibited malevolent behavior. Lu Yang, in contrast, engaged in insidious mischief without drawing attention. When other children quarreled, they would merely return home to report to their parents, resulting in a scolding and the matter being dismissed. Lu Yang, however, took a different approach. After losing a fight, he would stealthily hurl stones at your window. And the most despicable act was leaving a few unpleasant surprises at your doorstep. Stepping on them could induce nausea for days. In summary, he had committed numerous unscrupulous deeds, leading others to avoid his company. Under such circumstances, when he sought out Sun Detsai, the latter was not inclined to let this troublesome character spoil the broth. Unbeknownst to Xu Jianjun, both factions had independently ventured into the rental market outside of school. Lu Yang had clandestinely followed Sun Detsai to their location, while Ding Yong, having learned from previous misfortunes, took the time to methodically uncover their source of supply, which had taken him over half a month to ascertain through Zhuzi. Ding Yong sought profit. Upon discovering the location, he observed the comings and goings of individuals with a keen eye and discerned that Zhu Fong and his associates were merely peripheral players, while the true power resided within this courtyard. However, after following a few times, he noticed Xu Jianjun had entered Beijing University, accompanied by individuals who appeared to be students, which left him further perplexed. Before he could unravel the situation, one day, while on his way with Xu Jianjun, he found himself cornered in an alley. Indeed, it was Ding Yong and his companion who were confronted by Xu Jianjun alone. Initially, Ding Yong thought that, as a mere student, Xu Jianjun posed no threat to him, a member of society. Unfortunately, after a prolonged period of inactivity, Xu Jianjun seized the opportunity to unleash his pent-up energy upon these two clandestine followers. Amid their cries for mercy, Xu Jianjun dusted off his hands and, with a scrutinizing gaze, inquired, "How many times have you followed me? Speak. What is your intention?" "Brother, I mean no harm," Why does everyone here disregard the rules of the underworld? The last time someone approached like this. And now you do the same, couldn't you at least hear me out before resorting to violence? What good can come from stealthily following someone? Should I award you a medal for your efforts? Are you feeling wronged? Truly, I am not deceiving you. I merely noticed that the review materials you sell are quite good and sought to discuss a potential collaboration. Before I could clarify my intentions, you had already acted. Ding Yong genuinely felt aggrieved. Although a minor player in the underworld, he still held a degree of respect in the vicinity of Nanjing Kaishaku. Yet, he had faced a series of setbacks. Oh, I recognize you now. You were the one who was cornered by Zhuzi and subsequently dealt with by Zhou Fong, right? What was your name again? Hearing Xu Jianjun's words, Ding Yong forced a bitter smile, though it appeared more mournful than joyful. Brother, could you perhaps let me up? The ground is quite cold. Get up then. Do you need me to find a clinic for you? My apologies. I mistakenly thought I was encountering a highway robber, which is why I struck a bit hard. Please bear with me. It is of no consequence. What matters is whether we can find a place to sit down and converse. I am quite intrigued by your educational materials, and I have some connections within the educational system in Nanjing. If you are amenable, we could explore the possibility of collaboration. However, the current state in which you find yourself may not be conducive to negotiations. I suggest you return and address your situation first, and then we can arrange a more suitable time to meet. Ding Yong remains oblivious to his own disheveled appearance, while Xu Jianjun is acutely aware of it. Taking a disheveled individual with dark circles under his eyes and bruises to discuss matters is likely to attract undue attention from onlookers. Observing Ding Yong as he limps away, Xu Jianjun reflects on the early participants in individual entrepreneurship following the reform and opening up era. It is indeed individuals like Ding Yong who, with audacity, set up street stalls and risked apprehension to draw in customers that gradually amassed their first pot of gold, igniting the spark of a market economy. Diverse pathways provide multiple safeguards if the intention is to sustain operations within the cultural industry. Relying solely on channels such as Zhou Fong and Sundetsai evidently does not align with market demands. Their capabilities are limited, and their business currently covers only a portion of the capital. Success in other regions is left to chance, entrusting the entire channel to others. While they may initially exert themselves due to the rarity of opportunity, can lead to unforeseen complications over time, as human nature tends to shift. Therefore, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Offering Ding Yong an opportunity is not out of the question. It merely hinges on his ability to seize it. Chapter 59. Reporting Xu Jianjun contemplated how to delineate the sales territories with Ding Yong once he had recovered from his injuries. Despite enduring 2 bouts of violence, Ding's unwavering determination suggested that he would excel in the future. One afternoon, while Xu was savoring a substantial meat bun in the school cafeteria, Xiao Shizi rushed over with alarming news that personnel from the Industry and Commerce Bureau had arrived and were inquiring at their rental premises. Faced with such distressing news, Xu's appetite vanished instantly. He handed the remaining bun to Xiao Shizi and, with a stoic expression, began to gather his belongings to address the situation. It is said that one who frequently treads near the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Encountering such matters was inevitable. When challenges arise, one must confront them head-on. After all, this was not an insurmountable crisis. Brother Jun, those two seem quite aggressive. Do you think we're in trouble? Thankfully, the 2 masters from the printing factory aren't here today. Otherwise, it would be even more complicated, Xiao Shizi expressed with concern. There's no cause for alarm. Although the policies do not explicitly support us, they do not outright prohibit our activities either. In the absence of prohibition, we can proceed. At worst, they might confiscate our equipment, but we could always relocate and start anew. Moreover, I have contingency plans, though I am uncertain how these individuals obtained their information. We have been particularly cautious, ensuring that Zhou Fong and the others collect materials only in the early hours before anyone is awake. It is puzzling who might be plotting against us. The students from Peking University do possess a certain gravitas. Initially, the officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau approached with an air of accusation, but upon Xu revealing his identity, their demeanor softened, albeit still maintaining a formal tone. Comrade, as a legitimate university student, what are you doing in this line of work? We received a report alleging that you are engaging in illegal operations, even dabbling in speculation and capitalist practices. This has been duly registered with our bureau, and we must verify these claims. Leaders, you may verify as you wish, but we cannot bear the weight of such accusations. I am well versed in last year's conference directives, and our professors have thoroughly analyzed the implementation of these policies. The first point clearly states the cessation of the erroneous path of class struggle. Comrade, you assert that we are practicing capitalism. However, as Marx himself noted, exploitation only arises in employment relationships exceeding 7 individuals. We are but a handful, 4 or 5 at most, including myself, and we operate during our spare time. Our endeavors are rooted in self-reliance and diligent study. We advocate for such values. Who would be so foolish as to report us? You, young comrade, have not even allowed us to finish our discourse before launching into a lengthy lecture, chuckled the older official from the bureau. Ah, Peking University students certainly have a way with words. Leaders, it is not that I am being obstinate. I have merely seen too many innocent individuals unjustly accused of various offenses over the years, subjected to baseless repercussions that have ruined their lives. Good people have been devastated by such experiences. My young friend, you seem to regard us as insurrectionists. Those days are long gone. We no longer operate in that manner. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Please provide us with an overview of your situation, and we will deliberate on how to proceed upon our return to our superiors. The students of Peking University have collectively distilled their examination experiences into a compilation of effective study methods and resources, which they have printed for the benefit of high school graduates in need. As you may be aware, in recent years, conventional textbooks have been cast aside, leaving students with limited avenues for learning. In assisting these individuals, we simultaneously aim to enhance our own financial circumstances. Despite receiving some financial aid as university students, many of us are still burdened by familial responsibilities, categorizing us as underprivileged. This endeavor thus serves a dual purpose. Xu Jianjun, however, hesitates to include the deliveries made by Zhou Feng and others, as this would exceed the permissible personnel count, complicating the matter further. He elaborated on the specifics of the situation, noting that currently, the demand for resources far surpasses the supply. Each morning, the inventory is swiftly depleted. Should anyone discover the volume of their printing, Xu's reassurances may not hold water. In light of this, we find ourselves uncertain about how to categorize your situation. We shall confer with our director upon returning, and for the time being, it would be prudent to pause proceedings on your end, thereby providing both parties with a semblance of accountability. Would that be acceptable to you? Very well, but I must insist on a timely response. We cannot remain in limbo indefinitely. If your deliberations extend over a fortnight, it would feel akin to a death sentence for us. Rest assured, we will expedite a proposal. Originally, the equipment on your premises was to be temporarily confiscated, yet I have faith that as a Peking University student, you will not act rashly. I hope that until a resolution is reached, you refrain from relocating any of the equipment. Certainly, Xu Jianjun readily agreed, acknowledging that while equipment can be replaced or even upgraded, the foundational materials and the nascent sales channels are of paramount importance. Once the 2 unwelcome guests departed, he instructed Xiao Xuanzi to summon Sun Dicai and Zhou Feng. Xu Jianjun remained occupied, considering the current fluctuating policies. At the implementation level, everything hinges on the attitude of the principal authority of the supervising unit and their comprehension of the policies. It is not uncommon for disparate policies to be enforced merely by crossing a street. The promotion of individual private enterprises would not materialize until the inaugural year of Company 84. The forthcoming years still belong to state-owned and collective enterprises. The most secure strategy at present is to align with a supporting unit, effectively navigating the management blind spot. Initially, his brother-in-law Yang Shoudong's unit seemed the most suitable, but Xu Jianjun preferred to keep family ties at a distance. Therefore, he set his sights on Shuguang Street near the Art Institute. After all, having rented 2 apartments through the street, he had attracted several small businesses, all of which resided in accommodations he had recommended. Expenses for food, clothing, and living arrangements equate to foreign exchange. Though modest, it is a source of pride for the street. By having them lend their name, there is little risk involved, and they could even earn a nominal fee monthly, akin to a windfall. Consequently, after hearing Xu Jianjun's account, Director Chen Zijing of the street readily issued a certificate. Director Chen, some of the small businesses there are unaccustomed to our local cuisine. Would it be possible to find a master chef familiar with Japanese cuisine? We could negotiate additional compensation, or they could prepare meals either at our location or at the guest house. Oh, you have brought up a matter that I was also inclined to mention. The guest house has provided feedback on several occasions, indicating that a few foreigners are eager to savor the cuisine of their homeland. Little Sue, I wonder if this would require settlement in foreign currency? Naturally, I shall liaise with their company, coordinating with the accommodations to settle accounts on a monthly basis. Xu Jianjun's actions evidently reflect a willingness to spend others' money while preserving his own reputation and connections. What could be more advantageous than that? As for the chef, it is quite manageable. Our street's second canteen boasts Master Han, who, prior to liberation, worked in a Western restaurant in the capital. I inquired last time, and he assured me that Japanese cuisine poses no challenge for him. Given his advanced age, he need not come daily. It suffices for him to impart his knowledge to his apprentice. After bidding farewell to Chen Zixing, Xu Jianjun rode back to his rented place in Zhongguancun, where Zhou Feng and Sun Dicai awaited him. They had already heard from Xiao Xuanzi about the general situation and were as restless as ants on a hot pan. This opportunity represents their sole source of income at present. Should it fall through, they would revert to their previous state of languidly awaiting job offers. A predicament that would be dire for them. Chapter 60. Attendants called Jianjun. What is the situation? I heard from Xiao Xuan that someone reported us. Prompting the industry and commerce personnel to investigate, Sun Dicai inquired impatiently before Xu Jianjun had even settled down. Yes, there has been a report, but the industry and commerce authorities will not disclose the identity of the informant. Reflect upon it. Besides Ding Yong from the vegetable market, who else is privy to the specifics? Ding Yong? Zhou Feng suddenly paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Indeed, he was here last week, but it should not be him. Even though I gave him a beating, I promised to discuss matters once he recovered. He has no reason to complicate things further. Sooner or later, they will know. We ought to address this openly rather than shrouded in secrecy. Sun Dicai and Zhou Feng exchanged glances, both recognizing the simmering anger in each other's eyes. If Ding Yong could trace their steps here, it was likely that other interested parties were following suit. Undoubtedly, the issue lay within their group. Xu Jianjun had warned them repeatedly, yet they had failed to take sufficient precautions. This left them feeling both frustrated and infuriated. There is no need for alarm. I have remedial measures in place. The issue is manageable and should return to normal in a couple of days. However, we must identify the informant, for he lurks like a hidden serpent, poised to strike at any moment. There is a saying, a thief can only operate for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Until we resolve this troublemaker, we cannot predict what surprises he may have in store for us. Let us pause deliveries for 2 days. I will notify you when we can resume. You too should return and feign disappointment. Observe how those around you react with excessive concern. It might reveal something. After sending off the 2 troubled individuals, Xu Jianjun noticed Xiao Xuan standing by, looking bewildered. He casually advised, you, don't just stand idle. Take advantage of the next 2 days to inspect and maintain the equipment. After working alongside the masters for so long, it's time you learned a thing or two. Don't worry, military brother. I assure you I will clean the equipment thoroughly. It won't hinder our work when we resume. Xu Xuan replied. One must admit that his status as a university student proved advantageous. Had he been like Sun Dicai and the others, merely an unemployed youth, the industry and commerce officials would have shown him no courtesy, directly sealing off the equipment, leaving his stability in question. Opting for higher education during these arduous times had indeed been a wise choice. Blessed with the opportunity of university, Xu Jianjun also recognized that his focus on academic studies had been rather limited. Returning to school, he found his dormitory rarely filled to capacity. Upon seeing Xu Jianjun, Xu Wink remarked sarcastically, "Oh, little Xu, where have you been so busy? Professor Wu caught you skipping class this morning." As the only 2 locals from the capital in the dormitory, Xu Wink and Xu Jianjun should have shared a closer bond. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Xu Jianjun had formed stronger ties with the outsiders, Liang Xianfeng and Feng Chuang, while he and Xu Wink barely exchanged words, maintaining only a facade of politeness. I was in a hurry, but I had a word with the class monitor, who should have explained the situation to Professor Wu as well. I plan to catch up on the missed classes with old Liang. I am certain that Professor Wu will not hold it against me. As for you, old Xu, it seems you barely passed the last final exam in advanced mathematics. You should consult Professor Wu more frequently during regular classes. Otherwise, failing this year and having to retake the course would be quite unfortunate, setting a rather poor precedent for our dormitory. Just as it appeared that these 2 countrymen were about to clash, the elder brother, Li Xiaoping, quickly intervened to steer the conversation elsewhere. Jianjun, the spring sports meet is approaching, and the class monitor has assigned tasks. Given your physical prowess, you should at least sign up for an event to represent us. Sprinting requires explosive power, which Xu Jianjun knew was not his forte. Endurance was his secret weapon. Since his rebirth, he had never neglected his training. During his time in the countryside, work didn't count, but after entering school, He would jog a few laps around the playground before bed, ensuring a sound sleep. I'll register for the 400 meters, aiming to secure a position for our class. The most prestigious events are the 100 meters and the 5,000-meter long-distance run. Why aren't you signing up for those, Jianjun? I was looking forward to competing alongside you, Feng Chuang chimed in, putting down his textbook. Xu Jianjun merely smiled without responding. Yang Xianfeng, concerned, quietly inquired, "You seemed hurried when you were called away. Is everything all right?" "Nothing to worry about. The printing will be on hold for a few days, so we can focus on our studies without needing to go there," Xu Jianjun replied decisively, cutting off any further questions. Knowing Xu Jianjun as he did, Liang Xianfeng understood that he never boasted. If he said he could handle it, then it was indeed manageable. Any issues he could not resolve were beyond Liang's ability to worry about. Old Wu is notoriously difficult among the teachers, so do exercise caution. Even if your excuse for absence is solid, I suspect he will still make things challenging for you in the next class. Rest assured, among all the subjects, I am most confident in English and advanced mathematics. Engaging in a discussion with Old Wu during class is certainly not out of the question. It's just a pity that I won't be able to indulge in Zhao Ting's Hunan cuisine for a few days. Huh, you've been quite extravagant. Having Zhao Ting showcase her culinary skills daily. I fear she might soon run out of tricks, Liang Xianfeng laughed. Indeed, after a couple of days, I shall change to a different cuisine. I wonder how Zhang Miao's Central Plains dishes fare. I must consult Sister Miao about that. After too much spicy food, a home-style flavor might be refreshing. You direct others to do this and that, yet I haven't seen you prepare your local specialties either, Liang Xianfeng teased. Let us not even mention the palace cuisine, which is more for show than substance. Only the roasted duck is worth mentioning. I'll bring you a sample to try. As anticipated, Professor Wu's challenges arose right at the beginning of the class. He called the roll, and Xu Jianjun was the first and only name mentioned, eliciting sympathetic glances from his classmates. Aware of his prior shortcomings, Xu Jianjun complied obediently, shedding any prior nonchalance. He concentrated fully on the lesson, not missing a single detail. What the teacher referred to as challenging students was, in fact, merely a means to encourage learning, at most. It involved asking questions in class that might cause a bit of embarrassment. Given that a contingency plan was already in place, how could Old Wu easily achieve his aims? In the midst of the proceedings, he posed two questions. First, he feigned an inquiry about whether anyone would volunteer to answer, then he fixed his gaze upon Xu Jianjun. Naturally, Xu could not falter in the face of challenge and rose to the occasion, successfully navigating the situation with finesse. After two fruitless attempts, Professor Wu, now in high spirits, released Xu Jianjun from scrutiny, allowing him to return to his regular teaching rhythm. In the front row, Zhang Miao cast a meaningful glance at Xu Jianjun and gave him a thumbs up. Earlier, she had remarked that she was eager to witness Xu's misfortune. Yet instead of becoming the subject of ridicule, he had emerged as the star of the moment. It is worth noting that the questions posed by Old Wu often exceeded the curriculum, with very few able to respond flawlessly. Some individuals are inherently the protagonists of life. While they may appear composed and unassuming in everyday circumstances, they invariably rise to meet challenges with remarkable grace, while others, despite their diligent efforts, may never reach the heights that seem effortless to them. Chapter 61. Who is the sixth elder? In the past, whenever Zhou Fang heard someone at the street corner calling his name, he would beam with joy, for it signified that wealth would flow into his pockets. However, now he dreaded the sound of his name being called, as it not only meant spending a few dimes on the phone bill, but also the necessity of explaining the reasons for the delayed deliveries. With each phone call he received, Zhou Fang's resentment towards this unseen antagonist grew stronger, and he began to suspect that there might be someone like Ding Yong, who inadvertently discovered their lucrative opportunity and sought to claim a share for himself. Yet, after careful investigation by his brothers, it became evident that this was not the case. Moreover, if someone intended to undermine their venture, there would be no need to obstruct the very source of their income. Zhou Fang and Sun Detsai spent an entire afternoon analyzing the situation but found themselves at a loss, leaving the two men disheartened and at a standstill in Zhou Fang's home. Damn it, Zhou Fang lamented. Just when life was beginning to smooth out, this kind of nonsense occurs. By the way, Detsai, what does Jianjun mean by discussing cooperation with Ding Yong? Is he planning to cast us aside and exclude us from future dealings? Stop speculating wildly. Jianjun is not that kind of person, Sun Detsai replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Let us not dwell on these unfounded thoughts. We must swiftly identify the shadowy figure behind the scenes, otherwise we risk losing our income, and who knows what other troubles Jianjun may face. Having dismissed external provocations, they were left with the possibility of someone familiar being involved. The opportunity to earn money had finally presented itself to Zhuzi and his companions, allowing them to anticipate a prosperous year ahead. They would not be foolish enough to dig their own graves. Furthermore, they dared not speak of this matter to outsiders. It was indeed perplexing. By the way, did Jianjun mention anything for us to be cautious about when we left? Be aware of anyone who seems particularly interested in us or who indirectly inquires about our affairs. Exactly, that's the line of thought we need. We cannot linger here any longer, aimlessly pondering without progress. I'll head home first. You should also stroll around your yard, feigning discontent. I refuse to believe that he has lit the fuse without wanting to witness the ensuing explosion. The two transformed into modern-day detectives, discreetly observing everyone around them, treating every inexplicable show of concern as a potential clue. Zhou Fang's naturally stern expression, coupled with his scrutinizing gaze, caused the neighbors in the courtyard to hesitate in approaching him, fearful of provoking the volatile youth. Meanwhile, Sun Detsai returned home and meticulously recalled his recent interactions, assessing the likelihood of those individuals being capable of such treachery. Strangely enough, the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. That wretched scoundrel, Lu Yang, who had received no affection from his parents or grandparents, had previously approached him, seeking a partnership in making money. Without a moment's hesitation, he had declined. Could it be that Lu Yang bore a grudge against him and was now stealthily tracking him? If that were the case, he would be the unwitting culprit. To confirm his suspicions, Sun Detsai deliberately strolled past Lu Yang's window twice, feigning a troubled expression. However, to his astonishment, this cunning individual did not take the bait, failing to engage him even once. Having identified the suspect, it is only a matter of time before he reveals his true colors, since you remain unfold. Trailing anyone is a trivial task, while you may not possess the necessary insight. Entrusting Zhou Fang with the meticulous surveillance of an individual will yield comprehensive details about his nightly excursions, his intimate encounters with Miss Wu, and the individuals he encounters throughout the day, all of which will be thoroughly investigated. Lu Yang, accustomed to manipulating others, is particularly cautious and presents no flaws before Sun Detsai. However, under Zhou Fang's vigilant oversight, he inevitably exposed himself within 3 days. Seeing Sun Detsai's unfortunate predicament, the triumphant Lu Yang could not resist the urge to assess his findings. Thus he visited the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to inquire about progress. Although he did not obtain the desired results, temporarily halting the operations of the troublesome individuals was not entirely unacceptable, while Lu Yang contemplated further ways to obstruct them. Zhou Fang, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, prepared to deliver a physical reprimand, intending to let him experience the sensation of a thorough massage by fists. Fortunately, Sun Detsai retained a modicum of rationality and intervened in due time. Should you charge at him and deliver a beating, based on my understanding of this individual, he would undoubtedly capitulate, crying for mercy, only to swiftly turn and report you to the authorities, resulting in further complications for us. Sun Detsai, while not one to seek the limelight, initially had Xu Jianjun securing profitable ventures out of respect for him, but the leadership has now shifted predominantly to Zhou Fang. However, he has remained largely indifferent to this change, a commendable trait indeed. Among men, the greatest fear lies in conflict, over power, interests, or even pride, and Sun Detsai has undoubtedly been the one to concede, while Zhou Fang may excel in direct confrontations. When it comes to discerning the hearts of men and observing with acuity, Sun Detsai possesses the upper hand. Since we have discerned who is causing the disturbances, we should return and thoroughly strategize on how to address the situation, as this targeted approach simplifies matters significantly compared to aimlessly flailing about. Thus, 2 days later, as Lu Yang found himself idle in the park, he encountered a girl and after a verbal altercation, was promptly confronted by her brother, who unleashed a formidable assault upon him, particularly targeting his legs as if on some kind of mission. By the time Lu Yang was discovered by an attentive elder in the park, his assailant had already departed. Consequently, he was limped to a nearby hospital, where an examination revealed a fractured tibia, necessitating hospitalization and a cast. Conservatively estimated, it would be 6 months before he could resume his usual activities. Upon learning of this, Lu Yang's parents were frantic, demanding the police take action and investigate the assault, insisting that the perpetrator be found. The responding officers, dismissively recording a statement, soon relegated the matter to oblivion. With a surge of unemployed youth returning to the city, this year's capital has become even more tumultuous than the last, with such brawls becoming commonplace. The police, overwhelmed, lacked the capacity to investigate each case, and upon inquiry, it became clear that Liu Yang bore some responsibility in the initial conflict. In a succinct and straightforward manner, Sun Dicai briefed Xu Jianjun on the situation without indulging in a sanctimonious attitude or reproaching others for their failure to adhere to regulations. He asserted that if one seeks to create discomfort for others, they should not be surprised when the tables are turned. Furthermore, regarding the circumstances they discussed, even if issues arise, they would likely amount to mere civil disputes. The justification for any altercations would be well-founded. Xu Jianjun acknowledged the progress made by the two individuals involved. As for Ding Yong, there is no need for concern. I have established clear guidelines with him. His primary focus will be on distributing goods to the peripheral market, and he is capable of finding his own avenues in Sangzhou and Hengshui. Should you possess established channels in other regions, feel free to initiate arrangements. Currently, the printing aspect is not under full strain and should not pose a problem, though logistics may complicate matters from afar. We can finalize details later, and I will ensure that you receive your rightful share. However, do pay careful attention to personnel selection. We cannot afford to encounter another troublesome incident akin to Liu Yang's. It was through my connections that I managed to resolve the previous issue, albeit with a warning that should there be any further reports against us, they would not be ignored. Rest assured, this time the responsibility lies primarily with me. Liu Yang sought my attention, wanting to join, but I dismissed him, not taking him seriously. I did not anticipate that he would follow me. I have learned from this experience and will certainly exercise greater caution in the future. I will not delve into who you choose to involve. It is imperative that you manage this aspect diligently. Chapter 62. I relish the unfamiliarity of your innocence. Being summoned by Xu Jianjun to play the role of a free laborer in his daily endeavors felt no different from being at the mercy of Lan Dehui and Wu Tao. In fact, Xu's reprimands were even more unabashed. Yet, none dared to voice their discontent. The name Xu Fu, which might evoke associations with the legendary quest for the elixir of immortality in the minds of many, had garnered significant renown in the realm of scarcity. The recently aired Gundam anime had proven to be a visual marvel, achieving remarkable viewership ratings, which in turn propelled the sales of its accompanying manga to unprecedented heights. Even the once overlooked merchandise began to flourish nationwide. Bandai was reaping substantial profits, and barring unforeseen circumstances, this anime was poised to reach international markets, with 3 countries already expressing preliminary interest. Although Taiwan may not be officially recognized as a country, it was among the first to confirm its intention to import the series. The success of a creative work often hinges on serendipity. However, the phenomenal success of the Dragon Ball manga had solidified Xu Fu's reputation within scarcity. The sales of the Takuma manga magazine surged dramatically alongside the serialization of this work. Animation companies had begun to approach them regarding production, and Miyakawa Ichiro was now riding high on the wave of success. Initially disheartened by the failed Gundam contract negotiations, he could hardly have anticipated the delightful surprise awaiting him from Xu Jianjun. Now, even the editor-in-chief of the magazine spoke to him with utmost courtesy. If this momentum continued, he might finally look forward to a substantial bonus come next year's performance review. In such circumstances, the assistant editors, who were previously disregarded in their own domestic sphere, dared not defy Xu Jianjun. Although they harbored a certain disdain for those less fortunate, given the rapid economic growth in scarcity, where everyone, aside from the wealthy, appeared impoverished, they expertly concealed their sentiments, at least in front of Xu Jianjun. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Lan Dehui. He could scarcely fathom that the comic strip, drawn under Xu Jianjun's erratic guidance, featured characters whose appearances were difficult to articulate and narratives that were exaggeratedly absurd, distorting what he had once believed to be figures from Journey to the West. Admittedly, having studied the 4 great classical novels, Lan Dehui initially resisted, but ultimately yielded to the demands of the financier. To his astonishment, the work proved immensely popular in scarcity, with previous episodes compiling into volumes that boasted sales figures in the hundreds of thousands. Listening to the conversations of the 3 foreign gentlemen, he learned that these sales figures were merely from the first month of statistics, with overall numbers still climbing. Thus, when Xu Jianjun arrived, Lan Dehui had shed his initial indifference. While he did not bow in greeting like some others, he remained vigilant, apprehensive of being called out for any mistakes. 2 individuals from Takuma had been dispatched, akin to Lan Dehui, serving as assistant editors. Following the weekly outlines assigned by Xu Jianjun, they collaborated efficiently. Arakaki Motoharu was responsible for proofreading, providing Japanese annotations, and conducting the initial review of the illustrations. Their involvement significantly enhanced productivity. And though Xu Jianjun was cautious not to relinquish complete control, he recognized that while the manga deviated slightly from his memories, its core essence remained intact. And he was determined to maintain the thematic integrity. To understand, it is essential to recognize that Akira Toriyama has indeed sustained himself through this singular work. While Xu Jianjun possesses various means of generating income, he would not acquiesce to being surpassed by others. Shingaki, I have already conferred with the person in charge here. When the time comes, the accommodations will provide Japanese cuisine. Should you find Chinese food unpalatable, you may opt for your hometown delicacies. Additionally, I have discussed with Miyakawa that after 3 months, you will be granted 10 days of leave to return home, with travel expenses reimbursed. Ah, is that true? Thank you. Mr. Su, I apologize for the trouble caused. We shall certainly strive to double our efforts to excel in our work. Shingaki Hansei offered insincere flattery. Having learned his lesson from previous encounters with Xu Jianjun, both assistant editors have not been here long. During breaks, you can take them out to explore. Although the capital may not be as advanced as Tokyo, it possesses a rich historical heritage with much to offer. Furthermore, should you require anything, feel free to seek my assistance, or in case of urgent matters, you can call our school. Speaking of telephones, Xu Jianjun greatly longs for the era of smartphones. Nowadays, to reach someone by phone, one must first call to have them notified, and then wait for a return call. This back and forth consumes at least half an hour. If the duty officer fails to locate the person, one must resort to broadcasting their name over the loudspeaker, or else the matter is left unresolved. Thus, he has attempted to avoid using the telephone whenever possible, as it is exceedingly inconvenient. After conducting another inspection of the Seiya production team, Xu Jianjun made his way to Director Chen at the street office, bringing along a tape recorder. These household appliances and electronic devices from Japan are currently all the rage globally, providing them with the convenience of returning home periodically to bring back goods, effectively serving as a form of recycling. The previous documentation requested was not merely a matter of stamping. The Industry and Commerce Bureau certainly verifies such matters. The seamless passage was likely facilitated by Director Chen, as mutual assistance is a normal part of professional relationships. Director Chen, I heard your eldest child has entered junior high. I entrusted those young people with a tape recorder and several English tapes, as proficiency in English will become increasingly vital, making it easier for young Chen to learn. Oh, come now, Sue, you needn't bring gifts. In the future, please refrain from such gestures, or I shall hesitate to welcome you. How much is this tape recorder? Allow me to pay for it. Should it have been anything else, Director Chen would have declined without a second thought. But the tape recorder had been a persistent request from his child, making it an invaluable gift he could not bear to return. In their country, such items hold little value. Director Chen, please do not embarrass me by accepting payment. This is unacceptable. How about this? I have 2 industrial vouchers that I do not require. Consider them yours. Take them, or I shall be displeased. Xu Jianjun did not anticipate such an unexpected boon. After some contemplation, he accepted the vouchers, as they could be used to purchase a bicycle or sewing machine. For individuals like Sun Ditsai, the only option was to buy expensive refurbished second-hand bicycles. However, with the vouchers, one could acquire a brand new bicycle, garnering the same attention as if one were to drive a Lamborghini. Having sent out a recording device, I received 2 rolls of industrial film in return, and was also treated to a meal at the unit by Chen Zijing, making this trip to the street office worthwhile. I placed 2 brand new Phoenix bicycles in the courtyard, and when Sun Ditsai and Zhou Fang arrived to collect them, they stood before the bikes as if spellbound, gazing at them with envy. Zhou Fang gently caressed the bike frame and the genuine leather seat cover, much like a courtesan from the 8 great alleys, unable to part with them, yet handling them with utmost care. Jianjun, are these truly for our use? If we take them to ride away, we want to return them. You'll need to buy a sturdy lock. Let us make sure that these new bikes aren't stolen after just a few days. That is impossible. We will ensure these bikes remain within our sight. Who would dare to covet them? I guarantee I'll make them regret ever claiming to be a thief. After all, they had initially followed me in expanding the market, and without consulting them, I had already brought Ding Yong into the fold. Furthermore, they had handled Liu Yang's matter with efficiency and finesse. One must balance discipline with benevolence. This is the essence of effective leadership. Chapter 63. Classmate Ding Yong has a relative in Jizhou, possibly connected to the education system, but Xu Jianjun is disinterested in delving into that matter. The marketing strategies that Zhou Fang and Sun Ditsai have demonstrated to him have proven ineffective, leading him to conclude that there is no value in further investment. However, due to transportation difficulties, Xu Jianjun introduced Udesui to Ding Yong, ensuring that a portion of the profit would benefit the younger brother. If one were to consider who he has become most familiar with since his rebirth, it would undoubtedly be Xiaoyu. His siblings and uncle, all entrenched in the railway system, facilitate the effortless transport of goods. Xu Jianjun essentially provides him with an opportunity to earn money while also subtly expecting him to oversee Ding Yong's activities. Udesui, naturally, welcomes this chance. Since their separation, they had only met once before the new year. Xiaoyu had just joined the unit, a time when everyone was striving to excel, while others rested. He took to his duties, while others chatted. He familiarized himself with the regulations. After more than half a year, he had firmly established himself, bringing no shame to his uncle. Having sorted through these matters, Xu Jianjun realized he must return to his studies, particularly to attend old Wu's advanced mathematics class, which he could not afford to miss, although he had managed to scrape by last time. Any further mischief would likely lead to dire consequences when old Wu tallied the score. Brother Jianjun, is there a shortage of staff for printing outside? If so, I am willing to brave any challenge. Wang Qian, his dormitory mate, approached him amid the cacophony of the classroom before the teacher's arrival, eagerly volunteering. Are you hoping to join us because old Liang mentioned our cafeteria has good food? You just want a free meal, don't you? Wang Qian comes from a well-off family, both parents being officials, so his supposed need for a part-time job to supplement household income is hard to believe. Ah, come on. Brother, we both know the truth but choose not to speak it. I'm not avoiding work, it's just that the cafeteria food is utterly unappetizing. I've lost several pounds since coming to school, he joked. Just come over for a meal. Next time I make something delicious, I'll call you. But with your pampered upbringing, I can't expect you to lift a finger. Your parents would be heartbroken if they knew I was making you toil. Brother Jianjun. It's a promise. Watching Wang Qian rush off after achieving his aim, Xu Jianjun couldn't help but reflect on how this lad embodies the stereotypical image of the lazy, indulgent university student of the future. Yet, what else could one expect from youth? Xu Jianjun realized he had become excessively cautious and needed to find something to invigorate his spirited youth. It had been a few days since he last reached out to Liao Yun. Their previous brief encounter had left her shy and reluctant to meet him again. He possessed the skills to captivate, yet lacked a suitable audience to showcase them. Though the school discouraged romantic relationships among students, the constant proximity of vibrant peers inevitably sparked connections. Prohibitions often fail against the fervent nature of youth. Xu Jianjun was aware of at least 2 semi-public couples, alongside a forbidden romance involving 2 individuals already committed to families, having settled down during their earlier years in the countryside. Even with a 3-year-old child in the picture, the yearning for love remained unquenched. As Fei Xiang sang, it is akin to a fire in winter, a blazing flame igniting you and me. Xu Jianjun preferred not to assume a moral high ground to judge others freely, yet he generally kept a respectful distance from such individuals. As for Feng Chuang, the oblivious and straightforward man, Xu Jianjun, despite his disdain, could only express deep sympathy. It was evident that Feng Chuang harbored feelings for Zhang Miao. Anyone with eyes could discern that. Yet, he remained clueless, repeatedly creating awkward situations. Zhang Miao might have had a flicker of affection for him, but his obliviousness had frightened her away, leading her to treat him with cold indifference. Whenever Feng Chuang sought her assistance with off-campus housing, Zhang Miao would deliberately avoid him, to the point where he ultimately hesitated to approach her. Experience informed Xu Jianjun that once one gets embroiled in such matters, regardless of the outcome, it is akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror. One finds oneself in an unenviable position. Even if he possessed 100 methods to teach Feng Chuang the art of wooing women, he could not guarantee a favorable result. The execution of such strategies was an entirely different narrative, often fraught with mishaps. Thus, it was a matter of leaving fate to its own devices. In matters of the heart, no one could intercede. Meanwhile, Wang Qian returned and sat beside Zhang Miao, and the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, while Feng Chuang couldn't help but steal glances their way. Xu Jianjun, exasperated, advised, "Old Feng, women are like sand. The harder you grasp them, the quicker they slip away. I'm not criticizing you, but you've truly frightened her away at this point. Is it wrong to like someone?" Feng Chuang retorted. "I've been trying to avoid her. What more can I do?" It became evident that this friend was hopelessly infatuated, and counsel would be futile. He would only learn through the pain of his own mistakes. "Worry about yourself," Xu Jianjun continued. "Focus on your studies. Old Wu's class is not to be trifled with. Don't wait until the final exams to find yourself failing. He shows no favoritism. And even a single point lost could lead to a retake. How is it that you grasp things so quickly despite not paying attention in class? I've never seen you study diligently after class either. Do you possess some secret technique? Speak up, or face the consequences. I am naturally gifted. Mere mortals cannot fathom my talents. You should learn from Lao Liang, who never wastes a moment of study. That is the true path to success. To be honest. Xu Jianjun, hailing from Jiaodong, shared a genuine camaraderie with Feng Chuang, and he wished for his friend not to let romantic failures derail his academic pursuits. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Feng Chuang scoffed. I know my limits. Although I may not score as well as you, I certainly won TB at the bottom. Do you think I got into Peking University purely by chance? That's the spirit. A real man should embody such resolve. There are plenty of fish in the sea. We cannot forsake the entire forest for a single tree. I'll ask Liao Yin to introduce you to some girls from the political science department. Perhaps one will pique your interest. Let us not, though. The country allows us to study to gain knowledge and serve our nation. Do you really think my mind is consumed solely by romance? I can still think clearly when it matters. Seeing that Feng Chuang had finally returned to his senses, Old Wu entered the classroom, and the two settled down to attend to their studies with diligence. Xu Jianjun initially sought to maintain a low profile, however. Ever since their last profound acquaintance, Professor Wu has taken a particular delight in posing questions to him during class. He utilizes Xu's responses to advance the teaching process, effectively treating him as an educational instrument while simultaneously lightening the classroom atmosphere. Xu Jianjun can only lament the poetic justice of his situation. There comes a day when he, too, is regarded as a mere tool. Yet, he finds himself powerless. For within the classroom, Professor Wu reigns supreme. When he offers a few compliments, Xu must respond with a cheerful demeanor. Such attentiveness undoubtedly alleviates any concerns regarding failing calculus. Furthermore, whenever Xu has questions, whether during class or after, Professor Wu patiently elucidates the concepts, leading to a remarkable improvement in Xu's already solid foundation in calculus, allowing him to surpass many top students in his class. Chapter 64. Hosting a meal indeed, in the character of the Huaxia people. The principle is clear. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they transgress, I shall bury them where they stand. The industrial foundation of the northern regions has been obliterated, leading to prolonged warfare that not only trains the troops, but also drags them into a quagmire. The third military power is rendered a mere jest in the face of the five great rascals. Due to the rapid pace of events, the domestic situation remained largely unaffected. The spring sports meeting at Jing University proceeded as scheduled. Xu Jianjun was reluctantly thrust into participating in a 400-meter race. With only 3 rounds to run, preliminary, semifinal, and final, there was minimal pressure, allowing him to spend most of his time cheering for his classmates from the sidelines. At this juncture, professional sportswear was non-existent. Donning mere shorts in the cold would surely invite ridicule from peers. Thus, during the preliminaries, Xu Jianjun opted for a pair of loose-fitting clothes to compete. As long as he finished in the top 3 of his group, he would advance, so he did not exert himself too much and ended up securing first place effortlessly. Having just emerged from the brink of starvation, and with the challenge of securing enough food still prevalent, few would engage in physical training outside of necessary labor. Save for those like Xu Jianjun, who had the luxury of being well fed. After his race, he meandered around to observe the remaining groups. While he held no obsession with rankings, familiarizing himself with his opponents was beneficial. In the final group, there was a particularly remarkable contestant who dominated the race, finishing first and leaving the second-place runner several meters behind. Observing this individual, Xu noted their lack of starting technique, irregular strides, and breath patterns, coupled with subpar equipment. Though Xu wore a pair of K-Way sneakers, this competitor donned a pair of worn military shoes that appeared ill-fitting. Quietly checking the participant list, Xu discovered that the standout was Hu Xingxuan from the biology department, which indicated that this would be his main rival. The remaining races seemed lackluster, with participants scattered. Distractions were overlooked, and seizing the moment was imperative. Xu Jianjun had visited the dormitory of Liao Yin countless times. He dared not harbor inappropriate thoughts about entering their quarters, as the rules of the girls' dormitory permitted pets and dogs but barred male visitors. Although he had crossed paths with Liao Yin's roommates on a few occasions, those interactions remained superficial, with their names only becoming known through Liao Yun's descriptions. Today, Xu timed his visit to coincide with mealtime, believing that treating them to a meal was the simplest and most direct way to foster relationships. While he did not expect to become overly familiar with them, Maintaining cordiality was advantageous to prevent any potential obstacles during critical moments. Dining with acquaintances does not necessitate an extravagant venue or gourmet cuisine. Rather, the essence lies in the flavors. However, when hosting, one must be discerning. Choosing a shabby eatery may convey a sense of stinginess, while a lavish establishment could induce discomfort among guests. Xu Jianjun led his companions to a state-run restaurant adjacent to the sports university, where the ambience was commendable, and the cuisine leaned towards Huizhou fare, known for its stewing and steaming techniques, suitable for the palates of young women. Encouraging his companions to feel at ease, he remarked that although they had known each other for quite some time, this was their first meal together, expressing gratitude for their presence. As the dishes were served, Xu invited everyone to dig in. You have plucked the flower of our legal and political realm. It is only fitting to host a banquet. And whether one can hold their liquor or not, we must delineate our boundaries and indulge a little to enliven the atmosphere. Elder sister Lin Shan, oblivious to the concept of politeness, exudes an air of readiness for a grand affair. Lin's capacity for alcohol is formidable, so do take care. Liao Yun cautioned anxiously from the side. Oh dear, Liao Yun, you traitor. Before we even begin, you disclose secrets. Let her down a glass. And let Xiao Su drink in her stead. Haha, no problem. However, Lin Jie is right. Labeling one a traitor is unfair. Once we've imbibed, we are all comrades. Transcending the boundaries of you, me, and him, right, Lin Jie? While it is known that women from northeast China are not to be trifled with, Xu Jianjun has never shied away from a drinking challenge. The major wine-producing provinces in our country boast a distillery in nearly every county, and he now identifies as a resident of the capital. My goodness, our big brother speaks with such humor. Indeed, I shall drink to this toast. I appreciate your forthrightness. Those who are prissy and whiny, I tend to disregard when it comes to drinking. It appears that Northeasterners, regardless of gender, possess an innate sociability and an exceptional sense of humor. With Lin Shan present at the dining table and Xu Jianjun stirring the pot, hilarious anecdotes flowed effortlessly, creating an atmosphere of unbridled joy. Zhou Liwa initially managed to maintain her composure, but soon enough, she too succumbed to the jovial ambience. Even the usually reserved Zhao Xiaohong, Wen Yan, and Luo Ying wore smiles upon their faces. Initially, Lin Shan was eager to engage in drinking games, but Xu Jianjun's relentless teasing led her to completely forget her original intent as she listened to him expound on the characteristics of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. Jinghua Shandong cuisine is bureaucratic fare, visually appealing yet lacking in flavor. Cantonese cuisine caters to merchants, both visually and gastronomically delightful, with an insistence on the finest ingredients. Huaiyang cuisine is the fare of the common citizen, while Sichuan and Hunan cuisines belong to the rural realm, transforming the simplest of ingredients into culinary wonders. Northeastern cuisine, often referred to as bandit cuisine, boasts names that exude boldness, such as pig-killing dish and iron pot-stewed goose. This discourse left everyone somewhat bewildered. Yet when it came to discussing Northeastern cuisine, Lin Shan felt an undeniable connection and enthusiastically introduced the dishes of her hometown. However, she expressed some discontent regarding Xu Jianjun's so-called bandit cuisine. While it is true that bandits were once prevalent prior to liberation, that belongs to a bygone era. Now, as the eldest son of the Republic and a crucial heavy industry base, Northeast China has sustained countless individuals reliant on grain. Presently, there is no sign of decline in the Northeast, and the regional pride is palpable. In a few years, as the economic center shifts southeast, the eldest son will undoubtedly fall behind, becoming a place that neither grandmother nor uncle cares for. Locals are seeking every possible means to migrate. Reminiscent of the Great Migration to the east. Lin Jie, I am not attacking regional pride, I clarified, but rather discussing the unique cultural characteristics of each locality. Just like the name of a mountain, in the south, it might be called Miaofeng Mountain or Daekwi Peak, while in the northeast, it is simply known as a tuft of hair, with the most famous being Changbai Mountain, a name indeed quite direct. After expressing her thoughts, Lin Shan fell silent, while the other young women were thoroughly amused, with Zhou Lihua boldly voicing her agreement, stating, I have the authority to speak on this matter. Our hometown of Ningbo also boasts a Miaofeng Mountain, and nearby, there is the Donghai Yunding. Certainly, there is no fault in being straightforward. People from Northeast China are renowned for their generosity, optimism, and multifaceted talents. I have heard that when 2 Northeasterners gather, they can easily engage in a lively duet or folk dance. This statement holds true. My dear friend, you possess a commendable understanding of our region. In our neighboring class, There are two gentlemen from the Northeast with whom I have developed a camaraderie, likely due to our close dormitory arrangements that often lead to casual visits. At the dining table, with Xu Jianjun and Lin Shan invigorating the atmosphere, and Liao Yun and Zhou Liuhua occasionally contributing remarks, the other girls, though less talkative, still ensure a delightful gathering for all. Chapter 65. The hearts roaming and the minds wandering after indulging in food and drink, the group returned to school, while Xu Jianjun leisurely strolled with Liao Yun. To their surprise, their aimless wandering led them to the entrance of the film academy. If they were to linger here, they might encounter numerous future cinematic stars. However, Xu Jianjun's thoughts were clearly elsewhere, as he guided Liao Yun into more secluded areas. Having learned from their previous encounter, and with Xu Jianjun's patient guidance, Liao Yun was no longer as flustered as she had been at the beginning. It is often said that kissing someone you adore makes even the air taste sweet. Whether or not it was truly sweet, Liao Yun could not discern. Her mind was a blank, and she was oblivious to Xu Jianjun's mischievous antics. Even in the most concealed corners, there remained a possibility of passers-by. Xu Jianjun had no intention of putting on a show for anyone. At most, he would adjust Liao Yun's posture, gently cradling her, as she closed her eyes in compliance. Her hands instinctively encircled his neck. When Xu Jianjun hit the pause button on their moment, Liao Yun opened her eyes in confusion. Upon seeing a nearby passerby in Xu Jianjun's playful gaze, even the typically candid and generous girl felt her cheeks flush. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, her demeanor was even more endearing. Xu Jianjun longed to continue their intimate exchange, yet Liao Yun resolutely refused. The prevailing atmosphere did not yet allow for a disregard of others' gazes, nor for a brazen display of affection. The elderly lady who had just passed likely cursed the pair for their shamelessness. Unlike Xu Jianjun, Liao Yun possessed a sense of modesty. She pushed away the advancing Xu. Her voice tinged with discontent. "There are people around. We cannot do this." "Then we shall continue once they are out of sight," he suggested. "Oh dear. But others will pass by here as well. Let us not," she replied. "My apologies. I shall seek out a more secluded spot next time." Making it easier for us to engage in deeper conversations, he jested with a serious demeanor. Liao Yun, recognizing his teasing tone, turned away, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. At this tender age, she was particularly sensitive, and Xu Jianjun did not dare to take her feelings lightly. If he provoked her ire, how would he reminisce about his youth and soothe his restless heart? He hurried to catch up, playfully bantering with her, and after much effort, he finally managed to restore a smile to her face. Reluctantly, he escorted Liao Yun back before returning to school. Upon reaching the dormitory and taking a sip of water, their counselor, Wang Chao, approached him. "Where on earth did you disappear to this afternoon? I searched for you everywhere." "Ah, Wang, the sports meet was simply too captivating. I was utterly engrossed and didn't return to our class." "What brings you here?" "Forget it. I won't dwell on it. You seem to vanish more often than not, as if you're busier than I am. I warn you, do not cause any issues during the final exams. I cannot afford to face the consequences. By the way, are you competing in the 400 meters? I saw you breeze through the preliminaries. Do you think you can place? Placing should not be a problem. I only face one tough competitor. Regardless, I shall give it my all and strive for first place." "Ah, I see you possess considerable confidence. Today, our class secured third place in the shot put competition. Should you attain first place, I shall overlook the matter of your absence last week. Hasn't that issue already been laid to rest, Director Wang? It seems rather unseemly to dwell on past grievances. By the way, the foreign journals you borrowed from me are also due for return. Several classmates have requested to borrow them. On that note, it is indeed rare to witness Wang Chao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Many educators have been disconnected from international developments for years, and the evolution of global circumstances, along with the latest foreign works, is something they desperately require. Otherwise, they risk imparting outdated knowledge to students, which is a disservice to the youth. During a recent class, I noticed Xu Jianjun brazenly perusing extracurricular literature, which initially incited my ire. This student seemed to stand apart from his peers, not in character, but in the impression he conveyed. While others fervently sought knowledge through various means, he exuded an air of nonchalance that prompted concern. I confiscated his book and proceeded to give Xu Jianjun a lecture on the importance of focus. Driven by curiosity afterward, I investigated further, only to discover, to my astonishment, that the book he was reading was the very foreign journal he had repeatedly requested from the school but never received. This was quite the blunder. He was not merely reading for leisure. After summoning Xu Jianjun to my office and engaging him in conversation, I finally grasped the situation. Not only had he not returned the book, but he had also borrowed 2 more from Xu Jianjun. Through Su's deliberate attempts at camaraderie, their relationship began to flourish. As for the neighboring class, Teacher Lin has yet to return the materials she borrowed from me. I plan to retrieve them when I return to work the day after tomorrow. Do you happen to have the latest journals on hand? Director Wang. I do not possess the latest editions. However, I can procure a copy of the Dragon, Tiger, Leopard magazine for you. Would you be interested? What is this Dragon, Tiger, Leopard? What sort of economic journal bears such a name? Observing Wang Chao's bewildered expression, Xu Jianjun refrained from further teasing the esteemed director. Moreover, it appears that Dragon, Tiger, Leopard will not commence publication for several years, so it is quite premature to even mention it. The naming conventions of foreigners can be rather whimsical. I shall inquire whether the latest editions are available. Director Wang, as for Western economics, it remains uncertain when courses will commence. You need not focus excessively on that matter. Regardless of when courses may begin, it is imperative for us, as educators, to first comprehend the principles of international economics. Only then can we ensure that students do not find themselves bewildered upon entering the workforce, lest we lead them astray. As the ancient text The Art of War states, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Furthermore, given the current policy shifts toward openness, understanding the principles of international trade and Western economic theories is indispensable. At this critical juncture, while the overarching direction is reform, the execution varies widely across different sectors. Depending on the resolve of the leaders, many remain hesitant or resistant to reform, leading to inconsistencies in implementation. Initially, this left the populace feeling disoriented. However, as the elder statesman has repeatedly demonstrated his determination for reform through tangible actions, the nation's economy has gradually embarked on a path of rapid development. Consequently, the current attitude towards openness is rather convoluted. While there are fervent calls for the liberation of thought, there exists a heightened vigilance towards external influences. Take, for instance, the present-day campus environment, where students exhibit an extraordinary enthusiasm for national affairs and policies, yet simultaneously endure inordinate constraints on personal conduct. A student may passionately discourse on the development of the nation and the actions of its leaders, with the institution adopting a stance of passive observance. However, should a student be discovered clandestinely indulging in subversive melodies, they would undoubtedly face severe condemnation. Xu Jianjun's tape recorder has long been secured in his off-campus rental to avoid any unnecessary complications. During this period, the experts and professors have yet to devolve into mere jesters of posterity. They are esteemed individuals of genuine expertise. Without substantial credentials, they would not be invited to undertake the formidable task of reconstruction. After years of interruption, much work and documentation must be reinstated from scratch. And conditions do not permit any complacency. Those educators, having endured numerous trials, rightfully earn the title of teacher, possessing invaluable life experiences and professional knowledge. Furthermore, the preceding cohorts of university students, whether in intellect or experience, have undergone rigorous scrutiny. In a climate where the nation ardently seeks talent, it is only natural that the success rate of graduates from the last 2 classes is exceedingly high, giving rise to a plethora of exceptional professionals across various fields. Chapter 66, Rivals. The competitors for the men's 400-meter final have all taken their positions. Let us familiarize ourselves with the athletes. Lane 1 features a representative from the Department of Chinese. As the sports meet commences, the school's broadcasting studio has relocated its entire sound system to the playground, providing a live campus broadcast. The announcer's melodious voice routinely reports on the impending 400-meter final. To be candid, this scripted delivery lacks sophistication. However, the announcer's pleasing voice, rumored to belong to a beauty from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, possesses a distinctive charm typical of Jianmin women. In recent days, the male residents of the dormitory have been discussing her with great fervor. With the sound of the starting pistol, 8 figures launch forth like arrows, their movements so swift that they seem to leave afterimages. The first bend reveals little distinction, as endurance and explosive power do not yet manifest significant disparities. However, after the first 100 meters, the outcome becomes glaringly apparent. Xu Jianjun and Hu Xingquan are neck and neck, leaving the remaining 6 competitors far behind. Their pace is reminiscent of a 100-meter sprint applied to a 400-meter race. It takes a considerable degree of confidence in one's endurance to adopt such a strategy. Even Lin Zishan, the announcer, cannot suppress her excitement. It is astonishing to witness such a pronounced gap in the 400 meters. The two frontrunners evidently conserved their strength during the preliminary heats, placing them on an entirely different competitive level from their peers. Now, as the decisive moment approaches, who will ultimately claim the championship? Let us wait and see. Xu Jianjun is somewhat taken aback by Xu Jianjun's explosive performance. Initially, he believed that by exerting his utmost in the final, the others would merely witness his back. Yet, an unexpected rival has emerged. Hailing from the Dabi Mountains, he has spent his childhood climbing trees and catching fish with ease. During his middle school years, he would run several kilometers back and forth for lunch. And while he may hesitate to compete in basketball or soccer with city kids, he considered himself adept in middle-distance running. Yet, here he is, faced with an unforeseen challenger. As the final 100 meters approach, the two leaders show no signs of slowing down. Is it merely my imagination? Or does Xu Jianjun appear to be accelerating slightly? He has already gained half a body length ahead. It is truly remarkable. These two competitors are presenting us with an extraordinary race. Xu Jianjun did not anticipate that Xu Jianjun would reach such heights, still possessing the energy for a final sprint, thus disrupting his rhythm. In the end, it is too late for him to catch up, and he can only watch as Xu Jianjun crosses the finish line. Wang Chao is astonished that Xu Jianjun was not merely boasting. He truly achieved his claim of first place. The second-year economics class erupts in jubilant cheers, with their homeroom teacher cheering the loudest. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Xu Jianjun finds the opportunity to engage in pleasantries. Observing Xu Jianjun stretching not far away, he sincerely remarks, "Brother, you are impressive. Your endurance is extraordinary. Are you from the economics department? Do you know old E from the class of 77? We often attend classes together. He is quite the lively character, and it's hard not to know him, as he frequently visits our dormitory. Your department produces remarkable talents, unlike our biology department, which is filled with diligent scholars. How is your basketball game? In the future, we can join forces to play together. Our department has only a few members, and we struggle to gather enough for a half-court game. That is certainly not an issue. Regardless of our skill levels, maintaining physical fitness is essential and requires perseverance. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Without a strong body, one will find it challenging to pursue any ambitions. I wonder if it's due to the influence of a certain individual that Xu Jianjun has become so cautious, now scrutinizing idioms for any potential double meanings. After a round of introductions, Xu Jianjun discovered that this seemingly unassuming fellow, who appeared to have emerged from the mountains, was genuinely modest. He hailed from Jingchuwangan, the very place known as the home of generals. Although Xu Jianjun spoke vaguely, Xu Jianjun suspected that even if this man were not a descendant of those illustrious figures, he undoubtedly had some familial connection. It was best not to pry further, lest we encounter obstacles. Upon returning to Class 2's location, Xu Jianjun's shoulders were sore from the constant pats he received. Everyone greeted him with a slap on the back, followed by praises for his contributions to the class's honor, as if it had been prearranged. For most of Xu Jianjun's typically low-profile existence, this occasion of collectively bringing glory to the class proved to be quite effective. At least, class teacher Wang Chao had fewer complaints, and the diligent class monitor, Sun Qingji, no longer fixated on Xu Jianjun's frequent absences. This newfound leniency afforded Xu Jianjun much convenience. Regardless of his academic performance, should those two focus on his attitude, he would find himself unable to retreat into his ivory tower, making a modest income, engaging in romance, and enjoying a carefree life. Two concurrently updating comics were in play. Saint Seiya was still in the accumulation phase, taking its time, while Dragon Ball had reached a critical juncture. The people of this nation enjoy bestowing nicknames, such as Hexagonal Warrior and Tiger of the Empire, and the national table tennis team has not been spared. The vivid characters in Dragon Ball, like Master Roshi, King Piccolo, and Majin Buu, have captivated the youth, who become frantic if they go a day without updates, bombarding the editorial department with complaints. In this era, it is not uncommon for a single novelist to support an entire publishing group. Jin Daxia, we are referring to you. Ming Pao initially attracted readers solely through his novels, while the beloved Qiong Yao also ventured into talent management and film production thanks to her works. Of course, the fledgling Xu Jianjun is still far from their level, but the sales of Dejected comics have indeed risen due to his efforts. Just observing Miyagawa's current demeanor towards him indicates everything. He is ever so accommodating, treating Xu Jianjun with more warmth than he would his own father. Previously, the editor-in-chief, Kenichi Furukawa, had remained in the shadows, a figure Xu Jianjun hardly recognized. It was through Miyagawa that he received a letter of condolence. although Xu Jianjun paid no heed to such superficial gestures. The employees from that place adhered strictly to the hierarchy of the workplace. While they were technically Xu Jianjun's assistant editors, the true authority lay with Kenichi Furukawa. The old man's endorsement encouraged these tools to work with greater enthusiasm and dedication. Rarely does one dedicate an entire afternoon to meticulously reviewing manuscripts. Yet Xu Jianjun's efficiency remains consistently high. He tosses unsatisfactory submissions to Araki, instructing him to arrange for a fresh illustration, while those with objections regarding the narrative structure are summoned for immediate rectification. Once the professional matters are addressed, Xu Jianjun must also attend to personnel issues. Calling Lan Dehui aside into the courtyard, to his astonishment, he discovers that this individual has become romantically involved with a young assistant from Japan. Xu Jianjun became aware of this situation only because Lan Dehui's girlfriend caused a scene here, and it was Araki Hansei who discreetly reported it to him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unable to suppress his urge to curse. How is it that such privileges, which he had not yet had the chance to enjoy, were prematurely seized by the loquacious Lan Dehui? He had encountered both young women involved, the Japanese assistant, to be candid, while slightly more fashionable in her attire, represented a significant downgrade in all other respects. Yet, somehow, she managed to bewilder Lan Dehui, leaving him utterly captivated. What extraordinary charm could this young lady possess that rendered the otherwise sensible old Lan utterly enchanted? Chapter 67. The Hobbies of Middle-Aged Men. Old Lan. You certainly indulge in a flamboyant lifestyle, engaging in international romances and love triangles. What can I say? I've met your girlfriend. She's quite a fine young lady. You must learn to cherish her, Xu Jianjun spoke earnestly. To be honest, with the assistance of the Land Association, you've saved a considerable amount of effort in the early stages, but this fellow seems a tad too carefree. Well, to be honest, she and I can't really be considered a couple. There's merely a slight mutual affection. We often dine together at the cafeteria, but nothing more. Who would have thought she took it seriously? It nearly put me and Wheezy in an awkward position. However, I've already spoken to her, and I assure you such a situation will not arise again. Your assurances are of little consequence. Once a woman becomes serious, she can be quite unreasonable. Take care of yourself. Do not let this lead to any unpleasant repercussions. Additionally, you should prepare for any potential fallout at your school. We wouldn't want things to escalate unnecessarily. It would reflect poorly on everyone involved. If it comes to that, I may have no choice but to have Wheezy relocated back to her home country. Jianjun, please don't. I can handle it. It won't affect my work. Land has only just begun to enjoy the sweetness of companionship. If this were to fall apart now, who would he turn to for solace? Furthermore, he cannot travel abroad at will, so their relationship is bound to falter. Be prudent. I do not wish to hear any more whispers regarding this matter. As for your international romance, I have no objections, but keep emotions and other complications out of it. Let us lay our cards on the table to avoid any future embarrassment. After admonishing Land, watching him retreat dejectedly improved Xu Jianjun's mood slightly. It is said that women are exquisite companions, capable of providing comfort and possessing a gentle, understanding nature. Of course, the cohort that emerged in the late 1980s is an exception. During that era, they reigned supreme, having prepared to secure their own futures, with an overabundance of economic confidence resulting in less than appealing personalities. Particularly after the rise of NQ, the virtues of femininity that once prevailed seemed to vanish entirely, leading many introverted men to prefer the solace of home, lost in manga fantasies rather than pursuing real relationships. The beauties of the Showa era, possessing both striking features and amiable dispositions, remain the cherished ideal for many, with Yamaguchi Momo being the ethereal muse for countless admirers. As for himself, he had voluntarily sealed away his charm in pursuit of romance. Otherwise, it would be unbecoming for someone like Land to flaunt himself before him. Xu Jianjun reassured himself, recognizing the value of self-restraint. Otherwise, come 1983, he might find himself facing dire consequences, rendering any fleeting pleasure not worth the cost. To seek temporary satisfaction at the expense of oneself is akin to throwing away money. To experience ongoing joy, one must cultivate connections discreetly while enveloping oneself with that irksome golden wallet, ensuring both mental and physical well-being. Ultimately, the world shall belong to his generation. He had already established that providing financial support to improve his mother's living conditions was futile. He, like most people of this era, understood that having a bit of money does not inspire thoughts of extravagant spending, but rather compels one to devise a strategy for saving. ensuring there would be enough for future matrimonial prospects. As Xu Jianjun returns home, he typically brings along an assortment of purchased delicacies, eagerly urging his mother to prepare a feast for him, claiming he has endured hunger at school. In truth, his life at the academy has been quite indulgent, and he has hardly deprived himself. The underlying motivation, however, is to enhance the family's culinary offerings, as Xu Jianmin is still in his growth phase, and both of his parents require nutritional sustenance. Although the Xu family consists of dual income earners, the past few years have proven challenging for many across the nation. No one is better off than another, and every household has its share of impoverished relatives, making assistance a necessity. It is said that in earlier days, the residents of the alley would engage in a competition for pride, stretching a single piece of fatty meat to last a fortnight, not out of true consumption, but rather to smear the grease on their lips and boast of having meat and noodles at home. On one occasion, when the meat was improperly stored, a mischievous cat carried it away, causing them to lament for a fortnight. Xu Jianjun, while finding humor in such tales, feels a mixture of emotions, reflecting on how, in years past, the country had focused its resources on industrial infrastructure, resulting in significant hardship for the populace. Observing the abundance of goods Xu Jianjun has brought, Yin habitually chides him, remarking on his lack of understanding about frugality and how his indulgent spending is hardly sustainable. To be frank, Comrade Yin, your son is quite adept at earning, one might say, and he is unlikely to be impoverished by his appetite. You should encourage him to eat well. Look at you. So slender that I worry, while he should be plump and thriving, that is true fortune. When he goes out, who wouldn't he praise? Yin, your life seems quite prosperous. Get lost. I have no desire to be plump like a pig. And by the way, if you dare to call your mother Yin again, be wary of your father punishing you. Your third uncle has visited 3 times this month. I suspect it's your doing, considering how much delicious food you keep bringing him. Of course, he'll be inclined to come back for more. Let him come. Just bring another pair of chopsticks. Mother, I'm starving. You must be tired. He's not merely bringing another pair of chopsticks. His appetite alone could feed our entire family. Last time, when you rushed out, you didn't see him devour 5 bowls of noodles, large bowls, mind you, your mother isn't being stingy with small bowls to deceive anyone. Seeing his third uncle savoring the meal sparks Xu Jianjun's appetite, and he respects the prodigious consumption of his uncle Xu Jiawang. Upon entering the house, he finds his uncle engaged in a lively conversation with his father, a typical pastime for middle-aged men discussing national affairs, effortlessly engaging for hours without the need for cigarettes or alcohol. Ah, my dear nephew has returned. I was just speaking of you to your father. Come, sit down and share your university experiences with me. Let me broaden my horizons, so I can impress my friends with tales of your academic pursuits. What is there to discuss about school? Perhaps you could regale us with stories of your youth, uncle, when you were known for your exploits, such as battling at the elder care facility and confronting the mischief makers at the youth center. You, a university student, ought to exhibit a more commendable demeanor. Your uncle has always been the one to confront those spoiled scions. In the past, when they brazenly wreaked havoc on our crops during the summer, our militia was not to be trifled with. Armed with shovels and bricks, we were prepared to defend our land, and I assure you, your third uncle possesses remarkable marksmanship. Had he accompanied us to the southern front recently, he would undoubtedly have distinguished himself as a sharpshooter, returning with honors to bring glory to our family. Alas, our family suffered a great loss for not being able to go. Father, given your brother's prowess, it is said that he has been under your discipline since childhood. Does that not imply your own formidable strength? Had you participated, I am certain you would have returned with the highest accolades. If I were to leverage my connections with Su Shuai, perhaps there might be a chance, or I could have your third uncle lead the charge, using his audacity as a shield against bullets, while I follow closely behind to seize opportunities for glory. As Xu Jiawang cast a sidelong glance at his boastful, tax-evading brother, he spoke with exasperation. Xu Jiawang's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort, recalling the shadows of past spankings at the hands of his second brother. Reminiscent of the dynamic among the Xu brothers, where the youngest is perpetually the subject of reprimand. Reflecting on the matter of chastising his younger brother, he realized that Xu Jianmin was absent from home. Was that mischievous lad out gallivanting again? It was rather late for him not to have returned. You must exercise restraint in your discipline. The last time, Jianmin bore bruises on his backside. He is no longer a child. In our time, he would be thinking about courtship. There is no need to strip him of his dignity. Now that you have returned, he seems to be avoiding you and is reluctant to come home early. Xu Jianjun assumed a paternal tone, while Xu Jianjun, as a son, could only listen submissively. It was previously reported that he was associating with unsavory characters. We fear he might go astray. I shall be vigilant henceforth, ensuring that your youngest son does not develop any undesirable traits, Xu Jianjun assured, quickly sensing his father's displeasure and seeking an excuse to depart, leaving the two brothers to ponder the weighty matters of the nation. Chapter 68. A challenging scripture. Xu Jianjun bore witness to his uncle, the voracious eater, as he devoured an entire steamer filled with 12 large steamed buns in mere moments. He observed Yin frowning in disbelief, ultimately compelled to retrieve the remaining buns from the outer room. Jiaowang, do not solely indulge in the buns. Partake in more vegetables, Xu Jianjun suggested, nudging the plate of dishes toward his younger brother, who was eating voraciously. Dear brother and sister-in-law, forgive my embarrassment, but we rarely allow ourselves the luxury of such white flour buns at home. With the number of mouths in my family, it is quite a different situation for you. Now that only Jianjun and Jianmin remain at home, the older siblings have all established their own families, alleviating some of the burden. Their family comprised 5 siblings, which was already considerable, while their uncle's household was even more remarkable, with enough members to assemble the 7 Dragon Balls, except for the eldest daughter, who had married. The remaining 3 sons and 3 daughters were still at home, each contributing to the household. Being family, we are well aware of each other's circumstances. When I return home, I shall bring some food for the children. Your sister-in-law has prepared plenty, he continued. What about your little Hu and Jianjun? Are they of the same age? Has a match been arranged? Yin could not help but inquire. Last year, an arrangement was indeed made with another family. We intended to proceed with the engagement this year, but the girl's family unexpectedly backed out. This delay has left us in a state of uncertainty. Had it not been for my concern regarding his marriage, I would not have exerted such effort, transporting goods back and forth on a cart over dozens of miles, only to earn a meager handful of work points. In today's society, obtaining an urban household registration is a formidable challenge for farmers in the suburbs. Without such registration, job opportunities are invariably out of reach. Even securing connections necessitates first resolving the household registration issue, which poses a significant obstacle in this era. Uncle was well aware of this reality and had never broached the subject. Once the People's Commune became a relic of the past, individual enterprises began to flourish. At that point, merely assisting in finding a livelihood would suffice to ensure one's basic needs were met. However, Xu Jianjun maintained a cautious stance regarding familial assistance. He did not share the same sentiments as strangers like Ding Yong, who, while grateful for opportunities, would still show a positive demeanor and not neglect introductions, such as that of Yu Desui. Yet, assistance among relatives is a more delicate matter. Take, for instance, his cousin from his maternal uncle's family, who sought a position within a formal institution. Should he offer a mere sales or errand job, it would likely be met with disdain, and he might even be reproached for his failure to secure a suitable position. The saying goes, a grain of rice in favor, a in resentment. Thus, Xu Jianjun always chose to remain silent unless he felt assured of success. Xu Jianjun refrained from taking the bait, but his son's father could not hold back. Perhaps spurred by his brother, he boldly proclaimed, "Little Hu has indeed reached the age for marriage. If he had a job, I believe securing a bride would not pose an issue. I shall discuss with your sister-in-law to see if there are any opportunities. Jian Guo and Jianjun can also assist in establishing connections to secure employment for the lad, which would bring me peace of mind as his uncle. Dear brother, do pay attention. Jian Guo is with a reputable organization, the People's Public Security. However, I fear that little Hu, with his lack of ambition, might not meet the requirements. He was even rejected when he attempted to enlist. It would be splendid if he could find a position at the grain and oil depot. Doesn't Xu Xiang's father-in-law have connections?" Listening to the determined intentions of second uncle, it was evident that this had been meticulously planned in advance. Su Laodad managed a wry smile, aware that his second daughter-in-laws held positions within the government. However, the two families had not yet reached the level of trust required to entrust such matters to one another. Should they take that step, Su Shuxiang would inevitably face disdain from her in-laws. I seized a moment to invite old Yang for a drink, hoping to gauge the situation and discern any potential opportunities. Yet, it was imperative not to mention this to Xiao Hu. Revealing such intentions might lead to disappointment, which would weigh heavy on the child's heart. After seeing off the third uncle, laden with various packages, he inactivated her mode of relentless sarcasm. While outsiders were present, she had maintained a semblance of restraint, granting Xu Jianjun the respect he deserved. But with only family remaining, she felt no need for decorum. The full force of mother, he was formidable, and Xu Jianjun, ignoring his father's pleading gaze, chose to remain silent and observe, wishing he could escape this contentious place to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Xu Jiaxing, I had never noticed before how large your face truly is. Are you on familiar terms with Xu Xiang's father-in-law? You even sought out your in-law for drinks. When Jianjun failed his exams, securing a job with an urban household registration was a struggle. Yet, with you, it seems a mere exchange of pleasantries suffices to simplify matters. It is not as if we have not reached a critical point. With the third uncle's words laid bare, I cannot feign ignorance. Besides, what is so wrong with sharing a drink with my in-laws? Who among us is of lesser standing? Jianjun, you seem quite capable, upon your return. The second son of the Sun family shadowed you, shrouded in mystery. You and Shahu were the closest of cousins in your youth. Why not arrange a job for him? I must say, old Xu is rather unprincipled, showing no hesitation in putting his son in a bind. Father, I recall our childhoods were filled with brawls. I hardly remember my cousin being particularly close to me. Observing Xu Jianjun's unwillingness to engage in the conversation, Xu Jiaxing felt exasperated. His authority as the head of the family seemed precarious. Childhood squabbles were a part of growing up, and familial bonds can only strengthen with age. Your second sister was no stranger to roughhousing, yet now you dare claim you are not close to her? You are well aware of the situation with your third uncle's family. We are all relatives, and now that we are faring better, any assistance we can provide is valuable. The third uncle and my eldest uncle shared a similar mindset, aiming for legitimate employment. Now that many educated youth have returned to the city, it is not their turn to be considered. Haven't you noticed that even Sun Bitsai and his associates are at a loss? I suggest you refrain from mentioning your drinking plans with Uncle Yang. Otherwise, it may create discomfort for everyone. However, arranging a profitable venture should not prove too difficult. Second, do not compromise your father's fragile pride by making empty promises. After finally enjoying a few good days, do not stir up trouble. I think Xu Jiaxing should consider relinquishing his position for his eldest nephew. Jianjun, you are reliable. Since you can articulate your thoughts, there must be some certainty behind them. What venture do you propose? Please share, so I might take it into consideration. Xu Jiaxing dared not engage with He Yan's remarks, knowing that if he did, her enthusiasm would escalate, and the entire family would be restless before bedtime. I find myself amidst a gathering of acquaintances, observing that the supplies in their canteen lack stability. The quantities of flour and rice are substantial, yet they remain beyond our reach. However, there is room for negotiation regarding supplementary provisions such as chicken, duck, fish, geese, eggs, peanuts, or even wild mountain fungi, which we could have Xiao who collect from the vicinity and deliver, profiting from the price difference, likely earning as much as a laborer's wage. Is this not a form of speculation? What if one were to be apprehended? He Yan, unable to contain herself, interjected, momentarily setting aside her grievances with old Xu. The current policy in this sector is bound to relax sooner or later, allowing them to procure an introduction letter from the commune, stipulating bi-weekly deliveries in the early hours. Who has the leisure to seek him out for speculation? Shaojiang village has already begun discreetly allocating production to households, with farmers raising no more than 3 livestock. A few earnest class fighters may take issue, yet in rural areas. Who truly counts the number of chickens in your yard? Especially in villages where familial ties are strong, should a village official dare to act thus, they would be met with severe backlash. I perceive this as a viable plan. Do reach out, and if necessary, I can cover the cost of some tobacco or liquor. Xu Jiaxing's frown was instantly replaced with a smile. As long as there is tangible profit to be made, he cares little for the intricacies of the matter. Even if speculation were to lead to arrest, the severity of such consequences has waned compared to times past. I remarked, Xu Jiaxing, who are you trying to impress? Have you been secretly stashing away a fortune? Not at all. I merely save from the little bits and pieces I can spare. This matter cannot burden Jianjun with expenses. There's no need. They seek my assistance, and such trivialities do not necessitate gifts. Once I have definitive news next week, I will inform third uncle. Chapter 69. Brothers of the Tiger and Leopard observing He Yan, who had just finished scolding their father and was now tidying up in the kitchen outside. Xu Jianjun felt this was what life was truly about, imbued with the essence of everyday existence. Of course, Xu Jiaxing, the subject of the reprimand, did not share this sentiment. His dignity was tarnished in front of his 2 sons, severely undermining the authoritative image of old Xu. Seeking an excuse, Xu Jianjun retreated indoors, and not long after, He heard the familiar sound of his younger brother, Xu Jianmin, being scolded by their father. As expected, it was the younger sibling who bore the brunt of the chastisement. When it comes to connections, Xu Jianjun was most familiar with Chen Zixing, the director of the Revolutionary Committee of Shuguang Street. He had only met Xu Shikai, the head of the guest house, a couple of times. The simplest approach would be to have Chen Zixing arrange everything from above. However, this method had its drawbacks. While subordinates might follow their leader's directives, they could also create difficulties for you when issues arose, such as demanding extra weight or delaying payments. It was impractical to approach the leader every time. Thus, Xu Jianjun decided to present gifts directly to Xu Shikai. Having witnessed the respect Chen Zixing afforded Xu Jianjun, he understood that by presenting gifts, he was expressing deference and honoring Xu Shikai, who would then be inclined to assist without creating obstacles. The art of gift-giving and flattery was, for someone like Xu Jianjun, a mere trifle. Although Xu Shikai initially thought Chen Zixing placed too much importance on this young man, he soon realized that despite Xu Jianjun's youth, he possessed a cunning and sophistication that rivaled even his own as the guesthouse director. After all, he was someone whom even directors sought to befriend. Facilitating others ultimately benefits oneself. The names chosen by Xu Jianjun's family were all aimed at contributing to the nation, building the military, and serving the people, while his uncle's family seemed to embody a different ethos, preferring to associate with beasts. While tigers and leopards were somewhat acceptable, if his uncle continued to have children, it was likely that cats and dogs would soon be included in the mix. Xu Xiaohu, who was of the same age as Xu Jianjun but a few months older, exhibited a certain shyness when they met, primarily due to being thoroughly outmatched by this younger cousin in their childhood skirmishes. Now, with Xu Xiaohu in university, destined to become a state official, the tides had certainly shifted from a few years prior when poverty was seen as a badge of honor. Brother Xiaohu, I have arranged everything on that side. The person you met earlier is responsible for inspecting and receiving goods. You will need to deliver every 3 days. The demand will generally be communicated to you beforehand. Please pay attention to the quality when you collect from home and avoid mixing in inferior goods. After each inspection, go to finance to collect your payment. If anyone gives you trouble, just let me know. All right, I understand. If the deliveries increase, we should involve my uncle, especially with the eggs. We can have a carpenter make a dedicated egg crate. A well-prepared plan avoids future losses. I will find a carpenter in the village once I return. With nothing else to discuss, Xu Jianjun decided it was best to end the conversation, sensing that continuing would lead to an uncomfortable silence. They mounted their bicycles and headed home for dinner. Considering that his cousin likely seldom encountered meat, the mention of stewed goose lit up Xu Xiaohu's eyes with excitement, providing him with enough energy to pedal faster, forcing Xu Jianjun to chase after him. This situation is indeed precarious. The Xu family can no longer evade the reputation of being gluttons in front of He Yan. Xu Xiaohu has inherited the art of indulgence from his uncle, relishing every morsel. As steamed buns and rice are laid out on the table, they graciously accept all that is offered, observing the mountain of bones on the dining table. Even the young Xu Jianmin, who often finds himself financially drained by his son, is left astonished, praising his brother Xiaohu's remarkable appetite. After bidding farewell to Xu Xiaohu, He Yan cannot help but express her grievances. She laments about the Xu family's lack of decorum, who, despite being fed and accommodated, have never brought a single token of appreciation when visiting. Furthermore, she warns Xu Jianjun that if he continues to squander money recklessly, she will confiscate his allowance. The 3 members of the Xu family sit quietly at the table, enduring He's admonitions. Xu Jianjun, with a cheerful demeanor, refrains from retorting, while the elder Xu, skeptical of fate, attempts to defend himself, arguing that their hometown offers little to send, as they are barely scraping by. This provides He Yan with an opportunity to unleash her frustration upon the elder Xu. Meanwhile, as neighborhood children gradually gather to watch television, He Yan's complaints continue unabated. The Xu family, feeling like wilted eggplants, helplessly endures the lecture. To be frank, it is quite challenging for He Yan to confiscate Xu Jianjun's pocket money, as the earnings from his comic ventures are directly deposited into his personal account, with regular statements provided to him. At this juncture, converting these foreign earnings into domestic currency would be a gross misallocation of resources. Moreover, he is at a loss as to how to spend the cash he has accumulated from printing study materials, which have lost their utility as the college entrance examinations approach, leading to a sharp decline in sales. However, there remains a high demand for test papers. Last year, he had only just crossed the break-even point, resulting in a modest profit. In the less than 3 months since the Lunar New Year, after accounting for the requisite distributions, expenses related to their extravagant dinings, and home purchase costs, Xu Jianjun finds himself with over 30,000 yuan. However, he possesses no large bills, only small change, necessitating the use of a box to store his money, a situation so remarkable that it would warrant media attention in an era where even a 10,000 yuan household is noteworthy. Consequently, Xu Jianjun's current dilemma lies in how to wisely spend this money. The most prudent investment would be in antiques, yet he is a novice in this arena, lacking guidance, akin to a plump sheep thrown into a den of wolves. Thus, purchasing property remains his safest bet, particularly a high-quality Sihiyuan, which seems to captivate those who have traveled through time to the capital. Yet, such properties are elusive. His previous lucky encounter with one has not been replicated. And despite efforts from Zhou Feng and others, there have been no promising leads. Properties that have fallen into disrepair hold little value, especially with numerous tenants to contend with. Evicting these tenants would require considerable effort, and given Xu Jianjun's leisurely disposition and the ease with which he could stumble upon wealth, he lacks the time to devote to managing such complications. If this trend continues, Xu Jianjun's savings box will soon be insufficient. Consequently, he feels no remorse in spending money. Rather, he is increasingly troubled by the abundance of cash he possesses. Ultimately, he is wary of depositing it in the bank, as that would only invite unnecessary complications. However, organizing his money has always brought him joy. His simplest aspiration in life was to sleep until he naturally awoke and to count money until his hands cramped. Although the denominations he counts may be modest, they satisfy a peculiar delight within him, while the yen and dollars resting nearby far exceed the amount here. Possessing tangible cash provides a sense of security. The only drawback is that having money but being unable to spend it diminishes the joy significantly. Furthermore, the crux of the matter is that Xu Jianjun must keep all of this hidden. Ordinary people are inherently kind and lovable, offering mutual support and blessings. In contrast, the harsh realities of life often involve climbing over the less fortunate, resenting the impoverished, and envying the affluent. Moreover, the capital is teeming with unemployed drifters, among whom lurk potential future criminals. Despite Xu Jianjun's decent martial skills, he remains vulnerable to those who may take an interest in him. His senior, Old Yu, once encountered dire circumstances when he was drugged twice, narrowly escaping death. This serves as a cautionary tale. One must never be careless in such matters. Chapter 70, Craftsmanship Sometimes. The key to unlocking one's thoughts comes unexpectedly. Xu Jianjun, with an abundance of money and nowhere to spend it, was toying with the idea of renovating his Sihiyuan. Such specialized repairs are not something the average individual can undertake, unless one wishes to transform their residence into a haphazard construction site. As is the case with Xu Jianjun's current abode, where the courtyard is devoid of space, cluttered with makeshift kitchens, chicken coops, and dog houses. In this regard, the younger generation, like Zhou Feng and his peers, were clearly of no assistance. Thus, Xu Jianjun took it upon himself to visit the neighboring residence with a small token of appreciation, and fortune smiled upon him as he successfully found a suitable craftsman. According to the introducer, this elderly gentleman had previously worked on projects at the Forbidden City, boasting an impressive portfolio. Given Xu Jianjun's current financial standing, he was eager to see the craftsmanship for himself. However, the venerable Qin Zi Yuan was rather audacious in his demands. Ignoring the labor and material cost for the moment, he insisted on an upfront consulting fee of 1,000 yuan. For most, such a request would have been met with immediate rejection, akin to a blunt dismissal. Yet, having previously encountered exorbitant design fees during renovations, Xu Jianjun was somewhat understanding of the situation. "Old sir, your consulting fee seems a tad excessive. Nearly equivalent to 2 years' salary for others," he remarked. "The fee is justified," Qin Ziyuan replied. "This residence belongs to the Li family, notorious for their reckless spending. They have neglected maintenance, and with Mr. Li's recent downgrading, the house has fallen into disrepair. Achieving the desired outcome will require considerable effort. Were it not for my descendants' financial constraints, I would not willingly endure this ordeal." Qin's words implied that the price he quoted was already a bargain. "Very well. As long as the results are satisfactory, I shall acquiesce to the fee of 1,000 yuan. However, I must stipulate that I can only pay half upfront, with the remaining half upon completion, provided the work is largely to my satisfaction. Is that agreeable?" "Indeed, that is reasonable. Should you be dissatisfied, it would tarnish my own reputation, and I would gladly refund the initial payment," Qin Ziyuan replied. Xu Jianjun's prompt acceptance took Qin by surprise. Yet he held a firm confidence in his skills. Then I shall bring the money tomorrow, along with a portion of the material costs. Here's the key to the house. I entrust this matter to you. By the way, how shall we handle the various items that need to be dismantled? If you have acquaintances in construction, I can advise them to be cautious, as they may be repurposed later. That is entirely at your discretion. You may choose to discard or donate as you see fit. This house will indeed benefit from a renovation, though it appears somewhat sparse in decor. Mr. Lee likely disposed of most of the furnishings before his departure. Would you like me to find some decorative items for you? Seeing the young man's generosity and perceptiveness, Qin Ziyuan couldn't help but chime in. I'm not lacking in funds, however, if we are to enhance the decor. I would prefer not to adorn the space with mere trinkets that would provoke ridicule among those with discerning taste. After living for several decades, I possess a certain level of discernment, so rest assured. Upon hearing the news, Xu Jianjun felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a serendipitous moment. An opportunity that presented itself without any arduous effort. After all, he had encountered a ready-made guide to antiques. Uncle Qin, feel free to trade as you wish. Do not confine yourself to mere bottles and jars. I am open to acquiring anything of merit. To be candid, I have long held a fascination for the relics of our ancestors, yet have found myself at a loss in my quest for them. Just by observing the antique furniture in your hall, I can tell of your passion in this realm. It was merely a matter of fortuity that I approached you. Such endeavors rely heavily on luck, as one cannot expect to stumble upon treasures merely by taking a stroll. I understand your perspective. How about this? For items priced within 500, you can purchase at your discretion. If funds run low, I can assist. As for items of greater value, we shall negotiate. It is essential that we find mutual appeal. When it comes to spending, be prudent in your choices. At present, old items are not fetching high prices, and opportunities to encounter treasures above 500 are likely rare. After bidding farewell to the elderly Qin, Xu Jianjun realized he had acted somewhat impulsively today. It was not entirely his fault. Fortune had smiled upon him just as he was nodding off, presenting him with a pillow of opportunity. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Such behavior was typical for someone of his age, and exhibiting extraordinary talent could be counterproductive. The materials and labor were to be managed by old Qin, predominantly utilizing readily available resources, with some being casual laborers and others factory employees, all seeking to earn a little extra. Xu Jianjun spent only half a day at the courtyard, ensuring that he communicated all necessary handovers to the venerable Qin Ziyuan, and treated the craftsman to a meal before departing. Observing Qin Ziyuan's composed and knowledgeable demeanor, it was apparent that he possessed considerable capability. Thus, periodic checks on progress would suffice without Xu needing to play the role of overseer. As the semester drew to a close, Xu Jianjun needed to concentrate on his various examinations. His attendance had been lackluster, and he could not afford any further scrutiny regarding his academic performance. The library was undoubtedly the best environment for study at university. Previously, when study groups were preoccupied with securing seats, he often slipped away unnoticed. This time, upon entering the library, he encountered Zhang Miao, who could not resist teasing him. However, with a few casual calls of Sister Miao, he managed to secure a seat without having to scour the entire floor for a place. Today's university students are not akin to those of future generations, who would spend half their time gaming and the other half in romantic pursuits, with studying only a priority as exams approached. Many resorted to cramming with the highlighted exam points from lecturers, while those struggling often sought shortcuts. The resourceful turned to the academically adept for assistance, while others employed various underhanded methods with an array of cheating techniques emerging. Within the library, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the friction of pens against paper. Extracurricular activities were typically limited, rendering it challenging to find companions for even the most trivial of pastimes. Xu Jianjun, eager to form a basketball team, primarily seeks to play with students from the Foreign Studies Department. Among his dormitory companions, only Feng Chuang occasionally joins him for some light activities, while the others devote all their time to their studies, as if trying to reclaim the years they feel they have lost. Alternatively, they actively participate in various campus organizations. The student councils from previous years were composed of remarkable individuals, untainted by the insular and bureaucratic tendencies that often afflict such groups. Those selected for these organizations demonstrate substantial networking abilities, making them highly sought after in future job placements. Subjects like advanced mathematics, linear algebra, statistics, and the sciences have become second nature to him. Once he reassembles the concepts, his efficiency is remarkably high. Political economics, while familiar to Xu Jianjun, still presents some discrepancies in understanding that require time for deeper consolidation. After immersing himself in study for an extended period, Xu Jianjun confidently asserts that his results far surpass those of many top scholars. Listening to Xu Jianjun's half-hearted invitation to treat, Jianmin now rolled her eyes in exasperation, allowing him to depart. With mealtime approaching, she mused that if he were genuinely sincere, he would have rushed to the cafeteria to treat everyone to sumptuous meat buns. "This is your class's handsome guy," one of Zhang Miao's companions whispered. "Handsome? He talks nonsense and doesn't even include me when treating. You know, many in our Chinese department consider themselves literary geniuses, often publishing articles in various newspapers and magazines to earn some fees while basking in their own glory. I know. Haven't you published as well? Who doesn't know that your department produces poets and literary talents? I had a period when I published a few articles. As you are aware, I can't stay patient. As soon as I send a manuscript, I frequently check at the delivery room for any replies. During that time, I saw quite a few letters addressed to Xu the Handsome. Just him? I don't recall seeing him publish many articles. Besides letters, there were packages too, some of which were international mail with customs stamps. Does Xu Jianjun have overseas connections? Don't let his youth fool you. He is quite the seasoned player. Our advisor seems to be at a loss with him, and I haven't heard of any overseas connections either. Nowadays, things are more open, and people don't hide such matters like they used to. If he had such connections, he surely wouldn't keep them a secret. By the way, it seems he and Liang Xianfeng have rented a place off campus, claiming to be printing something. They often rush out after classes, but no one knows the specifics. They are rather secretive about it. Our study group even remarked that these two are not focused on their studies. Chapter 71. As long as one is willing to let go upon venturing outside the school to rent a room. Xu Jianjun stumbled upon Zhao Ting and Xiao Xuanzi in the courtyard, engaged in tenderly handling a small yellow puppy, seemingly still weaning. Curiosity piqued, he inquired. "Whose little dog is this? Where did you find it?" "Brother," replied Xiao Xuanzi, "it must be one of the puppies from those stray dogs we fed before. They brought it to us. This morning, when I saw the puppy, there was a large yellow dog loitering at the street corner. That must be the puppy's mother. With Ting Jia's culinary skills, it appears that merely the aroma has captivated these little creatures. The mother dog must trust us to leave her pup here. Since it has been brought to us, we may as well care for it. After all, we won't be short of food for it." Upon hearing Xu Jianjun's words, Xiao Xuanzi felt relieved. He had feared that Xu Jianjun might find the situation bothersome and refuse to keep the puppy, thus scolding him for acting independently. With newfound assurance, Xiao Xuanzi eagerly set about creating a cozy home for the puppy, simply finding a corner and arranging some old rags to form a small nest. In those days, the concept of pets was not widely recognized. Keeping dogs was primarily for guarding homes, while cats were for catching mice and birds. Although a puppy might not consume much, a little broth could sustain it, and if one were diligent, they could even provide it with mashed buns or similar food. The notion of acquiring milk powder for the puppy would have seemed remarkable, even to Xiao Xuanzi, who adored dogs. After all, during that time, not only dogs but even undernourished infants often struggled to receive adequate supplies of milk powder. Speaking of milk powder, Xu Jianjun's thoughts wandered to his family. His elder brother and sister-in-law had evidently taken his previous words to heart. Just recently, news arrived from his second sister, and his sister-in-law confirmed that she was already nearly 3 months along. The Xu family was expanding, and Xu Jianjun found himself basking in a long-awaited happiness. He relished the delectable dishes that he Yen prepared for his sister-in-law and second sister, able to enjoy the remnants as well, while the family temporarily lost interest in causing him trouble. Since both his sister-in-law and sister were relatives, Xu Jianjun adhered to a principle of equal treatment, preparing double portions of nutritional supplements and milk powder as he could procure them. His second sister had a fondness for canned yellow peaches, and regardless of his sister-in-law's preferences, he ensured to arrange for them to avoid accusations of favoritism. Regarding his sister-in-law, aside from the initial suggestion to separate and her occasional disputes with He Yin, she was otherwise impeccable. Xu Jiangwell, serving as a grassroots police officer since the days of the educated youth returning to the city, had never enjoyed a moment of idleness. While major cases were beyond their purview, they certainly dealt with a myriad of trivial disputes. On several occasions, Xu Jianjun had purchased a plethora of items, urging his mother to prepare a feast to gather the family. However, while his sister-in-law and Xu Xiaoshan arrived, Xu Jiangwo was conspicuously absent. The pairing of police officers and nurses seemed harmonious in theory, yet in reality, numerous conflicts arose. Li Huifan had genuinely excelled in her role, harboring no grievances. Fortunately, with Yan's retirement, she could attend to the child. Otherwise, with Xu Xiaoshan still not in elementary school and a second child on the way, the situation would have been utterly chaotic for the dual-income household. As long as his sister-in-law's family did not add to the turmoil, they could hardly be expected to offer assistance. Yan retired, making way for others. In the current crowded job market, the organization welcomed her with open arms, thus facilitating a smooth transition. Xu Xiaoshan could now unabashedly enjoy her time at her grandparents' home, watching television. The little girl, naturally charming, received abundant affection from her grandparents, while Xu Jianmin often took her out for adventures. Each time Xu Jianjun returned home, gifts for Xu Xiaoshan were a must, even if others went without. Consequently, the little girl never clamored for her mother, and at times, she even hesitated when her sister-in-law came to pick her up. This provided the older brother and sister-in-law with the confidence to pursue their family planning with fervor. For someone who had long been busy, suddenly having an abundance of free time could be quite unsettling. Fortunately, now that Yin was taking care of her granddaughter, she also found time to prepare nourishing chicken soup for her daughter-in-law and daughter, leading to a comfortable and contented life. Otherwise, if Yin were to spend her days sulking at Xu Jianmin, not only would she be distressed, but Xu Jianmin's life would also descend into turmoil. Now, the youngest had effectively established himself as the first underachiever of the Xu family. There were no expectations for his academic success. The goal was merely for him to graduate from middle school and perhaps secure an apprenticeship to learn a trade, ensuring he would not go hungry in the future. Second brother, you were never particularly studious. How have you suddenly become so remarkable? Please share your secrets. I might be inspired to surprise them with a grand achievement before graduation. What is this? You've suddenly developed an interest in studying? I find it a bit hard to believe, considering you seem to have given up. If I could study, only a fool would not strive for advancement. The problem is that I am not well acquainted with books. No matter what I learn, I forget it immediately, unlike Zhang Sirui and others, who grasp concepts instantly. My brain seems to lack that faculty. You have no idea. Once, I fell asleep in class and even started talking in my sleep. The teacher had to call our mother, scolding me for an entire lesson. Haha, I'm well aware of your glorious exploits. They have already become the talk of the Xu family. You thought it was a secret? I promised not to tell our mother. I'll confront her. How embarrassing to have this publicized. Even if Xu Jianmin has thick skin, this is a bit much to bear. Don't go looking for trouble. Be careful, or our mother might take it out on you. Just think about it. While others are in class, you are sleeping soundly and causing quite a scene. Such a rare occurrence among dozens of classmates. Do you really believe you could keep that under wraps? The path of academia may not suit you. Let's consider alternative routes. There are many paths to success, and every trade offers its own opportunities. There's no need to hang all your hopes on one tree. Second brother, can you please stop hitting me? You have no idea. Our mother often finds reasons to discipline me at home, and when you come back from break, you also pick on me. This affects our brotherly bond. I used to be closest to you. Oh, are you suggesting that we are no longer close? Reflect carefully. Can you recall a single instance where I unjustly punished you? I am indifferent. After all, you are a university student, and you are always in the right. In the past, our parents favored me, but now they have completely sided with you. What is it to be a university student? What does earning a meager income amount to? I, too, will achieve that as I mature. Witnessing my younger brother being oppressed, struggling valiantly yet lacking confidence, Xu Jianjun refrained from truly holding it against him. You are no longer a child. Our older siblings were already off to the countryside to experience life and earn their keep at your age. You must take responsibility for your own life. We will offer guidance based on our experiences to help you correct apparent missteps, but the path you choose to take ultimately lies in your hands. However, I have but one expectation of you. I do not concern myself with your success or failure. That is a matter for our parents. Yet you must not stray down the wrong path, especially by associating with unreliable individuals. The last time, it was Xiao Lei who sought me out. Once I learned of their activities, I severed all ties with them. Observing the earnest expression on my second brother's face, Xu Jianjun dared not speak out of turn, hesitantly explaining, the ability to discern right from wrong is the most fundamental skill for navigating this world. I do not refer to any one individual, but rather urge you to learn the principles by which this world operates. If you cannot grasp even this basic understanding, whether you can rise above the masses or merely survive in society becomes a pressing concern. Blessed by fortune, Xu Jianjun believes that even with such a mundane accumulation, he may not become the wealthiest in the world, but he could certainly find a measure of satisfaction within the bounds of China. He has no desire for his family to be inexplicably entangled in sordid affairs. Chapter 72. The Flavor of Youth Cycling Through the Verdant Campus. With a long-haired girl clad in a floral dress perched on the back seat, this is the embodiment of youthful dreams that many men yearn for. If only the girl were a tad more enchanting, envy and admiration would surely abound. At this moment, Xu Jianjun could easily imagine the unspoken curses directed at him by Liao Yun's male classmates. Though the law school boasts a considerable number of female students, Liao Yun stands as a paragon among them, even in the absence of formal beauty rankings, as students remain focused on their studies. This does not hinder the boys from privately discussing which girls possess grace and allure. After all, irrespective of the era, a man's aesthetic sensibilities remain timeless. As Xu Jianjun rides away from school with Liao Yun, he feels a wave of relief wash over him, prompting him to jest, "Ever since I picked you up, my ears have been burning. I suspect someone is cursing me." "Who would have the time to curse you?" Liao Yun replied with a laugh. "It's undoubtedly your male classmates who harbor secret affections for you, and I imagine there are quite a few. If it were only one or two, my charm should be enough to withstand it." "Huh? What charm do you possess? The invincible prowess of a handsome warrior?" "Not at all. My talent lies in having a thick skin. With my resilience, it's surprising that my ears are still burning." "Come on, Liao Yun. Confess, how many admirers do you actually have at your school? Who would admit to being thick-skinned?" "I'm not particularly popular even in my own class, let alone among students from other disciplines. It's not as outrageous as you claim. I tend to be a bit reserved. I don't easily befriend others. Moreover, our department's deputy director is friends with my father, and he is notoriously strict. Uncle He has certainly scared off many suitors for me." She chuckled. "Oh dear. Will my boldness in picking you up so frequently lead Uncle He to report me to your father? What's the matter? Are you afraid? I rarely see you in fear." "Xu Jianjun," Liao Yun teased, her playful spirit emerging. "How could I be afraid? I trust that my charm would endear me to your father, making him regard me as a confidant." "Who as your father-in-law?" "Stop talking nonsense." Liao Yun playfully punched Xu Jianjun's back in mock annoyance. "Does this mean we're in a romantic relationship?" According to what the esteemed educator once said, love without the intention of marriage is merely foolishness. Who would have thought? "Liao Yun, you possess the potential to be a rogue." Liao Yun found herself at a loss for words at Xu Jianjun's whimsical banter. Ignoring the fact that they were still cycling, she playfully struck him a few more times. Their light-hearted conversation was a delightful exchange. And as long as Xu Jianjun was not deliberately accommodating her, Liao Yun felt she was always the one at a disadvantage. Yet, after a few days apart from this fellow, her longing became palpable. Their dormitory leader, Lin Shan, often teased her, saying that as a young woman, she seemed to desire male companionship even more than married women did. In contemporary society, fashionable young couples often find that their relationships begin in the cinema. Liao Yun has always been devoted to the idea of watching films together, and after Xu Jianjun's myriad of commitments, he finally finds time to head straight to the theater. The choice of film matters little. What truly counts is the ambience shared between the two. The black and white films of this era are rather lackluster, with few surviving the passage of time. Xu Jianjun recalls the charming little flower from Grandma Lu's stories, but upon arriving at the cinema, he realizes that it has yet to be released. Instead, he notices a spy thriller called Confidential Bureau that has garnered considerable popularity, evidenced by the long queue for tickets. Adhering to the principle of going with the flow, Xu Jianjun joins the line, as they have ample time to spare. The cinema itself is quite rudimentary. Lacking the modern luxuries of popcorn and soda, those with means might bring their own sunflower seeds or peanuts. At a mere 20 cents for admission, it is certainly a bargain. If permitted, setting up a popcorn stall at the entrance, crafted in a rudimentary style reminiscent of fireworks, would likely prove profitable. In winter, selling candied hawthorns could also become a lucrative venture. To Xu Jianjun, this era is rife with opportunities. Any model from the future could ensure a comfortable livelihood. The film's overall quality is satisfactory, with a narrative that is both tense and exhilarating. The male lead possesses striking features and an aura of righteousness, a quintessential representation of the time. In truth, undercover agents should ideally be those of ordinary appearance, blending into the crowd unnoticed. However, such protagonists would hardly attract an audience. The female lead, however, does not quite meet Xu Jianjun's aesthetic standards. He yearns to see a stylish female spy, which this film unfortunately lacks. Nonetheless, Liao Yun is thoroughly engrossed, deeming the experience worthwhile. As they exit the cinema, She links her arm with Xu Jianjun's and playfully expresses her desire to see another film together. The leader has spoken. How could I not comply? He replies, though he finds the film slightly disappointing due to the female lead's shortcomings. If only my Yun were to star, the reception would surely be more favorable. Oh please, you just flatter me. I think the actress is quite lovely, elegant, and spirited. In my eyes, she pales in comparison to you. The difference is not trivial. By the way, I want to take you somewhere serene, perfect for romance, she adds with a chuckle. Who is going to indulge in romance with you? I certainly won't, she retorts, feigning pride while her heart betrays her. Xu Jianjun, recognizing her playful demeanor, chooses not to spoil the moment by teasing her further, instead leading her towards the Sihuan in Beihai. After enduring much commotion at the hands of old Qin and others, it has finally achieved a semblance of tranquility, embodying the essence of a traditional courtyard. Having been together for a while, aside from a few furtive kisses, they have had little opportunity to explore their relationship further. The crux of the matter lies in Liao Yun's reluctance to venture into secluded woods with him. It seems she has been well instructed by her mother-in-law, maintaining a strict hold on matters of intimacy. In truth, Xu Jianjun had long grown weary of engaging in the trivial game of kissing. Although he was not the type to brazenly invade a young lady's personal space on a first date, he was a normal man who had tasted various temptations in his past life, and his time in this era had been considerable. Despite the prevailing societal reluctance to discuss matters of intimacy, many, especially the youth from the southern regions, were not idly waiting. Numerous pairs cohabited, and some even returned to the city with children old enough to run errands. Xu Jianjun felt compelled to keep pace with others, and he saw no fault in exploring physiological knowledge with his partner. As Liao Yun watched Xu Jianjun unlock the gate to a courtyard and confidently lead her inside, she began to feel a sense of trepidation when he headed straight for the bedroom. Reluctant to enter, she seemed convinced that a monster awaited her within. Xu Jianjun did not press the matter. He was well prepared for this encounter. Cradling Liao Yun's slightly anxious face, he kissed her without hesitation. However, he underestimated her resolve, as she staunchly defended her final barrier against his advances. Naturally, Xu Jianjun's bold probing came at a cost, leaving him with a set of distinct marks on his arm, 2 neat rows of bite impressions from Liao Yun's defiance. Chapter 73. The dark July. The sweltering heat of midsummer perhaps only offers a semblance of coolness to those who have faced the disappointment of failing exams. After their brief yet intimate interaction, both were drenched in sweat. Xu Jianjun fetched some cool water from the well, allowing Liao Yun to wash her face, while he languidly leaned against the side. Are you not going to wash up? She inquired. I don't need to. I simply cannot bear to part with the lingering fragrance on my hands, Xu Jianjun replied, raising his hand to his nose for a whiff, his demeanor rather unsavory. Watching his expression, Liao Yun quickly grasped his insinuation and, blushing, delivered a playful punch to him. Don't say such things. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you from now on. All right. I won't say anything more. You should rest on the lounge chair for a while and avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. I shall step out to fetch you a bottle of soda. By the way, I haven't asked, whose house is this? How did you get the keys? No one is coming by, right? I purchased it some time ago. This will be our love nest in the future. You shall lay your eggs here, Xu Jianjun declared, darting out before Liao Yun could respond, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. To be honest, many of her relatives held positions of authority, and unless one reached a high rank, residing in such a spacious house was utterly implausible. She pondered how this scoundrel managed to acquire such a property. After a cursory exploration, she noted that the house, recently renovated, combined the craftsmanship of old Qin with Xu Jianjun's personal touches, making it far more aesthetically pleasing and practical than a conventional courtyard. At the very least, the issues of using the restroom and bathing were resolved, eliminating the morning queues and catering to women's preference for cleanliness, thus sparing her the hassle of crowded public baths. Liao Yun particularly admired the quaint bathing area, yet soon felt a wave of shyness wash over her, as if she had unwittingly accepted the role of Xu Jianjun's so-called egg-laying hen. Upon his return, she would certainly hold him accountable for his inappropriate metaphor. On this scorching summer day, lying beneath the grape arbor in their garden with her beloved, fanning themselves and sipping chilled soda, accompanied by slices of watermelon, she envisioned a scene made complete with the presence of a little one learning to walk. Just the thought of such idyllic days filled her with a profound sense of longing. Xu Jianjun, seemingly lacking ambition, felt that this dream was not so unattainable after all. Don't push me. If you do, I might just fall off. This lounge chair is too narrow. It's rather unsuitable for us to lie side by side. How about I reluctantly serve as a cushion, and you can lie on me? Absolutely not. You're always thinking of ways to bully me. Hey, little girl, at this moment. You have no choice. You are now my prey. Come, first give me a smile. Before he could finish, he was met with a playful assault from the young lady beside him, causing him to plead for mercy. In their playful tussle, they unknowingly embraced once more, reliving the sweetness of their earlier exchange. July is a somber month for most students preparing for the college entrance examination, as the admission rates in this era are exceptionally low. Each examination season sees a multitude of disappointed candidates. However, Zhang Liang is not among them. Her foundational knowledge surpasses that of her elder sister, Zhang Yi, and coupled with over a year of diligent study, she emerged from the examination hall brimming with confidence, certain that she would secure a place in her dream institution. Upon returning home and exchanging greetings with her parents, Zhang Liang could hardly contain her excitement and rushed to Xu Jianjun's residence. Ah, Liang Yang, you finished your exams. How did it go? The television hasn't even started broadcasting yet, he remarked. Xu Jianjun, whose own daughter is already married, had watched Zhang Liang grow up, often welcoming her into his home. Despite her reserved nature, her charming demeanor and polite behavior endeared her to him. Several times, he had expressed a desire to adopt her as a goddaughter, only to be chided by old Zhang for being ungrateful, as he already had children of his own and should not covet theirs. Though one of the elderly gentlemen is an intellectual and the other a member of the working class, their camaraderie has remained strong, fostering a harmonious relationship that has allowed their children to bond as well. Yet, they are more accurately described as mischievous friends, often starting conversations amicably but ending with playful banter. It went quite well. I should be able to get in, Zhang Liang replied, glancing into the inner room, only to feel a pang of disappointment at not seeing Xu Jianjun. She had intended to share her joyous news with him first. In her childhood, Zhang Liang often felt a pang of jealousy when she noticed her mother being more affectionate towards Xu Jianjun than towards her own children, leading her to believe that her mother favored boys over girls. As she grew older, she observed how Xu Jianjun's attention was predominantly on her sister, while he treated her and her younger sibling with a teasing fondness, ruffling their hair and playfully disregarding their feelings. Consequently, every encounter with Xu Jianjun turned into a spirited quarrel for Zhang Liang, as if such conflicts were necessary for her to affirm her own existence. When the seemingly unreliable older brother eventually gained admission to the university he so ardently desired, Zhang Liang found herself struggling to reconcile her perception of him. Yet, what lingered most vividly in her memory was the helplessness she felt when Xiao Lei, that insufferable character, approached her. With her father working daily, he could not be her constant protector. The absence of any other male figure in the household during such a critical time left her feeling vulnerable. In those days, she carried scissors in her school bag, trembling with fear, until Xu Jianjun discreetly cleared the path for her. Her emotions were complex. Hence her later visits to Xu Jianjun's home to express her gratitude, which led to her joining the neighbors to watch television. Despite her indifference towards most of the programs, even when she found something enjoyable, it never reached the level of necessity. A careful observation of Zhang Liang's television watching patterns would reveal that her visits predominantly aligned with weekends when Xu Jianjun returned home. In stark contrast to Zhang Liang's unwavering confidence, Lu Feng and Wang Hui from the Huji Youth Station were less buoyant. Since Xu Jianjun and Li Xiao successfully gained admission to university last year, it would be disingenuous to claim that the remaining candidates felt no envy, especially since their peers made the process of college admission seem deceptively simple. Wang Yongjun finds himself ineligible due to his age, thus having missed his opportunity, while Xu Jianjun is acutely aware of her own limitations and refrains from futile endeavors. Conversely, Lu Feng and Wang Hui remain undeterred by superstition. After all, last year they achieved a remarkable feat, with every participant successfully passing the examination. Lu Feng harbors lingering resentment over being excluded from Xu Jianjun's tutoring sessions, often speaking ill of him, yet he dares not voice his grievances openly within the commune. Although Lu has spent more time there than Xu, he lacks the latter's social charm. Encountering one of Xu's acquaintances could lead to an unpleasant confrontation. After completing their exams, Lu Feng and Wang Hui had an inkling of their performance. At the examination venue, many questions seemed familiar to them, yet they remained unknown to the examiners, relying solely on sheer guesswork. Furthermore, this year's examination has been conducted with greater rigor, the difficulty level significantly surpassing that of the previous two sessions, and the breadth of knowledge required has expanded considerably, rendering the prospect of advancing through mere luck nearly impossible. Chapter 74. Stepping out to broaden horizons, the holiday printing business remains stable, requiring little concern from Xu Jianjun. With Liang Xianfeng and Zhao Ting overseeing operations, he finds himself comfortably detached from the intricacies of management. However, when it comes to the realm of comics, the notion of idleness is a mere fantasy. With 2 comic series concurrently in progress, both enjoying remarkable sales, especially Dragon Ball, which has nearly become a cultural phenomenon, he recognizes that neglecting proper management would be a grave misstep, given the steadily increasing revenue. For the first series, Bandai's Gundam, the adaptation costs alone reached 15 million yen, translating to approximately $70,000 to $80,000. Although a significant expenditure, most of it remains in Mitsui's bank account. As for royalties and revenue from merchandise sales, while not as explosive as during the anime's initial airing, there is still a consistent monthly income. From Gundam alone, he has accrued over $200,000, rendering the arduous efforts in printing for a meager few thousand seem trivial by comparison. Not to mention, he can expect a continuous influx of revenue without further exertion. Dragon Ball, having started a bit later, benefits from the fact that Takuma specializes in cultural publications, providing a far superior distribution network compared to Bandai's half-hearted efforts. The royalties from comic magazine publications alone have already surpassed $100,000. Moreover, he has arranged to visit Japan this summer to finalize matters regarding anime adaptations and merchandise development. Takuma is even going to considerable lengths to organize a signing event for him, proving to be a far more reliable collaborator. Upon reflection, Xu Jianjun has accumulated a modest fortune, allowing him to passably qualify as a member of the middle class. Were he in his home country, he would undoubtedly be considered a wealthy magnate, especially given that the current wage for frontline workers hovers around $30 a month. Despite the robust exchange rate of the yuan to the dollar, the reality is that the nation's foreign exchange reserves are dwindling. Many large enterprises face year-long waits to procure foreign machinery. In embarking on this trip to Japan, the negotiations for the signing event are secondary. His primary objective is to explore the possibility of hiring a remote financial operator, as one who possesses a godlike perspective as a reincarnated individual. Allowing funds to languish in a bank, merely accruing interest, would be an immense source of shame for him, while others encounter various obstacles in securing visas, with embassy officials interrogating them as if they were criminals, fearing they might not return and instead resort to illegal work. Such occurrences are likely to be commonplace in the foreseeable future. However, armed with a business invitation from Takuma and the continuous support of their staff, Xu Jianjun finds the visa application process to be relatively effortless. With his brother Xu Jiangwo working within the public security system, albeit at a grassroots level, he manages to leverage some connections for minor assistance. Despite the conveniences afforded to him, Xu Jianjun still finds himself running around to obtain various approvals. In these times, traveling abroad is far from a routine affair, typically reserved for official assignments. For private endeavors like his, many officials are inexperienced, akin to novices on their first outing, and are uncertain about the specific procedures, resulting in a frustrating game of passing the buck that leaves Xu Jianjun repeatedly seeking endorsements. The school has fled, the streets at home have fled, and even due to Dijian's acquaintance with the Ministry of Culture, he managed to obtain a certificate through connections. When the staff members laid out various certificates before him, it was clear that a mere perfunctory response would not suffice. Thus, they sought approval from their superiors, and Xu Jianjun was sent away, with the assurance that the matter would be handled the next day. It seemed the leaders needed to deliberate and conduct research before making a decision. Once academic exchanges are promoted next year and opportunities for international students arise, such complexities will dissipate, and Xu Jianjun's efforts can be seen as forging a path for future generations. Traveling abroad will inevitably delay the regular submission of comic manuscripts, necessitating an acceleration of progress before his departure. Therefore, Xu Jianjun dedicated himself to comic work, particularly since Lan Dehui and Wu Tao had already gone on holiday, granting them ample time to contribute. During this period, the output was remarkably high. Even for the weekly submissions, it would suffice for the next 3 months' quota for Dijian. Xu Jianjun initially intended to seize the opportunity for deeper discussions with Liao Yun, but was delayed by his busy schedule. Learning of his impending trip abroad, many friends and relatives took the chance to ask him to carry items for them. In these times, traveling abroad is a rare occurrence. Many have not ventured beyond their own county, let alone to distant lands. Even those living under the imperial city's shadow often remain confined to familiar circles throughout their lives. In truth, Xu Jianjun did not need to rely on his own trip abroad to assist others with their requests, as the current means of communication are woefully inadequate. Comic manuscripts accumulate until a sufficient quantity warrants manual transport back and forth. The representatives from Shinkai Hanzhou and Bandai serve merely as conduits for these items. Of course, personnel from these companies whose visas have expired can bring items back with them, and Xu Jianjun could easily ask them to carry a few things. At home in Xu Family Alley, Xu Jianjun found himself surrounded by his older and younger daughters, who bombarded him with questions. Xu Jiaxing reflected quietly, noticing how much the children had grown, particularly the second son. Since entering university, it seemed he had unlocked a new level of potential. His development left the family in awe, and Xu Jiaxing sometimes wished to assert his authority as a father, but the fact remained that this young man had traveled abroad. And importantly, he was earning substantial money. Just in the past 6 months, Xu Jianjun's earnings surpassed the cumulative income of his parents over many years. This left Xu Jiaxing, the pillar of the Xu family, feeling somewhat inadequate. Asserting his authority as a father seemed increasingly futile. All right, you all need to tone it down. It's just a trip to Japan, not to the other side of the world in America. Besides, he is going for work. How can he carry so many items? Xu Jiaxing could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of his 2 daughters. Dad, you have no idea. The electronic products over there are incredibly advanced and reportedly affordable. It would be a shame for Jianjun to miss this opportunity. Xu Shuxiang interjected. Though she was a few months pregnant and not yet showing, her mobility remained unaffected. Nevertheless, Yang Shoudong accompanied her, concerned about her wandering alone, especially upon hearing she planned to visit her family. Second sister, don't worry, I will certainly remember the gifts, she reassured. Sony's Walkman is expected to be released this year, and it will likely bring immense joy to everyone, particularly captivating the hearts of young men and women. When reminiscing about electronic gadgets that have accompanied a generation, Xu Jianjun recalls his childhood in a past life, where he indulged in handheld gaming consoles, the Famicom, and arcade games. He even exchanged his meticulously saved living expenses for game tokens, often facing the consequences of his mother's reprimands. In this life, if circumstances permit, he aspires to use his efforts to allow those aimless youths to experience the allure of the two-dimensional world ahead of time, immersing them in its enchantment amidst their despondent existence. Chapter 75. It must be said that Arakaki Motohiro, the sycophant, executed his duties impeccably. The air tickets and all necessary communications were arranged effortlessly, relieving Xu Jianjun of any concerns. He merely needed to carry his singular leather suitcase and present his identification. The entirety of this journey's expenses was covered by Dejected, which, in truth, would not incur significant costs. Xu Jianjun had initially assumed that, given the nation's recent opening, international flights would be sparsely populated. However, to his surprise, there were quite a number of passengers on their flight. While waiting, he casually observed that there were indeed dozens of individuals, evidently traveling as a group, complete with a leader orchestrating their activities. In contrast, Xu Jianjun and his companion appeared somewhat out of place. Those capable of traveling abroad at this time were either diplomatic personnel or members of an investigative team. He surmised that this gathering belonged to the latter category. He had no intention of initiating conversation and instead settled down with Arakaki. The group, noticing Arakaki's subservient demeanor, assumed they were VIP guests. Had Xu Jianjun been privy to their thoughts, he would have surely expressed his indignation. After all, he presented a figure of righteousness and stature, far removed from the stereotype they envisioned. He had long heard that early domestic flights offered malted liquor, and he decided to test this notion. To his delight, the flight attendant indeed brought him a bottle. As he conversed effortlessly in Chinese, laced with a hint of Beijing dialect, a middle-aged gentleman seated nearby could not help but inquire, "Comrade, are you from the capital?" "Yes, I hail from the East City." "At first, I thought you were all from Japan and hesitated to engage in conversation, as my Japanese is rather unreliable. I can barely comprehend some basic phrases. May I ask what brings you to that side? I mean no offense. We have coordinated with the embassy, and should you find it inconvenient, we could accompany you. No need for that trouble. I am heading there to discuss matters with a Japanese company. They have already arranged for my pickup. And what about you all? What is the purpose of your group?" "We are from the Import and Export Regulatory Commission, conducting an assessment of new equipment for various enterprises. I am Li Dio." "May I know your name, young man?" "Xu Jianjun. A pleasure to meet you. This Import and Export Regulatory Commission, if all goes as expected, will likely evolve into the future Ministry of Commerce overseeing foreign exchange and commanding the attention of numerous state-owned enterprises. Lidio appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and given his authoritative tone with those around him, he seemed to occupy a leadership position, truly a significant figure. However, Xu Jianjun was also on a remarkable trajectory, prepared to methodically accumulate capital without the need to hitch a ride on the convenience afforded by others. Thus, the two engaged in polite small talk, skillfully avoiding any discussion regarding the specific purpose of their journey. The flight to Tokyo was not far, taking nearly 3 hours. DG&S pickup personnel were already in place, guiding them into the awaiting luxury vehicle, which whisked them away. A young subordinate accompanying Lidio could not suppress his envy, remarking, "Leader, we are all crammed into a bus while they enjoy private transportation. Who exactly is that young man? We must have the embassy conduct a thorough investigation." Xiao. One must not hastily judge due to a mere bias. It has been a year since the commencement of reform and opening up, and everything is progressing in a positive direction. However, we will inevitably encounter various challenges and the impact of new phenomena. Instead of condescendingly criticizing what you do not understand, invest effort in comprehending it. I conversed with that young man for quite some time. His eloquence was remarkable, and his insights far surpassed those of the average citizen. Moreover, he is a distinguished student from Peking University, a talent desperately needed by our nation. It is unwise to offend him without cause. Is he really a Peking University student? Zhou Weixin, sensing the dissonance with his superior's words, quickly shifted the topic. Indeed, though he did not elaborate on his purpose for being here, perhaps he has his reservations. Our future interactions will primarily involve domestic and international enterprises, which entail numerous details requiring attention. Your current assignment is not about performing significant tasks, but rather about observing and listening more than speaking, Lidio remarked, uncertain if the young man was absorbing this advice. In truth, mastering this simple principle could greatly minimize future missteps, yet experience shows that many only come to understand it after facing setbacks. It is often said that teaching someone 100 times may not yield results, but practical experience often suffices with just one lesson. On Xu Jianjun's side, the editor-in-chief of the Dijian Journal personally welcomed him at the airport, a gesture of considerable formality. Upon receiving the manga manuscript from Arakawa Motohiro, Furukawa Kenichi displayed evident delight in front of the outsider Xu Jianjun. "Welcome to our country, Su-san. I have arranged accommodations for you at the hotel. After you settle in, I will host a welcome dinner on behalf of the company. As for the itinerary for the next few days, we can finalize it after discussing it together. Does that sound acceptable? Please proceed with your arrangements, Furukawa-kun. I shall fully cooperate since I am here," Xu Jianjun replied. The culinary offerings of Japan fall short compared to those bequeathed by our ancestors. In truth, Xu Jianjun has little interest in sushi or sashimi, with the exception of the intriguing Nyotamori, though he wonders if Furukawa would make such arrangements. Xu Jianjun's hotel is the Tokyo Okura, one of the renowned 3 rooms of Little Japan. The hotel's design is distinctive, eschewing the bulky, utilitarian architecture typical of later budget hotels. Inside, it resembles a museum, featuring an elegant lobby, kimono-clad elevator attendants, and pristine, orderly rooms, all indicative of the hotel's substantial value. As a rising star in foreign trade with Japan and South Korea, Xu Jianjun had heard of this hotel's illustrious reputation, frequented by dignitaries and business magnates from around the globe. Among its most famous guests are Princess Diana, Barack Obama, and Steve Jobs, who famously took a bite of an apple. Had he possessed a smartphone, Xu Jianjun would have undoubtedly snapped a couple of selfies to showcase on social media. Alas, he can only indulge in such fantasies. Undeniably, present-day Tokyo, with its towering skyscrapers, incessant flow of vehicles, and fashionable, vibrant women, epitomizes the prosperity of the world's second-largest economy. Regrettably, Xu Jianjun, having witnessed the relentless pursuit of infrastructural prowess for decades in future first-tier cities, finds these matters rather trivial. After engaging in discussions with Takuma regarding subsequent creative plans, he aims to stabilize the old fellow Furukawa's spirit. The true highlight of this endeavor lies in the tripartite negotiations with Toei. Xu Jianjun must first establish a united front with Takuma before addressing the issue of anime production rights with Toei, as the anime industry is now on the cusp of an explosive growth phase. As a formidable entertainment company, Toei has begun to place significant emphasis on anime, in addition to its film and television divisions. The representative participating in the negotiations from Toei Animation holds a position of considerable influence, as indicated by the introduction Dragon Ball has essentially become a national treasure in Japan, its manga sales enduringly robust, while its anime has transcended borders to reach numerous countries worldwide. Xu Jianjun has refined the deficiencies of the previous iteration, enhancing aspects that were previously lacking. Thus, regardless of who approaches him, he remains poised and ready, firmly anchored in his advantageous position. Chapter 76. Stalemate. Xu Jianjun possessed ample confidence. However, the representative from Toei was reluctant to fully meet his expectations, as the demands Xu put forth exceeded the anticipations he had prior to this meeting. Mr. Xu, if I may be candid, your conditions seem rather stringent. The adaptation fee has always been based on the entirety of a work, and your proposal to acquire only the rights to the completed manuscript is unprecedented. Moreover, your offer is already rather substantial, comparable to that of top-tier authors, Morita remarked, raising his hands in helplessness. This young man was well-versed in Chinese culture, which explained his assignment to this negotiation. Yet, facing someone as resolute as Xu Jianjun, any attempts at subterfuge would yield little benefit. Rather, a straightforward approach grounded in sincerity would more readily earn his approval. Mr. Morita, considering that Dragon Ball is an extensive manga series, its serialization could extend for several years, if not longer, and it has already begun to demonstrate its market potential. Mr. Furukawa is the most qualified to speak on this matter. To be honest, I do not have an urgent need for collaboration. It would be more in line with my expectations to discuss this once the work has matured further. Therefore, if you are unable to meet my conditions, there is no need for excessive debate. As an ancient saying goes in our culture, if a deal cannot be made, let us part amicably. There will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. In truth, the serialization spanned far beyond just a few years, according to the original timeline. It commenced in 1984 and concluded in 1995, running for over a decade, and it was only at the author's insistence that it was brought to a close. At the time, Shueisha was adamantly opposed to its termination, as continued publication promised substantial profits. Morita, having navigated the professional realm for many years, found himself facing an unprecedented negotiating counterpart. He had assumed that the party hailing from the supposedly impoverished land of China would eagerly accept a fair compensation and sign promptly. He did not anticipate such difficulties. Had he conducted thorough research into how Bandai had previously been maneuvered by Xu Jianjun, his mindset might have been markedly different. Mr. Xu, negotiations are inherently reciprocal. While I currently lack the authority to immediately agree to your terms, I can certainly report back to the company. There is no need to abruptly close off avenues for discussion. I share a long-standing friendship with Mr. Furukawa, so let us focus on enjoying a delightful meal today. Shall we? Xu Jianjun smiled non-committally, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics, with discussions of culinary delights effectively banishing the weight of negotiations from their minds. When it came to the most celebrated actresses of the time, from Hong Kong and Taiwan, one could not overlook Teresa Ting and Bridget Lin. On the Japanese front, the likes of Yamaguchi Momo and Matsuzaka Keiko took precedence. Naturally, the men's conversations revolved around the allure of these starlets. Yamaguchi Momo's purity, coupled with her impressive body of work, made her a highly sought-after figure in Japan. However, Xu Jianjun was aware that, predictably, she had likely begun a romance in secret, planning to retire the following year. As he observed several older gentlemen animatedly discussing celebrities, occasionally teasing one another with suggestive remarks, Morita had initially presumed that Xu Jianjun, a product of a conservative nation, would find the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. However, he soon realized his grave mistake. The others were far more adept at sharing risque anecdotes than he was. With the current state of affairs, the physical education teachers had yet to make their debut. Otherwise, Xu Jianjun felt he could engage in conversation for an entire day without repetition. Who doesn't he have a few digital muses? The negotiations with Toei had been temporarily shelved, and the signing event with DA was still in the planning stages, allowing Xu Jianjun a brief respite, during which he began to pursue private ventures. He had no interest in the financial market of the present day, as this year's futures market in the United States was rife with opportunities. To miss out on such a windfall would be a disservice to Uncle Sam. The fervor surrounding gold futures had waned, and entering the market now would be tantamount to courting disaster. The silver futures market, however, was approaching a critical juncture. Although the cost of establishing a position would be somewhat higher than that of the market makers, the potential for swift returns was enticing. To be frank, given Xu Jianjun's modest capital, without the introduction from Kenichi Furukawa, even Citibank might hesitate to entertain him. His total principal was barely $500,000 US. Yet, Should the negotiations with Toei proceed smoothly, he could expect a substantial influx of funds before his return. After a courteous reception, Xu Jianjun was handed off to a subordinate of the so-called financial manager, a quintessential employee of the current era. Regardless of Xu Jianjun's origins or the scale of his capital, this junior staff member exhibited impeccable service. After a brief introduction, the incessant bowing of Sugawara Kiyoshi became quite bothersome, had it been Xu. His back would have surely protested by day's end. How is the New York futures market? Could you provide me with an overview of precious metals? I wish to explore this avenue. Certainly, Mr. Xu. The most prominent precious metal futures have been gold and silver, which have seen several-fold increases since the previous year. Gold has reached considerable heights, and silver is not far behind. Within just 2 years, prices have more than doubled. Thus, I would advise against entering the market at this juncture. I shall consider your advice. Can your bank facilitate leverage borrowing? What is the maximum leverage available? Indeed. We typically offer 30 of the principal, but if Mr. Xu requires, we could make some allowances. Operations at 3 to 5 times leverage should be feasible for approval from our department head. Are you intending to utilize leverage to raise funds? I have heard of some institutions providing up to 10 times leverage. Why is Citibank's limit so modest? Please understand, Mr. Xu. As a new account holder with limited margin, for the sake of client security, we do not recommend such high leverage. Should you opt for 10 times, even slight market fluctuations could result in liquidation of your position. Oh, then please proceed to purchase silver futures for me using 5 times leverage, retaining the necessary margin, and investing the remainder. Additionally, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be adding more funds in a few days. At that time, you may act according to my directives. Understood. Mr. Xu. Although Sugawara Kiyoshi was taken aback, he quickly acquiesced. He considered himself only moderately knowledgeable and dared not offer unsolicited advice. So he resolved to follow the client's lead, confident that his commission would remain intact regardless of the outcome. Even if the client's account were to be entirely depleted, after establishing the position, I will contact you by phone. Please refrain from engaging in any additional operations without my notification. Naturally, Mr. Xu, rest assured that we at Citibank place great importance on client security, without your consent. No one can manipulate the account for trading. Based on Xianking's understanding of the market, silver futures have already been driven to a considerable height, and the next phase is likely to face a correction. This particular client may not last much longer. For the lower-tier staff, clients are hard to come by. Although this client was assigned by the manager, it is still a reward earned through their persistent service to their superiors. If a client were to abruptly falter shortly after opening an account, it would not bode well for them. Xu Jianjun disregarded the condescending gaze of the staff, aware that the current price of silver stands at around $6 per ounce. He knows that within a few months, this price has skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching over $40. Even without leverage, that represents several times the profit. Of course, the majority of the gains belong to the market makers. But that does not deter Xu Jianjun from seizing the opportunity to profit. After obtaining the account and relevant trading documents, Xu Jianjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whether financial freedom can be realized ahead of schedule hinges on this gamble. He hopes that when he returns next time, this group of simpletons will not hold him in such high regard. Chapter 77. The signing event organized by Dejected had actually begun its promotional activities a month prior. There was no need for extensive advertising. Merely a notification within the comic book sales and a comprehensive introduction of the author, Su Fu. Typically, such an event would attract around 100 attendees to bolster the atmosphere, with a few media representatives capturing the moment for coverage, thereby promoting the work effortlessly. However, when the day finally arrived, the situation took an unexpected turn. After an extensive serialization period, the comic had gradually gained acceptance across various age groups. No longer confined solely to children. The sales figures and subscription demographics of Dragon Ball revealed that a substantial portion of its audience consisted of young adults over the age of 20. Following World War II, with the support of America, a segment of industry was relocated to Japan, facilitating its economic rise. While external guidance played a role, true development hinged on self-sufficiency. It is undeniable that Japan has emerged as a formidable competitor in electronics, home appliances, and automobiles, particularly during the tumultuous 1970s, when America faced both internal and external challenges. These industries were surpassed by Japan. The oil crisis, the collapse of the Bretton Woods system, and the cessation of the dollar's convertibility to gold led to a decline in international trust and credibility. the Cold War offered little advantage, which explains their deliberate outreach to China. It is often said that as people become wealthier, their pursuit of spiritual fulfillment diversifies. This has driven the long-term development of Japan's entertainment industry, spanning manga, films, and music from the 1960s and 1970s to the present, fostering a solid fan base. Dejected had prepared 300 special edition volumes, which was already double the anticipated quantity. Yet upon arriving at the venue and witnessing what appeared to be a serpentine line of eager fans, Arakaki Honjo was momentarily taken aback. He even questioned whether Ginza had the capacity to accommodate other events that day. However, Miyakawa Aikir, with his experience, promptly arranged for remedial measures. First, additional personnel were dispatched to maintain order at the scene, as the current staff was clearly insufficient. Furthermore, Arakaki Honjo was urged to quickly place a call for supplementary signed publications. It became evident that today's signing event would not only enhance the popularity of Dragon Ball, but also potentially recoup the costs associated with the occasion through the sheer volume of on-site sales. Under the direction of the event host, Xu Jianjun began by sharing his creative background and the sources of inspiration for his manga. In truth, these were mere embellishments. There were no real sources. He possessed a complete narrative arc within his mind. Having watched the animated adaptation several times, he might not remember every note of the music, yet he could hum a general tune. Should Toa's music composition not proceed smoothly in the future, he could always dabble in the realm of musical creation. Indeed, the Gundam series features numerous iconic soundtracks. After securing a deal with Bandai, he had not given it much thought and had subsequently become engrossed in university life, thus forgetting about it. Nevertheless, their scores were adequate, and he could consider incorporating his recollections of those classic pieces into the second installment. What is most crucial in marketing? Undoubtedly, it is the art of storytelling, a task that poses no challenge for the seasoned Xu Jianjun. Through the sharing of the creative process and the seamless integration of personal experiences into the comic narrative, the atmosphere at the event, carefully crafted by Xu Jianjun, was remarkably vibrant. Fans discreetly exchanged thoughts, affirming that their visit was indeed worthwhile. Through a lively QA session, Xu Jianjun discovered that not only Dragon Ball enthusiasts had come, but also readers fond of Gundam. After all, when Dejected initially sought to boost sales, they heavily promoted this aspect. Gundam's achievements are undeniable, and the author's esteemed works are thus more readily embraced. While boys predominantly favor Dragon Ball, Gundam appeals to both genders. The themes of mecha and space resonate with male dreams, yet the diverse personalities of characters, particularly the beloved Kira Yamato and Athrun-Zala, have captured the hearts of many female fans. Moreover, it was evident that the majority of Gundam aficionados present were women. For the presentation segment, Xu Jianjun had meticulously prepared his command of Japanese sufficient for reciting his script. However, the interactive portion was rife with unexpected moments. One female fan, overwhelmed with excitement, spoke so rapidly that Xu Jianjun struggled to grasp her intent. Nevertheless, this posed no issue. Those who attended were primarily drawn by the author's talent. Upon witnessing his prowess, they found not only a gifted creator, but a youthful and handsome one, further validating their choice to attend. As the signing session commenced, Xu Jianjun found himself the subject of much affectionate attention from female fans, with handshakes and hugs predominating. In an era where smartphones were not yet common, even digital cameras were a rarity, thus eliminating the necessity for photo opportunities. However, the sheer volume of signatures left his hand weary, and when he encountered young children requesting simple messages, he experienced a delightful strain, a sensation he had never previously encountered in his career. Observing the bustling Xu Jianjun, his companion, Kawai Kin, blossomed with joy. The more successful the signing event, the more promising the subsequent magazine sales would be. He envisioned that negotiations with Toei would soon yield further advancements. As their collaboration deepened, Dejected's influence in the industry would only ascend, and these achievements, driven by their own efforts, would significantly enhance their professional credentials, an invaluable asset for future endeavors, whether within the group or elsewhere. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly casual decision would lead to such a treasure? Given the momentum of Saint Seiya, future successes appeared equally promising, though there was a tinge of regret about previously signing with another entity. Should further opportunities arise, Dejected would undoubtedly act swiftly to prevent others from gaining an advantage. As Xu Jianjun began to lose interest in signing, a young girl of about 10, dressed as a princess and accompanied by what seemed to be her affluent parents, approached him. Just as he prepared to respond nonchalantly, he caught sight of her face and was momentarily taken aback. While he might have been indifferent to the Japanese manga scene, he was, in a past life, an ardent admirer of imported anime. And it would be remiss for him not to recognize the iconic Sailor Moon character, Usagi Tsukino. What is the name of the little girl? Has she started middle school yet? She is so adorable. It would certainly be inappropriate to stare at her, Xu Jianjun realized and quickly greeted her. My name is Naoko Yukainai, and I will soon be entering middle school. However, I am not particularly eager to attend school, she replied. I really admire your Gundam. Lakis is so beautiful. She later becomes so brave. And those space weapons, how did you conceive of them? They are so cool. Indeed. She embodies the quintessential rich and beautiful girl, a figure of numerous legends within the comic world. During her school days, she would arrive in a Porsche to deliver her manuscripts, leaving the author of Slam Dunk utterly mesmerized, incorporating subtle nods of admiration into his work, only to later disregard him and turn her affections toward another talented individual. Creation requires boundless imagination paired with a robust reservoir of knowledge. Take Gundam, for instance. Although it portrays a fantastical future in space, violating the laws of physics would lead to bizarre inconsistencies. Likewise, genetic technology necessitates a foundation in biological sciences to substantiate its claims. In the future, as our scientific advancements reach a certain threshold, the realization of these concepts may become feasible. The distance between ideals and their realization is vast, and if one wishes to bridge this gap, continuous self-improvement is essential. Acquiring knowledge remains the swiftest pathway to achieving this aim. Naoko, did you hear that? Any ideal devoid of sufficient knowledge is futile. Your earlier notion of abandoning school to chase dreams is clearly misguided. Good sir, I'm Naoko's father. Thank you for your enlightening words. Mr. Sufu, my child, and I will wholeheartedly support your future works. At that moment, had Xu Jianjun commented on the potential achievements awaiting her, it would have rendered him a peculiar old man. Thus, he simply signed his name and pinned a few encouraging remarks, concluding the conversation. Chapter 78. Breakthrough at the Dragon Ball signing event. An overwhelming majority of fans brought along their own versions of the Gundam revisions for autographs, a testament to the immense popularity of this anime. According to Katsuo Fujita's account, the series has been requested for rebroadcast several times, consistently achieving impressive viewership ratings. Moreover, it seems that Xu Jianjun has inadvertently unlocked a Pandora's box. Since the premiere of Gundam, an abundance of comics related to mobile soldiers has emerged prolifically. A casual stroll through the market revealed at least 3 ongoing series related to this theme, all performing admirably. Considering the publishers, it is likely that Bandai's involvement is significant, a fact that Xu Jianjun had not been privy to domestically. Therefore, when Fujita approached him, Xu Jianjun did not extend a warm reception. As a partner, although he could not halt the tide of plagiarism, nor could he effectively safeguard his rights, there existed a fundamental obligation to keep him informed. To be candid, Xu Jianjun found himself utterly disinterested in these imitation and fan-made comics. He believed that with the same effort, he could effortlessly carve out a new niche and set a fresh trend. However, expanding his team at this juncture seemed ill-advised. The risk of attracting the attention of an overly zealous whistleblower who might accuse him of employing others for labor was not worth the potential losses. Su sang, I've heard that the comic signing event was a resounding success. Congratulations. Saint Seiya could also hold a signing event on its own, as sales have significantly increased. And our publication is currently ranked in the top 3. Oh, I've heard that the top-ranking one is related to the Gundam Squad. Is that collaboration with your company? Xu Jianjun remarked with a teasing smile. How could we possibly collaborate with such individuals? In truth, had Su Sang released a sequel earlier, these imitators would have no ground to stand on. Your work has been so exceptionally successful that even poorly executed imitations still attract readers, Fujita flattered. I already have a draft ready for the sequel. After all, Saint Seiya is already filling that gap. Why the urgency? Su sang. The crux is in observing those foolish imitators. I can hardly tolerate it. Since you have a plan, we can simply coordinate with you. By the way, how are your discussions with Toei regarding the Dragon Ball animation adaptation progressing? Saint Seiya has already released several volumes. It could be worth discussing together. As we have a partnership with Toei as well, the animation adaptation of Saint Seiya is certainly open for negotiation, but sincerity is key. So has Toei approached you? As long as market appeal is evident, Xu Jianjun was more than willing to engage in negotiations. After all, compared to these peripheral matters, futures presented the quickest path to profit. The more capital one had at this stage, the greater the potential exponential growth in the future. However, proactively broaching the subject could seem somewhat demeaning. And the previous negotiations regarding Dragon Ball had not met his expectations, making the inclusion of Saint Seiya inconsequential. It now appeared that Toei was nearing the end of their patience, granting Xu Jianjun the upper hand. Is that true? Rest assured, Xu sang. We shall exert our utmost efforts to secure the benefits you rightfully deserve. Upon hearing Xu Jianjun's signs of concession, Fujita was overjoyed. Bandai's most lucrative venture lies in the sales of peripheral products. Only those animated series that are immensely popular on television can achieve impressive sales figures. While Toei may need to negotiate terms with Xu Jianjun, Bandai holds little sway over Toei. His talk of striving for maximum profit is merely a platitude. Since this reception was entirely undertaken by Takuma, Fujita sought to ingratiate himself through flattery and bribery. Initially planning to invite Xu Jianjun for a lavish evening of dining and entertainment. However, despite multiple invitations, Xu Jianjun remained unyielding. It would be absurd. He had yet to attend to the primary matters at hand. Although comrade Xu harbored aspirations of enjoying a leisurely life akin to that of Tokyo's educators, he truly had no inclination to indulge in such pursuits at present. Consequently, Fujita subtly inquired about what gifts would be appropriate to bring back, offering to provide guidance. Xu Jianjun, pressed for time to shop, candidly relayed the purchasing requests of his family and friends, slyly including a few personal desires. Observing Fujita's jubilant departure, Xu Jianjun found himself somewhat bemused. This arrangement benefited both the giver and the receiver, and truth be told, Bandai had indeed achieved notable success in the development of manga and gaming peripheral products. Although their collaboration lacked the fluidity of Takuma, there was no need to sever ties, as it is prudent in business not to place all one's eggs in a single basket. While it stung a bit to be regarded as a trifling character by Citibank, their efficiency was commendable. During their second meeting, Sugawara had prepared the necessary documents, and after Xu Jianjun affixed his signature, the remaining matters were straightforward. The sum involved was not for elaborate multifaceted investments. It was a straightforward plunge into silver futures. Having completed his tasks, Xu Jianjun felt elated. He noticed Sugawara, who seemed hesitant to speak, and jestingly encouraged him. Sugawara, feel free to express your thoughts. I am now, in a sense, your client. While subsequent transactions may be infrequent, I will reach out to you for market updates, so I may inevitably trouble you. Mr. Xu, it is my honor to serve you. With all due respect, your investment strategy appears rather perilous. A five-fold leverage carries the risk of liquidation with the slightest misstep. $400,000 to $500,000 is no trifling sum. With such capital, even the most conservative investment could afford a comfortable life in Tokyo. I appreciate your advice, but I find little interest in leading a tranquil life in Tokyo. Perhaps this is the gambler's mentality at play. Futures excite me far more. After bidding farewell to the somewhat regretful Sugawara, Xu Jianjun successfully completed his initial task here. The focus now shifted to engaging in strategic negotiations with Toei. The initiation of the second round of talks by Toei indicated that they must have reached some form of consensus regarding the contentious issues from the previous encounter. Otherwise, given Xu Jianjun's prior stance, their reckless attempt to resume negotiations would only exacerbate tensions, jeopardizing any potential collaboration. In comparison to the previous negotiation team, Xu Jianjun noted the presence of a young newcomer among the opposing party. This individual remained silent and, unlike the others, meticulously recorded details. As he approached, he scrutinized Xu Jianjun repeatedly, making the latter feel rather uncomfortable and on guard. It is often said that Great Britain is filled with peculiarities. Yet it seems surprising that such quirks also exist in Japan. Once a consensus on the overarching direction was reached, the specific details fell into place effortlessly. This time, the atmosphere during the negotiations was notably relaxed, allowing Xu Jianjun to secure a substantial advantage in the futures market, while Toei Animation achieved its desired outcomes. Thus, a project that would influence a generation through anime over the next decade was joyfully finalized between both parties. The individual whom Xu Jianjun suspected to be gay could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in conversation after the signing ceremony concluded. Upon exchanging pleasantries, Xu Jianjun discovered that this young man was merely a privileged second-generation rich kid, captivated by comics and martial arts. Having heard from his elders about the opportunity to meet the creator of Dragon Ball, he had boldly approached. Murayama Sakae's family holds shares in Asahi Shimbun, and given the complex relationship between Toei and Asahi, it would not be inaccurate to refer to him as a minor stakeholder in Toei Animation. Dealing with a young man born with a silver spoon, Xu Jianjun had a multitude of strategies to ensure compliance. Despite their brief conversation, Murayama Sakae was utterly enamored by Xu Jianjun. His admiration escalated from being a mere fan of comics to a full-blown idolization. Mr. Xu, you also have an interest in music? That is splendid. In fact, I am still studying at the University of Tokyo, and we have formed a band where I serve as the lead vocalist. Xu Jianjun quipped. You don't mean to tell me you took on the role of lead vocalist to attract girls, do you? Murayama Sakae laughed heartily. Mr. Xu, you are quite amusing. The lead vocalist is indeed quite popular at school. I competed with a good friend for a long time to secure this position, and the unfortunate fellow had to settle for being the bassist. Chapter 79. Are you certain? To my surprise, Mr. Xu possesses a profound understanding of football. The retirement of Pell has deprived football enthusiasts worldwide of immense joy. During his prime, he could halt conflicts just to captivate audiences with his matches. The charisma of the football king is truly enchanting. Indeed, with Pell's retirement and Beckenbauer's advancing years, another legendary tale is set to unfold. The story of the young football prodigy, Tsubasa Azora, is such rich material that Xu Jianjun would be remiss not to draw inspiration from it. He is confident that, with his deep understanding of the original work and the future trajectory of the football world, he can weave in some innovative ideas. Years hence, the researchers of manga may suddenly realize that the legendary moves depicted in the comic truly exist. They might marvel at the parallels between the experiences of the exceptional duo and Cristiano Ronaldo, pondering whether the illustrious boss May is a real-life incarnation of Tsubasa Azora. Just imagining the jubilation of those fans unearthing such connections fills Xu Jianjun with a sense of eager anticipation. The new generation of football kings, if all goes as anticipated, will likely emerge from South America. Have you followed a certain young talent from Argentina? Diego Maradona is destined to be a name that resonates throughout the football realm. Xu Jianjun, with an almost prophetic flair, proclaims that, given his current age, the legendary Maradona is indeed a youthful figure. Is that so? I have been focused on European football. While South America boasts many astonishing talents, I still believe that the professional leagues in Europe are more mature. Whether discussing music, sports, culture, or technology, Xu Jianjun's vast reservoir of knowledge leaves Murayama Eiko in utter admiration. Coupled with Murayama's profound fascination with martial arts and his idolization of Bruce Lee, Xu Jianjun's casual references to Jinyang's martial arts schools send Murayama into a fervor, prompting him to enthusiastically engage in demonstrations. Ultimately, it was Morita who could no longer bear the scene, reminding him to be mindful of his words, especially as he represents Toei Animation. After bidding farewell to the Toei team, Xu Jianjun promptly reached out to Sugihara Kiyoshi. The freshly acquired check had yet to warm in his hands when he unhesitatingly allocated it to his futures account. The animation adaptation fees for the completed sections of Dragon Ball had soared to 30 million yen, translating to approximately $100,000. Alongside the 15 million yen for Saint Seiya. Investing in the financial market might not create significant ripples, but for Sugihara Kiyoshi, this represents the largest client he has ever encountered. Although he does not fully endorse Xu Jianjun's singular and reckless investment approach, he executes it without compromise. At this juncture, the Hunter family should have completed their stockpiling. Xu Jianjun merely hitched a ride on the coattails of their success. As silver prices rise from the current $5 to over 10, despite knowing that a major consortium is manipulating the market, countless speculators are flocking in. He recalls that silver could potentially be driven to a remarkably high price, perhaps exceeding $50. Even without leveraging, he anticipates nearly tenfold returns. And considering his unorthodox strategy of applying 5 times leverage to go long, the prospects are indeed promising. Ultimately, the fate of the Hunter family was rather dismal. A consequence of their insatiable greed, though the primary factor was undoubtedly the downfall of the government in the land of the beautiful. In a democratic nation where autocracy can arise with little hesitation, Xu Jianjun remained indifferent to the destinies of others. He was content as long as he could securely claim what was rightfully his, and he had no intention of engaging in a protracted struggle with these individuals. As the year drew to a close, in his 40s, he would act decisively without hesitation. With just a few days left and devoid of pressing matters, Xu Jianjun embarked on a shopping spree. During this time, at the warm invitation of Murayama, he experienced the essence of Chinese martial arts within a sports venue. Previously, Murayama had surely harbored doubts about Xu Jianjun's purported skills, but after being thoroughly bested, this naive youth finally ceased his skepticism. Yet, he did not succumb to disappointment or rage. Instead, He was exhilarated, and Xu Jianjun lamented that he should not have held back. These affluent second-generation youths were indeed extraordinary. Upon learning that Xu Jianjun was merely a university student in the Republic, wielding only a pen, he became acutely aware of the many formidable talents that surpassed him, igniting a profound curiosity about that enigmatic nation. While electronic products could readily be procured by others, he felt it necessary to invest thought into purchasing gifts for young women. Cosmetics aside, he certainly had to personally select clothing for Liao Yun, and as for her measurements, he had already meticulously taken note of them. Currently, most girls in the homeland still don the outdated small vests, and after a few encounters with date blunts, Xu Jianjun concluded that such attire was detrimental to women's physiological health. Since he was in this prosperous yet morally questionable country, it was indeed essential to procure some age-appropriate undergarments for Liao Yun, though he was mindful not to choose anything overly advanced, lest her youthful innocence lead to misunderstandings. To be frank, the fashion landscape in the homeland lacked any semblance of contemporary style, only a few years prior. Military-style woolen coats had managed to convey a modicum of sophistication. The French designer Pierre Cardin had begun to introduce fashion in the country, and his recent fashion show in the capital had genuinely astonished the local populace. It was said that most men present turned crimson, their eyes averted, had circumstances permitted. Xu Jianjun would undoubtedly have attended, captivated, to capture a few photographs as mementos, which he could later boast about to future generations. Little did Xu Jianjun know, just a stone's throw away in the embassy, a conversation was unfolding that revolved entirely around him. Li Dayou, examining the documents in his hand, was utterly astonished. Merely illustrating a comic strip could yield such profits? This amounted to several million yen, translating to over $100,000, equivalent to the annual output of a sizable factory employing hundreds. Indeed, the world of capitalism is replete with absurdities. In our homeland, renowned authors are fortunate to receive a few hundred to 1,000 for their works, while others effortlessly amass far greater sums. Consider this. His debut comic has been adapted into an animation, achieving viewership ratings that rival those of popular television dramas, and it is being broadcast repeatedly. I have heard that the rights have already been sold to several countries. When Xie Zhouchun initially received the investigative assignment, he felt somewhat bewildered. However, as he delved deeper into the inquiry, his astonishment only grew, leading him to empathize with Li Dayou's current expression. His junior, Zhou Weixin, could no longer contain his bitterness. Uncle Li, this is a quintessential display of the capitalist elite. Upon returning to the country, we must report him to the relevant authorities to seize his ill-gotten gains. Xie Zhouchun cast a disdainful glance at the indignant Zhou Weixin. Those of them who have long engaged with foreign diplomatic personnel possess a greater adaptability to new phenomena than the average individual. Furthermore, with Deng's policies of reform and opening up firmly established, who would heed the idle ramblings of a mere child? He is legitimately earning his royalties. Though we may not comprehend it, we cannot unjustly label him. Otherwise, we risk tarnishing our nation's image, thus rendering ourselves culpable. Taken aback by the rebuttal, Zhou Weixin found himself at a loss for words. It was Li Dayou who intervened, saying, "Old Xie, do not think that just because he is a young man. It is easy to grasp this matter. Even I, as an elder, find it challenging to understand. It would be inappropriate to investigate him without cause. We must approach this situation with an attitude of tolerance. When I arrived, I sat with that young Xu, and he mentioned he is still a student at Peking University. Have we verified this? Yes, indeed. He is from the 78th cohort of the economics department at Peking University, and his credentials are genuine." Chapter 80. Do not idolize your father at this moment. The truly exceptional student from Kyoto University, Xu, found himself somewhat distracted, accompanying Murayama Itaro to explore the venues where their band frequently performed. This self-proclaimed Shinibu had recently suffered several blows during his interactions with Xu Jianjun and was eager to reclaim his dignity through music. In the realm of popular music, one cannot overlook the fact that even in the so-called Oriental Hollywood of Hong Kong or the rapidly developing Taiwan, the trends were heavily influenced by the whims of contemporary culture. Many widely sung songs were merely plagiarized, reworded, and transformed into hits that propelled cover artists to fame. The bandmates had evidently rehearsed in advance, initially treating Xu Jianjun to one of their most familiar tunes. Observing their earnest expressions, one could detect a semblance of genuine skill. However, the awe that Murayama Itaro had anticipated was absent. Instead, Xu Jianjun wore a face of disdain. Before Murayama could react, Xu snatched a guitar from one of the members and, to their bewilderment, took center stage. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Xu began to play and sing, instantly elevating the atmosphere. The opening theme of the first Dragon Ball anime was undeniably a classic. Children of the 1990s, regardless of their understanding of Japanese, could belt out the melody with abandon. Xu Jianjun had initially intended to discuss the theme song with Toad Animation, regretting missing the opportunity with the first Gundam series. He pondered whether any premature actions on his part might jeopardize the sales of Dragon Ball. With Murayama providing this unexpected opportunity, Xu felt quite at home in the role of an AC. The original song was performed by Takahashi Yoshiyuki, who, even in his 50s or 60s, could ignite the audience with this very theme. The four members, initially rendered speechless, soon found themselves swaying in rhythm, seemingly entranced by Xu's performance. As the final note faded, Murayama Itaro approached Xu with utmost seriousness, offering a deep, respectful bow, embodying a posture of reverence. "Xu-san, please accept my deepest respect. You are a deity in my eyes." "What is this song? I have never heard it before. Could it be an original composition of yours?" "Of course not," Xu replied. "This is the theme song for the upcoming Dragon Ball anime adaptation. I simply attempted to craft a piece that resonates with the essence of the series. I haven't had the chance to discuss it with Morita-kun yet. I just felt the urge to showcase my skills." A commendation was certainly due to Xu. His performance was unparalleled. After some coaxing, he familiarized the band with the piece, and to their credit, with the right instruments. The result was far more dynamic than his solitary guitar accompaniment. Although the group was merely dabbling in music, it was evident they possessed a foundational understanding. With just a bit of guidance, they managed to master the entire song in a matter of hours. Murayama Itaro, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly inquired, "Xu-san, may we sing this song? Could you grant us the rights to perform it? I am willing to pay for the licensing. I intend to use this as the theme song for Dragon Ball. As for who performs it, I am indifferent. If you wish to sing it, feel free to take it, and I shall forego any copyright fees. After all, we are friends now." This fellow likely possesses some influence at home, which may prove beneficial in the future. Even for someone like Hui Huang Ersheng, the song's copyright fee would be minimal, let alone for someone so obscure. It would be better to consider it a personal favor, as it may yield unexpected rewards down the line. When Xu Jianjun traveled to Tokyo, he initially brought only a small suitcase, yet returned with 3 large trunks. At that time, wheeled luggage was not common, and he relied solely on his physical strength to carry them. Fortunately, since his arrival in this new world, he had diligently maintained his fitness. Otherwise, he would have needed assistance to exit the airport terminal. Upon exiting the hall, he spotted Liao Yun, standing gracefully in a floral dress, strikingly conspicuous. Liao Yun herself was puzzled by her feelings. Previously at school, they did not see each other every day, and there were times when academic pressures kept them apart for several days. Yet, in the mere 10 days since Xu Jianjun's departure, she felt as though an eternity had passed. When she received his overseas call, her joy was immeasurable. Unbeknownst to her, this man had come to govern her emotions, and upon seeing him, the pent-up longing made her forget all restraint. She dashed towards Xu Jianjun, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. He quickly set his suitcase down and caught her with a gentle grip, preventing her from slipping away. Gazing at Liao Yun, who seemed slightly shy in his embrace, Xu Jianjun felt that any verbal expression of his feelings would be superfluous. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against her delicate cherry blossom mouth. A public kiss, in the unique setting of the airport, felt less out of place. Had it been elsewhere, they would have likely been interrupted. This intoxicating French kiss allowed the two souls, attuned to one another, to share a knowing smile, erasing the longing of days apart. Listening to their hearts beat in different rhythms, everything was communicated without words. Liao Yun took on a lighter suitcase, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the exit. At this time, taxi drivers were quite discerning. They often refused to take domestic passengers without a second thought, showing no regard for appearances. After all, taxi drivers were part of a high-income group, and they enjoyed preferential rights in choosing partners. They were no exception. Upon hearing Xu Jianjun's authentic Beijing accent, the driver promptly dismissed him. However, this did not daunt Xu Jianjun, as he was well prepared. These drivers preferred to transport foreigners, not out of a misguided admiration for the West, but because they paid in foreign currency or foreign exchange vouchers, both of which were in high demand. If one wished to take a girlfriend shopping at the friendship store, foreign currency was essential. Indeed, upon seeing the Franklin and Lincoln notes Xu Jianjun held, the driver immediately switched to a more accommodating demeanor. He not only assisted with the luggage, but also provided Xu Jianjun with a glimpse of what a true Beijing conversationalist looked like. It seems the Americans on these notes still held a certain prestige. People recognized them, and the driver sheepishly apologized, saying, "My bad, young man. It matters not, master. While you may be particular about the figures depicted on currency, I hold a different perspective. Whether it be the Great Unity or Franklin, I find them all remarkably endearing." Haha, indeed. I recall my initial encounter with foreign currency and exchange notes, during which I stubbornly insisted to the foreigners that their money was of no use here. It was only later that I realized their currency was equally valid. Pray, where are you headed? To the Deshuzhua Hudong in Xiqing, near the eastern gate of Beihai Park. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I am well acquainted with Jingshan Qianjia, and it won't take long. Throughout the journey, the driver exhibited the charm of a true Beijing raconteur, weaving tales from every corner of the world, as if he were well acquainted with personalities from the United Nations. Should any matter arise, a simple call would ensure clarity and resolution. Meanwhile, Xu Jianjun engaged with the driver, yet he did not remain idle. Upon entering the vehicle, he wrapped his arm around Liao Yun's waist, caressing her. Though subtle, Liao Yun clutched Xu Jianjun's mischievous hand tightly, fearful that he might overstep his bounds. Chapter 81. A brief separation. The gift for Liao Yun was packed in a separate box, containing clothing and cosmetics. Purchasing items for her was a time-consuming endeavor. Yet Xu Jianjun meticulously arranged everything from top to bottom. Upon seeing the audacious and avant-garde bra, as well as the soft and comfortable underwear, Liao Yun felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, though she also appeared quite enamored with the items, eliciting a mischievous grin from Xu Jianjun. "Why don't you try it on in the other room, so I can see if it fits? I believe it should be fine. But it's best to test it out." "Not a chance. I want to let you see. What is the big deal about trying on this dress or those jeans? I still have a say in fashion," Liao Yun retorted. "Goodness, you can't be referring to these few pieces of lingerie. What are you thinking, Liao Yun? I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. You certainly haven't disappointed me. Ha ha ha. Oh, it's all your fault." In front of Xu Jianjun, Liao Yun was no match for him, easily flustered by his teasing. She swiftly resorted to evasion. Xu Jianjun attempted to follow her to enjoy the outfit change. But before he could slip in, Liao Yun had already locked the door, evidently guarding against his antics. A red dress is something that most cannot pull off. If one's skin tone is slightly darker, the brilliance of the fabric will overshadow them, failing to stand out. If one is of shorter stature, they cannot carry it well, and the effect will not manifest. Liao Yun, with her impeccable figure standing over 1.7 meters tall, resembled a perfect mannequin. Coupled with her fair complexion, the dress seemed tailored specifically for her. Her exposed calves were long and delicate. At this time, societal norms were still quite conservative. Few dared to wear low-cut garments. Furthermore, Xu Jianjun was not so brazen as to allow his woman to display her figure to outsiders. Yet even the slight reveal of her collarbone stirred something within him. "To be honest, I am beginning to regret having adorned you so beautifully. You were already captivating. And now, dressed in this ensemble, I fear you shall attract even more suitors beneath your red dress. I am essentially inviting envy upon myself. You have no idea. Every time I wait for you beneath your dormitory, the boys passing by glance at me sideways. If looks could wound, I would have been cut to shreds long ago. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Our school has many who are more beautiful than I. However, I must admit, your choice this time is commendable. This dress is truly lovely. The fabric is soft and far more comfortable against the skin than cotton." Before Liao Yun could finish her modesty, Xu Jianjun unceremoniously pulled her onto his lap, their lips meeting in a gentle yet firm embrace, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After numerous exchanges of experience, Liao Yun was no longer the naive girl who would forget to breathe at such moments. She could now engage in a delightful exchange with Xu Jianjun. Yet, this enchanting moment was disrupted by Xu Jianjun's discontented stomach. He found Japanese cuisine unpalatable. And even the Chinese restaurant that Murayama had sought out to please him did not quite meet his expectations, especially today, knowing he would return to indulge in something delicious. "Just how hungry are you for your stomach to be rumbling so loudly?" Liao Yun playfully inquired, leaning close to Xu Jianjun. That morning, he had merely nibbled on some bread and milk at the hotel, skipped lunch, and only sipped a few beverages on the flight. "Come on. There's a small noodle shop at the end of the alley. The owner's fried sauce noodles are exceptional. I fondly recall his noodles from my simpler days." "All right. I'll go change my clothes." "Change? Why? This outfit is fine. Do you really think I'm the petty type who gets jealous if my partner dresses beautifully?" The secret to making fried sauce noodles lies in the preparation of the sauce itself. In old Beijing, people prefer their noodles hot during the cold months. A method known as guo not rinsed at all. While in warmer weather, they are served with rinsed noodles, but the broth must be drained. Seasonal side dishes are added, referred to as quan Myanmar. In early spring, one might use bean sprouts with trimmed ends, known as Gaokao, and small water radish tops, all drizzled with leftover laba vinegar from the new year. The winds of reform are sweeping across the land, and the children of Huaxia are truly impressive. Whether in the south or the capital, this trend is rapidly gaining momentum. Xu Jianjun may not have investigated everything, but he certainly holds authority on small eateries. He knows that several have opened in the village south of their school, even forming a dining street. In the old city where he resides, several traditional snack shops have also emerged. Lauchento's fried sauce noodles have gained some fame nearby. He had visited during the renovations with the workers and old Qin, and everyone praised it highly. The appearance of Liao Yun and Xu Jianjun drew all eyes in the small shop to their table, with Xu Jianjun merely playing the role of a supporting character, while Liao Yun became the focal point. Initially a bit reserved, she quickly adapted, engaging Xu Jianjun in lively conversation and asking about his experiences in the simpler days. I heard that the economy of the simpler days is nearing that of the beautiful country. Is it true that Tokyo is filled with skyscrapers? Indeed. The economy of the simpler days is developing rapidly, but to claim it has surpassed that of the beautiful country is likely a fanciful notion. While the beautiful country may be taken aback by its former protege challenging its economic standing, military strength remains the backbone of economic development. The beautiful country would not allow this situation to persist. Action would inevitably be taken against the simpler days. Aren't they allies? How could they take action? Surely, such a blatant act of plunder would be difficult to justify. They are not allies. It is a subordinate relationship. When the elder brother encounters problems, it is perfectly normal to take what belongs to the younger brother to compensate for losses. As long as there remains a Cold War adversary, they still maintain a semblance of decorum. Otherwise, they would act without any qualms. Are they truly as wretched as you suggest? One could argue that the entire 1980s represented the pinnacle of the beautiful country's international image, during which the populace primarily witnessed their free and splendid side. When you eventually have the opportunity to travel abroad, witnessing their myriad instances of double standards and their fixation on disparaging others while remaining oblivious to their own shortcomings, you will come to realize that my words ring true. However, for our nation to reform, we must find ways to integrate into various international circles. Currently, national policies prioritize fostering amicable relations, which is why mainstream media tends to highlight only their favorable aspects. Although Liao Yun was not entirely convinced by Xu Jianjun's assertions, she understood that without thorough investigation, one cannot hold a valid opinion. She refrained from engaging in futile debates with Xu Jianjun. When the Jianmin arrived, she was concerned that Xu Jianjun might not have enough to eat, so she decided to share half of her portion with him. Chapter 82. Amidst the turbulence. Remaining composed Beihai Park is relatively understated among the attractions of the capital city. For first-time visitors to Beijing, it is seldom on their list of must-see destinations. However, whether in terms of its picturesque scenery or its rich cultural heritage, this place has an enchanting allure that captivates the heart. Most Chinese people associate Beihai Park with the well-known song that evokes images of rowing a boat gently gliding over the water, a scene that indeed unfolds within its confines. As locals, both Xu Jianjun and Liao Yun have wandered through Beihai countless times. After dinner, the two meandered along the park's perimeter, with Liao Yun naturally linking her arm through Xu Jianjun's. In this moment, words were unnecessary. They walked in unison, savoring their time together in a simple yet profound romance. Upon returning to their residence, Liao Yun caught a glimpse of the meaningful look in Xu Jianjun's eyes and seemed to anticipate that something significant was about to unfold. With a hint of anxiety, she remarked, "It's getting late. I should head home." Having not seen each other for so long, she felt a compulsion to share countless thoughts with him. "You must have noticed I haven't gone home. I deliberately wanted to be with you. Can you bear to leave me here alone?" Feigning vulnerability and employing a touch of cunning, she navigated the intricacies of their interaction. It is not uncommon for such tactics to be employed in matters of the heart, as a certain boldness is often necessary to bridge the gap in intimacy. It is often said that a man's greatest deception lies in the claim, "There's only one room tonight. We'll sleep separately. My bed is broken, so I'll just hold you to ensure nothing happens." This approach, while seemingly calculated, is not without its merits. Xu Jianjun, while chastising the scoundrels of the world, was nonetheless putting his plan into action, with the first step being to persuade Liao Yun to stay. He presented her with a new compact recording device from Sony, small enough to fit in a pocket. I bought one for you too. Would you like to test its sound quality? I also managed to find a tape of Ting, which took me quite some time to acquire. With the opening up of the market, popular culture has seamlessly infiltrated the mainland. Among the most beloved singers of the 1980s was indeed Ting, particularly among young women. Ah, you can find her tapes here? Liao Yun exclaimed, intrigued. She was quite a sensation. Even though she primarily marketed her songs in Japanese, there are Mandarin versions as well. Come, have a listen. As Liao Yun immersed herself in the music, Xu Jianjun, with ulterior motives, drew her closer into his embrace. However, as the song played on, Liao Yun found herself distracted by Xu Jianjun's playful antics. Truthfully, Xu Jianjun felt a tinge of admiration for himself, having been in the city for over a year. It was a considerable feat for a healthy, mature man to maintain such restraint. In moments of wavering resolve, he had nearly succumbed to the allure of the red light district. But ultimately, he refrained, considering his reputation. Yet, in the current situation, with mutual affection blossoming naturally, to continue to play the role of a virtuous gentleman or to engage in the game of subtle seduction would be nothing short of self-torment. Liao Yun, too, sensed that something was amiss with Xu Jianjun today, yet under his persistent probing, she gradually lowered her defenses. As Xu Jianjun carried her into the house, Liao Yun chose to acquiesce, and thus, everything that followed unfolded seamlessly, as if it were meant to be. The next morning, Xu Jianjun rose early to take a jog and then went to purchase breakfast. Upon his return, Liao Yun remained sound asleep. The sweltering heat of late summer lingered. And even in the morning, the indoor temperature hovered above 20 degrees. Liao Yun was merely wrapped in a thin sheet, lying on her side, her voluptuous silhouette unmistakably discernible. Eventually, Xu Jianjun brought in his drawing board from the living room and began to sketch with charcoal. He felt that such beauty should be captured and cherished for eternity. Having a foundation in sketching from his past life, coupled with his diligent efforts to imitate the art of daily life comics, Xu Jianjun found character sketching to be a trivial endeavor. By the time he had nearly completed his work, Liao Yun stirred awake. Noticing Xu Jianjun seated at the foot of the bed, still unaccustomed to the rapid progression of their relationship, she was tightly wrapped in the sheet, with only her head exposed. Seeing her futile attempt to conceal herself, Xu Jianjun couldn't help but chuckle. What are you hiding from? Hurry up. I bought you breakfast, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. If you don't get up soon, it will be completely cold. Just wait a moment. I need to get dressed. Liao Yun replied. It was then that Xu Jianjun remembered that her outer garment had been discarded in the living room the previous night, and he retrieved another outfit from his suitcase to hand to her. Without permission, how could you draw? She teased. Ah, this? The beauty of the spring sleeping begonia is simply irresistible. I couldn't help myself. What do you think of my drawing? He asked. Just mediocre. Far from the works of renowned artists, Liao Yun pouted playfully. Liao, dear, you must understand. This portrait is of you. If you claim it is mediocre, you are belittling yourself as well. Xu Jianjun laughed. In truth, most so-called masters owe their fame to marketing. Those celebrated paintings would be nothing without their accompanying historical narratives except. Perhaps, for the Qingming Shangha Tuesday, Xu, you have quite the audacity, she exclaimed with a chuckle, as she rolled up the drawing, seemingly dismissing her previous critique. If you like it, keep it. I've prepared some warm water for you. Would you like to wash up? Chapter 83. The red sleeves add fragrance. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave, said Liao Yun. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as Xu Jianjun approached to assist her with her clothing. Oh, you're so annoying. If you keep this up, I'll be really upset. Please, step outside for a moment. Noticing Liao Yun's evident shyness, Xu Jianjun chose not to press the matter further. Even though he was tempted to remind her that he had already seen everything worth seeing the previous night, rendering her modesty unnecessary. After they had finished washing up, Liao Yun expressed her desire to return home. However, Xu Jianjun was unwilling to let her leave. After the tumultuous events of the night prior, it was clear that she was walking awkwardly, and he feared her family might question her if they saw her in such a state. Moreover, he was reluctant to part with her. We still have several unopened boxes of the special items I brought back from Japan. Since we've already started, why not make the most of what's left? He said with a mischievous grin while gesturing towards the box of umbrellas on the bedroom cabinet. Liao Yun cast him a bewildered glance, as if he had proposed something utterly ludicrous. With a huff, she pushed him aside and took a seat on the sofa, fiddling with the Walkman that she had yet to fully comprehend. The grapes outside are ripe. I'll go pick a few for you. I tasted them earlier, and they were quite sweet. As for the second part of the Gundam series, Xu Jianjun was determined to take the reins himself. After all, he had poured countless hours into creating the first installment, and he believed it was best to maintain its original charm. This particular anime held special significance for him. It was the catalyst that had drawn him into the world of manga, shattering his preconceived notions that comics were merely for children or the Na'vi. In truth, he had already begun sketching prior to this, but his creative process was distinct from others. While many artists struggled to conjure ideas and spend excessive time on conceptualization, Xu Jianjun had the entire animation finished in his mind, merely transcribing those vivid images onto paper. He had deliberately kept his foray into drawing comics a secret from acquaintances, with the exception of Yi Junzhang, who had helped him connect with students from the art academy. It was not that Xu Jianjun was intentionally hiding his passion, rather. In this day and age, it was wiser to quietly accumulate wealth. As Liao Yun observed Xu Jianjun fervently sketching, it appeared less like drawing and more akin to writing. She was filled with awe. Xu Jianjun's assertion that his comics were quite popular in Japan had led her to assume they were of the children's comic variety, reflective of the prevailing perceptions of manga among many in their country. However, as she examined his drafts, filled with concepts of space, the Atlantic, and battle fortresses, laden with technical jargon, she found herself needing to review them repeatedly to grasp their meaning. This spaceship can even operate underwater? That sounds incredible. How did you come up with that? Liao Yun inquired, leaning against Xu Jianjun's shoulder while munching on grapes. Future technology is all about captivating the imagination while also being visually striking. We already have amphibious tanks. The possibilities for the future are boundless. Well, this computer simulation training machine seems to be quite an extraordinary technology. Teacher Xu, how is it that your mind is so inventive, capable of conjuring up such novel ideas? Is this a sequel? I wish to see the first installment. Please visit my study. There are preserved sample copies on the shelf. If you wish to watch animations, I can bring over the video recorder from home, along with the color television they shipped from Japan. Watching that is even more exhilarating than reading comics. Although it is in Japanese, but that does not hinder the enjoyment. Absolutely, I am eager to watch. Initially, Aoyun had little interest in comic books, but she could not escape the allure of the story, quickly becoming engrossed after just a few chapters. She retrieved the first sample and began to flip through it. Occasionally feeding, Xu Jianjun peeled grapes. The timeless dreams of literary scholars and delightful guests, reading by candlelight on fragrant nights, truly evokes a certain ambience at this moment. In a state of joyful contentment, efficiency flourishes. Xu Jianjun mused that if Liao Yun were to accompany him throughout the remainder of the holiday, he could likely complete half of his drawings before the school term commenced. Although the courtyard here is equipped with a fully functional kitchen, it has yet to be used. And Xu Jianjun was too lazy to cook. Observing Liao Yun's delicate hands, it seemed cooking was not her forte either. Thus the two decided to venture out for a meal. Speaking of which, running a restaurant has become a tacitly accepted endeavor. Xu Jianjun contemplated whether to open his own establishment, which would make dining more convenient for him. The profits from his small business could be directly invested in the futures market for profit. Yet, exchanging domestic currency for foreign exchange proved to be an arduous task. The printing business has now largely stabilized, requiring minimal oversight from him. With such a substantial amount of cash each month, failing to spend it would be a waste. Old Sheen had promised to source antiques, yet thus far, he had only procured 4 or 5 items for him, various jars and bottles now adorning his study. According to Old Sheen, he dismisses anything of lesser quality. Xu Jianjun wished to convey that as long as the items are genuine, it matters not. He would prefer to acquire them regardless. Currently, antiques are available at bargain prices, but it won't be long before their true value is recognized, making it increasingly difficult to find hidden treasures. However, Old Sheen adheres to his own principles, and Xu Jianjun's suggestions often fell on deaf ears. His desire to lavishly spend money remains unfulfilled. Should others learn that Xu Jianjun was troubled over how to spend his wealth, they would likely find it laughable. The ambitious goal of exhausting a box of goods remains unrealized, and the following day, Liao Yun reluctantly had to depart. She fabricated a story about visiting a friend's home, knowing that if she stayed away for 2 days, her family would likely initiate a search, especially given the current unrest in the capital. As Xu Jianjun was aware, Ding Yang's close friend had encountered a serious incident just last month during the holiday period. A trivial disagreement escalated into a violent clash, resulting in 2 fatalities and 7 injuries. Although Ding Yang's friend survived, their side had taken a life, leading to the arrest of everyone involved. In the courtyard of their alley, there exists a small karaoke bar where they often indulged in frivolity with Shaolei. Not long ago, an unfortunate incident left someone with a broken leg, and to this day, he is yet to be discharged from the hospital. It is said that the medical expenses remain unpaid, and the other party is in dire straits, their condition scarcely better than that of the injured. Originally, the surgical procedure to mend his leg with a steel plate was deemed straightforward. However, according to Zhou Feng, the unfortunate fellow's leg has now been rendered utterly useless. Thus, Liao Yun was escorted home by Xu Jianjun on his bicycle. As a strikingly beautiful young woman traversing the streets alone, her vulnerability was particularly pronounced. Just 2 blocks away from her residence, she instructed Xu Jianjun to halt. Though they were deeply enamored, neither dared to divulge their relationship to their families. Xu Jianjun feared the relentless inquiries of his mother, whose probing nature resembled that of a Gatling gun, and he worried he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Additionally, he dreaded the prospect of his mother insisting on meeting his future daughter-in-law. Liao Yun, on the other hand, felt equally apprehensive, believing her own mother to be no less formidable. While old Liao was relatively easygoing, he held little sway in their household. Observing the reluctant farewell of Liao Yun, Xu Jianjun pulled her into an embrace, savoring the intimacy that marked their relationship as it crossed the final threshold. Young women, in particular, are more prone to feelings of insecurity. Once I return home and report in, I will call you out. Remember the secret signal? He instructed. Yes, I remember. Ring 3 times and hang up, then call back after 10 minutes. She chuckled, recalling how her father had once thought he had missed an important call and waited anxiously, nearly causing her to miss his call altogether. Chapter 84. The troubles of the affluent. The elderly Su couple found themselves deeply concerned about their son, Su Heir, who had gone abroad, eagerly counting the days until his return. However, Xu Jianjun chose to indulge in a few days of leisure before finally returning home, feigning a sense of urgency as he arrived. Observing the excited expressions of his parents, he felt a rare twinge of embarrassment and quickly presented his gifts to alleviate the awkwardness. Father, this is a windproof lighter, give it a try. And this wallet, made from top-grade cowhide, is for your personal savings. What audacity! The wallet is for me, not you. Hien, are you being unreasonable? This is a gift from my child who traveled abroad. Why should it be given to you? I want to keep money in it. I want to even let it sit empty for you. Su Xing, the father, took pride in his defiance, resolutely refusing to yield to his wife's protests. Mother, you have one too. This is a pair of leather shoes. Although they're not quite suitable for summer, they'll be perfect for the colder months. Take a look. Aren't they stylish? Also, this foreign snow cream will keep your face fragrant all day long. As for his elder sisters and sister-in-law, each received a set of cosmetics, distinctly different from their mother's. He had even procured a dozen portable cassette players, causing the old vendor to mistakenly believe he was buying in bulk. Regardless of whether it was the pregnant sister-in-law or the less fashionable elder sister, upon receiving the cosmetics, they reacted as if they were reuniting with long-lost family. Indeed, the essence of womanhood remains unchanged through time. Upon hearing that he also had a portable cassette player, Xu Jianjun's younger brother nearly leaped 3 feet in excitement, snatching it up and eagerly searching for tapes to listen to. Watching his family reveling in joy, Xu Jianjun felt a genuine happiness swell within him. At that time, when material resources were scarce, contentment was easily found. Years later, as their material needs were met, the spiritual realm would begin to feel empty. The threshold for happiness would rise, and even a life of abundance might not seem truly fulfilling. Junzi, tell us about your experiences abroad. Is it really as they say? With towering skyscrapers and cars lined up on the streets? Su Shuxiang, his second sister, inquired with curiosity after examining the cosmetics. Indeed, their development surpasses ours significantly. I have photographs. Once I develop them, I'll show you. Merely describing it won't convey the essence as vividly as the images will. Xiaojun, share with your elder sister how much you earned over there. I heard from our mother that you purchased a courtyard. When shall we visit? I understand it's a courtyard meant for high-ranking officials. Growing up, I only ever glimpsed such grand residences from the outside. I've never ventured inside. Their mother's loose lips had indeed spilled the beans. She had promised to keep it a secret, yet here she was, divulging information. Very well. Once your brother-in-law and the others are free, we'll all go together. We haven't even had a gathering yet. It would be splendid to celebrate together. Ah. He is merely a group leader, perpetually busy and disoriented. Don't wait for him. The issues between my elder sister and her husband are quite significant. I often wonder how they ever fell in love in the first place. We must also invite my nephew. Xiaobing's temperament is rather reserved. He should be taken out more often. Just look at how lively Xiaoshan is. I understand. My younger brother, whom I once regarded with indifference, has transformed remarkably since gaining admission to university. As his elder sister, it seems only natural that I am often subjected to his remarks. The cotton spinning factory where my elder sister works remains a commendable establishment, boasting a large workforce and decent benefits. However, the plague of redundant investments plagues its operations, and the majority of its products are low-end and lack competitive edge. While the planned economy has allowed them to thrive on internal orders, their days of prosperity are numbered. Nevertheless, with my brother as a safety net, our family will not suffer unduly from layoffs or salary suspensions. After ensuring that my family is settled, Xu Jianjun promptly sought out Zhao Ting. Her culinary skills are exceptional, and he is convinced that with the right incentives, anyone can be persuaded to join him, regardless of their background. You mentioned wanting to open a Hunan restaurant and are in search of a chef? He inquired. Indeed, with policies gradually loosening. Have you noticed how the alleyway outside our school has transformed into a bustling food hub? However, I have no intention of opening a mere hole-in-the-wall establishment. I aspire to create something substantial. Do you have any recommendations? My cousin used to cater banquets, and his skills surpass those of many renowned chefs. Although I only learned the basics from him, it suffices to impress. The only uncertainty lies in whether he would be willing to leave his hometown. Let me inquire. Zhao Ting felt a surge of excitement. The rural populace is impoverished, and her cousin merely scrapes by catering. Xu Jianjun's generosity would surely offer them a better opportunity. She recalls how her cousin's family had once supported her during her childhood, and even though she had contributed labor in return, such opportunities are rare. Can you make a call? Inform your cousin that I am willing to offer him a salary equivalent to a level 8 worker, provided his dishes meet the standards. I assure you, the salary will not be less than 100. True to Xu Jianjun's style, his generosity was irresistible. Zhao Ting smiled wryly. Her role was merely to assist with paperwork and formatting, yet her monthly earnings from printing alone could sustain a family for the Lunar New Year. She remains grateful to Xu Jianjun, understanding that he is indirectly supporting her, prompting her to assist him whenever she finds the time, often more diligently than Liang Xianfeng. The staff has been arranged, and they await a response. Even if Zhao Ting struggles to find a well-paid chef, it is not an insurmountable challenge. Xu Jianjun has begun scouting for a venue. To be candid, the houses in the nearby villages do not appeal to him. He prefers traditional courtyard residences, but is open to acquiring a property along the street to build his vision. In this day and age, there is no need for concrete and steel structures. Simple brick and prefabricated panels will suffice. Constructing a 2-story building is feasible, provided there is sufficient manpower and timely delivery of materials, which does not require an extended time frame. Zhou Feng and Sun Dazai have been assisting in the search for appropriate courtyards, though perhaps Xu Jianjun's discerning taste has rendered their previous recommendations unsatisfactory. The complex nature of property rights and the multitude of tenants deterred him from seeking unnecessary troubles, ultimately dampening the enthusiasm of both parties, leading to a cessation of further inquiries. He approached the landlord associated with the printing business, requesting assistance in finding a suitable location nearby. His requirements for the property were minimal. The primary necessity was ample space. The landlord, being a warm-hearted individual acquainted with every household in the village, was well informed about any available properties that met his criteria. My uncle possesses an old house with 5 rooms. His family currently resides in a unit provided by their workplace. I will take you to see it shortly, and if you find it satisfactory, I can call him to discuss the matter. The location is not far from here, just a short walk away. Xu Jianjun peered over the wall and observed that the area was quite spacious and entirely adequate. Brother, that sounds wonderful. Could you kindly inquire whether our uncle's property is for sale? After all, I am opening a restaurant, and the smoke and fire will make it less appealing for future residents. If it can be sold, that would be ideal. And I am open to negotiation on the price. Let me contact my uncle. I cannot make that decision myself. It would be best to wait for him to arrive so you can discuss it directly. Chapter 85, Spinning Like Water on the Outskirts of the 4th Ring Road. Although it would later be dubbed China's Silicon Valley, at this time, Baiguan Village remained an inconspicuous little hamlet in Hadian. Xu Jianjun spent 4 000 yuan to purchase a dilapidated house. And it was not only Zhou Feng who found this perplexing. Even the landlord, old Li, was eager to sell his own property to him. The house comprised 5 main rooms and a sizable courtyard. Xu Jianjun's primary consideration was the ample space. And he believed that regardless of the current expenditure, the future returns would be astronomical. Yet, to many, he appeared to be a fool throwing money away. Brotherly, if you truly wish to sell your house, I must inform you that its size pales in comparison to your second uncle's place, so I cannot offer you that much, he remarked. And how much can you give? Old Li inquired. How about 3,000? Oh, that's a bit low. While my place may not be as large, it is immediately habitable. Well then, considering our amicable relationship, I can increase my offer by 300. However, we must complete the property transfer at the commune to avoid future complications. All right, these are minor details. You are a straightforward person, and I appreciate that. Let us settle on 300. After all, you are already residing here, and the furniture is hardly of value. I'll leave it all for you. As Xu Jianjun spent money freely, Sun Detsai was left in stunned silence. In just one morning, he had already disbursed over 8,000 yuan. And with renovation and material costs, along with labor expenses, another significant expenditure loomed. Sun Detsai understood that the printed materials they were selling were quite profitable. However, for people like them, earnings were typically saved, either as a dowry or to support household needs. Seeing someone like Xu Jianjun, who spent so extravagantly, was a first for him. Jianjun, the rent here is only a few yuan each month. Even if we were to rent for 5 or 10 years, it wouldn't amount to much. Why are you wasting money like this? Sun Detsai could not help but ask. This money, if kept in hand, will only lose value. With the rapid development post-reform, we risk being left behind if we are not careful. I am more worried about not being able to spend it. Detsai, you must have saved some money too. If you find a suitable property, seize the opportunity. If funds are insufficient, I can lend you some. This place is so remote that if I were to buy a house here, I doubt I would ever have a wife to talk to. Sun Detsai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, I'm not insisting that you buy here. Since you're studying here, it's just a suggestion. If you find an old house that appeals to you, consider purchasing a few. I know your family's situation. Even your elder brother's family struggles for space. And it's inconvenient for you to squeeze in. Xu Jianjun's words resonated with Sun Detsai. Although he had begun to earn, he was often away from home. And even at night, he felt the awkwardness of hearing his brother and sister-in-law whispering in the adjoining room. Sometimes, unexpected noises at night left him. A young man in his 20s, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. I can't afford such a grand house. The money I earned over the past few months has gone to my mother. I suppose I'll wait until I have enough before making any decisions. Such matters are best left unadvised by outsiders. Xu Jianjun can only let things unfold naturally. To be honest, Sun Detsai is undoubtedly a man of integrity. Initially, the task of recruiting for the printing venture was entrusted to him, yet now it has evolved into Zhou's domain. Were it anyone else, a conflict would have erupted long ago. However, observing that these two individuals have managed to coexist harmoniously thus far speaks volumes about his capacity for tolerance as a childhood companion. This is precisely why Xu Jianjun felt compelled to offer a word of caution. It is only fair that a good-natured individual does not bear undue burdens. With the housing arrangements settled, the remaining task is to await the renovations, which cannot be rushed. Good news has also arrived from Zhao Ting's side. Her cousin has readily accepted the conditions presented to him. Although many elders are reluctant to leave their hometowns, who could refuse such a lucrative salary, especially in the capital? According to Zhao Ting, he is also bringing along an apprentice to assist, as well as his daughter. When Zhao Ting conveyed this to Xu Jianjun, she felt a bit embarrassed, for he had only requested a single chef, and now it appears to be a buy one, get two situation. She worried that Xu Jianjun might be displeased, considering that hiring more staff would necessitate additional wages. Having an assistant is beneficial, sparing them the need to recruit locally. Where finding suitable help is uncertain. However, their compensation cannot match that of her cousin. Her cousin's daughter, Wenting, is merely 16. Bringing her along is merely to expose her to the world, and whether or not she receives a salary is inconsequential, as long as she has something to eat. Her cousin's apprentice, who has reportedly been learning for some time, will likely require a modest wage, as he can already manage simple dishes. Have they departed yet? Is the train ticket easily obtainable? Not yet. They need to secure a letter of introduction. According to her cousin, for authentic Hunan cuisine, certain spices must be prepared, as true authenticity can only be achieved locally. There is no need to rush, for the restaurant will still require renovations. Even after their arrival, operations cannot commence immediately. Initially, they can prepare meals for our small cafeteria, and they will also be responsible for the meals of the workers involved in the renovations. Inform your cousin that their wages will commence from the day they arrive. No. There is no need to pay wages for cooking for just a few people right away. Do not decline on their behalf. Times are tough. Since they are coming at my behest, they should not bear any loss. Please send them word to come quickly. I feel somewhat guilty having you, a young lady, cook for us all day. Since Jiaoting began cooking here, Xu Jianjun has had little else to eat in the evenings aside from the school cafeteria's offerings during his lunch breaks. His palate has grown accustomed to more refined fare, making the cafeteria's simple meals rather unpalatable. Particularly, Xu Jianjun has a deep affection for the spicy dishes of Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. He recalls having read a critique in his previous life, wherein an expert remarked that Shandong cuisine emphasizes color, aroma, and taste, epitomizing bureaucratic fare. In contrast, Sichuan and Hunan dishes originated from poverty, relying on spice to enhance flavor and serve as comfort food for the masses. Whether it be the fiery hot pot of dockworkers or the rustic delicacy of spicy blood stew, these are indeed the dishes of the common folk. At times, Xu Jianjun cannot help but self-deprecate, acknowledging that his roots lie among the lower classes, and even if circumstances were to change, his tastes would remain steadfast. In his previous life, he held a deep disdain for those foolish individuals who flaunted foreign languages and assumed an air of sophistication while dining in Western restaurants. What is there to feel embarrassed about? I too have my reasons to indulge in a complimentary meal here. To be frank, from the moment of my birth until now, this period has afforded me the finest dining experiences, and I can feel the effects on my physique. Where, pray tell, have you gained weight? One could only remark that previously I was somewhat slender. A healthy state is characterized by a plump and rosy complexion. Jiaoting, standing just over 160 centimeters, weighed merely a little over 80 pounds when we first met last year. She has not gained much since. And the current aesthetic among young women does not adhere to the monotonous ideal of thinness. This is indeed quite agreeable. The term plump and rosy is typically used to describe children. How could one apply it to young women? I shall promptly send a telegram to my family, instructing my uncle to prepare a letter of introduction so we may set off at once. Chapter 86. The code having completed an array of pressing matters related to his overseas endeavors, Xu Jianjun began to engage in playful banter with Liao Yun, akin to a secret code shared among comrades. It was only a few days apart, yet he felt an inexplicable void in her absence. On that particular day, as he carefully broke in the new car, Xu Jianjun was cautious, fearing that an abrupt acceleration might overwhelm her or mar the delight of driving, an experience he wished to cherish. Thus, he opted for a slow and steady pace during their initial outings, prioritizing Liao Yun's comfort over his own enjoyment. However, once they both acclimated, it became essential to gradually increase the power and speed. Liao Yun's elder roommate, Lin Shan, a married woman unreserved in her conversations, often jested about romantic matters while lounging in bed at night with her group of young women. Given her close rapport with Liao Yun, she frequently teased her about her progress with Xu Jianjun, relishing every mention of it. The clothes I brought back from your place have my mother interrogating me endlessly. Did you buy them at a steep price? She asked with a mischievous glint. I told her I was frugal, but she shot me a skeptical look until my father intervened to rescue me from her scrutiny. Of course, I chose the finest for you. I couldn't present anything less. And are you genuinely afraid of my mother? Is she quite fearsome? Liao Yun retorted playfully, her pride shining through. Having shared so much, do you really think you can escape Su's clutches? Just wait until I unleash my wrath, Xu Jianjun said with a smirk, playfully pinching her in a tender spot, prompting Liao Yun to retaliate with a playful twist of his shoulder. After their affectionate exchange, Xu Jianjun suggested they venture out for a meal. Yet, Liao Yun, perhaps still reeling from their earlier antics, refused to leave the bed. Xu Jianjun, unfazed, dressed and prepared to go out, reminding her, the weather is quite warm. If you're not inclined to move, rest for a while. I shall return with a meal for us to share. At Liao Yun's home, her mother, Lu Shuihua, and her husband sat across from each other, their youthful romance having long since faded amidst the mundane realities of life. What remained was a sense of familial obligation. Lu Shuihua's union with Liao Chengyong was seen as a step down, met with considerable opposition from her family, yet she remained steadfast in her choice. However, her family never fully embraced this decision, and the turmoil of those years, compounded by Liao Chengyong's demotion and their subsequent separation, had altered their relationship irreparably. Fortunately, their children had proven to be commendable. Liao Yun had secured admission to university the previous year, and her son received his acceptance letter this year. Liao, don't you have a friend teaching at Xiaoyun's school? Have you inquired whether she is secretly dating someone? I asked He Yaodong long ago. He mentioned there's no such thing at her school. However, he did say our daughter seems to have a good rapport with a boy from another school who has visited her several times. She's grown up now. Why fret over such matters? It only invites disdain. Your understanding is quite limited. Are you aware of the brand of the clothes she brought back last time? I saw them at my cousin's home, belonging to his eldest daughter. They are from a renowned foreign brand, exceedingly expensive. And that mischievous girl deceived me into believing she saved up to purchase them. Moreover, regarding Xiao Hui and her little recorder, I inquired with Xin Jie, who mentioned she had never even encountered such a device abroad. Yun has always been close to me since childhood. When she returns later, I shall directly ask her. Shuehua, if she has indeed started dating, you must calmly discuss it with her. We cannot afford to be anxious. My concern stems from wanting to protect my daughter from being taken advantage of. I am worn out from work, and my family remains disobedient. In truth, Lu Shuehua recently discerned clues about her daughter's state. She distinctly exhibits the demeanor of a lovesick girl, often retreating to her room and occasionally bursting into silly laughter. If you remain uneasy, you could also consult Xiao Hui. Their relationship is strong, and they both served in the same place. If there is anything amiss, she would undoubtedly be aware. Upon receiving Lu Shuehua's call, Yang Xiaohui did not need to guess who the person was, yet she was reluctant to disclose it outright. From the time they were revising at the educated youth site, Yang Xiaohui had subtly expressed her affection for Xu Jianjun, but at that moment, their focus was on preparing for the college entrance examination, postponing matters of the heart. However, once they entered university, she keenly felt Xu Jianjun's deliberate distancing, and she realized that she seemed to be out of the running, which left her feeling quite melancholic for a while. She had also heard He Junzhong mention that Liao Yun's school was nearby, and she frequently visited Xu Jianjun. Yang Xiaohui possessed ample confidence in her own attributes. Regarding appearance, she felt she was not inferior to Liao Yun, though perhaps she was slightly shorter. In terms of family background, she was particularly fortunate. Was it merely a matter of proximity that led to her downfall? Now that Shui had inquired about her, it presented a perfect opportunity for her to ask Liao Yun, without any reservations. Unbeknownst to Liao Yun, who was unaware of the impending exposure, she sat in the shade of Xu Jianjun's courtyard, savoring the pastries he had brought her, along with a refreshing watermelon. Being with Xu Jianjun, he always managed to arrange everything meticulously, as if nothing was too trivial for him, providing a sense of security that was unparalleled elsewhere. Little foodie, once you're full, could you help me pluck that bunch of grapes from up high? I can't reach, but you should be just right. I am not a foodie. I generally eat very little, it's just today. Liao Yun was about to explain that her appetite was due to expending too much energy, but suddenly felt shy. What else with today? Hee. You already know yet still ask? I won't help you anymore. Just eat. Only once you're satiated will you have the strength to continue our unfinished business from the morning. There are many aspects of familial relationships worth discussing. This afternoon, I shall share another point of knowledge with you. Although she did not fully comprehend his specific words, Liao Yun could tell from Xu Jianjun's mischievous gaze that he was up to no good. She shot him a glare but obediently stood before him, only to see Xu Jianjun bend down, scoop her up by the back of her knees, and effortlessly lift her onto his shoulders. Feeling the resilient flesh on his shoulders, Xu Jianjun increasingly anticipated that the afternoon's activities would be even more splendid. Chapter 87. The gathering for a feast. When it comes to organizing a gathering at home, the most enthusiastic is undoubtedly the eldest sister. The second sister and sister-in-law are both visibly pregnant, their large bellies making any movement a challenge, let alone taking charge of such affairs. Su Shufang gazed in astonishment at the Siyuan by the Beihai, feeling overwhelmed. The three of them were crammed into a single room in a factory dormitory, a privilege afforded only because both parents were employed. They had to queue for the communal toilet, and cooking required them to haul their utensils into the hallway, navigating carefully to avoid bumping into anything. In stark contrast, her brother's residence sprawled across hundreds of square meters, boasting an impressive entrance flanked by stone lions, intricately carved moon gates, wooden corridors, and an abundance of rooms that dazzled the eye. Her mother mentioned that acquiring this house, along with necessary renovations and furnishings, had cost nearly 30,000 yuan. Reflecting on her family's combined monthly income of only a few dozen yuan, after expenses there was barely anything left to save. At this rate, purchasing a house like that seemed a distant dream, perhaps only attainable in another lifetime. Her younger brother had just begun university last year, and in just over a year, he had managed to earn quite a sum. University seemed to hold some sort of magic that others did not seem to possess. Su Shufang had little interest in watching television. Her housing plight made her acutely aware of the significance of homes. This residence, in terms of both location and layout, was utterly enchanting. Junzi, I heard from Mom that you've made quite a bit from drawing those comic strips. How much exactly? Share it with the eldest sister so she can be happy for you, she urged. It's hard to calculate precisely, but for now, I'm not in need of money. Xu Jianjun replied. I never realized you had this talent. When did you suddenly become enlightened? Su Shufang murmured to herself. Xu Jianjun recognized the impact this revelation had on his eldest sister, particularly since she had not frequented their home much before. And now this series of changes felt abrupt and surreal. However, this was the result of Xu Jianjun withholding much information. If he were to disclose his profits from the futures market, amounting to several $1 million, the courtyard would surely erupt in chaos. He had considered ways to improve his family's living conditions, but simply throwing money at the problem would be foolish. He had already provided some material support within acceptable limits for his family. However, the situation with his sister and brother-in-law was different. They often quarreled, and his intervention could potentially exacerbate their conflicts, contradicting his original intentions. To be frank, Xu Jianjun held a certain disdain for his brother-in-law, Zhou Ziqi. As a mere workshop group leader, Zhou had previously treated Xu Jianjun with indifference, akin to how a government official might regard a social outcast. Initially, he had visited his sister's family often, but after being deliberately snubbed a few times, he had ceased to pursue them. It was puzzling how his sister had ever found herself drawn to such an individual, especially considering that his parents were ordinary citizens with no remarkable lineage. It has been mentioned in private by the second sister that the eldest sister is not held in high regard within their household. Today, Zhou Ziqi has indeed had his eyes opened. He never anticipated that the once reckless young man, known only for his bravado, would find himself in such fortunate circumstances. Last year, when he heard about Xu Jianjun's acceptance into Peking University, he was somewhat skeptical, believing it to be a mere fluke resulting from the recent college entrance examination reforms that allowed his brother-in-law to seize an opportunity. However, with the tangible property now before him, it has become rather enticing, not to mention the television and refrigerator in the main living room, items that are not easily acquired even with wealth. He had only glimpsed such luxuries while assisting the factory director, whose television was still in black and white, unlike the colorful one his son had just clamored to watch. As Jianjun prospers, he must not forget his eldest sister. She often reminisces about their childhood, recalling how he was the most mischievous among them and how she frequently had to apologize to others on his behalf. Brother-in-law, today is a joyous occasion of housewarming. Let us refrain from bringing up past grievances and instead discuss happier matters. How is the factory's performance? I hear from my sister that the management holds you in high esteem. When will you be promoted to workshop director? Zhou Ziqi jested, as if he needed to remind them of their familial bond. It seemed he had never truly integrated into the Su family, as even Yang Shoudong, who had only recently married, exhibited a more favorable demeanor. Enough of this idle chatter. Come in and serve the food. Jianjun, you rascal. Buying so many ingredients is a burden on your mother, He Yin declared, prompting an unspoken agreement to cease their conversation. Given the current state of affairs, only He Yin could take charge in the kitchen, as Su Shufang was clearly preoccupied with matters beyond cooking. The second sister and eldest sister-in-law could manage to lend a hand, but it was unwise to have two pregnant women laboring while the rest stood idly by. In truth, if the family could relinquish their entrenched notions of job security, Xu Jianjun could present them with numerous lucrative opportunities. However, persuading them to abandon their steady jobs and take risks, unless absolutely necessary, is a daunting task, as few would willingly do so. Thus, mere envy is futile. He cannot simply dispense money to each household, as this could potentially harm rather than help them. The principle of aiding kin without overstepping boundaries and the adage that resentment often accompanies generosity are lessons Xu Jianjun has undoubtedly witnessed countless times in his past, ensuring he avoids such simplistic errors. Zhang Wo, Hu Weifin's pregnancy has progressed to a significant stage, and it is inconvenient for her to work alone. She cannot take leave at this time. Please speak to the leaders at your workplace about this unique situation. Every time I drop off Shushan, I hardly see you. He Yin expressed her mild dissatisfaction towards her eldest son during the meal. Despite her fiery temperament and sharp tone, Her intentions are not malicious, and she is quite pleased with her daughter-in-law. She does not wish for her son to complicate this marriage. Mother, I have already spoken with our team leader. However, we are currently occupied with a major case, and it feels inappropriate to request special treatment, Jiang Wu replied. Is it concerning that female worker's case? There was quite a commotion surrounding it recently. Have they not apprehended anyone yet? Zhou Ziqi remarked, assuming an air of knowing, leaving Xu Jianjun momentarily at a loss for words. Their team has policies in place that prevent the indiscriminate sharing of case details. Xu Jianjun responded vaguely. Yet Xu Jianjun felt a stir within. As a deeply entrenched aficionado of short videos, Xu Jianjun had explored a myriad of genres, including national rankings of notorious criminals and detailed accounts of major criminal cases. He indeed had a faint recollection of what Zhou Ziqi and the others mentioned.